Chapter 1. Dead? Gazing at the blood and the contorted bodies on the bus, do you realize that he might indeed be dead? Now, he floated lightly outside the bus, his ethereal form swaying with the breeze, his helpless eyes scanning the surroundings. All around him were busy medical personnel and curious onlookers. Did I die? Just a minute prior, a runaway truck had careened out of control, sliding in at a sharp angle and striking the bus precisely in the middle, killing Du instantly. Aside from his lifeless body, there wasn't even a single injured soul. Huh. Du was at a loss for words. Could there be such a tragically unfortunate way to die in this world? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was not so bad. To remain unburdened in this realm might be preferable to seizing the opportunity for a fresh start. But what was he now? A ghost? His body was trapped in the mangled bus, and the medical staff, having confirmed his death, were attempting to extract him. He could hardly bear to witness the scene. It resembled swatting a mosquito against a curtain, messy and deserving of a reprimand. Before Du could fully accept the reality of his demise, an oddly surreal female voice drifted down from above. Hey, can that soul hear me? Du paused, taken aback. Was someone speaking to him? After all, this was his first experience with death, and he had no idea what the situation entailed. He stood frozen, hesitating to respond. It seems like the signal for this transmission is quite poor. By Jia, can you make it work? Let me try, came the reply. Moments later, the girl referred to as by Jia spoke up, raising her voice. That soul outside the bus, can you hear me? Don't move, it would be troublesome if you wander off. At this point, Du was entirely convinced that someone was indeed addressing him. But where were they? Darn, it seems he still can't hear us. Then let's hurry it up. Who were these two? What were they doing? Based on his extensive cinematic experience, he deduced that anyone who inexplicably commanded you to stop was rarely benevolent, better to seize the opportunity to escape. After all, he was already dead. Could the situation possibly worsen? Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and Du adjusted his form, allowing himself to float away. Before he could drift for 3 seconds, an old, dilapidated van suddenly descended from the sky, landing right in front of him. What the? Du nearly experienced a second demise from the shock of this unexpected turn of events. Did the van possess a flying mode? Ah, made it just in time, said a girl in the vehicle clad in work attire, one dressed in black and the other in white. The van came to a stop before Du, and the door opened automatically. Hello. Thank you for your patience. Please get in, the girl in black said. Du was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were these girls the legendary emissaries of death? Did dying truly align with the tales he had heard? Yet, this shabby van, with its comical black and white appearance, hardly resembled the grim reapers of lore. Du suppressed a sarcastic remark. If the van could indeed fly, there would be no escape for him. With that thought, he silently boarded the vehicle. As he surveyed the interior, he noted it appeared even more dilapidated than it had from the outside. Most absurdly, a sticker affixed above the radio read, "Please take care of your belongings." No sooner had he settled in than the girl in black asked, "Excuse me, what are the last 4 digits of your ID number?" Hearing this, Du felt an unsettling sensation. What on earth? Is this a ride-hailing service? Do I really need to provide my ID number for a ghost ride? The girl in white, seated beside the driver, quickly interjected, "Oh, we're just following protocol. The Bureau of Soul Management has recently implemented new regulations, considering the rising number of souls dissipating after taking the ferry." Du was left speechless, pointing at the girl in white. But aren't you the ferry service? Isn't it your fault that souls are dissipating? The girl in black frowned at this remark and retorted, "That's not the same. We are a legitimate agency with proper documentation. There are quite a few illegal ghost taxis out there." Spirits and illegal taxis? Du held his forehead, never imagining that dying could be so exhausting. Fine. The last 4 digits are 2213, Du mumbled. All right, Mr. Du, shall we follow the navigation, or would you prefer to direct us? How could I possibly know the way? Just kidding, Mr. Du. No need to be so tense. Du fell silent, realizing he wouldn't be able to clarify matters with these 2 girls anytime soon. The van executed a U-turn and gradually lifted off the ground. Du cast one last glance at his own body, still stuck in the bus. By the way, are you 2 really the emissaries of death? He asked, observing the ascending van. Yes and no, the girl in white replied. The emissaries of death are not merely 2 individuals, but rather 2 families. Members from our families work as soul guides, but we cannot represent the entirety of the emissaries. Ah, I see. Yiyi was surprised to acquire such knowledge in death, yet he wondered what use it served him. Let's confirm your profile information, the girl in white said, pulling out a folder and flipping to an A4 sheet. Yiyi, male, 26 years old, Han Chinese, employee of state-owned enterprise. Cause of death as follows. Upon reaching this point, the girl fell silent. What's wrong? What does it say? Yiyi inquired. Oh, the girl glanced at the file and said, your cause of death might qualify you for a wrongful death designation. Wait, I don't understand. I died in a car accident. How could that be considered wrongful death? Because the one destined to die today was not you, the girl in black interjected. Indeed, according to the Book of Life and Death, the person fated to die today is named Zhou Zhuangshi, the elderly man you attempted to offer your seat to. Had the girl in white not mentioned it, Yiyi would have nearly forgotten that just a minute before his death, he had indeed intended to give up his seat to an old man who had declined and walked straight to the back of the bus. The girl in white continued. Zhou Zhuangshi, 36 years old, has a history of predation against women and has evaded legal punishment. His current soul summoning value is at 97. Thus, even if he hadn't been struck by that truck, he wouldn't have survived the day. Fantastic, the girl in black remarked. People like him deserve to die early. I have acquaintances in the hell of retribution. I will ensure he gets his due. Is that the focus here? Yiyi could no longer contain himself. Shouldn't the primary concern be that old man is destined to die today, rather than why I am dying? By your reasoning, this matter has nothing to do with me. Such things are inevitable, the girl in white said while perusing the documentation. According to records, Zhou Zhuangshi was supposed to accept your offer of a seat and then die in this very accident. The reason he declined your offer was that he spotted a beautiful girl behind the bus. However, theoretically, that girl should not have been in that position in this timeline. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. I don't understand. Yiyi shook his head. I know, and I didn't intend for you to understand, the girl in white replied. Let's discuss something you can comprehend. If you're deemed to have died wrongfully, you may be fortunate. There are two welfare policies for wrongful death victims. Welfare policies? Indeed. The first is that if wrongful death victims have any lingering attachment to the mortal realm, they can choose their family for reincarnation in a wealthy heir or a star child, though they must still enter a lottery system, as desirable families are limited. Point 1 may apply to become either a yin official or a yang official, yet the process of securing a position within the system has become exceedingly arduous. Most individuals within the bureaucracy are connected through networks of influence. You might consider starting as a contract worker. The benefits and treatment would be quite similar. After listening to this, Yiyi fell silent for a moment before uttering, this feeling is all too familiar. Am I truly dead? The vehicle sped through the air, and the two ladies clad in black and white appeared remarkably composed. The girl in black drove while yawning, whereas the girl in white busied herself with selfies on her phone. Were it not for the sight of his own ethereal form, Yiyi would have felt as though he were merely carpooling with strangers. We're approaching Fengdu City, by Jia. Let him fill out the form. Sure thing, replied the girl in white as she retrieved a stack of papers from her folder and handed them to Yiyi. Although the higher-ups have yet to determine whether you qualify as a wrongful death case, based on our experience, it seems highly probable. Please sign the application form for wrongful death benefits. Yiyi glanced at the document, the opening line boldly announcing, regarding the alleviation of wrongful death grievances, resolution of spirit disputes, and the creation of a harmonious underworld, the provisional measures of the latest benefits policy for wrongful death cases. Document number 78, he silently read the introduction, remarking, I never imagined it would be so formal. Flipping through the pages, he soon found the two choices previously mentioned by the yin-yang officials, and now it was his task to select one. Of course, I shall choose the wealthy second-generation option. Without hesitation, he picked up the pen and swiftly inscribed his name. His desire extended beyond mere nostalgia for the earthly realm. Over the years, he had not even held a girl's hand. After graduation, he had toiled in a workshop, exhausted each day without saving much money. If given another chance, he longed to live freely and fully in the mortal world. After signing, he looked up to find the sky had turned pitch black, despite his recollection of it being afternoon. Before he could process this change, the van suddenly plunged vertically downward, and with a loud scream from Yiyi, it plunged into the ground. Following a brief darkness, a vast expanse unfolded before his eyes. A colossal ancient city loomed underground, its ghostly lights flickering in an ethereal glow. The city was encircled by a pale green river, within which countless souls churned restlessly. The van did not halt, racing towards the city gates at great speed. In no time, they arrived at the entrance, where a towering stone gate stood several hundred meters high, inscribed with the words, "In Min, the ghost gate of the underworld." Yiyi was awestruck by the magnificent sight, unable to fathom that all of this was real. "We've arrived, hold on. I need to find a parking spot," the girl in black said while maneuvering the vehicle. At that moment, Yiyi noticed numerous similar vans passing overhead, each carrying a pair of individuals dressed in black and white, men and women of all ages, continuously traversing this ancient city, which resembled a vast trading hub. Before the ghost gate, thousands of people queued to enter. I must inquire, as public servants, do you not have designated parking here? You are quite naive. Do you have any idea how many people die, naturally or otherwise, each day? Look at the ferry vehicles above. There isn't nearly enough space for us to park." Yiyi nodded silently, realizing that even the underworld had its own challenges. After searching for a while, they finally found a parking spot. The three of them disembarked and joined the throng of people in line. "Yiyi, now is a good opportunity to discuss our tour itinerary," the girl in black said, pulling out a map from her bag and handing it to him. She pointed to the bottom of the map. "We are currently at the Ghost Gate, the entrance to the underworld, surrounded by the River of Forgetfulness. To cross the River of Forgetfulness, one must first traverse the Bridge of Helplessness, and before that, one must walk along the Yellow Springs Road. Oh, and at the entrance of Yellow Springs Road, remember to stop by Mang Pa's office to collect your Mang Petit. There's a summer limited flavor available right now. Following that is the reincarnation platform, and yes, you'll even get to meet the 10 Yama Kings." The girl in black continued to expound on the famous attractions of the underworld, while Yiyi remained silent, lost in contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "What is this? A vacation? A tour? Huh?" The girl in black looked puzzled. "I am dead. I just died." Upon seeing the ghost gate, Yiyi seemed to fully grasp the gravity of his situation regardless of what he encountered here. His life had irrevocably concluded, and there was no turning back. "I'm not even sad, which is already quite remarkable. Why are you presenting the underworld to me as if it were a school trip?" "Xiaohei, I believe he has a point. There's no need to provide him with a tour. Moreover, as a wrongful death case, he may not even need to traverse the Yellow Springs Road," the girl in white interjected, addressing her companion. "We've interacted with numerous deceased individuals, but this is his first experience with death." Yiyi looked at the two girls before him, unsure of what to say. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. He felt an urge to express anger, yet the two girls had done nothing wrong. "Will we not meet again?" Yiyi asked. "The Yellow Springs Road is a one-way path. If you choose reincarnation, you will cross the Yellow Springs Road, gaze upon the 3 live stone, and we shall never meet again in this lifetime. However, if you opt for becoming an official, not only will you avoid the Yellow Springs Road, but we may also become colleagues," the girl in white replied. "Then this should be our last meeting," Yiyi said. "Though it seems a bit trivial, may I ask for your names?" Of course, the girl in black bowed slightly. "Akin to an ancient knight, I am Fan Xiao, the black Wuchang of the Fan family. And I am Xie Jin, the white Wuchang of the Xie family." Chapter 2. The Ghost Gate of the Underworld. Xie Jin and Fan Xiao. Are the legends truly real? Do you recall that the book mentioned that the white Wuchang was named Xie Bian, while the black Wuchang was called Fan Wujiu? Accompanying Xie Jin and Fan Xiao, the trio moved forward through the throngs of people. The procession of over 10,000 souls advanced much quicker than Yiyi had anticipated, maintaining a near-constant jog throughout. Soon, they reached the forefront of the crowd. Instead of directly leading Yiyi into the Ghost Gate, Xie Jin stepped forward and addressed a black-faced Inkai, saying, "Greetings, sir. We have a suspected wrongful death case here and would like to temporarily bypass the River of Forgetfulness. Could you summon a judge to assist us?" The black-faced Inkai nodded and turned to enter the Ghost Gate. In a short while, a burly man clad in a wine-red official robe emerged. Standing at 2 meters tall with a full beard, he wielded a pure black rui. "Who needs judgment? Speak quickly." His voice was rough, reminiscent of a low rumbling engine. "Greetings, sir." Xie Jin bowed to the man. "We have brought a wrongful death case today and require your judgment." "A wrongful death?" The man did not lift his eyelids, quickly flipping through a notebook he had retrieved. "No more wrongful deaths can be processed this year. Let us classify this as accidental death instead. Add 5 years to his lifespan in the next life. Otherwise, the workload will be too great. After stating this, he snapped the notebook shut and turned to leave, leaving Du Yu and the others dumbfounded. Sir, Fan Xiaowu finally reacted, exclaiming, this deceased should be counted as a wrongful death due to the influence of a Tai Shu. It cannot be ignored. And what a Tai Shu? The man turned back, his anger palpable. The Bureau of Legends has been neglected for nearly 1,000 years. Have you not encountered the Tai Shu before? If every death attributed to the Tai Shu were considered wrongful, how could there be any law in this world? How could the underworld be governed? As he spoke, an aura of anger emanated from him, causing the 2 young women to retreat in fright. Just then, a gust of wind swept from behind them, rushing past their ears and heading straight for the burly man. In the blink of an eye, a figure in a white robe stood before them, back turned, wielding a massive brush adorned with talismans, facing the man. The white-robed figure lacked the imposing physique of the burly man, yet upon seeing him, the man's eyes widened in sheer terror. Before he could utter a word, the white-robed figure raised a hand and delivered a resounding slap to his bearded face. The force of the blow was staggering, causing the man to spin around on the spot. 3 questions, the white-robed figure stated blandly. First, from now on, you are prohibited from speaking in such a manner to other Inkai. Second, a wrongful death is a wrongful death, regardless of how many die. It is the judge's duty to acknowledge it. Third, the Bureau of Legends has never been neglected. This scene left Yiyi in shock, though the burly man appeared fearsome. The white-robed figure's swift action was astonishing. Who was this person? Before Yiyi could process it, the burly man fell to his knees, almost in tears, exclaiming, "At your command, Great Judge." Upon hearing the title Great Judge, not only did the burly man kneel, but Du Yu's companions, the black and white Wu Chang, also hurriedly dropped to their knees. Within moments, all the other Inkai and gatekeepers in the vicinity followed suit, leaving only the assembled souls standing. Gradually, the souls began to mimic the Inkai, kneeling in reverence, and Du Yu was no exception. In a vast square filled with thousands, only the white-robed figure remained standing, hands clasped behind his back. Are there ranks among judges? Du Yu whispered to Xie. Indeed, there are. Xie replied in a hushed tone. The underworld has 4 great judges. Lord Wei Zheng of the reward for good, Lord Zhong Kuei of the punishment for evil, Lord Lu Ji Dao of the inspection division, and the one before us, Lord Chui Ju, the head of the In-Law division. He is also the foremost among the 8 Inkai of the underworld and is known as the literary judge. Turning slowly, the white-robed figure's scholarly visage exuded an aura of authority. You may rise, he said. I am merely passing through. There is no need to escalate this matter. If the Yama Kings were to learn of it, it would lead to trouble. With that, the Inkai gradually stood, bowing respectfully to Chui Ju before returning to their duties. Xie and Fan Xiaowu rose as well, their excitement palpable at seeing a great judge for the first time. You may stand too. Chui Ju addressed the still kneeling Du Yu. This time, I shall personally render your judgment. Du Yu was taken aback, stammering, "Oh, thank you." Chui Ju waved his right hand, activating the soul-reaping brush which shone with a cerulean light, causing the talismans to flutter off. With a flick of his left hand, a ledger resembling an account book appeared, prominently inscribed with the title Book of Life and Death. As the Book of Life and Death was casually flipped through, the brush's cerulean light intensified. Du Yu slowly rose, asking, "Sir, do you need my name?" I am Du Yu." Chui Ju smiled without reply, about to inscribe Du Yu's name, when he suddenly paused, studying Du Yu's face intently. "You," Chui Ju began, but faltered, as if the words eluded him. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "What did you just call me?" "Sir, is something the matter?" Du Yu asked, puzzled by Chui Ju's demeanor. Xie and Fan Xiaowu exchanged glances, aware of the confusion etched on the great judge's face. As a figure who comprehended the nuances of life and death across time, what could possibly perplex him? After a prolonged silence, Chui Ju finally asked, "In the 19th year of the Jingguan era, did we not meet?" "The 19th year of Jingguan?" Du Yu was initially taken aback, then chuckled. "To be honest, even in the 19th year of the Republic, I could not have existed then." Xie interjected. Sensing the oddity of the situation, great judge, you must remember he is immortal. He wouldn't recall events from the 19th year of Jingguan. Very peculiar. Ju mused. Before encountering this young man, I had no recollection of such a memory. Yet upon seeing him, those memories surged forth like a fountain. But why is that? Having encountered countless souls over the millennia, why did only do you surface in his recollections? After a moment's contemplation, Ju formed a bold hypothesis. Excitement coursing through him. Young man, may I ask, do you choose reincarnation or to serve? Reincarnation, as a wealthy heir, you replied without hesitation. Ju shook his head. While I could classify you as a wrongful death, you must understand that the number of wrongful deaths has soared in recent years. Reincarnation requires waiting in line. Di nodded. I understand. The two Inkai sisters just informed me of this. You only know you must queue. But do you have any idea how long? I do not know. 726 years, Ju chuckled. Before that, you will remain a wandering soul in this underworld. 700 years? Di was genuinely astonished. Will the world I long to return to still be the same after all that time? Observing Ju's enigmatic expression, do you sense that matters were not as simple as they seemed? Sir, do you have more to say? Ju smiled and nodded. Indeed, I need your assistance with a task. If you perform it well, I shall leverage my connections to expedite your reincarnation process. Do we have a deal? A task? Not only do you, but also Jin and Fan Xiaoguo were perplexed as to how Ju could be considered an immortal. Although not possessing heavenly Taoist skills, he certainly wielded significant supernatural powers. What could possibly require the assistance of a wandering soul at such a level of cultivation? I must clarify this first, leader. Do you inquired, is this matter dangerous? Extremely dangerous. If mishandled, the living may perish and the dead may scatter. Do you merely asked out of formality, not expecting Ju to admit it outright? Are you serious, leader? It's difficult for me to agree to this. I do not wish to deceive you. The task I require your assistance with is indeed perilous. However, it is merely my conjecture and hypothesis, and it may well be that your help is unnecessary. Therefore, I urge you to ponder this carefully. 7 centuries of waiting or a chance to take a risk. You hesitated visibly. In life, he had encountered numerous opportunities, yet he had invariably chosen to forego them. From birth, he had never been one to strive for more, not even during his days in the orphanage, where he had never actively sought anything. This perhaps explained why he had never been adopted. I agree, Di replied solemnly. I will assist you with this exceedingly dangerous task, but you must allow me to return to the mortal realm. Ju nodded and addressed Jin, saying, 40 miles west of the Ghost Gate lies a mountain shrouded in Yin energy, known as the Unreturning Peak. The mountain is half green and half black, and at its base stands a dilapidated house. You two shall escort Du there. Jin, not daring to delay, hurriedly took hold of Du and Fan Xiaoguo to set off. After bidding farewell to Ju, the three returned to the van. Sister Bai, what is happening? Fan Xiaoguo murmured as he started the vehicle. The great judge feels rather peculiar. We cannot comprehend the thoughts of those great figures. Let us proceed as instructed. Du said, gazing out the window with a complicated heart. Have you met Lord Ju in the mortal realm? Jin asked. No, this is my first encounter with him. That is indeed strange. Just then, Jin's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he straightened his posture. Hello. Greetings, ancestor. Jin respectfully answered the call. Oh dear, my good grandson Jin. Who are you with? Returning to ancestor, I am with Fan Xiaoguo from the Fan family. Escorting a wrongfully deceased person. Fan Xiaoguo, hearing his name mentioned, chimed in, greetings, 7th ancestor. Xiaoguo, hello. Please convey my regards to 8th ancestor. Thanks to your blessings. 8th ancestor speaks of you daily at home. Speaks of me? That old ghost still owes me a meal. I said my good grandson Jin would teach me how to use photo editing software today. It has been ages. Ancestor, I sincerely apologize. Jin hastily explained the entire situation to the person on the other end of the line. Du thought to himself that anyone who could prompt Jin to address them as ancestor must surely be Bai Wu Chang Xiaobayan, known as 7th master in the mortal realm. After listening to Jin's account, Xiaobayan paused for a moment, then asked good grandson Jin, what is the name of the person you are escorting? His name is Du. For reasons unknown, there was silence on the other end of the line. What is wrong with seventh ancestor? After a moment, Fan Xiaohua, who was driving, whispered, I do not know. Suddenly, the van began to shake violently in midair, and the sky shifted ominously. As the van continued to jolt, Xiejin initially panicked but quickly regained his composure, turning to Du. Dear passenger, our vehicle has encountered turbulence. Please remain seated, fasten your seatbelt, and stow away the tray table. The restroom is temporarily out of service. What nonsense! Where are there tray tables and restrooms? Where did you learn this? Du retorted, reaching for his seat only to find there was no seatbelt. After several seconds of violent shaking, the space in front of the van suddenly warped and Fan Xiaohua slammed the brakes, halting in midair. From the distorted space emerged a figure, standing upon nothingness, clad in white garments and adorned with a high hat inscribed with the words wealth at first sight. This figure possessed cascading silver hair and an astonishingly beautiful visage, captivating yet unsettling, as he was undeniably male, yet breathtakingly exquisite. Oddly enough, he had slices of cucumber affixed to his face. Seventh ancestor, Fan Xiaohua shouted. Ancestor, Xiejin exclaimed, quickly exiting the passenger's seat, forgetting her limited spiritual abilities. She nearly plummeted as her body swayed, but Xiejin waved his hand gently, halting her in midair. My good grandson Jin, do not be so polite. I merely came to take a glance before departing. This was Yu's first encounter with the legendary by Wuchang Xiejin, and he was so tense that he could scarcely speak. Compared to the black and white uniforms worn by Xiejin and Fan Xiaohua, Xiejin's official hat and long robe were far more intimidating. Xiejin gazed at Du for an extended period, causing Du to feel increasingly uneasy. Until he finally spoke, Du. Xiejin's expression gradually turned wild, before he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Marvelous, Ju, marvelous. Ha ha ha. The three stood frozen, awestruck by Xiejin's overwhelming presence. What is happening? This is my first time encountering such an ancestor. My good grandson Jin, I shall forego learning the photo editing software today. I will return to prepare a facial mask. Ensure that Du reaches the unreturning peak safely. With that, Xiejin waved his sleeve and vanished into thin air. Sister Bai, what on earth is happening today? Both the great judge and seventh ancestor are acting so strangely. Xiejin pondered for a moment before turning to look at Du. I do not know. I only sense that it seems to revolve around Du. After about 10 minutes, the trio indeed arrived at the unreturning peak, enveloped in a swirling energy. At the base stood a nearly dilapidated concrete house. Could this truly be the place? The three halted their vehicle and approached the house, noticing a sign beside the door, overrun with vines, which read, Office of the Bureau of Management of Legends. Chapter 3. The Legend Management Bureau. 3 individuals stood silently at the entrance of a dilapidated house, surveying their surroundings, only to find an absence of wandering souls and ethereal beings nearby. Sister Bai, have you been here before? One inquired. No, I've only heard the name of the Legend Management Bureau, but I have never visited, she replied. The name suggested some semblance of formality, yet the air was thick with desolation. Our task is to escort Du inside. Merely standing at the door is futile. As she spoke, Xiejin extended her hand toward the door. Du gazed at the crumbling structure and suddenly felt reluctant to enter. If you were to push open the door and discover something entirely different from your expectations, would you still proceed? A spectral voice emerged from behind them, causing the trio to whirl around. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, had appeared silently behind them. He bore an amiable visage, his age indiscernible, clad in a plain tunic that suggested he had been there for quite some time. Without acknowledging Xiejin and Fan Xiaohua, he approached Du directly. If it is not as you imagine, would you still enter? Du regarded the elder with uncertainty. The old man continued to inquire, if you do not enter, will Ju still remember you? Du furrowed his brow, as if a realization dawned upon him. Elder, are you implying? The elder nodded, saying, You are quite astute. There can be no consequence without a cause. This is what we call karma. Our time is of the essence. Follow me inside. We have awaited your arrival for a long time. Awaited me for a long time? Du pondered. But it seems I have only been dead for 2 or 3 hours. The elder glanced back before entering. No, it is not merely 2 or 3 hours. We have waited for 900 years. Cautiously, the trio followed the elder through the door, which revealed an unexpectedly vast interior. From the outside, it appeared to be no larger than a public restroom, yet inside it was remarkably spacious. The room, constructed entirely from pure white stone, was bustling with dozens of individuals moving about. To their astonishment, the walls were adorned with numerous screens, each displaying bizarre occurrences. On one screen, a colossal giant was seen parting the heavens and earth, his form transforming into mountains and rivers. Another depicted a diminutive monkey wielding a massive staff, swaying and soaring into the sky. Yet another showed a frail woman weeping beneath the great wall, her grief unleashing a force that shattered the ancient structure. Yiyi and Fan Shaohua observed the screens, all of which showcase tales of legends, both familiar and unfamiliar. So the Legend Management Bureau has indeed been active all this time? Be amused. Indeed, the old man replied, all legends that have transpired do not dissipate. They become integral components of this world, akin to cells. Our reality is composed of countless such cells. But do you know? Cells can fall ill. Once a legend becomes sick, it may diverge into an alternate outcome, altering history and consequently affecting our reality. If the impact is slight, it may inexplicably give rise to individuals who originally did not exist, whom we refer to as Tai Shu. They will exert subtle influences on this world, such as your demise. Do you appear to grasp the concept, albeit partially? Yiyi interjected. Today, when you offered your seat to Zhou Zhuangshi, he should have accepted, as recorded on the Book of Life and Death. However, he noticed a Tai Shu in the back seat and chose to stand beside her instead. Such changes instigated by Tai Shu cannot even be foreseen by the Book of Life and Death. Precisely, the elder affirmed. If a cell becomes ill, Tai Shu will emerge. Should the ailment become severe, our world may cease to exist. For instance, what would happen if one day Pangu suddenly decided against creating the heavens? But, do you ask, even if Pangu truly chose not to create the heavens, we would be powerless to intervene, given that this pertains to ancient times? Excellent question, young warrior, the elder remarked, stroking his beard and patting Yiyi on the shoulder. This is the duty of the Legend Management Bureau, to intervene in the legends. For minor discrepancies, we may utilize transmission to intervene. However, such discrepancies rarely result in severe consequences. In cases of dire legends, we can only temporarily seal the narrative, awaiting a remedy. A remedy? Yiyi queried, beginning to understand. Are we to find a remedy to heal the legends? That is the essence of it, young warrior, the elder confirmed. But who exactly is this young warrior? Apologies, a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and professional attire approached, greeting the group. The director has been somewhat forgetful. He mistook you for someone else. And you are? Yiyi inquired. Greetings, I am Dong Qianxiu, the assistant director of the Legend Management Bureau. The assistant director? So you are the second in command of the bureau? Do you observe Dong Qianxiu, noting her impressive demeanor? Her hair was meticulously arranged, not a strand out of place, and her attire was devoid of any blemish. I must admit, I may have become a bit muddled in my old age and neglected to introduce myself. I am He Suo, the director of the Legend Management Bureau. The elder smiled at the trio before turning to Yiyi and Fan Shaohua, saying, be at ease and do not worry. Just hand the matter over to me. In return to convey my regards to Yama. That we cannot accept. They both protested, waving their hands. We are merely descendants of our ancestors. You need not say more. I understand, Yiyi interjected. My task is to assist you in locating that remedy to heal the ailing legends, correct? Is my explanation unclear? The elder clarified, it is not a matter of you finding the remedy, or the remedy. I am a remedy? What does that mean? There is no time for detailed explanations. Dong Qianxiu interjected, reviewing the documents in her hand. In simple terms, we need you to enter the legends and steer the narratives back on course. Yiyi was momentarily taken aback. Although he comprehended the meaning of her words, the suddenness of the situation left him unprepared. 81 years ago, we discovered a diverging legend that could only be temporarily sealed. Now, the seal is on the verge of expiration. If the trajectory of this legend continues to deviate, Our current world may be doomed. As Dong Qinxiu spoke, she led Yiyi toward a machine, beginning to connect various tubes to him. Wait, I am a science student, not a humanities student. I know nothing of your history and legends. Are we really going now? Yiyi protested, overwhelmed by the abruptness of the situation. I have so many questions. Why me? Because, for various reasons, only a select few can enter the legends. And you happen to be the second person in 900 years, Dong Qinxiu explained while making final adjustments to the machine. Though there are many of us in the Legend Management Bureau, we are all aides. We have not had an operator in 900 years. You, with a quivering voice, expressed his concerns, seeking clarity on the daunting challenges that lay ahead. After all, Ju had warned him of the extreme dangers involved. Turning to Xie Jin and Fan Xiaogua, he implored, "You must assist me. Otherwise, how will you fulfill your own obligations?" With resigned shakes of their heads, Xie Jin and Fan Xiaogua acknowledged the ancestral teachings of their families, which dictated unconditional cooperation with the Legend Management Bureau. Time was of the essence, as he Suo approached, explaining that the seal of the legend would be broken within an hour. You had to immerse himself in the legend during this critical time frame and complete the narrative within 7 days. Failure to do so would have dire consequences. What consequences? You inquired. He Suo stroked his beard, his tone laden with significance. You will dissipate into the past, while we face annihilation in the future. Is it truly that grave? You had assumed his peril was singular, unaware that many lives hung in the balance. So, my final inquiry, he pressed. Which legend am I to enter? At this, Dong Qinxiu gestured, and a display screen materialized before You. The image depicted a rugged man clad in coarse fabric, drenched in sweat, laboring with a hoe against the earth, while 10 suns blazed in the sky. Is this the tale of shooting down the suns? You could scarcely believe his eyes. Was he truly expected to intervene in such a monumental legend? Indeed, Dong Qinxiu clarified. Allow me to explain the script of the legend. Pay close attention. Ordinarily, you should receive guidance from an immortal at the age of 11, spend a decade cultivating, and at 21, draw his bow to shoot down the 9 suns, thereby saving all of humanity. Is this clear? Wait, You felt a surge of anxiety akin to that experienced during his college entrance examinations. What aspect of this legend is currently flawed? Adjusting his glasses, Dong Qinxiu replied. The issue lies in he not receiving the immortal's guidance at 11, remaining an ordinary mortal until the age of 21. Yu's laughter was bitter. You mean to say that as a mere mortal, I am to assist another mortal in shooting down the 9 suns? Precisely. Had he known the task's difficulty beforehand, Yu would have opted to wait 7 centuries instead, avoiding such perilous stakes and embracing a life of comfort. I recall learning about the 9 fiery birds in elementary school. He mused. Regrettably, Dong Qinxiu interjected in previous legends. There have been instances where the 3-legged golden crows served as the 9 suns, but our colleagues have confirmed that all 10 are currently perched upon the sacred Fusang tree, unaware of the situation at hand. Thus, how to shoot down the suns was now Yu's responsibility. What? As you're also a mere mortal, we will provide as much assistance as possible, Dong Qinxiu offered, presenting Yu with a menu-like document. You may select 2 souls from this list to accompany you into the legend. At critical moments, you may summon them, but be mindful that each soul can only manifest for 5 minutes. Examining the lengthy list, Yu noted the instruction, please mark your selected souls. 5 minutes? He scoffed inwardly. What use is such a brief interval? Even if I choose Sun Wukong, he could hardly bring down 9 suns in that time. Wait, Sun Wukong? Yu was surprised to see the name of the legendary Monkey King on the list. Is he truly deceased? He blurted out. Not quite, Dong Qinxiu explained. When Sun Wukong attained Buddhahood, he relinquished 7 of his souls, and we have retained 1. Wonderful. I'll choose Sun Wukong. You thought? Recognizing that even within a mere 5 minutes, the Monkey King could likely bring down at least 1 sun. Even if the legend shifts from shooting down 9 suns to merely 1, it would still be a feasible task, wouldn't it? Very well, simply mark Sun Wukong. And have you decided on a second soul? You scrutinize the list, noting each name belonged to renowned figures, including legendary generals like Han Wu and Guan Yu. However, most were mere mortals, leading him to ponder the practical utility of these souls. without exceptional powers. Even a voyage into the tale of Yi shooting down the suns would be futile. I can only choose one more soul. Who shall it be? As he perused the dense array of names, one thought echoed in his mind. Choosing anyone seems impossible. I have a recommendation, Hisua said, approaching Yiyi and sitting beside him. A task that appears insurmountable surely has its breakthrough. To discover these breakthroughs, mere strength is insufficient. He pointed to a name, the strategist, Zhuge Liang. Sometimes one must employ their intellect, Hisua advised. You contemplated this name, pondering whether intellect would truly suffice in the endeavor to shoot down 9 suns. Even with Zhuge Liang's brilliance, could he devise a plan and execute it in 5 minutes? Please expedite your decision, Dong Qianxiu urged, displaying a weary expression. Oh, right away, Yiyi replied, resolving not to quibble over the matter any longer. Zhuge Liang it shall be, he concluded, marking his selection with a flourish. Excellent. Dong Qianxiu instructed a staff member, hurry and retrieve the souls, prepare for the transit. The remaining personnel should commence the soul transfer. The personnel of the Legend Management Bureau busied themselves, various instruments and screens illuminating with activity. Is this truly about to begin? Yiyi thought, clenching his teeth, having never encountered such absurdity before. Just hours ago, he had been riding a bus engrossed in his phone, and now he was on the brink of entering a legend. Bear in mind, if the legend is not completed within 7 days, the 10 suns will persist, leading to devastation not only in the past, but also in the present world, resulting in widespread suffering, Dong Qianxiu cautioned. After imparting this final warning, she fitted Yiyi with a peculiar headpiece. An intense sensation of tearing enveloped his head as he abruptly lost consciousness. Chapter 4. 10 days of burning heaven, Yiyi found himself enveloped in darkness, adrift and unaware of his surroundings. Yiyi, can you hear me? A voice resonated within his mind, unmistakably that of Dong Qianxiu. Indeed, it is I. I shall serve as your primary contact during this operation. Where am I? Yiyi inquired. You are currently undergoing a corporeal transmission and reconstitution in the void. You will descend under the guise of the traveler Pang Meng. To avoid disrupting the flow of history, refrain from disclosing your true name. Additionally, various versions of the legend have been included in your time-traveling package. Ensure you consult them upon awakening. Understanding dawned upon Yiyi. This was what one might call an immersive, all-encompassing script-killing experience. Before he could voice his thoughts, a flicker of light emerged from the inky blackness, growing ever larger until he realized he was hurtling towards it. A blinding flash engulfed him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself sprawled upon the scorching earth. Location, Dongshan Shenzhou. Era, the age of Emperor Yao. Character, Pang Meng has arrived. Wake up, brother. A hand was shaking him insistently. Yiyi struggled to rise, feeling dizzy from the sensation of weightlessness. Before him stood a man and a young boy. Excellent, you're awake. The man, resembling the figure of Ho-Yi from the screen, greeted him. Ho-Yi, Yiyi stammered. Ho-Yi. The man appeared puzzled, yet intrigued. I am not Ho-Yi. Are you searching for someone? For reasons unknown. Yiyi felt that Yi spoke with a peculiar slur, as if something were lodged in his mouth. Disoriented, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had collapsed at the entrance of a village, having evidently journeyed from afar. He gazed up to see 10 suns blazing in the sky. It was hot, yet not unbearably so. Regrettably, he had never learned in school how to calculate temperatures with multiple suns. If one sun could raise the temperature to 20 degrees Celsius, what would 2 suns yield? If one sun could elevate the universe's temperature from minus 273 degrees to 20 degrees, would 2 suns not approach 300 degrees? With 10 suns continuously radiating heat, it seemed as though the atmosphere was being scorched, threatening the immediate extinction of all life and causing the seas to boil perpetually. Yet, the climate felt akin to a summer day in the south, with temperatures hovering around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Unpleasant but not lethal. Is he daft? The young boy observed after staring at Yiyi for some time. Perhaps he has succumbed to the heat, Yiyi remarked. Brother, come to my home. I have some water for you. As Yiyi patted his side, he felt a coarse cloth pouch, inscribed with the words, time-traveling package. Honestly, judging by the quality of the bag, he doubted the contents would be of much worth. Are they attempting to deceive me? Do you cursed inwardly? Brother? He called again, but do you remain silent? This person really is daft, the boy continued, digging at his nose. You are the foolish one. Do you shot back, then pondered how the tale of Ho-E shooting down the suns could possibly include children. Be quiet. He admonished the boy before turning back to Do You. What is your name, brother? I am Do. Pang Meng. Do Pang Meng? No. I simply go by Pang Meng. He regarded Do You as if he were a simpleton. Indeed, I am Pang Meng. I have not forgotten my name. Please do not look at me in that manner. Do You felt a swirl of emotions as he gazed at the 10 suns overhead, hand resting on the tattered, time-traveling package, uncertain if it was too late for regret. In the Legend Management Bureau, a group gathered around screen. Director, are you certain he is truly unharmed? Dong Qianxiu expressed concern over Do Yu's performance. Regardless, our world presently has only one sun, does it not? Thus, this fellow is rather astute. We shall see. Having said this, Hisu glanced towards the door and quietly instructed, if you have arrived, do not linger outside. Come in and take a seat. At his words, the door creaked open and 3 figures entered. Upon closer inspection, the foremost 2 were the esteemed Judge Chui Ju and the ghostly figure of Bai Wuchang, Xiebian. The third, a man with an icy demeanor, clad in tailored black attire and wielding a soul-binding chain, wore a tall black officer's hat inscribed with the 4 characters Tian Xia Taiping. His presence caused the temperature of the room to plummet. Upon seeing the trio, Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua immediately knelt in greeting, while the other staff members of the Bureau remained oblivious, engrossed in their tasks. Has even Bai Yi come? Bai Yi, the Black Wuchang, nodded in silence. Old He, if he had not shot down the 9 suns, our workload would have been tremendous, Xiebian lamented, glancing at the screen. What is the current situation? Hisu exchanged a glance with Dong Qianxiu, who nodded and began reviewing the files to brief the newcomers. As predicted by the esteemed judge, this Do You can indeed return to the legend as an operator. The challenge lies in the fact that his initial assignment is classified as Super A level, which is tantamount to suicide for an ordinary mortal. Moreover, judging by his current performance, he appears rather reckless and clumsy, making it difficult for him to fulfill his task. Chui Ju chuckled, is that so? Will he perish in the tale of Ho-E shooting down the suns? One could say there is a significant probability of failure. He will not fail. Chui Ju interrupted Dong Qianxiu. Though I am uncertain how he, as a mere mortal, will manage to shoot down the suns, he did not perish here. I encountered him during the 19th year of Jingguan. Hisu smiled knowingly. One must have caused to produce effect, esteemed judge. Should this fellow die here, you would forget your memories of the 19th year of Jingguan. Is that so? Chui Ju suddenly appeared despondent, yet after a brief moment, he regained his composure. Those memories are inconsequential. If he survives and returns, promise me that I shall meet him. With that, Chui Ju swept out of the room in a flourish. Director, what of the esteemed judge? Dong Qianxiu mused, observing Chui Ju's retreating figure. Indeed, despite being a celestial being, he remains tethered by his desires. Hisu turned to the 2 specters, inquiring, so, do you 2 have anything to convey? Nothing to report, the Black Wuchang replied. Merely checking to see if you require assistance. Bai Wuchang pointed at the Black Wuchang, addressing Hisu. Old He, this one is merely stubborn. Upon hearing of an operator, he rushed here without even changing his clothes. The Black Wuchang snorted disdainfully. Are you not the same? Enough. Guests are welcome. Make yourselves comfortable. I shall not stand on ceremony, Hisu declared. Do You sat within the dilapidated hut, staring at the wooden bowl in his hands. Rather than water, it resembled the remnants of a bowl that had not been thoroughly emptied after washing. Brother, do take a sip. We do not have much water left, he urged, eyeing Do You, concerned he might find it insufficient. Do You found himself unable to refuse. He picked up the wooden bowl and drank the little water inside in one gulp. His first thought was that this water was simply exquisite. In fact, it was not just the water. He felt that the very air of this world was remarkably fragrant. What would be the reason for this? Brother Fongmeng, do you feel any better? I'm much better, Brother Dei. That's truly wonderful. Though Dei's speech remained somewhat unclear, it was evident that he was a good person. Brother Fongmeng, you're not from this village. Are you here to find someone? After pondering for a moment, Yiyi nodded. Yes, I am here to find someone. Oh, then please wait a moment. I don't know many people, so I shall ask my wife. After saying this, Yiyi turned towards the house and called out, Wife, come out and meet someone. Curiously, Yiyi looked into the house, wishing he had read the script beforehand. It turned out that Yiyi had a wife. In a blink, a delicate fragrance wafted in, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, as an extraordinarily beautiful woman lifted the curtain and walked in from the back room. I am Yiyi. Pleased to meet you, brother. The woman bowed gracefully, and Yiyi was momentarily spellbound. In this era devoid of skincare and cosmetics, was it truly possible for such beauty to exist? Her complexion was fair and flawless, with two delicate brows arching above almond-shaped eyes that appeared slightly sleepy. Her lustrous black hair cascaded neatly, embodying a beauty that simply captivated the heart. What is it that your husband calls for? Yiyi smiled and said, Wife, this brother Fongming has traveled from afar to find someone. I don't know many people, so I asked you to assist. Ah, I see. If you're looking for someone, please speak, for I know everyone in this village. Finally regaining his composure, Yiyi shifted his gaze from Yiyi's face, and, after a moment of calm, slowly replied, I am looking for someone who can shoot down the sun. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yiyi and his wife exchanged glances, their expressions clearly changing. Yiyi quickly rose, hurried to the door, and shut it firmly before returning to Yiyi with a respectful demeanor. Brother Fongming, such astounding words. Are you perhaps an immortal? Yiyi shook his head. No, I am merely a mortal. After saying this, he felt perplexed. Why was their first reaction to the notion of shooting down the sun a belief that he was an immortal? Shouldn't a normal person's first thought be that he must be foolish? Hearing Yiyi's statement, Yiyi shook his head and sighed. Alas, brother, you must be jesting. We are both mortals. How could we discuss such matters as shooting down the sun? Yiyi regarded the couple, contemplated for a moment, and said, Though I am not an immortal, I do possess certain abilities. Moreover, the person I seek is named Yiyi, who can shoot down 9 suns. Yiyi's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at Yiyi. Brother Fongming, do not jest. There are 10 suns in the sky. How could I possibly shoot them down? With what would I do so? The phrase with a bow, an arrow lodged in Yiyi's throat, stubbornly refusing to emerge. Indeed, there were 10 suns before them. While it was natural in legendary tales for Yiyi to have shot down 9 suns, articulating such a thought in the face of the stark reality of 10 suns proved insurmountable. Alas, Yiyi sighed, unsure of how to proceed. Brother Fongming, you must be weary from your travels. If you do not mind, please rest here for the night. This was undoubtedly the worst of beginnings. And Yiyi realized that Yiyi still regarded him as a fool. But what could he do? Yiyi could not leave Yiyi. Time was not on his side. If he could stay for just one night, that would be splendid. With a bold face, he replied, Yes, I would be grateful. Do not mention it. Yiyi patted Yiyi on the shoulder and led him to a side room. You shall rest here tonight. As he spoke, Yiyi tidied up, though the room was already quite clean, suggesting the lady of the house was exceptionally diligent. By the way, Yiyi turned to Yiyi and inquired, Is there anyone in this village named Yiyi aside from Yiyi? Yiyi suspected he might have jumped to conclusions. Having seen the man on the screen did not necessarily mean he was the protagonist. Perhaps the true hero was someone else. Yiyi bowed slightly and replied, I am but a simple woman. I do not know of any man named Yiyi in the nearby villages. I see. Then, that is understood. Alone in the side room, Yiyi was uncertain whether it was day or night. Lowering his head, he felt a small, tattered bag at his waist. Ah, the interdimensional gift bag. He scoffed and opened the so-called gift bag. Inside were 2 jars, each labeled with handwritten notes indicating Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha, and Zhuge Kong Ming, the sleeping dragon. How absurd that such ordinary glass jars were used. What was even more outrageous was the notice on the bottom of the jars. Please consume before the expiration date. Yiyi tossed the jars aside and discovered a stack of papers. This stack contained numerous versions of the tale of Yiyi shooting the sun. Just as he was about to delve into them, he noticed there was more within the tattered bag. What is this? A stack of extremely worn yellow paper, adorned with red cinnabar patterns. These are talismans. A voice suddenly echoed in his ear, startling Yiyi. I said, Sister Chinchio, could you not be so frightening? My duty is to watch over you and answer your questions. but I haven't even begun to ask. Du shook his head and inquired, are these talismans the kind often mentioned in cultivation novels? Somewhat, Qianqiu replied. However, you possess no magical power. These talismans are the most basic and can only serve auxiliary purposes. Du flipped through each talisman, revealing that the reverse side printed the functions and usage instructions. 2 were teleportation talismans, 1 was a listening talisman, 1 was a loud voice talisman, and 1 was a rejuvenation talisman. Surprisingly, the most powerful of these 5 talismans was the teleportation one, while the others were almost unworthy of mention, including one that merely amplified speaking volume. This was entirely unlike what cultivation novels described. Were the ice spikes, the fireballs, the thunderous roars? Du found himself at a loss, as the difficulty of this task felt insurmountable. Grasping his hair in frustration, he gazed at these lackluster tools, feeling increasingly irate. Curse it! Du hurled the 5 talismans against the wall, yet only 4 fell, with one sticking firmly to the surface. The listening talisman? Du noticed the talisman faintly glowing, and soon a low murmur reached his ears. Do you think that Brother Fongming might know something? Surely not. Dear husband, you have hidden it well for so many years. Let him find a way to shoot the sun. We cannot intervene. Ah, true enough. Let us hope no trouble arises. Chapter 5. I am an immortal. Du widened his eyes, realizing that the couple was concealing something. But what could it be? He listened intently, only to discover that their conversation had ceased. Moments later, the listening talisman on the wall turned to ashes as its time expired. Though he had gleaned a hint of information, he felt that the threads of this matter remained disconnected. Thus, he began to formulate bold hypotheses. What secrets was Yi hiding? Could it be that he was already half immortal, yet had chosen to keep it concealed? However, that seemed implausible. According to Hung, they were utterly powerless regarding the matter of shooting down the sun. If Yi possessed divine power, would not the legend unfold effortlessly? If that were the case, could the hidden truth relate to the sun-shooting incident? After a moment of contemplation, Du spoke up. Sister Qianqiu, I am here. Have you been watching the screen all along? Are you able to see Yi's past? Yi's past? Dong Qianqiu replied. Are you asking me to investigate what he has concealed? Precisely. Unfortunately, the Legend Management Bureau's screen only has 2 modes of display. The first shows only the beginning and end of the legend. Events from Yi's past do not fall within the legend's purview. The second only displays the operator's image, which is what we see now. Very well. Du sighed, realizing he would have to rely on himself. He retrieved the script and began to peruse the various versions of the tale of Yi shooting the sun. What he discovered was astonishing. As it turned out, Yi was. After reading for a while, Du grasped the essence. If one were to extract the most complete and near-perfect version, it would be as follows. One day, 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The 10 suns scorched the flowers and crops, and simultaneously gave rise to 6 monstrous beings: Yiyi, Zhao, Qi, Jiu Ying, Defeng, Feng Shi, and Xiu Shi. The people suffered greatly, lamenting their plight. At that moment, a hero named Yi emerged, slaying 6 monsters and shooting down 9 suns, rescuing the people from their dire circumstances. The Queen Mother of the West rejoiced and bestowed upon Yi the elixir of immortality, which would enable him to ascend to immortality upon consumption. However, Yi's wife, Yi, unable to endure their impoverished life, stealthily took the elixir and consumed it, successfully ascending. The Heavenly Emperor named this unparalleled beauty Chong Yi and granted her the Guanghan Palace. Well done, Legend Management Bureau, Du remarked. You have tasked me with the shooting the 9 suns, yet it appears I must also present you with the tale of Chong Yi flying to the moon. You are overthinking it. Dong Qianqiu interjected. As long as he shoots down the suns, it will inevitably lead to Chong Yi's ascent. I have witnessed this legend countless times, without exception. Therefore, you need not dwell too much on a matter of Chong Yi. Is that so? Du murmured, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. There is nothing strange about it, Dong Qianqiu replied calmly. You need only focus on Yi shooting the suns. Disregarding Dong Qianqiu, Du fell into silent contemplation. He then got out of bed and walked to the adjacent room, gently knocking on the door. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Yi. Brother Fong Ming. What is it? I wish to inquire further. Come in then, Yi invited. You stepped inside, where Hung Yi was mending the Yi's clothing. Have you heard of the six monsters? Yiyi, Zhao Qi, Jiao Ying, De Feng Shi, and Xiuxi? The two exchanged glances. And do you sense that their eyes held a depth of meaning? Brother Fong Ming, who exactly are you? Yi asked cautiously. I. Do you realize that Yi was now suspicious of him? And rightly so. After a moment's contemplation, Yi finally spoke. In truth, I have deceived you. I am no mere mortal, but an immortal. As soon as the words left his lips, astonished glances were exchanged between the two. What nonsense are you spouting? Dong Qinxiu interjected in Du Yu's mind. If you are exposed, Yi will never trust you again. Ignoring her, Du stepped forward and said, Do you not believe me? Very well, let us conduct an experiment. He gestured toward Hung Yi, who was sewing behind Yi, and said, You may randomly stitch a few words onto the fabric, and I shall discern what you have inscribed. Yi turned to look at Hung Yi, and it was evident that both were filled with skepticism. Brother Fong Ming, no need for further words, just stitch. Du insisted firmly. Hung Yi nodded reluctantly, pondering for a moment before deftly stitching a few small words into the garment. However, Yi obstructed her view, preventing Du from seeing anything. What on earth are you doing? Dong Qinxiu said irritably. Brother Fong Ming, I have finished stitching. Take a guess, Hung Yi said, holding the fabric behind her. Du stood silently, his eyes gently closed, saying nothing. Brother Fong Ming? Yi called out. Do not rush, Du replied. I require an incantation. He stepped back silently and said, Oh, then please proceed, Brother Fong Ming. No longer held back. He clapped his hands and shouted, then began to dance about energetically. Xia Bayan watched with rapt attention from the screen. Ha ha ha, this lad is quite amusing. Dong Qinxiu shot him a glare and said, Seventh Master, be serious. What if Du fails? We may all cease to exist. Is that so? I find him quite intriguing, Xia Bayan replied confidently, arms crossed. Black Wu Chang, Fan Wu Jiao, merely snorted in silence. Du flailed about for a considerable time, his movements exceedingly uncoordinated, revealing no hint of dance talent. Brother Fong Ming, do you not have an incantation? Do not interrupt. Du bellowed, for this was a crucial moment. He spun around 3 times, took a deep breath, and shouted the incantation. Qinxiu assist me. Qinxiu assist me. Qinxiu assist me. Quick, quick, quick. Help me take a look. Urgent as a command. Silence ensued. Not only was there silence in the room, but the entire Legend Management Bureau seemed frozen. What is this? Hung Yi and Yi exchanged bewildered glances, their toes digging into the ground. Ha 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 ha. Xia Bayan laughed heartily. See, I told you this lad is amusing. Dong Qinxiu sighed. If you truly require my assistance, you could have consulted me beforehand. Such sudden attacks. What if I had not reacted in time? Undeterred, spun around once more and shouted. Ha! He then chanted. Then let us all perish together, perish together, perish together. Dong Qinxiu gritted her teeth, while Xia Bayan behind her nearly burst into laughter. Alas! Dong Qinxiu sighed softly, then turned the screen to observe carefully. Hung Yi has stitched the words, the moon rises brightly. I see. Inhaled deeply, pressing his hands down as if concluding his performance. He gazed at the two and slowly declared, if I am not mistaken, Miss Hung Yi has stitched, the moon rises brightly. Hung Yi looked incredulous as she retrieved Yi's garment from behind her. Yi hurried to inspect it, and indeed, the collar bore the inscription, the moon rises brightly. The moon rises brightly when it appears, and it seems that Miss Hung Yi has a fondness for the moon. Said, feigning profundity. Brother Pang Ming, are you truly aware of this? Yi exclaimed in astonishment. You are indeed an immortal, albeit your method of power manifestation is rather peculiar. Let us not dwell on my method. Interjected. Can you now enlighten me regarding those 6 demonic beasts? The two exchanged glances, and Hung Yi began to narrate. Brother Pang Ming, are you here to eradicate the demonic beasts? That is somewhat accurate. The extermination of demonic beasts is but a side endeavor. I have a primary vocation as well. He shook his head. Brother Pang Ming is truly an immortal. Your words are difficult to comprehend. In truth, there are not 6 demonic beasts, but merely 4. The Yiyi was originally a divine beast, nurtured by the late emperor. After the emperor's demise, the Yiyi returned to the weak water. Yet the scorching sun cannot be withstood by the vastness of weak water. With no sanctuary, the Yiyi roams the world. However, its human head and beastly body render it an ill omen, leading to its eventual transformation into a demonic beast. Countless warriors sought to vanquish it, only to incite its wrath. The Xiao, being a creature of the water, now finds itself in a similar plight, wandering aimlessly. Do you ponder briefly? How do you know this? The Yi sighed and interjected, Brother Pang Meng, to be honest, although I am but a mortal, my heart remains attuned to the world. Upon the emergence of the 6 demonic beasts, I immediately set out to investigate and have successfully eliminated 3 of them. You eliminated 3? You exclaimed in disbelief. How could you, a mere mortal, possibly vanquish 3 demonic beasts? Though I am mortal, I grew up on the mountains and excel in archery. The Zwichi and the Feng Tun are merely wild beasts to me, posing no threat. In the mulberry forest, I felled the Feng Tun. In the Chohua Plains, I dispatched the Zwichi. As for the Feng, I was aided by a friend in slaying it. A friend. The breadth of this information momentarily overwhelmed you. You have a friend of formidable power. And what are the remaining demonic beasts? The EU has promised me that it will not reveal itself to the world for the time being. And the Xiao, she has changed its name and hidden away. Now, only the Jiao remains. Excellent. Let's proceed to eliminate the Jiao. You suddenly felt that they were but a step away from completing their mission. Do not speak foolishness, Brother Pang Meng. He interrupted. The Jiao was born at the dawn of creation, a true ferocious beast, possessing a bovine body, a dragon tail and 9 heads. It can breathe fire and spout water. A mortal stands no chance against it. Do you immediately recognize the formidable nature of this creature? But you mentioned you have a friend? My friend? He raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly recalling something, then turned to you and asked earnestly, Brother Pang Meng, my friend has said that if anyone seeks him, I am to ask a question on his behalf. If the person can answer it, he will take them to find him. You contemplated this mysterious figure, wondering if he were indeed a true immortal? What is the question? He gazed intently into Yu's eyes and said solemnly, to quell the chaos. To quell the chaos? What is this? A code? He looked at Yu with anticipation, yet Yu's mind was blank. Sister Qinxiu, have you heard this phrase? Is there a second part? Yu whispered to Dong Qinxiu, but she remained silent. The Bureau of Legends. Dong Qinxiu stared at the screen. Her mouth agape. The black and white impermanence slowly stood up. The black impermanence, Fan Wujiao, murmured to quell the chaos. One must conquer victory. Heh. The white impermanence, Siep Bianan, chuckled wryly. Old He, you have deceived us. Hisuai approached slowly, smiling as he asked, How have I deceived you? Fan Wujiao pointed at the screen and said, Your prized disciple. Conquer victory. How did you report on him? You told us he had transcended beyond the realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. We could not locate his soul, thus we recorded as you instructed. Yet he remains in the legends. Is that so? Little Jean remains in the legends. Old He stroked his beard and inquired. Then may I trouble the 2 of you to clarify, in the context of legends, does that fall within the realm or outside the 5 elements? The black impermanence gritted his teeth and stood up, causing the entire Bureau of Legends to tremble slightly. So you are intentionally deceiving us? If Zhan Qixing is within the legends, how could you accomplish his mission? You have known all along, haven't you? Old 8, sit down. Xie Bianan rarely put away his smile and said sternly to Fan Wujiao, Do not forget that our current standing is partly due to Old He's efforts. The black impermanence slowly sat down, regaining his composure, and said to Hisui, Apologies, Old He, it is just, whenever that man's name is mentioned. The mere mention of Zhan Qixing ignited an unquenchable hatred in the black impermanence's eyes, as if they were sworn enemies. Fear not, Wu Jiao, Hisui chuckled. Who says little Zhan will necessarily thwart the mission? Did he not also act to slay the ferocious beast? The black impermanence fell silent. Dong Qianxiu turned back and asked, Director, what shall we do? Should we send you to find Zhan Qixing? Not yet. They must not meet at this time, Hisui replied. Just concoct a code for do you. After listening for a while, do you quietly confirmed with Dong Chinchio? Is this true? Sister Chinchio? Is this code reliable? Rest assured, just say it as instructed, she assured him. With newfound confidence, do you lifted his head to glance at the E, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, your friend is quite playful. Though this code may be unknown to mortals, I am an immortal. To an immortal, this code is as simple as a blink. Listen closely. The E watched you with eager anticipation. Du's lips curled into a proud smile as he declared, to quell the chaos, one must have a hearty meal. He had not been using his toes to grip the ground for the first time. Why is this person so confidently fabricating nonsense? How is that? Not quite right. Do you notice the Yi's expression was rather peculiar and tentatively inquired. Brother Pang Meng. He rubbed his temples and said, is indeed somewhat different. Hey, Dong Chinchio, what is going on here? Do you inwardly cursed, frustrated, and could only patiently explain to as fellow immortals, I suppose my friend and yours may not belong to the same order, and different orders have different codes. Chapter 6. To conquer victory in light of this. I cannot allow you to seek out my friend. He said, somewhat troubled. It is our pact. Never mind. Do you replied helplessly. Without him, we shall still find a way. Pang Meng, do you have any good ideas? He inquired. Of course. Leaning against the wall, Du gazed contemplatively at the ground. After a moment of reflection, he asked, have you ever heard of the Buddha of battle, Sun Wukong? Sun what Wukong? He asked, bewildered. Who is that? Du felt a bit dazed. Sun Wukong, don't you know? Immediately regretting his words, he wondered where he was. Was this not an era where everyone was familiar with Sun Wukong? This was the ancient times. Sigh. Du lamented. Well, let us forget about Sun Wukong. Take me to find Jiaoying, and I shall slay it. This, after spending the day together, he still found it difficult to comprehend Du's strength. He looked up at the sun-filled sky and said to Du, very well, in that case, I shall lead you tomorrow. Jiaoying resides in the fierce waters of the North D of Aolai Kingdom, not far from here, merely a full day's journey. Du also glanced out the window. Departing tomorrow, it seemed as though the sun would never set. How could one distinguish today from tomorrow? The sun, set? Du scrutinized the sun closely. Why are there only 9 left? He initially thought it was the blinding light that played tricks on his eyes. But upon careful counting, there were indeed 9. Du asked, somewhat puzzled. How many suns were originally in the sky? Pang Meng, are you confused? There's always been but one sun in the sky. No, that's not it. Du, feeling anxious, pointed to the sky. How many suns are there now? There should be 10. He still did not quite understand. But why are there only 9 now? Du felt as though he had grasped a clue, though it was tenuous and would snap with the slightest pressure. If there are only 9 suns left, then shooting down 9 suns could not possibly hold. What difference does it make, 10 or 9? The suns in the sky fluctuate between 10 and 9. He remarked nonchalantly, for us, is it not the same? Du lowered his head, pondering intently. These suns, sometimes 10, sometimes 9? Could it be? One sun rises and sets as usual, while the others do not. But that defies all logic. Wait, since we are already entrenched in the tale of shooting down the suns, does science still hold significance? No, it is important. The sun rises and sets. That is correct, but why do the other suns remain? Do they merely hover in the sky? Even when night falls, do they still illuminate the entire earth? Why is unable to shoot down the last sun? For the first time, Du attempted to employ logic to elucidate the legend. If this reasoning holds true, then the 9 in the sky cannot be suns. But what, then, are these enormous fireballs resembling suns? Even if they are not suns, can a mere mortal bring them down? Pang Meng, are you all right? I am fine. I just feel there are some things I cannot comprehend. I must return to rest. We agreed to set off tomorrow. After saying this, Du retreated to his room. Outside, a small boy hid in the shadows. After observing Du leave, he slowly entered the room. Yiqiong? He chuckled upon seeing the boy. What brings you here? Brother E, I sense that this Pang Meng is not a good person. Yiqiong murmured, keeping his head down. How could that be? He pulled the boy closer. There are still many good people in this world. And although he may appear frivolous, his heart is set on the world. consumed with thoughts of shooting the sun and battling demonic beasts. Yu Qiong remained somewhat dissatisfied, but the ES words had begun to sway him. Yu Qiong, starting tomorrow, I shall accompany him to slay Jiuing. Will you help me care for Sister Hung Yi at home? Slay Jiuing? Yu Qiong exclaimed. Then you must take Xiao Ba along. Xiao Ba. He shook his head. No, since I have renamed Xiao Ba, I no longer wish for it to face such dangers. I only hope for its safety. But can that person defeat Jiuing? To be honest, I do not know. The east side, even if Pang Meng does not go, I will eventually have to. Yu Qiong stood there, feeling aggrieved and at a loss for words. Hung Yi slowly emerged from the back room. Are you leaving? Yes. I am going with Pang Meng to slay Jiuing. Is it possible? Not to go? Do not worry, my dear. I shall return safely. Hung Yi bit her lip, murmuring softly, You promised to grow old with me. That Jiuing is no trivial foe. Since Pang Meng is a celestial being, he likely does not need your mortal assistance. Does he? Rising to his feet, he gently embraced Hung Yi, saying, Do not fret, my dear. Have you forgotten? Brother Jean assured me that we would grow old together. Indeed, Brother Jean has foreseen all that is to come. Yu Qiong felt somewhat superfluous, gradually retreating to the door. Yu Qiong, he called out, I entrust Sister Hung Yi to you. No, Hung Yi interrupted. Yu Qiong must accompany you. He can control Xiao Ba, ensuring your safety. My dear, Yi replied, It is sweltering. You must manage the household. I truly cannot bear it. Let Yu Qiong assist you. Do not worry about me. Have you forgotten? If danger arises, I still have that. Upon hearing this, Hung Yi felt a bit more reassured. In the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qianqiu observed 2 screens, each displaying Du Yu and Der Yi. She meticulously recorded the ES words, uncertain of the secrets he concealed. Du Yu. Dong Qianqiu addressed the reclining Du Yu. It seems things are shifting. I must discuss something with you. Speak, Sister Qianqiu, I am listening. Dong Qianqiu organized the materials in her hands and said to Du Yu, Previously, we mentioned that you were the second person in 900 years to enter the legend. Indeed, I remember. And the first person was named Zhan Qixing. Zhan Qixing? Yes, 900 years ago. He entered the legend and never returned. Did he encounter danger? No. To be precise, he betrayed the Legend Management Bureau. Dong Qianqiu spoke this with a cold tone, as if recounting a tale of an unrelated individual. Betray. Why? I shall not elaborate on the reasons now. But I must caution you that Zhan Qixing is likely involved in the tale of Ho Yi shooting down the suns. He is with me now? Yes. And he has severed his ties with the Legend Management Bureau. We cannot view his image, but I just overheard a conversation between the Yi and Hung Yi. He mentioned a brother Jean, who is very likely Zhan Qixing. Dong Qianqiu adjusted her glasses and continued. To quell the chaos, one must conquer victory. This is the code he left behind. Thus, it was Zhan Qixing who assisted Yi in slaying the beast, Defeng. Dong Qianqiu's expression was grave. I suspected he had been involved in this legend from the very beginning, yet we could not ascertain his true intentions. Du Yu pondered momentarily, realizing the clues at hand were rather chaotic. He sat up, retrieved a stack of scripts, flipped to the back, and picked up a charred twig from the ground, meticulously jotting down all current suspicions. Firstly, that he was merely a mortal. Dong Qianqiu had claimed to have witnessed this legend countless times. But what could have caused the discrepancies into Yi's lineage? Secondly, among the 10 sons, one must set, indicating that one is the genuine son. What then? Are the other 9? Thirdly, that Yi and Hung Yi were concealing something. The exact nature of this concealment remained unknown, yet there lingered an intuition that Yi was not as simple a mortal as he appeared. Fourthly, Hung Yi's inclination towards wealth was perplexing. Had Du Yu not encountered Hung Yi, he might have chosen to believe this tale. However, he had seen the sparkle in her eyes when she looked at Yi, a sparkle that spoke volumes. Moreover, as Du Yu examined the long-neglected side room, impeccably clean as if it had been tended to with care, it did not seem the work of a woman enamored by riches. Hung Yi was virtuous, well-educated, and deeply loved Yi. Fifthly, Yi's friend, Zhan Qixing. This Zhan Qixing was likely the little Zhan mentioned by the director. Du Yu was uncertain of his stance or intentions and merely hoped he would not disrupt matters at a critical juncture. Observing the clues Du Yu had compiled on the screen, Dong Chinchio's attitude towards him softened slightly. Although he appeared rather carefree, there was a depth to his thoughts, perhaps indicating a glimmer of hope for the completion of their mission. Yiyi carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. Sister Chinchio, traversing into a legend is truly an extraordinary feat, is it? Dong Chinchio responded nonchalantly. Indeed, many things are difficult to fathom. For instance, the archer Yiyi, whom people speak of as a hero, turns out to be so approachable. Certainly, Dong Chinchio agreed. It is possible that his mortality renders him devoid of any pride. Yiyi chuckled bitterly. And who would have thought that this great hero speaks with a slight lisp? A lisp? Dong Chinchio furrowed his brow. In previous versions, he was not described as such. Yiyi was puzzled. Is this speech impediment unique to this rendition of the legend? To err on the side of caution, Yiyi pulled out the paper from his pocket and added a sixth point. Sixthly, Yiyi's first instance of speech impediment. He sensed the need for a key to weave all these clues together. Although the day was still bright, fatigue began to envelop him as he contemplated the disarray of clues, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. At the Legend Administration Bureau, upon reaching a temporary conclusion in the tale, Xie Bian assigned Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua to return for rest. Yet he and Fan Wujiu were resolute in their refusal to depart. Dong Chinchio had no choice but to let them remain seated, as no one else in the bureau suggested taking a break. Time passed unnoticed until there was a knock at the door. Yiyi groggily stood up, discovering the heat outside was even more oppressive than the day before. Raising his head to glance out the window, he beheld the sky occupied by 10 suns. Brother Fongming, Yiyi called, knocking again. Yiyi opened the door to find Yiyi, drenched in sweat. Are we ready to depart? Not yet. We must wait a little longer. Could you assist me with something? Following Yiyi outside, Yiyi noticed a mat laid at the entrance, upon which lay an elderly man who appeared to be on the brink of death. Could you help me bury him? The two spoke little, as Yiyi silently followed Yiyi, dragging the mat behind him. They arrived at a clearing, where Yiyi began to dig with a hoe. This scene mirrored what Yiyi had witnessed on screen prior to his journey. At that time, he had wondered why Yiyi would toil under such sweltering heat, only to realize he was digging a grave for a corpse. The good news was that only Uncle Tan had passed away today. The bad news was that his entire family of 7 had perished. As Yiyi dug, he spoke softly. In this village, a significant number have perished from thirst and hunger. Brother Fongming, you should know that I cannot shoot down the suns, so I can only do what I can to alleviate the suffering of the people. For the first time, Yiyi felt the weight of sorrow upon Yiyi. But truly, these people need not have died. Yiyi dug more vigorously, as if attempting to escape from something. They could have all survived. They died because of me. Yiyi stepped forward and gently placed a hand onto Yi's shoulder. What are you saying? These people perished because of the 10 suns. What does that have to do with you? Yiyi seemed not to hear Yi's words, his tears falling as he continued to dig. Brother Fongming, if given a choice, would you choose to save the world or to grow old with the one you love? Yiyi shook his head and replied, I have no one I love, so I cannot say. Is that so? Yiyi turned to look at Yiyi. There is something I have long wished to share. You need not seek out the one who can shoot down the suns, named Yiyi. That person no longer exists. At that moment, a thread of understanding began to weave through Yiyi's mind, connecting all the clues. His eyes widened in realization. You knew all along that one day 10 suns would appear in the sky, did you not? Indeed, he set down the hoe, turned, and gently laid Uncle Tan's body into the pit. Once, someone offered me a choice, yet I chose to grow old with Yiyi. Someone had given Yiyi a choice? Who in this world could foresee the emergence of 10 suns? Yiyi gradually pieced together the puzzle. The individual named Zhang Qixing had appeared during Yi's childhood. His presence had likely prevented Yiyi from becoming a demigod. Now that a breakthrough had been achieved, everything else would fall into place. Was the one who offered you a choice Zhang Qixing? Yiyi inquired. You. Yiyi slowly turned to face Yiyi. Do you know Brother Zhang? I do, though not well, Yiyi replied. We occasionally share a drink, but when it comes to borrowing money at critical times, it can be quite difficult. Regardless of my relationship with him, I ask you this. Do you wish to shoot down the suns? Chapter 7. The Hidden Past. Do you wish to shoot down the sun? Yiyi fell silent. Yiyi had initially expected Yiyi to respond affirmatively, yet it appeared that he harbored reservations. If I were to shoot down the sun, then Hung Yi would depart from me, wouldn't she? Du found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although everyone extolled the heroic tale of Yi shooting the sun, had anyone ever inquired whether Yi truly desired to bring down those 9 suns? Brother Fongming, let us embark on our journey. We shall converse along the way. With a heavy heart, Du nodded in agreement. The two of them laid Uncle Tan to rest and bid farewell to Hung Yi. The Yi carried a bow and arrows, while Du brought along a time-traveling gift pack. Together, they ventured into the scorching sunlight. Unbeknownst to them, as they reached the village's edge, a young boy obstructed their path. Yuqiong? The boy glared at Du and demanded, "Who are you? Why do you insist on taking Yiyi to battle the Nining?" Du had never contemplated answering this question and could only concoct a casual response. Yiyi is remarkably skilled with the bow. I'm here to learn from him. Learning archery? Being just a child, Yuqiong suddenly perceived that Du might not be so bad after all. So, you are Yiyi's disciple? Yuqiong inquired further. Indeed, a disciple, Du affirmed with a nod. Brother Fongming, this may not be appropriate. He murmured softly. How could I presume to be a teacher to an immortal? Not to worry. Du waved his hand dismissively. Once my identity is established, it will facilitate our actions. Yuqiong lowered his head, a bit perplexed. All right, Yuqiong, you can rest easy now. He ruffled Yuqiong's hair. Remember to look after Sister Hung Yi for me. Watching the two depart, Yuqiong did not return to the village. Instead, he sprinted towards a massive locust tree, which stood alone, its leaves fallen due to the sweltering weather. Xiaoba! Xiaoba! Yuqiong shouted several times. The ground around the locust tree began to tremble, as if something colossal stirred beneath. Moments later, a massive serpent, entirely black with a yellow underbelly and stretching several dozen feet long, emerged from the earth. As the serpent rose, it seemed to eclipse the sky itself. It lowered its head to regard Yuqiong and asked, "Master, did you call for me?" The booming voice was deafening, yet Yuqiong appeared unafraid. He approached the serpent and gently laid himself against its body, his small frame resembling but a single scale on the great beast. Xiao Ba, I hope you can assist me with a task that may prove perilous. Master, my life is one you and salvaged. You may reclaim it whenever you wish. No. Xiao Ba, Yuqiong cried, shaking his head. I wish for you to live well, and I hope Yiyi can do the same, but Yiyi may face danger. Let us return to our previous discussion, Du suggested as they walked. He nodded and pondered for a moment before responding, Brother Fongming. There are many matters I have only shared with my wife and Zhanggu. Yet for some reason, I feel an inexplicable kinship with you. Perhaps it is because you and Zhanggu share an uncanny understanding of all that is yet to unfold. Du mused that such knowledge was essential. After all, he still carried the numerous scripts with him. I shall reveal to you the secret I have long concealed. If, after hearing it, you believe I can still shoot down the sun, I am willing to attempt it. 11 years ago, at the tender age of 10, he accompanied his parents into the mountains for a hunt, waiting beneath a tree. When dusk descended, his parents returned to collect him, but to their dismay, the cicadas in the tree erupted into a frenzied chorus, their cacophony echoing throughout the valley, preventing his parents from approaching. Believing the child to be a harbinger of misfortune, they abandoned Yi to the depths of the mountains. Alone in the wilderness, young Yi learned to survive, crafting a bow from branches and vines. Whether it was innate talent or divine providence, he managed to endure amidst the venomous creatures and demons of the mountains. After approximately 6 months, he encountered another person for the first time. On a slope, he discovered a girl, roughly his age, who had been bitten by a venomous insect and lay unconscious. Clad in fine garments and possessing remarkable beauty, she was clearly not of ordinary lineage. Through diligent care and the use of various herbs over the course of 7 days, he revived her. Yet, she steadfastly refused to disclose her past, insisting instead on repaying Yi with her life. Aware of his humble origins, he felt unworthy of such a celestial being. Regardless of his protests, the girl refused to leave, and thus he reluctantly took her in, and they began to live together. Another 6 months passed before he encountered a second individual in the mountains. How to describe this person? Dressed in a black, patterned robe with a deep purple sash, with ink-black hair styled in an elaborate topknot. He was tall and elegant, possessing inscrutable eyes. As he would later say, he was the kind of person one could identify as no ordinary mortal at first glance. "Young brother, are you Yiyi?" the man inquired, his voice commanding yet devoid of anger. For the first time in over a decade, he found himself in the presence of an immortal and was momentarily rendered speechless. "There is no need to fear. I am here to assist you." "Assist me? In hunting?" "Ha ha ha." The man laughed heartily. "No. My purpose is of far greater significance than mere hunting. What I am about to share with you is immensely important. You must listen carefully and refrain from speaking of it to outsiders." "Ah, very well. At this moment tomorrow, you shall encounter an elder in the mountains. Do your utmost to assist him. As a reward, he will bestow upon you a treasure of the immortals." He marveled at the prospect of receiving such a boon simply for aiding an elder. "However, I must present you with a choice," the man continued. "The elder will offer you a 9-turn yuan shun pill or a magical artifact. You may select only one. Your choice will significantly influence your destiny. Should you choose the 9-turn yuan shun pill, you will undergo a transformation, gradually becoming a semi-immortal. In your 21st year, a great calamity will befall the world, and you must utilize your semi-immortal strength to avert disaster and save countless lives. However, once you embark on this path of immortality, you will inevitably grow distant from your wife, ultimately losing the one you cherish most and leading a life of solitude." He paused, momentarily stunned, as he envisioned the future the man described. Vivid memories of himself as a semi-mortal surfaced, a time when he required neither food nor sleep, and his daily existence became increasingly estranged from his wife, leading them to drift apart like strangers. The woman in his memories was none other than Yiyi, with whom his bond had recently deepened. Why do these memories feel so tangible, as though I have truly experienced them? He pondered. The man continued, "If you choose the magical artifact, you will remain an ordinary mortal throughout your life. The artifact may only save you in times of dire peril, ensuring your safety. You will not be destined to save the world, but you will be able to grow old alongside your beloved. As for the rest of humanity, let those who wish to save them do so." He reflected for a moment. The fate of all humanity? Who do the common people refer to? Is it the parents who cast themselves upon the mountain, allowing themselves to perish? Is it the wicked individuals who banished Chang'e to the mountains, leaving her to be bitten by venomous insects? Yi is perplexed. Why must he forsake the one who is his sole companion, Chang'e, for the sake of such people? Yet, curiously, unlike before, no matter how Yi envisioned it, he could not perceive the future of growing old together that the man spoke of, as if such a reality would never come to pass. "But what significance does that hold? It seems you possess the answer," the man remarked with a gentle smile. "It is only fair that everyone should have the right to choose their own destiny." With that, he waved his sleeve and vanished in a thin air. He, fully aware that he had encountered a true immortal, excitedly returned home to share this revelation with Chang'e, completely forgetting the man's warning of not to speak of it to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Chang'e's cheeks flushed slightly. She cared little for the immortal, her lips biting together as she asked, "Yi, do you wish to grow old with me? Would you take me as your wife?" Chang'e's fair complexion was now suffused with a deep blush, her head slightly bowed, fingers entwined nervously in her garments, a sight of breathtaking beauty. I would," he stammered in response. Tears of joy streamed down Chang'e's face as they embraced each other. For Yi at that moment, was there anything more important in the world than Chang'e? The next day, indeed, he encountered an elderly man on the mountainside. The old man, with snow-white hair yet youthful visage, donned a long white robe and seemed to be employing some mystical power. His eyes were half closed as he sat cross-legged upon a large stone, 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, while a black cauldron spun in the air before him. The old man, drenched in sweat, was urging a vivid red flame to engulf the black cauldron. "How can I assist this elder?" He thought as he concealed himself, recognizing that the old man was no ordinary being. The flames beneath the cauldron intensified, causing the entire cauldron to sway, as if the moment of crucial spell casting had arrived. Just then, something rustled in the grass, slowly emerging behind the elder. He focused his gaze and saw two creatures resembling wolves. However, one had a notably short foreleg, appearing unable to walk, relying instead on the other for support. Despite its disability, the creature's eyes gleamed with cunning, indicating it had waited patiently for this pivotal moment to strike. Is that ABI? He thought, alarmed. He recalled tales from his childhood about a type of wolf born with a missing front leg, only able to ride upon the backs of others, possessing extraordinary intelligence. Known as the BI, such creatures rarely appeared, but when they did, they would inevitably lead their pack to wreak havoc upon the world. With decisive action, he swiftly drew an arrow and shot the wolf, causing the BI to tumble to the ground without its mount. Without allowing the BI to react, he swiftly released two more arrows. One struck its throat, while the other pierced its heart and lungs. As the BI lay on the ground, gasping for breath, he glanced back at the elder, who remained seemingly unaware, eyes still half closed, urging the flames onward. Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted from the cauldron. Its lid flung off as a beam of golden light shot skyward. The elder finally opened his eyes and softly commanded, "Trying to escape?" He pointed a finger, and from his sleeve flew a purple gold-red gourd, which rushed towards the golden light. The two entities seemed to engage in a struggle, but the golden light was clearly no match for the gourd. In an instant, the purple gold-red gourd revealed its power, drawing the golden light into its belly before returning slowly to the elder's hand. The elder examined the gourd, uncorked it, and a golden elixir fell into his palm. To his astonishment, this elixir bore sentience right from its creation. Fortunate it did not escape. The elder turned to Yi and said, "Young brother, I truly appreciate your help. Had that BI ambushed me and obtained this elixir, chaos would surely have ensued in the world." "Elder, you're aware?" Yi inquired. The elder smiled and replied, "Of course I know. However, had I recklessly intervened at that moment, not only would the elixir within the cauldron have turned to ash, but I would also have faced a reversal of my vital energy." Yi nodded, pondering whether this place was indeed a celestial mountain and why so many immortals frequented it. "Young brother, you have saved my life. This is your destiny as well." The elder continued, extending the elixir towards him before producing a wooden box. "I have come in haste, bringing only these two items, a pill that can elevate your physical form to that of a saint, and a treasured artifact I frequently use. Choose one, and from henceforth, we shall have no further connections." He gazed at the scene before him, resembling precisely what the man had described the previous day. "No further connections?" He asked. "Why do you say that, elder?" "This is not a reflection of any dissatisfaction towards you, young brother. It is merely that as an immortal, I must sever all ties with the mortal realm each time I descend," the elder explained with a smile. "You need not concern yourself. Feel free to choose." He refrained from further inquiries, having already made his decision in his heart. Thus, he simply reached for the aura-rich box without a glance at the elixir. "Oh." The elder seemed somewhat taken aback, but quickly resumed his composure. "So be it, young brother. You have made your choice. We shall have no further entanglements. Farewell." He spoke to you. Just as Brother Jean mentioned, I have remained safe and sound all this time, enjoying love with Chang'e, yet the common people suffer. Brother Pangmeng, am I being selfish? Do you sigh deeply? He merely wished to remain with Chang'e, yet who decreed that he must sacrifice everything he held dear to save the common folk? He was about to say more when Dong Qinxiu suddenly interjected. "Do you? Be cautious. It seems a colossal creature has been following you." Chapter 8. Upon hearing "Do Yu's" exclamation, he turned to look back and observed a cloud of dust rising at a distant horizon, suggesting that something substantial was trailing behind them. "Brother Fangmeng, what is it?" "In nothing," he replied. Do you understood that informing Yi about the presence of something following them would be futile. So he turned back and said, "Brother Yi, I hope you can disregard others and simply follow your heart. Do you wish to shoot down the sun?" Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. "I do wish to shoot down the sun, but I also want to grow old with Chang'e. Do you considered this and found it not insurmountable?" If the Yi were indeed a half-immortal and, after 10 years, had lost his feelings for Chang'e, it was plausible that she might steal the elixir and become immortal. However, the situation was different now. The Yi and Chang'e were deeply in love. If they could devise a way to shoot down the sun in their current state, neither would consume the elixir, thus preserving their bond while achieving the act of shooting down the sun. Perhaps they could directly request 2 elixirs from the Queen Mother of the West. This was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in how to shoot down the sun. Du glanced back at the swirling dust in the distance, which seemed to maintain a distance from them, never drawing near. Although he felt a lingering unease, Du would never actively seek out that entity, so he and E continued on their journey. For some inexplicable reason, under the scorching sun, the two traveled for an extended period without Du feeling fatigued. In the real world, he would have been drenched in sweat by now. Could it be due to his current state of being deceased? Throughout the day, Du turned back multiple times, yet he saw no sign of the thing following them. After consulting Dong Qianxiu a few times, who confirmed there was nothing behind them, Du finally felt relieved. Brother Fongming, we have arrived in Ally Kingdom. We must exercise utmost caution. Du said, could you elaborate on our current delivery address? Delivery address? I mean the specific location, Du insisted. I feel as though I've heard the name Ally Kingdom before. We are currently in Dongsheng Shenzhou, Ally Kingdom, near the treacherous waters of the northern D region. No, Dongsheng Shenzhou, Ally Kingdom. Why does it all seem so familiar? Du mused. I used to chant it daily in my childhood, but I've completely forgotten after years of work. Familiar? Have you been here before? He asked. Not really. I'm not a local, and I haven't traveled much. Du replied. By the way, Du quietly inquired, are there any notable figures in Ally Kingdom? Dong Qianxiu sighed in exasperation. How can you not know this? Given that you've entered legend? Dongsheng Shenzhou, Ally Kingdom, is home to Flower Fruit Mountain. All right, Du exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Isn't that the place frequently mentioned in tales of the Monkey King's emergence? Flower Fruit Mountain, home to the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. He was animatedly discussing it now, yet he couldn't recall it moments ago. Dong Qianxiu shook her head in disbelief. Don't blame me. I haven't used this knowledge since high school. They looked at Du in confusion. Who is this Qi? Something Wukong? Du waved his hand dismissively, a confident smirk on his face. You need not know. With that, he patted his backpack and whispered, Grandpa Sage, we are in our home territory today. Don't feel pressured. You are the starting player. We will finish the match in 5 minutes. Brother Fongming, are you feeling too hot? He asked, somewhat concerned. Haha, I'm not too hot. I'm in a fiery state. Du confidently strode ahead, as if he could already envision the corpse of Jiaoying. Suddenly, a massive fireball plummeted from the sky. He reacted swiftly, tackling Du aside, just as Du narrowly avoided the fireball and was still processing what had occurred. A colossal dragon tail swept through, striking him at the waist and sending him flying. Brother Fongming, he shouted. I'm fine. Du groaned on the ground, feeling the impact was severe, yet his body seemed resilient enough that it hadn't harmed his internals. Before them descended a creature covered in red fur, towering 10 zhang tall, resembling a 9-headed water buffalo, but with a scaly dragon tail trailing behind. Is it here? Jiaoying? Du wiped the corner of his mouth and reached for his backpack. Brother Fongming, I will hold it off. You find a moment to chant your incantation. He declared, drawing 3 arrows and knocking them to his bow, aiming directly at Jiaoying's eyes. But Jiaoying was no ordinary foe. Each time an arrow approached its eyes, it would swiftly turn its head, causing the arrows to whiz past its face. Roar! Jiaoying bellowed, unleashing a torrent of water towards He relied on his agility, dodging left and right, barely escaping the assault. Perfect. I just need to hold it off. He thought. He needed time for Brother Fongming to complete his incantation. As long as he wasn't killed before then, everything would be fine. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Du's anguished roar. Sun Wukong! Such a desperate cry. Had Brother Fongming already completed his incantation? From behind a tree, Du gazed at the shattered jar in his backpack. Jiaoying's previous strike had shattered the vessel containing the soul of the battle array, conquering Buddha, Sun Wukong. Upon opening his backpack, he noticed a wisp of white smoke drifting away. Initially, he thought little of it, but upon inspection, he realized that what had just escaped was most likely the soul of Sun Wukong. Ah, Yiyi screamed in a frenzied manner. What am I supposed to be arrogant about now? Oh heavens! He felt a surge of excitement. Brother Fongming's voice was particularly desperate this time. What kind of formidable power had he unleashed? At the management bureau, Dong Qinxiu, Xiebian, and Fan Wuju stood up in unison upon witnessing the scene. This is bad. Just then, Xie Jin and Fan Shaohua, having finished their rest at home, were about to enter the door with cups of milk tea in hand. Jin, my dear grandson, Xiebian called out in a panic. Quickly check the soul summoning records from 2,000 years ago. If you find the soul of the battle array, conquering Buddha, Sun Wukong, alert me immediately. Ah yes, ancestor. Xie Jin rushed off in a flurry. Guer, Fan Wuju called out. Immediately contact Shui Ju and Zhong Kuei to examine all the souls from the Yao Emperor era. We must see if there's an additional unjust soul, Sun Wukong. All right, ancestor. Fan Shaohua hurriedly departed after taking a sip of milk tea. Director, Dong Qinxiu shouted. We must investigate which soul from the 3 souls and 7 spirits Yiyi has taken. He stood there bewildered. Wait, they're directing their grandchildren to work while you are directing me? This is rather awkward. Director, what time is it? Ah, yes. He hurriedly scurried away. This is truly unfortunate. Dong Qinxiu lamented. To let the soul of Sun Wukong slip away during the Yao Emperor era. If he enters the underworld, it would result in an unprecedented catastrophe. Brother Fongming, are you ready yet? As Yi teetered on the brink, each water jet from the monstrous 9 infant felt like a crushing stone, leaving him bruised and battered. I can't endure much longer. He groaned. Enough dawdling. Yiyi exclaimed, bursting from behind a tree. Our strategy has altered. Retreat. Huh? Yiyi sputtered, momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? The situation is dire. Flee. Yiyi bellowed, turning tail and sprinting away. Understanding dawned on Yiyi, and he whirled around, joining Yiyi in a desperate, headlong dash. Seeing their escape, the 9 infant lunged at Yiyi, its nearest target. With a snap, it seized Yiyi's shoulder in its jaws. Ack! Yiyi shrieked in agony. Yiyi cried, glancing back. A fierce resolve hardened his features. Release my comrade, you fiend. As he charged toward Yiyi snatched an arrow from the ground and leaped, plunging it with all his might into the 9 infant's eye. Caught off guard by this audacious assault, the monster failed to evade the blow, and one of its eyes was blinded. Roaring in pain, the 9 infant released its grip. Yiyi swiftly hauled Yiyi to his feet, and they bolted into the distance. Yiyi cast a worried glance at Yiyi's shoulder, noting the severity of the wound. Brother Pangming, you must release me, Yiyi gasped. You'll be doomed if you carry me. Impossible, Yiyi retorted grimly. I brought you into this, and I'll bring you back. Recovering quickly, the 9 infant erupted in fury, unleashing a volley of colossal fireballs upon the fleeing pair. Disaster, Yiyi exclaimed, realizing the futility of evasion with Yiyi in tow. In a flash, the earth between them and the 9 infant convulsed, and as the fireballs hurtled toward them, a colossal, shadowy form burst from the ground, intercepting the fiery projectiles. Scales scattered as a gargantuan serpent materialized before them. What in the world is that? Dong Qinxiu's voice crackled with alarm. Yiyi, beware, it's the Zayush. Legend has it that Yiyi blinded one of its eyes, making them mortal enemies. Are we doomed? Yiyi cried, dragging Yiyi along. Yiyi, his gaze fixed on a fallen scale, turned with great effort. Ba. Yiyi, I'm here to rescue you. Well, aren't you two acquainted? Yiyi quipped, flashing a smile at the Zayush. Friends of ours? The Zayush ignored Yiyi, squaring off against the 9 infant. No. Ba, you're no match for it. Flee. Yiyi pleaded weakly. I cannot abandon you. My master bid me to ensure your survival, the Zayush declared, its eyes locked on the 9 infant, which seemed taken aback by the arrival of such a formidable adversary. Strange, Dong Qinxiu mused. Why would the Zayush risk its life for Yiyi? The 9 infant advanced cautiously, and when the serpent remained unyielding, it unleashed a torrent of water jets. The Zayush, hampered by its immense size, could not evade the onslaught. Instead, it charged headlong into the water jets, colliding with the nine infant. The two behemoths clashed in the clearing, but it soon became evident that the Zayush was outmatched. The nine infant wielded sorcery, spewing water and fire, while the Zayush was merely a colossal serpent. Seizing an opportunity, the Zayush coiled around the nine infant, which retaliated by snapping its 9 heads in every direction, tearing into the serpent's flesh. The Zayush's body became a bloody mess, and the nine infant followed up with a barrage of fireballs, eliciting agonizing howls from the serpent. Yet, the Zayush maintained its grip, refusing to release its foe. What now? Yiyi wondered, surveying the scene. He was the only one capable of action. But what could he possibly do? The talismans for cultivators. Rummaging through his pack, Yiyi produced a revitalization talisman and affixed it to the Yi's body. A golden light erupted, and the grievous wounds began to heal visibly. He stared in disbelief at his mending flesh, astonished by Pang Meng's hidden talent. This is a one-time miracle, Yiyi declared. It is enough, Yi replied, feeling his strength returning. He grasped his bow and addressed Yiyi. I cannot abandon Xiaoba. I must fight the nine infant. Hold, Yiyi interjected, pondering. It can evade your arrows. Listen to my commands, and perhaps we can prevail. Oh, does Brother Pang Meng have a secret weapon? Indeed, Yiyi affirmed. My most potent technique, the Thousand Autumn Divine Skill, remains unused. Thousand Autumn Divine Skill? Dong Qinqiu's voice dripped with concern. Yiyi, I implore you, do not act rashly. I am merely an observer and communicator. I cannot cast spells in your world. Your spells are unnecessary, Yiyi countered. I recall the director mentioning that. In the absence of operators for 9 centuries, you have often intervened in legends through voice transmission, correct? Affirmative, meaning you can transmit your voice to anyone in the legend? Theoretically, yes, provided we can see them. Excellent. Can you switch audio channels, like headphones, directing the sound to the left or right ear? Such a function should exist, though I have never employed it. What are you planning? Dong Qinqiu's anxiety was palpable. Perfect, Yiyi replied. Say hey grandson for a test. What? I refuse. It's humiliating. Dong Qinqiu protested. Humiliating? Yiyi roared. I'm about to die. Aye, very well. Dong Qinqiu muttered, finally uttering, hey grandson. Splendid. Yiyi exclaimed. Brother Yiyi, come hither. I shall explain the stratagem. The nine infant, locked in combat with the Zayush, noticed a figure with a bow approaching its left flank. Anticipating another ambush, it fixed its gaze upon the newcomer. Suddenly, the nine infant heard a voice on its right, whispering, Hey, grandson. The voice was so close, it felt as if it were in its very face. The nine infant whipped its head to the right, but saw nothing. Thwack! An arrow, launched in that instant, found its mark, piercing the nine infant's other eye. The nine infant stared around in bewilderment, its face a mask of confusion. Thousand Autumn Divine Skill. Boundless Power. Yiyi chuckled. Chapter 9. Balin. Chapter 10. 3 Strategies. Chapter 11. The Queen Mother of the West, the figure seated upon the stone bench, bore little resemblance to a human. She lay sprawled on the stone, resembling a cat, and though her face was extraordinarily enchanting, her body was akin to that of a tiger. Adorned with dark brown fur and trailing a long leopard-like tail behind her, resembling a living version of the Sphinx. Yiyi, having encountered various mythical beasts before, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Yet he found himself perplexed by the Queen Mother of the West. Was this how she was portrayed in dramas? Which realm do you oversee, celestial being? Why have I never encountered you before? Upon speaking, the tiger-bodied Queen Mother sent a shiver down Yiyi's spine, as he distinctly noticed her sharp tiger teeth. I initially served as a paladin in Azeroth for several years. Then I became a summoner in the Runelands. Yiyi fabricated his tale while quietly calling out to Dong Qinqiu, Sister Qinqiu. Why does the Queen Mother appear this way? At present, the Queen Mother has not fully transformed into a human. She is merely an immature mythical beast. Do not display undue astonishment, lest you provoke her, Dong Qinqiu cautioned. An immature mythical beast? So she's akin to a large cat? I believe I can amuse a cat. Yiyi thought to himself. Azeroth, Runelands? The Queen Mother regarded Yiyi with suspicion. Are there realms of which I have never heard? Or paladins and summoners? Yiyi chuckled nervously. My leader, Let us not dwell on these matters. Have you been searching for someone? Indeed, the Queen Mother rose abruptly, almost forgetting her purpose. I have heard. You have located the celestial sovereign? Oh, I have not only failed to find him, but I do not even know whom you seek. Do you scratch his head, confessing? Fail to find him. The Queen Mother leaped from the stone bench, adopting a predatory stance akin to a tiger preparing to pounce. Are you mocking me? Not at all, Yiyi stammered, uncertain of how to proceed. The ferocious demeanor of the Queen Mother caught him completely off guard. Please do not be hasty. I have something to inquire of you first. Impudence! The Queen Mother exclaimed, accompanied by a fierce roar, her leopard tail raised high. Not only do you mock me, but you dare to come to Kunlun and question me? Leader, you must trust me, Yiyi responded, growing anxious. Regardless of the celestial beings surrounding you, I am the only one wholeheartedly assisting you. Wholeheartedly assisting me. The Queen Mother suppressed her fury. Pray tell, what troubles do I face? And how do you intend to aid me? Yiyi pointed to the ground and said, the sun. Upon hearing these two words, the Queen Mother's expression shifted noticeably. The sun, what of it? She had initially intended to converse with him as an ordinary person, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Leader, I shall cease pretending. I must lay my cards on the table, Yiyi declared. I have come from a distant land to assist in shooting down 9 suns. You. The Queen Mother was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon regained her composure, her eyes gleaming with golden light as she scrutinized Yiyi closely. After a prolonged gaze, she expressed her astonishment. You are merely immortal. I am more than just an ordinary mortal, Yiyi clarified. This is my first earnest revelation in this world. If the 9 suns are not shot down, both your realm and the one I hail from will cease to exist, along with the lives of countless people. The Queen Mother's eyes widened in shock, leaving her speechless, and her leopard tail drooped limply. Leader? Yiyi waved his hand in front of her. Can you hear me? I had no idea I would cause such a catastrophe. Leader, could you enlighten me on how this calamity came to pass? The Queen Mother remained silent for a long while before responding, the trouble I have caused. I shall resolve myself. There is no need to trouble you, an outsider. Leader, that is precisely your error. Yiyi shook his head and sat beside the Queen Mother. In the midst of her astonishment, he continued, I have laid my cards on the table with you. Cannot you be forthright? I am solely focused on helping you resolve your current predicament. You must provide me with the details of the incident for me to assist you. Remember, honesty yields leniency, while resistance invites severity. Yiyi gazed earnestly at the Queen Mother, leaving her bewildered. What did this mortal mean? Did he not understand his own status? The more Yiyi spoke, the more fervently he addressed the Queen Mother as if she were a large cat, extending his hand to stroke her fur. Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of your family. Impudence. The Queen Mother had never experienced such insolence. It was utterly outrageous. Dong Qianxiu was equally astonished. This fellow had taken his infatuation with cats to the Queen Mother herself. The guards stationed outside, hearing the Queen Mother's fierce call, rushed in with their long spears raised. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother. Yiyi realized he had perhaps overstepped his bounds, quickly rising to his feet. Leader, please consider carefully. I am truly here to assist you. The guards, though perplexed by the Queen Mother's sharply raised voice, regarded her with a strange expression as they looked at Yiyi. Your Majesty, are you unwell? I am fine. You may withdraw. Ah, yes. Once the guards departed, the Queen Mother regained her composure and stated, even if I were to disclose my troubles to you, what could a mere mortal such as yourself possibly do? But by sharing your troubles with me, you risk nothing and may gain a glimmer of hope, correct? Yiyi countered, sighing. The Queen Mother pondered for a while before ultimately exhaling, shaking her head. Very well, I shall share as you wish. Years ago, the Lingbao celestial sovereign gifted me a precious artifact known as the 9 treasures glazed lamp. This lamp is quite extraordinary, containing 9 pearls of true fire, which circulate eternally, their flames never extinguishing. I cherished it dearly and kept it by my side. However, a year ago, I accidentally knocked it over, and the pearls, having gained sentience, grew in the wind, transforming into 9 colossal fireballs that ascended into the heavens. Due to their everlasting flames, they became known to the people as 9 suns. Oh, now I understand. Diyu exclaimed. Leader, you must seek the Lingbao, celestial sovereign. He is responsible for addressing such issues. Seek the Lingbao, celestial sovereign, for what purpose? The Queen Mother furrowed her brow. He had already warned me not to overturn the glazed lamp. Now that the calamity has befallen us, what can he do? So the celestial sovereign you seek is not Lingbao? Diyu inquired, perplexed. The Queen Mother regarded him as if he were a fool, taking a moment to collect herself before explaining. Perhaps it has been too long since I conversed with mortals. I may not have articulated my thoughts clearly. When it comes to true fire, there exists but one celestial being capable of resolving it, the Tao de Tianzuan. Diyu raised an eyebrow, the name Tao de Tianzuan sounding quite familiar. He recalled with clarity, Tao de Tianzuan, is that not the supreme Laozi? Ah, Laozi, Diyu exclaimed, as if he recognized the figure. Indeed, Laozi has always been associated with true fire. The Queen Mother sighed once more. However, it has been a full year, and we have yet to locate Tao de Tianzuan. Now that he is absent, how can I rectify the error I have made? Now that we know whom to seek, the solution is within reach. Diyu now had a plan in mind. Perhaps he could leverage the connections of the entire Legend Management Bureau to investigate the whereabouts of Taishang Laojun during this time. So, do you have a solution? Inquired the West Queen Mother, though her expression revealed a lack of hope. Just as Diyu was about to respond, the visage of Mr. Kongming suddenly appeared in his mind. When you are close to uncovering the truth, please open the second pouch. Is it speaking of this very moment? Would Mr. Kongming have foreseen the current situation? Hey, I'm asking you a question, the West Queen Mother prodded, nudging Diyu with her front paw. I'm busy, wait a moment. Diyu said, brushing aside her paw. Mortal, how audacious. Utterly audacious, the West Queen Mother muttered under her breath. Yet seeing Diyu's earnest expression, she refrained from interrupting him. After all, the matter of solving the sun was not something to be shared lightly. Having one more person to assist was certainly welcome. Diyu retrieved a crumpled note from his tattered satchel, unfolding it with great solemnity. It read, even with such power, this individual is helpless against the 9 suns. The reasons are likely twofold. First, the absence of a key person. Second, the lack of a necessary object. If a key individual is absent, why do they not reveal themselves? If a necessary object is missing, has it been concealed for years? As Diyu pondered Mr. Kongming's words, minute clues in his mind began to magnify. Why has Taishang Laojun not manifested? Sister Qinxiu, I suddenly recalled something. What clever idea do you have now? Dong Qinxiu inquired, frowning. Do you remember the immortal from the tale of Dei? Are you referring to the one who gifted Dei the treasure? Precisely. Dei once mentioned that after the immortal refined elixirs, he unveiled a treasure to contain the golden elixir, known as the purple gold-red gourd. Whose treasure is this? Are you suggesting? Dong Qinxiu began to grasp the implication. I will investigate immediately. The West Queen Mother sat beside Diyu, silent and visibly displeased, yet fearful that if this person truly had a viable solution, she might disrupt his thoughts. Noticing her expression, Diyu couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty, it's no big deal. It's merely a cat that has damaged some furniture. Quite common, I assure you. Rest easy. I will assist you in resolving it. A cat? The West Queen Mother glanced around. Are you referring to me? Furious, her fangs nearly bared, she scolded inwardly. How utterly audacious. I found it. You were right. The purple gold-red gourd is indeed the treasure used by Taishang Laojun to contain elixirs, Dong Qinxiu announced. Then it is settled. Diyu mused, recognizing Mr. Kongming's brilliance. The reasoning was indeed astute. Even the West Queen Mother, the foremost among deities, could not resolve this matter without a key individual. But why has Taishang Laojun remained hidden? After a moment of contemplation, Diyu proposed, I believe there are 2 possibilities. First, Taishang Laojun is engrossed in a task, such as refining elixirs, and thus has not noticed the presence of 10 suns in the sky for the past year. Is this feasible? Dong Qinxiu questioned. I believe it is. According to Dei, Taishang Laojun enters a state of oblivion while refining elixirs, during which he would certainly be unaware of any anomalies in the heavens. Not to mention, I too have experienced such states, having once gone without sleep for 7 days while engrossed in a task. Dong Qinxiu raised an eyebrow. realizing that despite Diyu's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he possessed a serious side. They say a man is most charming when earnest. At this moment, Diyu appeared somewhat more appealing to Dong Qianxiu. 7 days without rest. What are you doing? She inquired. Playing video games. Do you? Dong Qianxiu exclaimed. If you continue with this nonsense, I will ensure you regret it. All right, just a jest, Diyu replied. What I mentioned was merely one possibility, according to Mr. Kongming. There is a second. Solving this matter lacks a crucial object, rendering even the discovery of Taishang Laojun futile. What do you believe this crucial object to be? Dong Qianxiu pressed, suppressing her anger. Mr. Kongming has provided the answer, Diyu said, glancing at the pouch in his hand. This item has been concealed for ages. If it is indeed Taishang Laojun's treasure that has been hidden, then there is only one possibility. Dong Qianxiu finally understood. Dei. He possesses a treasure from Taishang Laojun and has kept it hidden from the world. Thus, the ultimate solution lay with Dei. Leader, do you turn to the West Queen Mother? I have a way to resolve the sun crisis. Really? The West Queen Mother, overtaken by excitement, widened her eyes. It seems the tiger-headed, human-bodied West Queen Mother is, after all, just a large cat. Indeed, but I must first verify this matter. As for you, I require your assistance. Speak. When the sun issue is resolved, I hope you can present the elixir of immortality as a token of gratitude. That is agreeable. The West Queen Mother began rummaging beneath the stone bench. I can provide it to you now. Not for me. Diyu clarified. There will be a hero named Dei who will shoot down the sun. I would trouble you to descend to the mortal realm and deliver the elixir to him. Dei? The West Queen Mother pondered for a moment. Very well, I understand. Additionally, Diyu suddenly recalled, it would be best if there were 2 elixirs. 2? Yes. Is there a problem? No. No problem. The West Queen Mother's pupils constricted. Excellent. This is splendid. Diyu was so elated he nearly leaped in joy. He rummaged through his tattered satchel for a moment, producing a teleportation talisman, which he affixed to himself. Leader, I must take my leave now. By the way, please refrain from shrouding your dwelling in such dense fog. The humidity is detrimental to the joints. Impudent. The West Queen Mother retorted sharply. Do you think I enjoy this? If not for the 10 suns scorching the Yaoqi, would there be such turbulent mist? Diyu exclaimed in surprise. So that's the reason? I thought it was intentional. With that, Diyu vanished in a flash. Watching him depart, the West Queen Mother felt a mix of anger and bewilderment. I forgot to ask his name. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly remembered something and retrieved a wooden box from beneath the stone bench. Gently opening it to peer inside, she discovered that only 1.5 elixirs of immortality remained. Chapter 12. Shooting down the suns upon arriving in the village. Diyu hurriedly made his way to the Yi's home. As he pushed open the door, he found Yi and Hung nestled together, engaged in hushed whispers. Have I come at an inopportune moment? Diyu felt a wave of embarrassment and was about to leave when Yi called out, Brother Fongming. He spoke with a slight slur. It's no bother. I was just telling my wife about the time when I was bitten on the shoulder by Jiaoying, and you turned back without hesitation to save me. Did that really happen? Diyu scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on that for now. If it's not too much trouble, I have a matter on which I seek your assistance. Speak freely, Brother Fongming, Yi replied. After a moment of contemplation, Diyu continued, could you show me that celestial artifact? The celestial artifact? Hung Yi glanced at Yi. Indeed, my wife. I've already informed Brother Fongming. He said as he stood up and closed the doors and windows. Since you have asked, I cannot refuse. Over the years, only my wife has seen this artifact. Diyu nodded and said, I suspect this artifact is the key to shooting down the suns. The key to shooting down the suns? He chuckled wryly. I hope what you say is true. This artifact is not crafted from any weapon. It is merely a household item. With that, he opened his mouth, revealing the artifact resting on his tongue. This. Diyu's pupils dilated. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Dong Qianxiu exclaimed, so that is how it is. No wonder he spoke so unclearly. It was because he had been holding this artifact in his mouth. He took the artifact in his hand and waved it gently, causing it to grow to the height of a person. Brother Fongming, look at this artifact. How could it possibly relate to the suns? No, brother, you are mistaken. With this artifact, shooting down the suns will be foolproof. Diyu replied, glancing outside. Now, there are only 9 suns. We shall commence our actions tomorrow. I will now share all my plans with you. Pay close attention. The next day, the 10 suns gathered in the sky, and the temperature soared to its peak. The entire land felt as though it were ablaze, exuding thick waves of heat. The mountains appeared as barren, lifeless mounds of earth. If one were to look closely, a lone figure stood atop the desolate mountain, bow in hand. Who is that? A few villagers murmured, but soon speculated that the individual must have succumbed to the heat and lost their mind. Hey! A tremendous roar echoed, heard by the inhabitants of nearby villages. Do you, hiding a short distance behind a large rock, clung to a loud sound talisman. 10 suns, Yiyi, have endured you for long enough. Do you bellowed at the talisman. His audacious words drew the villagers from their homes, all gazing at the figure atop the mountain. Isn't that E from the neighboring village? What was he doing? A villager named Cheong also rushed out, staring in astonishment at the mountaintop. Today I shall act on behalf of heaven. I will shoot you down with this bow in my hand. Do you mimic Yiyi's tone? Fong Meng, can this really work? Although Yi stood confidently with his bow against the wind, he felt a twinge of nervousness as more and more people gathered below. Just do as I say, it will be fine. Do you whispered to Yi, clutching the loud sound talisman. Now in a situation from which there was no retreat. He could only take up the longbow, drawing it back without an arrow. Meanwhile, Du held the artifact, readying himself. The object in Du's hands was clearly a massive fan. Few items in the world could dispel the true fire of Samadhi, and this fan was one of them. Legend has it that when Taishang Laojun's alchemical furnace was overturned, it spilled into the world, igniting an entire mountain, which became known as Flame Mountain. The fire there burns eternally. The great sage Sun Wukong once borrowed this artifact from Princess Iron Fan to extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain. Perhaps it was fate. The very fan bestowed by Taishang Laojun to Yi was the same, although he had only used it to fend off beasts in the past. He never anticipated that the winds produced by this fan could extinguish the true fire of Samadhi. Sons, look at the arrow. Du shouted. Upon hearing Du's command, Yi pretended to shoot an arrow, releasing the taut string. Seizing the opportunity, Du raised his arms and swung the fan powerfully at the sun above. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air. The flames on the first sun flickered violently, as if being pulled by an unseen force. In no time, the flames of the massive fireball were blown away, and the colossal orb vanished from sight. As the fireball disappeared, the temperature in the vicinity noticeably dropped. The villagers nearby gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless. He shot down a sun. Seeing the chaos below, he finally felt relief wash over him. It turned out that what Fong Meng said was true. This fan could indeed extinguish the flames of the sun. Wonderful, Brother Fong Meng. The lives of the people are saved. Let's continue. He joyously turned to Du. Du, in disbelief, looked down at his hands, which were now bloodied and torn. This celestial artifact was truly beyond the capacity of a mortal body to wield. Brother Fong Meng, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing. Du replied with a wry smile. Let us proceed. Du, are you all right? Dong Chinchio asked, concern etched on her face. Do not worry, Sister Chinchio. My true body resides in the Bureau of Legends. Dong Chinchio glanced over at Du's true body not far away. Its hands were also bleeding. But she knew this was a critical moment and could not allow Du to be distracted. Du, whatever happens, do not push yourself. After Yi pulled back the bowstring once more, Du swung the fan for a second time, successfully dispersing the second sun. Heavens! The villagers erupted in cheers, hailing Yi as a divine being. Watching the mountaintop in awe, Cheong stood dumbfounded as Yi slowly approached and stood beside him. Brother, Yi is truly remarkable. Cheong murmured. Word of Yi shooting down the suns quickly spread. It reached the ears of the Queen Mother of the West atop Kunlun Mountain and the Emperor Yao in Pingyang, both of whom were astonished and promptly gathered their belongings to head to Yi's location. Having blown out 3 suns, Du's hands were now a bloody mess. He tore his clothing and wrapped the fabric tightly around his hands. Yi had long noticed something amiss, and hurriedly inquired about Yiyi's condition. But Yiyi waved him off, insisting he was fine. The villagers, too, sensed that Yiyi's pace had noticeably slowed, yet none dared to urge him on. After all, if he could shoot down the sun, it would be simple for him to pierce through their skulls. I've rested enough. Let us continue. Yiyi tightened the cloth around his hands. Yiyi nodded and drew the bow again. With 2 more powerful gusts of wind, 2 additional suns vanished into nothingness. In merely a morning's time, the 10 suns had dwindled to 5. Splendid work, Yiyi, Dong Chinxiu exclaimed, only to be startled upon turning around to find most of the staff from the Bureau of Legends gathered behind her. What are you all doing? Don't you have work to attend to? Assistant Dong, please, just let us have a glimpse. This is an extraordinary S-class mission executed by mortals, and success is imminent. This is unheard of anywhere. The employees responded. Dong Chinxiu understood that this situation was indeed remarkable. Yiyi felt a loss of sensation in his forearms. His hands trembled slightly, and for reasons unknown, his arms had taken on a purplish hue. Damn it, Yiyi gritted his teeth, muttering, this weapon is far too unwieldy. Observing the scene, Dong Chinxiu finally realized the gravity of the matter and instructed a few employees, quickly, go tend to Yiyi's injuries. The legendary wounds are beginning to take a toll on his physical form. The employees nodded hastily and departed. Yiyi gritted his teeth, gazing at the 5 remaining suns above. Is there really still half left? Brother Fong Meng, what if? No, I can't give in. Yiyi resolutely clenched his jaw, declaring, continue. Strangely, he suddenly felt a wave of cold emanating from his arm, and the pain seemed to lessen. Huh, Yiyi shouted, unleashing a gust of wind that dispersed a fireball. The villagers below erupted into cheers. For remain. Huh, 3 left. Huh, 2 suns left. Yiyi felt as if his teeth might shatter. There were now only 2 suns in the sky. I can no longer swing. His hands fell limply, and the banana fan slipped from his grasp. Brother Fong Meng. Yiyi rushed over to support Yiyi. As Yiyi looked up, he noticed tears brimming into Yiyi's eyes. Brother Fong Meng, you are truly a hero for the nation and its people. You could have claimed this glory for yourself. Why must you do it in my name? This is a long story. Yiyi shook his head, insisting, only you can shoot down the suns. I came to assist you from the very beginning. Brother Fong Meng, with tears glistening in his eyes, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for all you have done for the common folk. Allow me to deliver the final blow. With that, he lowered his head, picked up the banana fan, and concealed it behind a giant rock, delivering a mighty swing where no one could see. Yiyi watched Yiyi's silhouette, murmuring to himself, the common folk? How foolish. I am striving so hard to become a wealthy heir. Yiyi, being merely a mortal, found his hands bleeding as he wielded the fan. In the past, he would only use the fan during critical moments, each swing resulting in his hands being shattered. Today, however, he witnessed Brother Fong Meng swing it 8 times in succession, and he could scarcely comprehend the willpower that drove him. After Yiyi's final swing, only 1 sun remained in the heavens. How wonderful! The villagers embraced one another, weeping and celebrating. The days of hellish torment had, without warning, come to an end. This is truly marvelous. He was at a loss for words. Yiyi mustered his strength to rise, stating, there is still 1 task left unfinished. He shakily grasped the command talisman and shouted, last sun, heed my words. I am Yiyi. Today I shall shoot down the 9 suns. Spare your life. Should you dare to wreak havoc again, causing the people to suffer, I shall strike you down. Upon finishing his proclamation, Yiyi's body collapsed, and the command talisman turned to ashes. Brother Fong Meng, Yiyi cried out, swiftly catching Yiyi, who had slipped into unconsciousness. Yu Qiong, witnessing the entire ordeal, found his emotions tumultuous. Brother Yi is indeed no ordinary person, he murmured. I no longer wish to be called Yu Qiong. I shall be known as Ho Yi from now on. Yu Qiong? Hung Yi, standing beside him, noticed his murmuring and inquired, what are you muttering about? Sister Hung Yi, I have made my decision. I shall establish a nation called Yu Qiong, dedicated to commemorating the legend of Brother Yi shooting down the 9 suns. Seeing Yu Qiong's earnest expression, Hung Yi couldn't help but laugh. Establish a nation. You say? I shall await that day. Suddenly, a villager shouted, look, What is that? The crowd looked up to see a radiant light descending from the mountaintop where Yi had shot the suns, revealing a woman in flowing, ornate robes gracefully descending from the sky. It is the Queen Mother. The villagers recognized her as the Western Queen Mother from the paintings and knelt in reverence. The Queen Mother, having transformed into human form, gently landed atop the mountain. Yi, taken aback by the appearance of a goddess, gazed in astonishment. "You are Yi?" she inquired calmly. Before Yi could respond, the Queen Mother noticed Yi lying nearby, his hands mangled and bleeding profusely. "What has happened to him?" she exclaimed, swiftly rushing to Yi's side. "You must be a deity. Can you save him?" Yi sobbed, cradling Yi's form. "This is simply, utterly chaotic." The Queen Mother observed Yi's grievous injuries and quickly extended her hands, channeling her powers. "I knew you weren't wise, but I never imagined you to be a fool." Though she scolded him, the Queen Mother devoted herself entirely to healing Yi's wounds. After a considerable time, the bleeding finally ceased. Why was there no commotion when the Queen Mother descended? The crowd knelt below the mountain, too frightened to move. Do you think Yi's actions in shooting the suns angered the Queen Mother? Don't be absurd. Yi is saving the common people. They speculated in hushed tones. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Yi slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Yi and smiling faintly before looking at the Queen Mother. Big Cat. Chapter 13. The Incident Big Cat. Both Yi and the Queen Mother of the West were momentarily taken aback. The Queen Mother scanned her surroundings, inwardly cursing, "Big Cat? Is she referring to me?" Yi struggled to rise, smiling at Yi. "Brother Yi, this is the esteemed. This is the Queen Mother of the West." "Hey, were you about to say something outrageous just now?" The Queen Mother scolded Yi angrily. The realization struck Yi that he was in the presence of such a high-ranking celestial being, and he promptly knelt down. "Brother Yi, do not be so formal. The Queen Mother is here to bestow a reward upon you." Yi helped Yi to his feet, extending his hand towards the Queen Mother, quickly. "Let us have it. You are most disrespectful. How can one demand gratitude in such a manner?" The Queen Mother expressed her displeasure. Yi thought to himself that the Queen Mother was indeed quite proud. So he leaned closer and said, "Everyone is merely cleaning up your mess. So let's not point fingers. Hurry and give him the elixir so I can finish my day." Although the Queen Mother was irritated, she realized it was futile to argue with someone like Yi. She retrieved a wooden box from her sleeve, preparing to present it to Yi, but was halted by Yi. "Wait, my lady, do you have a loudness talisman?" "A loudness talisman?" The Queen Mother was perplexed with my current cultivation. "I haven't to use such low-tier talismans in ages. What do you need it for?" "I want to shout something. Can you assist me?" The Queen Mother nodded. "Simple enough. I shall help you transmit your voice." With that, she placed her hand on Yi's chest. "Speak your mind." Taking a deep breath, Yi shouted, "Ah, is that not the Queen Mother of the West?" "Yes, I am Yi, the one who shot the sun." "What? Thank me." No, what?" "An elixir of immortality. A mortal can become an immortal by consuming it." "Oh my, it's too precious. If you're coming, just come. Why bring something along?" "Truly unnecessary. Oh dear, truly unnecessary." The villagers at the foot of the mountain clearly heard this exchange. "So that's it. Yi is indeed our hero." Yi and the Queen Mother stared at Yi in astonishment. "Even if you have no shame," the Queen Mother withdrew her hand from Yi's chest. "We still have to maintain our dignity." "That doesn't matter." Yi sighed in relief, finally having everything sorted out. "Brother Yi, quickly accept it and express your gratitude." With a wry smile, Yi waved his hand. "Let it be. You have clearly done the most work this time. How can I accept the Queen Mother's gratitude?" "Brother Yi," Yi suddenly grasped his shoulder earnestly. "If you refuse this gratitude, all my efforts will be in vain. You must promise me to accept it." "Since it is so," Yi contemplated for a moment and reluctantly nodded, "I shall accept it. I heard you say this is an elixir of immortality. I suppose I want to need it." "Well," Yi already knew Yi's thoughts and replied, "Regardless of whether you can use it, just accept it. What do you two mortals take me for? A flower seller?" The Queen Mother, holding the box, had been silent for a while and could no longer contain herself. "Ah, my apologies, esteemed leader," Yi quickly apologized. "Outrageous. Do not call me Big Cat. And do not call me leader." "Brother Yi," Yi turned to him, Look how furious she is. Quickly accept it. If you don't, it will be seen as your lack of understanding. Yes, yes. He hurriedly complied, accepting the box containing the elixir. Upon opening it, he indeed found the elixir inside, pure white and exuding a rich spiritual aura. However, curiously, there was one whole elixir and half of another. Do you observe, puzzled? My lady, didn't you promise me 2 elixirs? Why is there only 1.5? The Queen Mother's expression grew complex as she replied, I actually only have this 1.5 left. The whole one can allow a person to attain sainthood and ascend to immortality. The half, due to insufficient spiritual power, can at most allow some cattle and sheep to ascend. That is where your fault lies. Du Yu remarked. You should have informed me of this beforehand. Du Yu, Dong Qianxiu suddenly interjected. Do not put the Queen Mother in a difficult position. That half was originally meant for her own consumption. After taking it, she could fully transform into human form. Now, she would rather cultivate for several hundred more years than keep that half for herself, which speaks volumes of her sincerity. Upon hearing this from Dong Qianxiu, Du Yu felt a sudden softening in his heart. He glanced at the Queen Mother, who still maintained her haughty demeanor, even while refusing to apologize. Big Cat, I didn't expect you to be quite kind. What? The Queen Mother's face flushed red. Outrageous. Outrageous. All right. Du Yu approached and patted her shoulder. Since you're here, would you like to come home for a meal? The Queen Mother glared at Du Yu. I shall not go. I take my leave. With that, she waved her sleeve and soared into the sky. Brother Pang Meng, is that Queen Mother a friend of yours? She is quite peculiar. Yes, although odd, she is truly kind-hearted. Du Yu still felt somewhat uneasy, so he supported Yi and said, Brother to Yi, let us head home. The two of them descended the mountain, and the villagers erupted in cheers, praising Yi, while no one acknowledged Du Yu. Sister Qianxiu, how did I do? I completed the task in just 5 days. Du Yu had anticipated a playful exchange with Dong Qianxiu, but was met with silence. This was the first time Du Yu had called out to Dong Qianxiu and received no response. Sister Qianxiu, he called a few more times, still receiving no reply. How strange. Had she gone to the restroom? Du Yu paid it no mind, returning home with Yi. Yi summoned Yu Qiong and Hung, who prepared a sumptuous feast, and everyone joyfully shared the meal. For Du Yu, this day was the happiest since his arrival. They ate, drank, and welcomed the long-awaited sunset. As the sun descended, the earth rapidly cooled, and even lying in bed, he could hear the sound of the land cooling. However, Du Yu felt an unsettling dissonance. In dramas, such harmonious scenes often foreshadow impending doom for the protagonists. Sister Qianxiu, have you returned? Du Yu called out again, but still received no answer. This time, a sense of unease washed over him, and a saying unconsciously surfaced in his mind, burning bridges after crossing them. No matter how he framed it, he was merely a solitary ghost. The notion that only a select few could enter legends and that the rebirth of the privileged was perhaps a lie began to gnaw at him. They have abandoned me. These bizarre thoughts surged forth, and Du Yu lay in bed increasingly restless. Would he have to continue living as Pang Meng in this ancient era? In a time of extreme scarcity during the reign of Emperor Yao? Du Yu, just as Du Yu teetered on the brink of despair, a familiar voice broke through. Qianxiu? Du Yu was unsure how to face her. Why have you ignored me for so long? I'm sorry, Du Yu. Dong Qianxiu's tone carried an apology and weariness. It was not my intention. Oh, it's nothing. I was just a bit worried about you. Du Yu was taken aback by Dong Qianxiu's apology and found himself at a loss for words. What happened to Dong Qianxiu? A multitude of questions flooded Du Yu's mind. How could this meticulous workaholic display such a demeanor, since she had taken the initiative to contact him? Did it not imply that he had not been abandoned? Du Yu, take a rest today. I have something to discuss with you tomorrow morning. Oh, come on, Du Yu replied, rubbing his forehead. Who can sleep after hearing that? Just tell me now. Silence ensued, an oppressive silence. Sister Qianxiu, Du Yu finally spoke. I accept it. I envisioned many unfavorable outcomes earlier, but regardless of the circumstances, I am willing to accept it as long as you reveal the truth to me and put my mind at ease. Dong Qianxiu sighed and replied, Du Yu, the legend you are involved in still harbors significant issues. Significant issues? Du Yu pondered for a moment, quickly realizing could it be Chang'e flying to the moon? Precisely. I initially believed that after Yi shot down the suns, Chang'e would inevitably ascend to the moon. However, I was mistaken. No matter how we predict, the Chang'e in your tail will not consume the elixir. Following the shooting of the suns today, we intended to conclude the legend. But the predicted results from our instruments defied everyone's expectations. The machines forecasted that if Chang'e does not ascend to the moon, our society will inexplicably generate 21 million taishu. 20. You gasped in disbelief. How could there be so many? It is merely a tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon. What does it matter if this celestial being is absent? You are mistaken. Without Chang'e, the Marshal Tianpeng would not have been demoted to the mortal realm for secretly meeting her. If Tianpeng had not been cast down, there would be no Zhu Wuning in this world. The entire legend of Journey to the West would collapse, leading to catastrophic consequences. This revelation from Dong Qianxiu illuminated Duyu's understanding of the intricate connections involved. Thus, no matter the cost, the regret in Dong Qianxiu's tone was palpable. Please allow Chang'e to consume the elixir. What does this signify? Is this not a fate worse than being abandoned here? Yi and Chang'e are clearly a celestial couple, yet they must be torn apart. Has my previous notion of a compromise not become a jest? Duyu gazed longingly at the moon outside, his heart heavy with sorrow. Sister Qianxiu, can I refuse this proposal? I fear not. This is the very essence of the existence of the Legend Management Bureau. Dong Qianxiu struggled to find a response for Duyu, finally uttering, in light of Yi's affections, I prioritize the lives of countless individuals. I am sorry. The entire night passed without Duyu closing his eyes as he fixated on the rising sun. When dawn broke, he knocked on his door. Yet Duyu did not respond. Brother Fangming, are you all right? He inquired from outside. I'm fine, just lacking an appetite. Please do not seek me out today. He felt perplexed. Had not everyone celebrated together the previous night? Why did today, as Fangming seem like a different person? Duyu's thoughts were tumultuous, leaving him feeling helpless and trapped. Suddenly, he recalled something and sat up abruptly. The stratagem. Master Kongming's third stratagem. He once stated that when faced with insurmountable challenges, one should resort to the third stratagem. Seizing upon this glimmer of hope, do you believe that perhaps only Master Kongming could aid him now? He stumbled to his waist pouch, retrieving the final slip of paper. Master Kongming, please tell me what I should do. Slowly, he unfolded the third stratagem, glancing at it before collapsing helplessly onto the floor, weeping inconsolably. Is this so? Master Kongming, is this truly your belief? The third stratagem lay quietly on the ground, bearing merely 4 characters, concern for the populace. Indeed, Master Kongming had passed away many years ago, yet he remained preoccupied with the welfare of the world, ensuring that children had enough to eat. If he were here, surely he would act accordingly. However, Duyu's thoughts drifted to the way Chang'e gazed at Yi, recalling their shared tears and laughter as they embraced. Do I truly have no choice? Dong Qianxiu observed Duyu, slumped on the ground, and felt her eyes welling with tears. This is a trial. Whether he can become a formal operator hinges on this moment. Neither of us wishes to witness a repeat of the incident with Xiao Zhan. As the sun set once more, Duyu remained in his room. Yi, concerned, knocked again. Brother Fangming, I'm about to hunt some game for everyone. You seem unwell, so please communicate any issues you may have. Duyu listened quietly, remaining silent. He shook his head helplessly and departed. Turning the corner, he arrived at Youqiong's home, saying, Youqiong, Brother Fangming helped me shoot down the suns, but has yet to recover from his injuries. Your sister-in-law is home alone with no one to care for her. I must hunt some game. If you are free, could you look after them both? Of course, Yiga. Youqiong waved his hand eagerly. By the way, Yiga, could you not call me Youqiong anymore? I've changed my name. I wish to be the second Yi after you, so I shall be called Ho-Yi. Ho-Yi. He laughed heartily. All right. After bidding farewell to Youqiong, he ventured into the woods. Ho-Yi. That name seems familiar. He muttered to himself, but he could not recall where he had heard it. Once he had walked far away and darkness fell, Duyu slowly emerged from his room, like a soul adrift. He headed straight for the kitchen, grasping a sharp knife intended for skinning. He then turned and made his way to the bedroom where Chang'e resided. Duyu knocked on the door, and soon after, Chang'e peeked out. Ah, Brother Fongming, how is your injury? Du gazed at her with vacant eyes before drawing forth the knife from behind him. Brother Fongming, what were you doing? He advanced step by step, forcing Chang'e to retreat until they were inside the room. Produce the elixir of immortality, Du stated coldly. The elixir of immortality? Chang'e was puzzled. Brother Fongming, I heard my husband mention that he did not desire it and intended to give it to you. You simply did not accept it that day. Since you wish for it now, I shall retrieve it for you. Du bit his lip tightly. How can one be so kind? All of you are so benevolent. How can I play the villain? Chapter 14. The moon rises brightly. Chang'e rummaged through the basket beneath her bed for a while before retrieving a small box. Brother Fongming, my husband and I have discussed it, and we have decided against seeking immortality. We only wish to live our lives peacefully together until we grow old. In retrospect, it seems most fitting to entrust this elixir of immortality to you. She opened the wooden box, revealing a half-immortal pill that lay quietly within. Du did not take the elixir. Instead, he continued to hold the sharp knife aloft. Brother Fongming, please take out the whole pill, he insisted. Chang'e was perplexed. This man had risked his life twice for her husband, refusing the Queen Mother's reward. Yet now he seemed like a different person altogether. Chang'e complied and retrieved the entire elixir, placing the half-pill and the box aside. Is this the only one you desire? Du gritted his teeth and replied, Consume it. Eat it. Chang'e looked at Du incredulously, then at the elixir. Are you suggesting that I should ingest it? Indeed, you must take the elixir. Chang'e still struggled to comprehend. Brother Fongming, you come here in the dead of night with a knife, and your intention is to coerce me into consuming the elixir. To ascend to immortality on the spot? Precisely. Du's emotions were complex, as he dared not meet Chang'e's gaze. I will not eat it. Chang'e resolutely returned the elixir to the box. Though I cannot fathom your motives, I sense no malice in you. You wish for my ascension, yet I have no desire for it. What will you do now? Will you injure me with that knife? Du's hand trembled as he held the knife. What would he do now? Was he truly prepared to harm Chang'e? But what reason did he have to hurt her? Dong Qianqiu sighed softly and turned his head away. The Legend Management Bureau had witnessed such scenes too many times. Lady Chang'e, what I am about to say may be difficult for you to believe, but I assure you, I speak no falsehood. Chang'e gazed at Du in confusion, remaining silent. If you cannot ascend to immortality, countless souls will perish unjustly in this world. I have no solution. I cannot conceive of a way to resolve this matter without causing harm to anyone. If you ascend to immortality, you will not perish, brother, you will not perish. Those innocent lives will be spared. I will exhaust all means to procure another elixir from the West Queen Mother. I will strive to ensure brother E ascends as well, so that you may be together for eternity. Brother Fongming, Chang'e interrupted, you are lying. If there were 2 elixirs, why would the West Queen Mother only offer up 1.5? Du bit his lip, unable to respond. Indeed, if there were truly 2 elixirs, why would the West Queen Mother only present 1.5? Her husband had once remarked that, like Brother Jean, Du would always know what was to come. Seeing him help her husband shoot down 9 sons had convinced her of this truth. Lady Chang'e, Du was at a loss for words. I only wish to ask you one thing. What future awaits my husband and me after I consume this elixir? Du pondered for a moment before answering. You will become one of the most renowned fairies, leading a vibrant life. However, as for Brother E, I cannot say. Brother Fongming, from your tone, it seems I will not be with my husband in the future. Then how can you claim that my life will be vibrant? Brother Fongming, come sit with me. Let us talk. Chang'e forced a smile and took a seat. Du remained rooted in place, guilt gnawing at him. Do you know? 10 years ago, when I first met Brother E on the mountain, he looked like a wild man, having gone half a year without grooming. A disheveled boy. Yet upon my awakening, he bowed to me with utmost respect. Can you imagine how comical that scene was? Lady Chang'e, what are you trying to convey? Later, we wed, vowing to cherish one another for eternity. We had no grand ceremony and did not believe in heaven and earth, so we bowed to each other 3 times. From that day forth, Brother E became my entire world. He was my heaven and earth, my family. From then on, my eyes held only him. His happiness was my happiness. His sorrows my own. Lady Chang'e, When I saw 10 suns appear in the sky for the first time, an odd feeling washed over me. I felt I was destined to lose Brother Yi. Yet, I never knew when that loss would occur. Each time he ventured out to slay beasts, I would stand at the village entrance, breaking a branch from the peach tree each day in prayer for his safety. Thankfully, he always returned unharmed, but Brother Fangming, do you know? That feeling still lingers. The sensation of losing him remains. Du Yu's expression fell into despair as he muttered, Lady Chang'e, I am sorry. Please do not speak further. You and your husband are both people with great aspirations. I cannot assist in any way. If, as you say, consuming this elixir can save countless lives, then I believe you. I trust even my husband would make the same choice. Chang'e slowly grasped the elixir, but upon closer inspection, her eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Fangming, I have shared so much with you merely to convey that I cannot part from Brother Yi. If there is even the slightest chance, I hope you can ensure we meet again in the future. This is my only request. I will certainly promise you. Du Yu's voice trembled, as he could not bring himself to meet Chang'e's gaze. Chang'e smiled faintly and swallowed the entire elixir. I have finally mended this garment of Brother Yi's. Please deliver it to him. As Du Yu accepted the garment, Chang'e began to float gently upward. Sister Chang'e, Brother Fangming, are you there? Yu Qiong suddenly burst in, and the sight before him left him utterly speechless. Du Yu stood with a sharp knife aimed at Chang'e, who floated gracefully in midair, holding an open box containing only half an elixir. Fangming, what are you doing? Yu Qiong exclaimed, momentarily stunned before rushing forward to knock Du Yu down. Seizing the knife from his grasp, Du Yu released it quickly to avoid harming Yu Qiong. You must not be rude. I willingly consumed this elixir to ascend to immortality. Chang'e declared as she floated higher, breathtaking beneath the moonlight. From now on, you two must take good care of Brother Yi. Before either could respond, Chang'e soared through the roof, ascending into the night sky. As the cool night air enveloped the surroundings, many villagers still lingered outside and witnessed this astonishing spectacle, a stunning maiden taking flight on this full moon night. Though her attire was unremarkable, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Ah, it is Chang'e. A villager shouted, Chang'e has ascended. Soon, the villagers' cries roused even more onlookers, and people from nearby villages emerged to witness Chang'e's celestial ascent. She soared directly towards the moon, as though she were destined to be a celestial fairy. Her gaze was like a breeze that had never touched the mortal realm, a glance that encapsulated a lifetime of sorrow. Inside the dwelling, Yu Qiong regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Du Yu. Fangming, you. Yu Qiong brandished the knife at Du Yu, accusingly. You sought to seize the elixir, forcing Sister Chang'e to consume it. I did not. Du Yu shook his head in agony. Did not. Why do you wield the knife? Yu Qiong shouted. Du Yu was at a loss for words, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the garment of Da Yi in her hands. Ever since she had met Chang'e, she had been mending this very attire. Each stitch was imbued with her affection for him. She glanced at the collar, where the words moonrise, bright and clear, were embroidered, and in an instant, a flood of memories engulfed her. She cast the garment aside, weeping bitterly. Do not feign compassion here. It is you who has robbed me of the chance to see Sister Chang'e again. And it is you who has deprived Brother Da Yi of his beloved. Yu Qiong bellowed in rage, lunging at Du Yu with a dagger. Caught off guard, Du Yu was struck in the abdomen. With a cry of anguish, she pushed Yu Qiong away and staggered out of the room. Du Yu, Dong Qinqiu exclaimed, turning back to see Du Yu's physical form, a fresh wound bleeding profusely from her midsection like a gushing tap. Quickly, help her tend her wound, Dong Qinqiu shouted. Du Yu fled in disarray along the path. What has transpired? How has it come to this? Du Yu pressed her hand against her abdomen, feeling as though the entire world was drifting away from her. She walked towards the outskirts of the village, consumed by a singular thought: to escape this place. The following day, news of Chang'e's ascendance spread like wildfire. Some claimed she could no longer endure a life of hardship and had stolen the elixir while Da Yi was away, ascending to immortality alone. Others asserted that Da Yi's disciple, Pang Ming, had seized the elixir under the cover of night, forcing Chang'e to consume it herself. Regardless of the version, Chang'e had flown away forever, leaving Yi in solitude. Yi sat despondently at home, disbelieving both narratives. Neither Chang'e nor Pang Meng would ever resort to theft. Yet, why had Pang Meng also vanished on the night Chang'e ascended? He sought only one answer. Even if Yu Qiong insisted with conviction that Pang Meng had taken the elixir, Yi remained unconvinced. Pang Meng had often disregarded the elixir when it was presented to him. Why would he suddenly seize it that night? Lost in thought, Yi walked forward, only to realize he had reached the summit of the sun-shooting mountain. He looked up at the solitary sun in the sky, his heart aching. Queen Mother of the West, please, reveal yourself. He cried out to the heavens, but received no response. Queen Mother of the West, I know that divine beings must sever all ties to the mortal realm upon their descent. You have yet to satisfy me. If you do not appear, I shall call for you daily. The Yi's voice trembled with desperation. Before long, a radiant light illuminated the space, and the Queen Mother appeared. What is the matter with you, mortal? I have granted you all the elixirs, yet you still wail for me? What more do you desire? Upon seeing the Queen Mother, he found himself speechless. And the Queen Mother surveyed the surroundings, inquiring. He is the loquacious man who accompanied you. I do not know. The Queen Mother scoffed. Speak, what else do you wish for? I long to ascend to immortality. Preposterous. The Queen Mother retorted. The elixir has been granted. Should you wish to ascend, simply consume it. Why call for me? He shook his head. I possess but half an elixir. I implore you, Queen Mother, bestow upon me another half, so that I may reunite with my beloved. Reunite with your beloved? The Queen Mother paused, momentarily taken aback. So, the Chang'e who ascended last night is your beloved? Chang'e is a celestial being? Indeed, she ascended last night, and has been enshrined as the celestial Chang'e, residing on the moon, gracing the palace of eternal cold. Queen Mother, Yi fell to his knees. I beseech you, grant me another half of the elixir, so that I may reach the moon and reunite with my beloved. Preposterous. To ascend, would you forsake your dignity as a man? The Queen Mother regarded him with disdain. The remaining half of your elixir is only sufficient for beasts. It cannot elevate a human. Then I shall become a beast. Yi declared without hesitation. As long as I can reunite with my beloved, I care not if I turn into livestock. You, the Queen Mother gazed at him, unsure of what to say. Would he truly prefer to become a beast to ascend? Perhaps he and his beloved shared a bond that transcended ordinary experiences? If I am not by my beloved's side, I cannot fathom how she shall endure. Yi implored, Queen Mother, can you assist me this once? I have been called upon countless times, not for love or fortune, but you are the first to wish to become livestock. The Queen Mother shook her head, then relented. Very well, tell me, what kind of beast do you wish to become? Yi pondered for a moment, murmuring in the past year, my beloved has often worn a worried expression, lost in thought. I wish to become a creature that possesses keen eyes to perceive her thoughts and long ears to hear her musings. My beloved adores the pure, immaculate moon. Thus, allow me to become a white beast. Are you truly certain? The Queen Mother asked, seeking confirmation. I am resolute. Yi replied without hesitation. Sigh. The Queen Mother sighed, waving her hand. Yi slumped down, wishing that all lovers in the world may ultimately unite. In the days following Chang'e's ascension, she remained despondent in the palace of eternal cold. Though the space was vast and opulent, it lacked the joy that Yi brought upon his return from hunting. Chang'e often gazed into the distance, tears streaming down her face. I wonder if Yi has donned the garment I mended for him? As she reminisced about a pure white rabbit appeared seemingly from nowhere, hopping over to Chang'e and affectionately nudging her leg. Chang'e was taken aback. She had never encountered such a friendly rabbit before. She picked it up, noticing its bright, intelligent eyes that seemed to speak. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable fondness for the rabbit, placing it on her lap and stroking it gently. How wonderful! Now I have a companion, a rabbit as flawless as jade. Chang'e smiled ruefully. You shall join me in longing for my husband. The rabbit twitched its nose, as if it understood her words. Upon closer inspection, one would notice 4 small characters inscribed on its neck. Moonrise, bright and clear. As the Book of Songs states, moonrise, bright and clear, a charming figure appears near. Softly it sways, lost in thought, labored hearts, all for naught. Moonrise, radiant and bright, a charming figure in the light. Softly it sighs, burdened by care, labored hearts, in despair. Moonrise, shining bright, a charming figure, a beautiful sight. Softly it glows, hearts intertwined, in laboring thoughts, loves bind. Chapter 15. Return Operator Dew entered the 7th day of the legend, and the entire Legend Management Bureau was in disarray. This was supposed to be a rare day, where an utterly inexperienced novice executed an ultra-class task, achieving an astonishing completion rate of 94. This remarkable accomplishment was among the best since the inception of the Bureau, and for reasons unknown, the completion rate continued to rise. Yet, despite this success, no one within the Bureau could muster a smile. Shortly after Dee was grievously wounded in the abdomen, the Bureau lost all visual contact with him. 900 years ago, Zhang Qixing had proactively severed his own visual feed, plunging the entire Bureau into panic. Now, 9 centuries later, Dee faced a similar fate, inducing a sense of unease among all present, as they wondered if Dee might be dead. One employee finally voiced the question that lingered in the air. Dead? After Duyu's feed vanished, Dong Qianxiu had remained silently beside his physical form, meticulously tending to his wounds. At that moment, Dong Qianxiu evoked an inexplicable sense of sympathy. Once meticulous in her appearance, with every strand of hair perfectly arranged, she now appeared disheveled and haggard, faint dark circles shadowing her once fair complexion. Dead? How could he be dead? His body still breathed steadily, and he still owed me a cup of coffee. How could he possibly be dead? Dong Qianxiu felt a wave of guilt wash over her. If she hadn't insisted on letting Chang'e ascend, Dee would not have been injured, nor would he have gone missing. Let us go. Xia Bayan, the 7th master, waved at Fan Wujiao. I just had Jing Guai's son and the others investigate. Dee is not dead. Fan Wujiao nodded. The matters here had reached a temporary conclusion, and the next step was to consider how to win Dee over upon his return. As they exited together, Xia Bayan stretched lazily, exclaiming, "That was like watching an exceedingly long film. I haven't used a face mask in ages. My skin has deteriorated." "Is that so?" Fan Wujiao replied dismissively. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and asked Xia Bayan, "By the way, did you see the moments yesterday?" "Moments? What about it?" Xia Bayan inquired, puzzled. Wu Gang, what about him? Can you finish your sentence in one go?" Xia Bayan scolded as he pulled out his phone and opened his moments, discovering that Wu Gang had posted a picture of the Moon Palace, where the ethereal figure of Chang'e could be faintly discerned, accompanied by the caption, "My heavens, it seems Chang'e has suddenly transformed. I have been here chopping cassia trees for hundreds of years, and for the first time, Chang'e asked if I was tired and even offered me osmanthus cake. So, who is the Chang'e that used to ignore me and scoff at me? Can someone please tell me what on earth has happened?" "Ha ha ha." Xia Bayan laughed heartily. "Isn't this splendid? Chang'e's disposition has changed. She is no longer that notorious gold digger. Wu Gang's good days are finally here." Fan Wujiao remained silent, his interest not lying with Chang'e, and he glanced at Xia Bayan with indifference, stating, "Duyu's abilities are crucial. We need to win him over as soon as possible." Duyu felt a pervasive pain throughout his body, as if he were on the brink of death. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself lying within a cave, its walls unnaturally smooth, suggesting they were not naturally formed. "Where am I?" Duyu attempted to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. "I suggest you refrain from moving. I have yet to tend to your wounds, and any sudden movements could very well lead to your demise." A cold voice drifted in from the cave's entrance. Duyu turned his head to see a man clad in black standing at the cave's mouth. Lowering his gaze to his abdomen, he noted that the blood had only temporarily congealed. The wound from the piercing still bloomed like a vivid red flower. Uncertain of the situation, Duyu softly called out for Dong Qianxiu. "By the way, I have temporarily severed your connection with the Bureau, so they can neither hear your voice nor see your image." Clutching his abdomen, Duyu struggled to sit up. "Who are you? Who am I?" "You should have already guessed," the man replied, turning to reveal profound eyes. "Zhang Qixing. Indeed, it is I." Du had never anticipated meeting Zhang Qixing in such a manner. "We want," Du inquired. "I only wish to ask you a few questions." Zhang Qixing approached Du slowly. "If your answers please me, I shall allow you to return. If they do not, then I shall end your life here." Yu's anger surged. The audacity of this man was infuriating. "You think you can end my life here? Who do you think you are? Just because I'm injured does not mean I am powerless. I have only heard of veteran employees bullying novices, never of a former employee bullying a new recruit." Zhang Qixing let out a cold laugh and waved his left hand. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a massive hole was blasted into the cave's stone wall. My goodness! If Du were not injured, he would have jumped in excitement. Could someone truly possess such power to shatter stone walls with a mere gesture? Had this meticulously crafted cave been created by this man before him? Zhang Qixing stated, "The greatest difference between you and me is that I have spent 4,000 years comprehending the path of time, enduring countless hardships to evolve from a mere mortal into a true immortal. Yet, upon ascending, I found no suitable position among the celestial ranks. As one capable of traversing time at will, the Legend Management Bureau became my sole option. But you betrayed them, did you not?" "Betrayed?" Zhang Qixing pondered the term. "Is that how they now describe me? Is it not true? You severed ties with the Bureau and left chaos in your wake." Zhang Qixing cast a cold glance at Du, retorting, "Chaos? Let me ask you this. When you forced Chang'e to ascend, what were your feelings?" The memories Du wished to avoid flooded back as Zhang Qixing's question resurrected the haunting image of a stunning beauty, teary-eyed, soaring towards the moon. "Were you happy?" Zhang Qixing pressed on. "Did you believe you were acting correctly?" "I felt neither right nor wrong. I merely followed the course of the legend." "Nonsense!" Zhang Qixing shouted angrily. "If one day, several assassins from the future told you that you would bring about the world's destruction, and thus you must die now, would you obediently accept your fate? This is entirely different." Du protested. "If Chang'e did not ascend, many would perish unjustly. That is precisely the point. Regardless of how many perish, what connection does Chang'e have with them? People thousands of years hence may die, yet they lay blame upon a frail woman from millennia past. How can that be just? Why must their lives be dictated by legends, deprived of the right to choose for themselves?" Zhang Qixing grew increasingly agitated, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. "Zhang Qixing, you are becoming insufferable." Du replied coolly. "I was trying to show you respect, yet you persist in this manner. Do you think I desire to be here? Do you think I am here for what purpose, fighting for my life in this cipher millennia ago?" Zhang Qixing snapped back to attention, looking at Du, perplexed by his sentiments. "I am but a mere mortal," Du cried out weakly. "In the end, it was those celestial beings who collectively deceived me. Did you believe I had a choice? Ever since my death, I have been led away by a group of strangers, all the way to this legendary realm. Unlike you, I cannot simply disregard their dictates. If I resist, I shall remain trapped here forever. I do not even possess the right to continue being a human. And you dare lecture me on who is right or wrong?" Du extended his trembling hand toward the gaping void created by Zhang Qixing's earlier strike, continuing, "You can split mountains with a single palm, yet I must strike twice just to cleave a watermelon. With the Legend Management Bureau teeming with dozens of individuals, do you truly believe I can oppose anyone? Each one of you commands me to act, while simultaneously berating me. On what grounds?" Zhang Qixing appeared to contemplate something, then turned to Du, saying, "If you harbor such grievances, why not join me? Let us remain in this ancient era, free from the control of others. Would that not be liberating? Free?" Du's lips turned pale, and he scoffed coldly. "It is precisely because of the so-called freedom you speak of that I was forcibly brought here, compelled to make the archer shoot down the sun and the moon goddess to consume the elixir and soar into the heavens. You may enjoy your freedom, but what about me? You expect me, a mere mortal, to thrive in this land rife with beasts and demons. Does that equate to freedom?" Zhang Qixing remained silent, pondering Du's words. "You harbor discontent, as do I. Du clenched his teeth. "Do not impose all the blame upon me. If you are dissatisfied, then go and dismantle the Legend Management Bureau. Is it truly your entire capability to detain an injured mortal?" Noticing Zhang Qixing's silence, You paused, then continued, yes. I admit, I feel remorse for the fates of the archer and the moon goddess, but I had no choice. I lacked the authority to alter their destinies. For me, it was akin to having a knife held to my throat by a multitude of deities. You gazed at Zhang Qixing, clutching his abdomen as he continued. This is a dilemma akin to a runaway train. You have placed me on the tracks, forcing me to choose between the deaths of the archer and the moon goddess or the lives of countless others. Yet, I know that regardless of my choice, I shall be met with scorn. But the train was always meant to collide with them. Thus, I could only make this choice. I cannot redirect the train because of my acquaintance with them, only to crash into those who were meant to survive. Zhang Qixing listened intently to Du Yu's words, seemingly lost in thought. Du Yu felt his own condition deteriorating. Yet he could not suppress his frustration with Zhang Qixing's demeanor. You altered the course of this train that was once on a normal path, and now you question me as to why I wish to revert it. Zhang Qixing, how are you different from me? Du Yu coughed, and his wound ruptured, causing him to hunch down in agony. Is this how it is? So there are people like you in this world. Zhang Qixing observed Du Yu, murmuring to himself, very well, let me see how far you can go. Du wanted to say more, but his consciousness began to fade. Assistant Dong, an employee shouted, we've received Du Yu's visual feed. Dong Qianxiu, disregarding everything else, rushed to the screen. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yet, her heart sank as she saw Du Yu collapsed on the ground. Unresponsive despite frantic calls, his abdomen stained with blood. Activate recall mode immediately. Dong Qianxiu adjusted the controls beside the display, and in an instant, the operation mode was engaged. With the aftermath team confirming the situation and the soul retrieval team preparing for the recall. Report. The anticipated Taishu from this legendary traversal is 0. Report. The soul retrieval is ready. The entire Legend Management Bureau became a hive of activity. Assistant Dong, you might need to come take a look. An employee noticed something amiss and called out to Dong Qianxiu. Set aside all else for now. I need Du Yu to return alive. Dong Qianxiu remained undeterred, continuing her operations on the screen. Assistant Dong, there's something truly peculiar. Dong Qianxiu bit her lip and shouted, all team members, continue with the recall efforts. I will check briefly and return immediately. She hurried to the employee responsible for the aftermath of the legend. What is it? Assistant Dong. The completion rate of the legend has already reached 98, and it continues to rise. What? Dong Qianxiu exclaimed. 98? That would be the highest completion rate since the inception of the Legend Management Bureau. Yet, Du has not participated. How can this be? Quickly, display the visual feed. The staff moved swiftly, adjusting the screen. The image revealed an elderly man accompanied by several attendants, briskly making his way towards the village of the archer. This is Emperor Yao. Dong Qianxiu recognized the elder immediately. The elder entered the village, inquiring from every household about the archer who shot down the sun, and without exception, the villagers informed him that the archer was named Yi. However, despite traversing the entire village, none knew where he could be found. Your Majesty, must you find that Yi? One attendant inquired. Indeed, upon hearing that someone could shoot down the sun, I set forth from Pingyang without delay, and after 2 full days, I have finally arrived here. I must bring that Yi from the village with me, the emperor declared. This is not merely a matter of gratitude for saving the world. It is also a strategy to stabilize the hearts of the people. Ah, I see, Your Majesty. The attendant nodded in understanding. It mattered not whether Yi could shoot down the sun. What was crucial was that they must take someone named Yi from this village. With this action, the entire realm would recognize Emperor Yao as a wise ruler. Report. Another attendant approached Emperor Yao, bowing. We have inquired, and in the nearby villages, there is only one child named Yi. Yi. Emperor Yao raised an eyebrow, confirming. There is no other person named Yi? Affirmative. The archer who shot down the sun has vanished. Now only this child named Yi remains, and according to the villagers, this Yi is quite close to the archer. Very well. I shall make this child an official. Spread the word. The Yi from this village has been taken by me. Understood. Dong Qianxiu watched as the completion rate surged to 99. What on earth is happening? Yi. She quickly opened her phone's encyclopedia, searching for details on the legend of the archer who shot down the suns. As it turns out, The commonly spoken tale of Yi shooting the sun is merely a rumor. The true archer who shot down the 9 sons is named while Yi was the monarch of the Qi state during the Xia dynasty. In reverence to the archer Yi, he adopted the name Yi. Legend has it that Yi was also skilled in archery, leading to the gradual confusion between the two figures. So, who truly shot down the sun, Yi or Yi? The era is too distant for anyone to recall. Thus, the tale of Yi shooting the sun emerged. Dong Qianxiu watched as the completion rate reached 100, the entire screen shimmering with golden light. For the first time in history, a perfect score. Assistant Dong, Du Yu's soul has returned. An employee shouted. Chapter 16. Amoxicillin, a mere mortal, ascended to the esteemed position of an operator within the Bureau of Legends and achieved an unprecedented 100 completion rate on his inaugural A-level mission. This remarkable feat rapidly spread throughout the realms of immortality, causing a stir not only in the underworld but also in the celestial court. However, at the heart of this tempest, the protagonist, Du Yu, lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber. Upon hearing of his grievous injuries, the 10 Yama kings hastened to send miraculous elixirs, their intentions all too clear. Among the esteemed 8 lords of the underworld, only the second lord, the martial judge Zhong Kui, was absent, while the rest, Wenpan Guanshuiju, the 3rd lord Nyodo, the 4th lord Ma Mian, the 5th lord Yiyi, the 6th lord Suo Yi, the 7th lord Xie Baian, and the 8th lord Fan Wu Jiu, each delivered their cherished treasures. These elixirs were indeed rare gems on earth. Whether it was the millennium-old Heeshou Wu, the 1000-year Lingji, or the celestial Tianshan, Snow Lotus, and Kunlun Ginseng, each family presented their long-cherished treasures. In addition to these dignitaries, Meng Pe, the king of hell, the emperor of the north, the eastern great emperor, and even the seldom-seen empress of the earth sent their condolences. Notably, at the persistent behest of Fan Wu Jiu, Fan Xiaogua reluctantly ventured forth to deliver her offering. However, she presented a box of amoxicillin, valued at a mere 12.8 yuan, primarily used for treating inflammation. A stark contrast amidst the array of extraordinary treasures. Xiaogua, what are you thinking? Xie Jin inquired, as she accompanied Fan Xiaogua on the path. Xiaogua was resolute in her decision to present the least expensive, seemingly useless medication to Du Yu, and nothing could dissuade her. What else could I think? I don't want my marriage to be dictated by the older generation. Fan Xiaogua pouted, her expression one of reluctance. But Du isn't all that bad, is he? He is not unpleasant to look at, and seems rather engaging. Xie Jin remarked. Yes, that is true. But do you feel it, Sister Bai? When I'm with him, I might feel quite at ease. But once the elders intervene, I lose all motivation, Fan Xiaogua murmured, her gaze downcast. I haven't even had the chance to understand who he truly is before being told I must marry him. The pressure is overwhelming. Indeed, Xie Jin gently stroked Fan Xiaogua's head, suggesting, let us allow things to unfold naturally. Our Xiaogua is so charming. How could she not attract admirers? Upon awakening in the Bureau of Legends, Du Yu found himself surrounded by an abundance of miraculous elixirs. Am I dead? Why are there so many offerings? He pondered, soon realizing something was amiss. He was indeed alive. Turning his head, he noticed Dong Qianxiu slumped at his bedside, her hands inexplicably stained with dried blood. Strands of hair falling across her pale face, appearing utterly exhausted. Didn't she claim to have not stepped away from that screen for centuries? Why is she asleep here? Du Yu scrutinized her closely. As if sensing his gaze, Dong Qianxiu furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. Du Yu, you're awake? After a moment of contemplation, do you manage a faint smile? Hee. Yes, Sister Qianxiu. How are you? Does your wound still hurt? Wound? The one injured is the legendary me, not the real me. Du Yu began to twist his body, only to be struck by a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen. Du Yu, the legendary you and the real you are symbiotic. Any harm you endure is genuine. Ouch! Du Yu gasped, doubling over. Is that truly the case? I must take care of myself. This is partly my fault. Dong Qianxiu hurriedly explained. While I did not wish for Chang'e to ascend, this is the recorded legend. No one can alter it. All right, Sister Qianxiu, I was merely jesting. Yu chuckled, tossing aside the blankets and leaping from the bed. Although it hurt somewhat, it was bearable. Look, I'm still lively. Stop. As Yu jumped from the bed, Dong Chinchio quickly turned her head away. What's wrong, Sister Chinchio? Yu glanced down, realizing his clothing had been removed without his notice. They needed to clean your wounds, and took off your clothes. Goodness. Yu hastily crawled back into bed, feeling utterly embarrassed. Seeing you lively puts my mind at ease. I will retrieve your clothes, Dong Chinchio assured him as she slowly exited the room. Before leaving, she turned to say, as of now, you are the sole operator in the Bureau of Legends. If you were to perish, the responsibility would rest heavily upon me. Watching her depart, Yu surveyed the room filled with miraculous elixirs and sighed softly. Who has placed all these boxes here? I heard you've awakened. A figure peeked through the door. The great judge? Yu exclaimed. You knew I had just woken? The figure was none other than Great Judge Ju. I intended to convey a message to old he, asking you to meet me upon awakening. However, since your recent mission was executed so splendidly, a queue has formed of those eager to befriend you. I feared others might seize the opportunity, hence my visit. Oh, did I truly perform so admirably? Yu felt a swell of pride. Indeed, theoretically, it could not have been executed better. Then, Great Judge, what about our earlier agreement? Are you referring to the matter of reincarnation? Ju chuckled. Even if your task was executed flawlessly, it cannot compare to the span of 700 years. Although Yu had anticipated this outcome, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and could only manage a wry smile. Must I continue in this role? When will it come to an end? Tell me, how do you perceive this position? Ju asked earnestly. After a moment's reflection, Yu replied, it possesses a degree of amusement. It is far superior to my former life as a factory worker. However, it carries a certain peril. I have come perilously close to death on several occasions. In our realm, such hazardous occupations typically offer substantial rewards. Rewards? Ha ha ha. Yu's remark elicited laughter from Ju. What is so amusing? Gradually stifling his laughter, Ju gestured toward the room full of elixirs, saying, upon hearing that an operator of the Bureau of Legends was injured, every notable figure in the underworld sent you miraculous elixirs. Given your current status, what do you have you for rewards? Yu stared blankly at the array of treasures, most housed in exquisitely crafted boxes made from rare woods, some even adorned with gold. All of this is for me? Indeed. Presently, everyone awaits your decision regarding which family's elixir you will use for healing. Choosing a family's elixir is tantamount to accepting their olive branch. Initially pleased, Yu's expression shifted to one of disdain upon hearing Ju's words. What a hassle. I have brought your clothes, Dong Chinchio announced, entering with Yu's freshly laundered garments. Oh, the great judge is here as well. Yu flashed a slight smile at Dong Chinchio, accepted the clothing, and dressed under the covers before stepping down to inspect the room filled with wooden boxes. My goodness, what are these? Can they truly heal? Opening the first box, he was taken aback to find what appeared to be a fish scale within. This is the reverse scale of a Zhulong, sent by King Qingguang. Yu set aside the items and opened the second box, revealing a small, glimmering stone, a 5-colored stone, a gift from the King of Equality. With a bewildered expression, he turned to the third box, which contained a severed finger, a relic of the Buddha, sent by Ma Mian. Enough is enough. Yu waved his hand dismissively at Dong Chinchio. Sister Chinchio, there's no need to introduce these items to me. I do not wish to accept any of them. Please return them. That is out of the question, Dong Chinchio exclaimed. If these distinguished individuals learn that you have refused all gifts, how will you explain that to them? Explain. Yu looked at her in confusion. I am your employee. What do I have to explain to them? Besides, I am merely a mortal. Can these items truly heal my wounds? I fear that consuming them may lead to my demise instead. He approached the table and picked up a box of amoxicillin. As mortals, we can only take this sort of medication. The rest is of no use to me. After saying this, Yu turned to Ju. By the way, leader, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Ju pondered for a moment before replying. I wish to request your assistance with a matter, but there is no rush. Take your time to consider it. At Fan Wujiao's residence, Xia Bayan happened to be visiting. Observing the numerous gifts that had been returned, Both men fell into contemplation. I heard that Yiyi returned all the gifts, leaving only a box of amoxicillin worth less than 20 yuan. It seems we miscalculated. Yiyi is quite an unusual disposition, Bayan remarked, perplexed. I am curious to know who possesses such cunning to send a box of medicine meant for mortals. Fan Wujiao replied. It appears there are hidden talents within the underworld. Standing nearby, Fan Shaohua appeared confused. Ancestor, what did you say you kept? Amoxicillin. What? Do you know who sent it? Huh. Jin, standing behind Bayan, could not contain a laugh. Eighth ancestor, it was Shaohua who sent the amoxicillin. Bayan and Fan Wujiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that true? Fan Shaohua was baffled. How can a box of medicine cause such a stir? Excellent job, Shaohua. Fan Wujiao said, a rare smile gracing his face. We can rely on you to forge a good relationship with Yiyi for the He family. You learned from Dong Qianqiu that he had been unconscious for 13 days. During this time, the Bureau of Legends had been operating as usual, with only Dong Qianqiu taking leave to care for him. It was the first time in centuries that she had requested time off. Sister Qianqiu, how long must I lie here? Yiyi lamented, as she persistently prevented him from getting out of bed. For days, in addition to caring for him, she had been tutoring him on the lore of legends. You will be allowed to rise once you pass my assessment. Alas, Yiyi sighed. Please spare me. Now listen closely. Are all deities immortal? You thought for a moment before responding? I suppose so. Incorrect. Dong Qianqiu scolded playfully. What have you been listening to? I have told you countless times that while deities live longer than mortals, they are not immortal. There are many methods for them to extend their lifespan, such as the peach banquet and undergoing tribulations. The oldest known deity lived for 100,080 years. Is that so? Sister Qianqiu, I have read the chronicles of deities where some deities lived for millions of years. Dong Qianqiu shook her head in exasperation. Let me ask you, which texts about deities were penned by deities themselves? This question caught Yiyi off guard. Indeed, all texts regarding deities seem to be written by mortals. All your knowledge of deities comes from mortal accounts. Even many of their titles were bestowed by emperors throughout history. But do you truly know what they are like? Well, if you put it that way, it does seem. Do you know how long humanity has existed? If we start from the apes, it has only been 4,500,000 years. What does it mean for a deity to live for millions of years? A monkey deity? Dong Qianqiu continued. Furthermore, with 5,000 years of civilization in China, where would you find these million-year-old deities? Yiyi helplessly shrugged. Please continue, Sister Qianqiu. Very well, I shall continue to educate you. While Yiyi listened to these theoretical discussions with a sense of fatigue, it was far more tedious than entering the world of legends, nearly lulling him to sleep. After an hour, he could no longer contain himself. Sister Qianqiu, how about we call it a day? What? Dong Qianqiu paused, surprised. How can we stop? This knowledge may one day save your life. Isn't there still you? Me? Exactly. When I enter the legends, you will be right by my side, won't you? Dong Qianqiu opened her mouth, but fell silent. Or will you disregard me like last time? That was a unique situation, so if you learn this knowledge, it is as if I have learned it too. Yiyi jumped out of bed, patting Dong Qianqiu's shoulder. Don't tire yourself out. Let's enjoy some fresh air. How about a coffee? Dong Qianqiu looked at him, puzzled, and sighed softly. After all, he was the sole hope for revitalizing the once glorious Bureau of Legends. Where shall we go for coffee? Sister, this is your domain. How would I know? Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, the two made their escape from the Bureau of Legends. To Yiyi's surprise, despite Dong Qianqiu's apparent high status, she did not even own a car. Sister Qianqiu, is this what you are wearing? Yiyi observed her black work attire, questioning, don't women usually dress up nicely when going out? I only have this outfit. For the first time, Dong Qianqiu felt somewhat embarrassed by the multitude of questions she had faced over the years. Perhaps I should buy a nice dress? Never mind, Yiyi replied. I cannot even imagine what you would look like in different clothes. This is perfectly fine. The two exited the mountain of no return, heading towards Fengdu City. However, with no return mountain being a full 40 miles from Fengdu, and Yiyi still nursing injuries, they would likely take an entire day to arrive on foot. Just as they were speaking, an old van flew overhead. Upon spotting the two below, it circled once before descending slowly. Hey, Sister Incha. Do you squinted, recognizing the driver as Fan Shaohua. Assistant Dong, and do you? Fan Shaohua appear bewildered. Are you two going out? Indeed. Do you exclaimed. Your arrival is fortuitous. Please give us a ride. Dong Chinchou shook her head. Do you? Shaohua might have business with the director. We shouldn't disturb others' work. Oh, it's nothing, Assistant Dong. I am merely fulfilling the orders of the ancestor to bring Do you something. Wherever you are heading, I can take you there, and I will leave immediately afterward, as I need to attend to some matters in Fengdu City as well. Do you, no longer polite, pulled Dong Chinchou into the car. The three of them flew towards Fengdu City in a peculiar atmosphere. Chapter 17. Zhongli Chun in the dilapidated van, aside from Du occasionally initiating a conversation. The two girls remained resolutely silent. Du was perplexed by this behavior, and he found himself reminiscing about the eccentric character of Xiejin. Dear passengers, our vehicle is experiencing some turbulence due to air currents. Please stow your tray tables, lower your sunshades, fasten your seatbelts, and note that the restroom is temporarily out of service. Du imitated Xiejin's manner of speaking as he advised the two girls. Yet, they continued to exhibit no response. Fan Shaohua wore an expression of embarrassment, internally scolding herself. Fan Shaohua, what on earth are you doing? Assistant Dong invited Du out. You don't even like him, so why are you meddling? Dong Chinchou was venturing out for the first time in centuries. Her emotions were equally tumultuous. On one hand, she felt anxious, as if she had committed some grave error. On the other hand, she was torn, acutely aware that the Fan family intended to leverage Fan Shaohua to win over Du. Now, she was uncertain whether she should proactively relinquish this opportunity, allowing Fan Shaohua to spend time alone with him. Before long, the trio reached the threshold of the underworld, having searched extensively for a parking spot before finally halting the vehicle. Upon disembarking, Fan Shaohua feigned panic, exclaiming, We've arrived. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you too. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, do you grasp Fan Shaohua's arm? What's wrong? He asked, confusion etched on his face. Sister Insha, didn't you say you had something to hand over to me? Du looked at Fan Shaohua quizzically. Are you just going to leave like this? Oh, right. Fan Shaohua suddenly recalled that she had come at the behest of her ancestor to deliver an item. She rummaged through her small handbag and produced a pitch-black scroll. Here, take this. What is this? Du accepted it and examined it closely, finding it resembled the bamboo slips often depicted in television dramas, albeit entirely black. This is a set of cultivation methods. My ancestor instructed me to give it to you. Cultivation methods? Du exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that the kind of extraordinary technique that cultivators receive in fairy tales? Sort of. Fan Shaohua scratched her head. However, this method is generally not meant for cultivators. It's intended for evil cultivators or demons. Seriously? Du was perplexed. If you all intend to harm me, shouldn't you be a bit more discreet about it? Being so straightforward makes it difficult to succeed. You've misunderstood, Dong Chinchou interjected. Most of the Yin immortals in the underworld, aside from the prominent figures, were formerly evil cultivators in the mortal realm, having long coexisted with Yin energy and spirits. They ascended to become Yin immortals. Is that so? Du glanced at the scroll in his hand. But I'm just a mortal. It would take me years to master this method. Aren't there any better cultivation techniques? With a resigned sigh, Fan Shaohua replied, It's not that I wish to discourage you, but ever since the last global survey of the immortal realm in 1945, it has been confirmed that the spiritual energy of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, has been completely depleted. From that moment on, no one could cultivate immortal techniques, and the advancement of all immortals has stagnated. Fortunately, the method your ancestor provided is of the utmost Yin and evil nature, allowing for rapid mastery without the need for spiritual energy. Good heavens! Du was genuinely taken aback, even if it's for evil cultivators. To think it's a method of such extreme Yin and evil. As Du spoke, he unfurled the scroll, revealing 4 gleaming golden characters, the record of ghosts from all directions. Dong Chinchou's eyes widened in astonishment. The record of ghosts from all directions. She repeated the name several times before suddenly recalling something. Could it be the record of ghosts from all directions created by the Lady of the Earth? Do you scrutinize the scroll more closely? The contents were quite peculiar. Rather than being composed of text, it resembled a diagram. The illustration depicted directions: north, south, east, west, and divided into upper and lower, totaling 8 arrows pointing in various directions. Sister Chinchio, do you recognize this? Recognize it? Legend has it that the record of ghosts from all directions was the cultivation method employed by the Lady of the Earth when she established the underworld. However, most believe it to be a myth, hence no one takes it seriously. After all, the abilities attributed to the record of ghosts are too bizarre. You've stumbled upon an incredible fortune. You must express your gratitude to the Fan family. Oh, do you still feel somewhat perplexed? Xiaogua, please thank your ancestor for me when you return. Oh, is that all? Fan Xiaogua appeared dazed. Then I shall take my leave. Once Fan Xiaogua had walked away, do you turn back to inquire, Sister Chinchio, is this thing truly that powerful? Indeed, she affirmed. Although it's unclear how Fan Wujiao obtained the record of ghosts, since he entrusted it to you. Dong Chinchio produced a golden pen. You must inscribe your birth date and name in the center of the record. It will then belong solely to you. Unless you voluntarily relinquish it, no one can take it away. But what exactly does the record of ghosts do? Do you ask with concern? If it's truly that formidable, why would even the Lady of the Earth need to rely on its power? Isn't it a method of extreme, and evil? Dong Chinchio gazed at the softly glowing record of ghosts and explained, the term 8 directions refers to the cardinal points: north, south, east, west, up, down, life, and death. The holder of the record may summon 8 spirits to guard these directions, effectively harnessing their powers for oneself. It is said that the technical department of the Management Bureau once attempted to replicate the principles of the record, but they could only manage to maintain a spirit-s possession for 5 minutes. Compared to the record, that duration is merely child-s play. Is that so? Do you pause for a moment? The underworld is filled with countless spirits. If I were to summon 10 formidable ones, wouldn't that render me invincible? In theory, yes. Dong Chinchio replied, but spirits have their own will. Surrounding yourself with individuals you cannot trust ultimately breeds unease. Upon finishing her statement, Dong Chinchio turned to see that Diyu had already signed his name and birth date. Didn't you say that once I sign, it becomes mine? Unless I voluntarily give it up, I'm claiming this opportunity for myself. As for which spirits to summon to guard my directions, I'll decide that later. However, I must caution you to choose your spirits wisely. Once a spirit becomes one of your 8, it will remain with you for eternity, unless it is completely obliterated. Diyu glanced at the black record in his hand and nodded silently. The two engaged in a brief moment of preparation before heading towards Fengdu City. Sister Chinchio, I had hoped you could show me around the underworld, but you seem even less familiar than I am. Indeed, I haven't ventured out for nearly a millennium, Dong Chinchio admitted, somewhat sheepishly. However, I can still recall some interesting places. There's a pedestrian street called 3 Livestone along the River of Forgetfulness. We can check it out. With their destination set, the duo proceeded on their way. As Diyu had anticipated, the Yin officials and ghost soldiers in the underworld did not recognize Dong Chinchio, nor did they acknowledge him as the newly appointed operative. They wandered the streets like 2 ordinary spirits. By the way, Sister Chinchio, there is something I've always wanted to ask you. What is it? Our workplace is called the Legend Management Bureau's branch office in the underworld, right? Indeed. It sounds merely like a branch office. So why is the director working there? Shouldn't he be at the headquarters? It's understandable that you would question this. Our original workplace was not in the underworld. The main headquarters of the Legend Management Bureau is located in heaven. Heavenly Court? Diyu never anticipated that this organization would be quite substantial. But why is the director not present at the Heavenly Court? It's a long story. Since the betrayal of the legendary Management Bureau by Zhang Qixing 900 years ago, the Bureau has been devoid of operators. This has severely diminished their ability to intervene in legends, leading to a dramatic decline in their status. Despite being a vast institution with offices in the Heavenly Court, Dragon Palace, the Mortal Realm, and the Underworld, they have gradually been marginalized. As a result, they have been forced to shift and adapt. ultimately settling in the small area of the underworld known as the Unreturned Mountain. Du Yu felt a surge of indignation. These people are truly superficial, currying favor when operators were present and ostracizing them in their absence. Dong Qinshu offered a wry smile, saying, "It's all right. We now have an operator." Du Yu paused, realizing, right? I'm an operator now. Qinshu Jia, wait and see. I will soon secure a territory for us from the heavenly court. Dong Qinshu's eyes crinkled with a smile as she replied, "All right, I'll be waiting." Wow. Qinshu Jia, I didn't know you could smile. Do you? Are you trying to stir up trouble? After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the 3 live stone pedestrian street that Dong Qinshu had mentioned. This place was far more bustling than Du Yu had imagined. An ancient street adorned with various neon signs. The air above was festooned with traditional colorful banners alongside modern light strings, creating a unique aesthetic that harmoniously blended the ancient and the contemporary. The pedestrians were a kaleidoscope of styles. Some women wore kipayos while others donned short skirts, and among the men, some were clad in armor, while others sported shirts. My heavens! Du Yu exclaimed in bewilderment. Why are there so many people in the underworld? Quite simply, Dong Qinshu explained, not everyone wishes to be reincarnated. Many spirits choose to reside here. Residing here? Du Yu pondered for a moment. It didn't seem like such a bad idea. After some wandering, they arrived at a minimalist CAF, its cement facade marked by the illuminated words Bitter Waiting. Bitter Waiting, what an intriguing name for a CF, Du Yu remarked, glancing upward. Shall we enter this establishment? Dong Qinshu nodded and reached for the door, but the moment she opened it, a piercing scream erupted from inside. Watch out! Dong Qinshu yanked Du Yu aside, just as a figure crashed through the shop door. My word! Du Yu gasped, startled. Had Dong Qinshu not pulled him away, he would have surely been knocked over. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Dong Qinshu shouted angrily. The CAF fell eerily silent, as if no one dared to utter a word. With a huff, Dong Qinshu stepped inside, where a remarkably tall woman stood at the center. The surrounding patrons and staff paralyzed with fear. Why did you suddenly strike someone? A trembling employee inquired. The woman slowly turned, dressed in meticulously crafted armor from the Warring States period. Her beauty striking yet contrasted by her towering height of nearly 6 feet, 3 inches, and her commanding presence. Why did I strike someone? I looked at my fist and felt rather displeased, she replied. Du Yu, mustering his courage, peeked around Dong Qinshu. Goodness, is there really such an audacious individual in the underworld? Just because you're upset doesn't he give you the right to hit people? The female staff member, seemingly unafraid, stood her ground despite the imposing aura of the woman. Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside. This person is gravely injured. The staff member rushed outside to find a man lying unconscious on the ground. How can you be so rude? The employee yelled at the woman, turning to those nearby. Quickly, call for the underworld officials. My heavens, she knocked someone out cold so casually. Qinshu Jia, let us take her down. Du Yu urged from behind. No. That one do. Dong Qinshu hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. We need to find a way to slip away. Huh? Is she really that formidable? Du Yu was taken aback. Just then, the woman turned and spotted Dong Qinshu. It's you? She murmured, but quickly turned away, ignoring her. She righted a chair she had just overturned and sat down, surveying the patrons. Should anyone dare to look at me again, I shall send them flying. The customers hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the towering woman. Du Yu, we should leave. Dong Qinshu tugged at Du Yu, intending to exit, while the woman continued to indulge in the desserts on her table. Who dares to wreak havoc? A furious voice boomed as a figure descended from the sky. Clad in official garb, with a face resembling coal, he appeared to be an underworld official, daring to cause a disturbance on my street. Today, I shall make you aware of the might of the step footpath. Step footpath? I've never heard of it, Dong Qinshu thought as she quickly grabbed the official, restraining him. What are you doing? Who are you? Are you an accomplice? The official, known as Buzu Dao, retorted impatiently. I am Dong Qinshu of the Legend Management Bureau. You are unable to handle the current situation. Swiftly fetch your superior to address this. Be it Nyo Tu, Ma Mian, or the second Master Jasa, and he will suffice. What nonsense! If you're truly Dong Qianxiu of the Legend Management Bureau, then I am the He Suo of the Legend Management Bureau. The underworld official scoffed, shoving Dong Qianxiu aside as he charged into the CAF, pointing at the tall woman and shouting, Demonis! I am the underworld official Bu Zudao. Who are you? State your name. Before he could finish, the woman shifted swiftly, appearing directly in front of him, her fist, larger than that of an ordinary person, hovering perilously close to his nose. Oh no, she is not playing by the rules. Du Yu exclaimed in shock as the woman struck without giving anyone a chance to introduce themselves. With a thunderous crash, the crowd recoiled in shock. Dong Qianxiu stepped forward, shielding the underworld official from the blow, gripping the woman's fist tightly. Zhongli Chun, grant me this favor, she said, her voice tinged with tension. Chapter 18. Have I acquired superpowers? Chapter 19. The hero emerges in youth. Several Inchai knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear. After decades of infrequent encounters, the renowned Seventh Master, Xie Bian, had suddenly appeared here. Seventh Master, what brings you to this place? Bu Zu inquired with a forced smile. What brings me here? Xie Bian pondered while patting his face to aid in the absorption of the essence liquid. I am here to thwart Zhongli Chun. But it seems this situation no longer concerns me. Upon closer inspection, Xie Bian was surprised to find Du standing behind the Inchai. Wait a moment. Didn't you call me earlier? What are you doing here? I didn't want to come, but circumstances are quite peculiar, Du responded. The Inchai exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that this individual was acquainted with the Seventh Master, thus inadvertently placing themselves in a predicament. Before Du and Xie Bian could exchange pleasantries, a thunderous roar shattered the air. The space above twisted once more, revealing a colossal figure. Who dares to harm my subordinates? Boomed a rough voice. Xie Bian couldn't help but chuckle. This was getting interesting with the arrival of a lively character. Oh, Old Seven, you're here too. The imposing figure landed, enthusiastically greeting Xie Bian with a hearty slap on the back. Yes, third brother, you're here as well. Xie Bian replied with a smile. Du looked up to see the peculiar appearance of this man, tall and robust, with a bull's head and a human body, adorned with massive horns protruding from his temples. He was undoubtedly one of the most renowned Inchai in the underworld. Neo too. I heard someone was attacking my subordinates. Who is it? Xie Bian pointed towards Zhongli Chun with a grin. She is the one you need to deal with. Neo 2's eyes widened in horror upon recognizing Zhongli Chun. Oh my goodness, Zhongli Chun? Is this some kind of joke? What's the matter? Third brother? You should be able to contend with her. Xie Bian urged. Go on. Unleash your inner spirit and confront her. Old Seven, are you mocking me? Neo 2 retorted angrily before whispering to Xie Bian. How was I to know I'd encounter someone of her caliber in this pedestrian street? I'm not even carrying a single magical artifact. If it comes to blows, my inner spirit would surely be obliterated by her. Suppressing his laughter, Xie Bian composed himself and asked, So what do you propose? Let your subordinates take the beating? Well, my subordinates haven't actually been harmed. I just want to make a statement, Neo 2 confessed, turning to Bai Wu Chang. Old Seven, your wit surpasses mine. Help me devise a plan. I can't afford to lose face in front of my subordinates. With a sly grin, Xie Bian suggested, Third brother, it's simple. Find out who the accomplice is and teach them a lesson, right? Neo 2 exclaimed, a spark of realization lighting up his face. He turned to the Inchai and declared, This woman will be dealt with later. Is there anyone else causing you trouble? Bu Zu and his companions suddenly found their courage, pointing at Du Yu and exclaiming, He obstructed our efforts to capture this villain. Very well. Neo 2 cast a glance at Du Yu, emboldened by the realization that he was merely immortal. You dare oppose my subordinates? Du Yu glanced at Xie Bian, who was struggling to contain his laughter. Nodding, he replied, I certainly found them displeasing. Let me give you a taste of my strength. Neo 2 raised his hand to strike. Hey, third brother. Just as the slap was about to land on Du Yu's face, Bai Wu Chang intervened. Neo 2's hand froze midair as he turned to Xie Bian, questioning, what is going on? Well, Xie Bian pondered before suggesting, there's really no harm in letting you strike. Why not wait until you've finished before we discuss further? Oh, very well. Neo 2 nodded, lifting his hand again, but then hesitated. He glanced back at Xie Bian, his expression shifting to one of sincerity. Old Seven, you're not trying to lead me into trouble, are you? If I strike, it could spell disaster for me. Xiaobian finally burst into laughter. Oh, third brother, it's been 10 years, and your intellect has skyrocketed. Indeed, Neo2 beamed with pride. I am no fool. After laughing heartily, Xiaobian finally explained, if you strike him, it would be a grave error. He is none other than the newly appointed operator from the Management Bureau. Do you? What? Neo2's eyes bulged, his nostrils flaring in shock. An operator? A wave of dread washed over Neo2. Had he struck, the consequences would have been dire. Had the operator returned to the past, he might have erased Neo2 from existence. Oh my, it's the operator. A misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Neo2 exclaimed, his face now radiating goodwill. Do you? Somewhat speechless, murmured, you truly wear your thoughts on your sleeve. You rascals, get up. Apologize to Brother Du. Neo2 shouted at the Inchai, still kneeling on the ground. The Inchai were perplexed. Just moments ago, their leader had vowed to stand up for them. And now he was all smiles, leaving them to wonder how significant Du truly was. Buzu and his brother, Buzu Shuo, realized they had acted rashly. They had pushed someone who intimidated even Neo2. Neo2 approached Du with a friendly demeanor. Ah, we're all on the same side, Brother Du. Do you remember when I gifted you a Guiyuan Dan? Let us not discuss that. Du shook his head. I returned all the pills to you, not accepting a single one. Oh dear. Neo2 chuckled awkwardly. Though you may have returned the Guiyuan Dan, my intentions remain pure. Suddenly, Neo2 turned and kicked Buzu Shuo, catching both Du and Buzu Shuo off guard. Hey, boss, why did you kick me? You lot have caused me enough trouble. Get away from here. Neo2, fearful of Du's retribution, hastily tried to dismiss his troublesome subordinates. Wait, Du stopped him. Huh? Brother Du, please don't be angry with my incompetent subordinates, Neo2 pleaded. Du was indeed upset. Seeing Zhongli Chun's injuries filled him with guilt. Though she had initiated the conflict, it was unjust for her to be besieged by a group of enforcers. The true culprits were these scoundrels. He glanced at Xiaobian, who appeared contemplative. Du recognized that although he had only known Xiaobian for a few days, Neo2 had been his brother for thousands of years. If a conflict arose, would Xiaobian side with him? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaobian seemed to arrive at a conclusion and spoke. Third brother, the operator can let these individuals go, but you must provide him with their life resumes. He mentioned he has some leisure time and wishes to explore the past. Neo2 was taken aback, hastily interjecting, Brother Du, are you trying to endanger my subordinates? They have been with me for over 1,000 years. Du felt a bit bewildered and softly remarked, Seventh Master, although I am quite furious. These individuals do not seem to be legendary figures. However, Xiaobian paid no heed to Du and continued to speak to himself. Fourth brother, have you considered that if we in Chai can freely administer extrajudicial punishment, why can't the operators do the same? The Severline Chai, upon hearing this, cried out in plea, repeatedly bowing their heads against the ground, the dull thuds echoing as their foreheads swelled into large bumps. After a prolonged wait, Xiaobian slowly approached them with a faint smile, saying, Enough, consider this a minor lesson. While it is permissible to carry out your duties, it is absolutely unacceptable to bully others. Third brother intends to protect you. Thus, you must also uphold his reputation. The matters of soul disputes should be handled by the in-law office. If you beat her so severely now, it would only reflect poorly on us. What reason would we have to capture her? The Inchai continued to bow on the ground, too terrified to utter a word. Seeing them suffer enough, Du finally sighed in relief. As a mortal, he realized that if he pressed further, even the ox head might not always grant him such leniency. He slowly said, Alas, what the Seventh Master said resonates with my thoughts. You should act wisely. The group of them felt as though they had been granted a second chance at life, hurriedly expressing their gratitude to Du and Xiaobian before scurrying away, clutching their foreheads. Ah, Brother Du, Oxhead exclaimed joyfully, you're quite a decent fellow. How about we go for a drink together? Du merely replied with a casual no and walked directly to Zhongli Chan. I did not move. Zhongli Chan appeared gravely injured, yet still managed to display a captivating smile. I know. I know. Du Yu gazed at her with concern. Though he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, there was something peculiar about the aura Zhong Lichun emanated. Hey, Zhong Lichun chuckled foolishly, then lost consciousness, collapsing into Du Yu's embrace. He caught her, and though her stature was tall, she felt surprisingly fragile, leaving him puzzled as to the source of her immense strength. Seventh Master, what on earth is happening? Du Yu looked at Zhong Lichun beside him, utterly perplexed. What is going on? Are you referring to Zhong Lichun? Xie Bian scratched his head. She is the foremost of the 10 great villains of the underworld. Although she hasn't committed any truly heinous acts, she is notoriously difficult to deal with, capable of effortlessly dispersing souls. She has a mountain of legal troubles, and even if we were to capture her, we would have no means of dealing with her. Her soul is extraordinarily resilient. Even the harshest tortures cannot shatter it. How do you humans phrase it? Ah, yes, deeply resentful. I am not asking about that. Du Yu shook his head. I want to know why such a notorious villain is so compliant with my wishes. Xie Bian indeed observed that Zhong Lichun appeared to be an entirely different person in Du Yu's presence. I have no knowledge of that, Xie Bian pondered before adding. Perhaps there is only one possibility. She has met you before. Met me before? Indeed, as an operator now. It wouldn't be surprising for you to appear in someone's memory, Xie Bian asserted with some certainty. But who exactly is Zhong Lichun? Is she a legendary figure? Who is she? Ha ha ha, Xie Bian laughed. Assistant Dong mentioned she would help you with your knowledge of legends. But it seems she has fallen short. Zhong Lichun, bearing the surname Zhong Li and the given name Chun, was born in Wuyuan, Shandong. She is also known as Zhong Li Wuyuan woman, but for convenience, most refer to her as Zhong Wuyuan. Some say she is extremely unattractive, hence the name Zhong Wuyuan. Zhong Wuyuan. Du Yu gazed at the slumbering Zhong Lichun in his arms, her beauty surpassing even that of Chang'e. How could she be the infamous, ugly Zhong Wuyuan? I do not know. What exactly happened to Zhong Wuyuan? I do not know. Why does she trust me so? I do not know. Du Yu helplessly looked up at Xie Bian. Seventh Master, why is it that you know nothing? Not at all, little Du. Your questioning is rather absurd, Xie Bian replied, exasperated. You are part of the Legend Management Bureau. Why do you keep asking me? That is true. Du Yu nodded, lifting Zhong Lichun into his arms. I will uncover the truth eventually. Right now, the pressing matter is to tend to her injuries. Observing Du Yu carrying Zhong Lichun, Xie Bian questioned, where are you going? There is a suitable place nearby for healing, Du Yu replied. Don't act recklessly. She's a girl gravely injured. What can an adult man like you do? Du Yu glanced down at Zhong Lichun, realizing Xie Bian had a valid point. He couldn't even assess her injuries himself. However, what choice did he have? The only person he had a decent relationship with, Sister Chinchio, was also injured and could not assist him in caring for Zhong Lichun. Seventh Master, could you do me a favor and bring Fan Xiaogua here? Fan Xiaogua? Correct. Du Yu nodded. You bring her here to wait for me. I will return shortly. Having said that, Du Yu hurriedly left with Zhong Lichun in his arms. Before reaching the inn, Zhong Lichun regained consciousness, realizing she was lying in Du Yu's embrace, her heart racing. You're awake? Du Yu inquired. Please wait a moment. I will take you to a place to heal. Why you? Put me down. I am fine. Zhong Lichun murmured softly. It's no trouble. You were injured because of me. I will find someone to help you, he assured. Soon, Du Yu brought her into the sleep must die in. The innkeeper, upon seeing Du Yu carrying an extraordinary beauty, was somewhat perplexed. Didn't this person just come in once? The girl he brought then was not her. Apologies. Boss, I already paid earlier, Du Yu said as he passed by the front desk. The innkeeper nodded in acknowledgement, wondering who this person was. Du Yu carried Zhong Lichun into the room, where Dong Chinchio was still meditating. Sister Chinchio, due to certain circumstances, I need to let Zhong Lichun rest here to heal. Dong Chinchio glanced at Du Yu and Zhong Lichun puzzled. Her first confusion was why Du Yu would care for this wicked woman, and the second was how Zhong Lichun, with her cultivation, could sustain such injuries. Could it be that the Earth Mother had descended? Even if she lies here, I cannot examine her injuries, Dong Chinchio remarked. I understand. I have also sought assistance. Please wait here, I'll be back shortly, Du Yu stated before rushing out of the room. Outside the CAF, Xie Bian executed 2 spatial transfers, instantly bringing Fan Xiaogua before him. Fan Xiaogua was in line to buy bubble tea, and was taken aback when Xie Bian suddenly seized her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Seventh ancestor. What are you doing? Do not call me seventh ancestor. Refer to me as brother-in, Xie Bian replied, gently lowering Fan Xiaohua to the ground. A familiar person requires your assistance. Fan Xiaohua turned her head and was startled to see Oxhead, hastily bowing. No need for excessive courtesy. I am not the one in need of assistance. Oxhead waved his hand. But seventh, how can you let this little one call you brother-in? What is wrong with that? I have taken her as my sworn sister, Xie Bian asserted confidently. That is absolutely out of the question. Fan Xiaohua's worst fears were being realized. Indeed, how can that be? If you call her sworn sister, what should I call her? Oxhead pondered. To avoid confusion in our relations, let us each refer to her differently. You call her sister, and I shall call her granddaughter. That is why I say, third brother, you have always been clever. Xie Bian, in a rather irritable tone, remarked that I had been reduced to a mere fool by a single utterance. As they conversed, Du came sprinting from a distance. Wonderful, Sister Yinsha. Upon spotting Fan Xiaohua, Du seized her arm and exclaimed, come with me. Before Fan Xiaohua could comprehend the situation, she found herself being hastily dragged along by Du. It wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of Sleep to Death. Sister Yinsha, this situation is quite extraordinary. You must assist me. What? Fan Xiaohua glanced at the sign and nearly fainted. What do you take me for? No matter how unusual the circumstances may be, we cannot act so impulsively. Huh? Du appeared somewhat bewildered, but quickly regained his composure. What are you thinking? Help me save someone. Save someone? Du pulled Fan Xiaohua once more towards the front desk. The desk clerk, observing the arrival of 3 different beauties with Du within a half hour, looked on with envy and remarked, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Chapter 28 Theatrical Performance Sigh. What on earth am I doing? Fan Xiaohua muttered silently to herself while tending to the wounds of the woman before her. In this modest room, aside from Dong Qinxiu, whom she had just encountered, there was an unfamiliar woman present. This woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, a stark contrast to Fan Xiaohua, who felt utterly inadequate in comparison. That wretched Du. How dare she abandon me and run off? Fan Xiaohua cursed inwardly, realizing that she had become the most awkward person in the room. After examining the woman's injuries, Fan Xiaohua began to bandage her. The woman was indeed gravely injured, yet she remained completely emotionless, not even glancing at Fan Xiaohua. Shortly thereafter, Dong Qinxiu, having completed her meditation, stood up. Xiaohua, how is her condition? Dong Qinxiu inquired, directing her gaze towards Zhong Lichuan. The injuries are severe, but this sister possesses great resilience. She should recover swiftly, Fan Xiaohua replied. Dong Qinxiu nodded, scrutinizing Zhong Lichuan before stating, although I am unaware of the circumstances, should you harbor any ill intentions, I shall not let you go unpunished. Zhong Lichuan remained expressionless, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Qinxiu before scoffing. Who do you think you are to dictate my actions? Whatever you choose to do is of no concern to me. But should you dare to harm Du, I will not allow it. He is the lifeblood of the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qinxiu retorted. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichuan froze momentarily, murmuring to herself. So his name is Du. Fan Xiaohua retrieved bandages and several medicinal pills from her bag, preparing to tend to the woman once more when Zhong Lichuan spoke up. What do you intend to do? Huh? I'm going to bandage your wounds, Fan Xiaohua replied. Perplexed. There's no need. I have endured worse injuries and will be fine shortly. Nonetheless, you must be bandaged, sister. Continuous bleeding can lead to numerous adverse effects on your health. I said it is unnecessary. Do you not understand? Huh? Fan Xiaohua furrowed her brows, baffled by the woman's demeanor. After all her efforts, this sister had not even offered a word of thanks, and her attitude was so unpleasant. How ungrateful. I refuse to believe this. I will bandage you today. And what can you do about it? Zhong Lichuan appeared bewildered, and even Dong Qinxiu was taken aback. Today, this little girl was particularly assertive. After a thorough and meticulous bandaging, Fan Xiaohua finally sighed in relief. As she stood up to wash her hands, she asked Assistant Dong, "What on earth transpired between you?" It is all this woman's doing." Dong Qinxiu glared at Zhong Lichuan. "You two fought? Who is this tall sister, then?" Zhong Lichuan, Dong Qianxiu stated coldly. Zhong Li Kun. Fan Xiaohua felt the water she was washing her hands with turn icy. Could it be that Zhong Lichuan? Indeed, it is the Zhong Lichuan you envision. Good heavens! Fan Xiaohua gasped. Am I really bandaging Zhong Lichuan? She could scarcely believe that this sister, with her extraordinary aura and stunning visage, was the infamous ugly Zhong Lichuan. Yet, everyone spoke of her as not only possessing an unpleasant appearance, but also a notoriously volatile temperament, capable of wreaking havoc on a whim. However, this sister did not seem to fit that description at all. Zhong Lichuan sat up, glancing at her bandaged body, finding it difficult even to raise her hand. With a flat expression, she remarked, How troublesome. It's wrapped up so tightly. It's quite bothersome. Just then, do you knock on the door? Ladies, may I come in? Zhong Lichuan immediately brightened, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at the door. Ah, of course. Please come in. Convenient? Yuyist. Fan Xiaohua was rendered speechless at the sight of Zhong Lichuan's recently bandaged form. She was clearly not wearing anything. Hastily, she grabbed a garment and draped it over Zhong Lichuan. Sister, even if you are Zhong Lichuan, you cannot be so negligent about your appearance. Troublesome. Zhong Lichuan's gaze turned icy. You wrap me like this, rendering my limbs immobile. I have yet to settle the score with you. Do you? Unable to discern the conversation inside, entered as soon as the door opened. How is the bandaging? He asked, glancing at Zhong Lichuan. Sigh, this sister. Fan Xiaohua sighed and shook her head, about to speak when Zhong Lichuan suddenly interjected. The bandaging is excellent. Very meticulous, not bothersome at all. Zhong Lichuan exclaimed excitedly. Huh? Fan Xiaohua frowned, finding it hard to comprehend. She considered herself somewhat worldly, yet this sister's mood changed faster than flipping a page of a book. Sister, did you study acting? Confused, Fan Xiaohua turned to look at Dong Qianxiu, who shrugged helplessly. She, too, was at a loss. That's good, that's good. Du said with a smile, pulling an orange from his pocket. Look, I brought you an orange. For me? Zhong Lichuan's face beamed with uncontainable joy as she solemnly accepted it. How wonderful. This is the third time you've given me a gift. Third time? Du pondered. Shen Bian had claimed to have encountered Zhong Lichuan before. It seemed there was some truth to it. Perhaps the answers lay within the Legend Management Bureau. So, you two have known each other for a while? Fan Xiaohua inquired, her mouth agape after a moment of contemplation. Surely, the two sisters' altercation was not over jealousy? Dong Qianxiu shook her head helplessly. Jealous? Nonsense. Du pressed down on Fan Xiaohua's head. If we cannot engage in conversation, we needn't speak at all. Hey! Fan Xiaohua pushed Du's hand away. What are you doing? Knock, knock. Just as the two were bickering, a knock echoed through the room. Huh? Du was puzzled. No one should know we are here. No need to overreact. I ordered takeout. Fan Xiaohua waved her hand dismissively and opened the door, revealing a delivery person clad in a black vest and helmet, with "Are you hungry?" emblazoned on their chest. Hello, your takeout. Upon closer inspection, there were 4 cups of milk tea. You seem to have a fondness for milk tea, Du remarked. Indeed, milk tea is the source of my vitality. Fan Xiaohua replied solemnly, distributing the cups to everyone. Milk tea? Dong Qianxiu scrutinized 1 cup containing a peculiar liquid with various additives. Do young people drink this now? I have had milk, and I have had tea. What exactly is milk tea? You should try some. It's full sugar with milk foam, incredibly sweet, and absolutely delicious, Fan Xiaohua insisted. Before Du could respond, Zhong Lichuan suddenly interjected. Hey, huh? What is it? Fan Xiaohua jumped, startled. Are you looking for trouble? Zhong Lichuan slowly rose, stating, Du does not enjoy sweet beverages. Remove the sweetened tea and milk. You're being unreasonable. Fan Xiaohua pouted. Who drinks unsweetened milk tea? After saying this, she offered her half-finished cup of milk tea forward. This one tastes great. You should take a sip. Zhong Lichuan's expression darkened. How dare you offer me leftovers? Huh? Leftovers? Fan Xiaohua was genuinely perplexed. This Zhong Lichuan was truly peculiar. Leftovers? Du hastily stood up, exclaiming, No. Observing the fierce demeanor of Zhong Lichuan, he quickly approached her to offer some reassurance. Zhong Li, this sister from the underworld, means well. She is merely sharing something she enjoys with you. along with Qian Xiu over there. They are both my friends and colleagues. And you must not harm them. Ah, is that so? Zhongli Chun retracted her hostility and lowered her head. Did I cause you trouble? Not at all. Du Yu shook his head and picked up a cup of milk tea from the side. You should consider them friends as well. Look, if she didn't regard you as a friend, how could she possibly buy you a cup of milk tea? He inserted a straw into the cup and presented it to Zhongli Chun. Give it a try. Upon hearing Du Yu's words, Zhongli Chun cautiously accepted the milk tea and took a sip. Her face instantly transformed into one of astonishment. What is this? It tastes amazing. Hee. Fan Xiaoguo couldn't help but laugh at Zhongli Chun's reaction. Sister Zhongli is quite adorable. After quickly finishing the entire cup of milk tea, Zhongli Chun seemed unsatisfied. She took a deep breath and let out an impressively loud belch. Burp. Oh dear. Fan Xiaoguo felt a bit embarrassed. Sister Zhongli, with your beauty, you shouldn't belch so loudly. Zhongli Chun looked puzzled and asked, if I'm full, why can't I belch? Do you found the situation amusing? A tall, beautiful woman was earnestly belching, and the contrast was simply delightful. As the group chatted jovially in the room, Dong Qian Xiu's phone rang. What's wrong? Qian Xiujia. Du Yu inquired. It must be something urgent. Only those from the Legend Management Bureau know my number. Dong Qian Xiu replied as she took out her phone. If it's important, you should answer it. Dong Qian Xiu glanced at Du Yu with a hint of annoyance. Du Yu, we are currently on leave. Du Yu scratched his head, realizing she was right. Answering would inevitably lead to a scolding. Although Dong Qian Xiu feared reprimand, she was even more concerned about potential trouble. So after some hesitation, she answered the call. Hello, Xiao Dong. A frail voice came from the other end. Director? It's me. Have you had enough fun yet? Dong Qian Xiu was taken aback. Shall I extend your holiday for another day? Oh no. That's unnecessary. He chuckled lightly. Xiao Dong, although this is your first outing in nearly a millennium, and I would love for you to have a few more days of rest. There is simply too much accumulated work over the past 9 centuries that requires operators to handle it. Understood. Dong Qian Xiu asked a few more detailed questions and then hung up. Du Yu, we need to return. Oh, Du Yu nodded. All right. Dong Qian Xiu stood up and walked over to Fan Xiaoguo, saying, Xiaoguo, I may need to trouble you again. The group boarded the car and sped towards the direction of the unreturning mountain. After a while, Fan Xiaoguo could no longer contain her curiosity. I say, it's not a big deal for me to take you back, but why is Sister Zhongli going to the Legend Management Bureau? Du Yu also asked, Yes, Zhongli. Don't you need to go home? Home? Zhongli Chun questioned. What is home? Home. Du Yu pondered for a moment before replying. Home is a place where you can relax, where you need not pretend to be strong, and it is filled with people you care about. Home. Zhongli Chun listened to Du Yu's description and slowly revealed a smile. She pointed at the van and asked, So, this place is home, right? This place. Du Yu looked around, uncertain how to respond. For Zhongli Chun, could this vehicle be more comfortable than home? Did it contain people she cared about? Du Yu, you are struggling to communicate with her. Let me ask. Dong Qian Xiu waved at Du Yu and then turned to Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun, where do you usually live? Live? Zhongli Chun contemplated. When I'm tired, I sleep on the street. When I'm hungry, I take food from the wild ghosts. When I'm dirty, I bathe in the river of forgetting. Fan Xiaoguo pouted. So you don't take care of your skin at all? Sister from the underworld, is this the main point? Du Yu retorted, slightly exasperated. Is your favorite pastime besides drinking bubble tea to kill the mood? Mind your own business. Fan Xiaoguo mumbled, casting a glance at Du Yu before focusing back on driving. Living like that, isn't it sad? Dong Qian Xiu inquired. If I feel sad, I just eat something sweet. For some reason, Du Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Zhongli Chun and asked, You, a girl, wander the streets like this? A girl? Dong Qian Xiu nearly doubted her hearing. Could Zhongli Chun be associated with the term girl? Female tyrant would be more fitting. Is this what you call wandering? Zhongli Chun listened intently to Du Yu, reflecting, and then somewhat shyly said, I thought everyone lived similarly to me. Far from it, sister. Fan Xiaoguo interjected again. We still have to take care of our skin. Why is your skin so nice despite not caring for it? Focus on driving. Do you nudge the front seat? Isn't this about skincare? You sleep on the street and bathe in the river. But I just want to know. Fan Xiaoguo glanced at Dong Qian Xiu. What do you think, Assistant Dong? I want to ask as well. Dong Qianxiu seriously looked at Zhong Lichun. Don't you take care of your hair? Two sisters. Why don't we just stop talking and sit quietly? Yiyi covered his forehead. Before long, the group arrived at the Legend Management Bureau in Unreturning Mountain. Dong Qianxiu knocked on the door, and a staff member came out to greet them. Upon seeing Zhong Lichun, the staff member's expression visibly changed, but he quickly regained his composure. Assistant Dong, the director wishes to see you and the operator. After exchanging a few parting words with Fan Xiaogua and the others, they departed in their dilapidated van. Dong Qianxiu, Yiyi, and Zhong Lichun, under the guidance of the staff member, soon met Hisuo. He was engrossed in reading a newspaper titled Underworld News. Director, we have arrived. Hisuo looked up, ready to speak, but upon seeing Zhong Lichun, he exclaimed, "Oh, this is quite a rarity." Zhong Lichun completely ignored Hisuo, her gaze fixed on Yiyi. Dong Qianxiu stepped forward, pulling Hisuo aside, and recounted the events of the day. Such a thing occurred? Hisuo displayed no excessive surprise, turning to the group and saying, "Since you are here, you are guests. Normally, I would allow Zhong Lichun to sit freely, but today the situation is special, and she cannot remain here to observe." He waved to summon another staff member. "Take Ms. Zhong, lead to Yiyi's room to rest." Upon hearing this, Dong Qianxiu seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. "Why?" Zhong Lichun asked. "It is the rule of the Legend Management Bureau." Dong Qianxiu explained, "In legends, one does not see oneself. Today's legend should pertain to you. One does not see oneself in legends?" Yiyi inquired. "What does that mean?" This has been a long-standing regulation of the Legend Management Bureau. He stroked his beard and remarked that no one is permitted to witness the re-emergence of their own legend within the Bureau of Legends. Chapter 21. The Underworld mobile phone. Yiyi gently patted Zhong Lichun's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. Your injury hasn't healed yet. This is the time for rest." Reluctantly, Zhong Lichun acquiesced to his words. "By the way, could you bring my coat to the room?" "Thanks." Yiyi removed his outer garment and handed it to Zhong Lichun. She cradled the coat tenderly in her arms and slowly departed with the staff. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand," Hisuo said, stroking his beard. "The tasks are not urgent, yet there are many." "Many?" Yiyi inquired. "Indeed, over the years, countless legends have accumulated, mostly of the third-tier variety. Now that we have an operator, it would be best to gradually resolve these legends and eliminate potential threats." With a wave of his hand, a pizza box appeared before them. Hisuo pointed at the box, saying, "Take a close look at these legends. The first one is Rich Cheese Pizza, a legend." "Director, your condition seems to have worsened. You summoned a pizza box, not a screen," Dong Qianxiu remarked, adjusting her glasses. "Oh, is that so?" Hisuo focused his gaze and quickly tossed the pizza box aside, pulling over a display screen as if nothing had happened, and continued, "Observe closely. I have categorized these legends into 3 types: officials, divine officials, and historical figures. The officials are mostly familiar faces around us. If issues arise with these legends, it might prevent our acquaintances from becoming officials, altering the structure of the underworld. The divine officials refer to the deities of the heavenly court, whose myriad legends also present a high likelihood of complications. As for the historical figures, they are akin to the story of Zhong Lichun, whose existence spanned from life to death as an ordinary human. Yiyi gazed at the screen filled with names, reminiscent of a karaoke playlist. Dozens of legends, both grand and obscure, some of which he had never even heard. "I believe it is imperative to prioritize resolving these 2 legends." Hisuo pointed at the names, Ju, the Severing Tiger, and the Black and White Impermanence. Dong Qianxiu nodded, seemingly grasping the director's intention. The great judge, Ju, and the Black and White Impermanence have clearly extended an olive branch to the Legend Management Bureau, and now that their legends are encountering issues, it is an opportune moment to solidify their relationship. "By the way, do you recall the task entrusted to you by the great judge?" Dong Qianxiu asked, her tone laced with concern. "I do. However," Yiyi glanced at the screen, "I do not plan to address their matters first." Hisuo also looked at the screen. "Do you have another choice?" Yiyi extended his hand, pointing to a name in the corner of the screen, the Saltless Woman. "Is this Saltless Woman Zhong Lichun?" he asked. Indeed, Hisuo confirmed, "It is Zhongli Wuyan. I wish to investigate what transpired between us." Do you pondered? Curiosity piqued. Oh, ignoring the matters concerning the great judge and the others to focus on Zhongli Chun, Hisuo contemplated briefly before adding meaningfully, "I wouldn't strongly advise this. You ought to think it through." Do you looked at Hisuo, unsure of his meaning. Zhongli Chun's legend is rather complicated. First, she was born during the Warring States period, a time rife with mortal legends intricately intertwined, where pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Second, she is a rare long-term legend. Although it is a low-difficulty third-tier task, it requires the operator to intervene multiple times throughout her decades-long life, thus demanding considerable manpower and resources. Is that so? Do you reflected for a moment before asking, are long-term legends common? While not exceedingly frequent, there are indeed a few. Legends like Yang Jian and Sun Wukong fall into this category, Hisuo replied. Then, may I seize this opportunity to hone my skills with this third-tier legend? Wouldn't that be perfect? Well, as the operator, the decision lies with you. We merely offer our counsel, Hisuo nodded. In that case, we shall officially commence the Saltless Woman's legend tomorrow. It's getting late. Let us rest for now. As Hisuo concluded, he recalled something and retrieved an object from his pocket, handing it to Duyu. By the way, as an operator of the Legend Management Bureau, you should have your own mobile phone. This is provided by the Bureau. Use it for now. Duyu examined it closely, and after a moment, he could not help but comment, "Director, this is a remote control." Oh, Hisuo rummaged through his pocket and finally produced a mobile phone. This time, it's correct. Duyu expressed his gratitude to Hisuo and, along with Dong Chinchio, made his way to his room. Sister Chinchio, do we have any vacant rooms? Are you intending to accommodate Zhongli Chun? Yes. It doesn't seem quite appropriate for her to stay in my room, he replied. I'll take her to stay with me. Dong Chinchio explained. We have few mortals here. Most do not require sleep, so we only have that one guest room. However, I have an independent office where Zhongli Chun can stay. Upon entering the room, they found Zhongli Chun curled up quietly on the bed, resembling a docile kitten. She clutched Duyu's coat, peacefully asleep, yet oddly. There were tears at the corners of her eyes. Do you observe Zhongli Chun, Sister Chinchio? Didn't you say only mortals need sleep? If memory serves me correctly, Zhongli Chun is indeed mortal, but for reasons unknown, she refuses to reincarnate and remains in the underworld. You mean? Duyu looked incredulously at Dong Chinchio. You almost had your soul scattered today by a mortal. Yes, though it sounds unbelievable. Zhongli Chun cannot be understood through ordinary reasoning. She appears to grasp some aspects of cultivation. Yet without systematic training, she directly harnesses celestial power with a mortal body. The specifics elude me, as I have never taken an interest in Zhongli Chun's legend before. As they conversed, Zhongli Chun slowly opened her eyes. You're back? Her gaze brushed past Dong Chinchio, landing on Duyu. Didn't you make a mess here, did I? Rest assured, Duyu smiled at Zhongli Chun. Even if you did, no one would blame you. Zhongli Chun managed a faint smile in return. Zhongli Chun, Dong Chinchio interjected. It isn't suitable for you and Duyu to stay here alone. I'll take you to my place. Zhongli Chun glanced at Dong Chinchio. Why is it inappropriate? Why? Dong Chinchio, somewhat irritated, responded, do you lack common sense in life, or even moral understanding? Although Zhongli Chun didn't comprehend, she sensed that Dong Chinchio was reprimanding her. She looked at Duyu and asked, do you wish for me to leave? Duyu found himself in a predicament. He quickly waved his hands, saying, Zhongli Chun, you must understand, my suggestion for you to leave is not due to you being a nuisance, but rather because it is indeed not ideal for you to stay here. Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun gazed at Duyu like a child who had erred. You call me Zhongli Chun. If I leave, will I never see you again? Never see me again? Duyu was taken aback. How could that be? I will be here for at least another 100 years. As long as you wish to see me, you can come. A century, Zhong Wuyan murmured. How could a century suffice? In order to see you once more. I have waited in this dim underworld for 2,300 years. Miss Zhongli, what are you saying? Duyu inquired. Nothing. For the first time, Zhongli Chun did not respond to Duyu's question. She seemed somewhat choked up. After a glance at Dong Chinchio, she said, Hey, take me to your place. Before the two departed, Dong Chincho tossed a note to Du Yu, saying, "You have a cell phone now. Here's my number. You also have the numbers for 7th Master and 8th Master. Let us connect on Ghost Chat so we can keep in touch." What kind of thing is that? Do you thought he misheard Ghost Chat? Yes. Don't you mortals use it? It's quite remarkable. Du Yu remarked. We would name our app something so ominous. After bidding farewell to the two, Du Yu lay on his bed, fiddling with his new phone. Although it was touted as new, it was evidently second-hand, showing signs of prior use. Observing the modest conditions of the Bureau of Legends Management, you could surmise that this phone had been discarded by some staff member. Fortunately, despite its age, it had all the necessary features. Du Yu searched and opened the app marked with a black icon depicting a little white ghost, Ghost Chat. The interface was nearly identical to the apps he used in the mortal realm, yet imbued with an underworld ambience, featuring functions such as find nearby ghosts and Ash's drifting box, which sounded rather peculiar. Upon opening the friend request feature, he entered the phone numbers of Dong Chinxiu, Xie Bian, and Fan Wujiao, sending out requests. To his surprise, Xie Bian accepted within less than 3 seconds. ISNT this the esteemed operator? Xie Bian immediately messaged. 7th Master, please don't tease me. Just call me Brother Du, Du Yu replied. All right, little Du. This is indeed overwhelming. Am I your first friend? It appears so. In just a few brief exchanges, Xie Bian ceased to respond, granting Du Yu a rare moment of tranquility as he began exploring the phone's other functionalities. Remarkably, the underworld phone was akin to its mortal counterpart, featuring short video applications, social media, browsers, and even photo editing software. Before long, Du Yu was startled to discover a flurry of notifications on Ghost Chat, revealing that several dozen friend requests had flooded in. What is happening? As Du Yu pondered, the friend requests continued to surge, totaling over 30 in a brief span. He curiously glanced at Ghost Chat and opened the news feed, spotting a post from Xie Bian just 3 minutes prior. New operators Ghost Chat signal from the Bureau of Legends Management, personally tested and absolutely genuine for those in need. Direct transfer of ghost coins, payment first, number afterwards. Wait, I never anticipated that Xie Bian would venture into business. Du Yu exclaimed. 7th Master, this is excessive. Do you send a message to Xie Bian? Have you made friends so quickly? Xie Bian inquired innocently. Thanks to 7th Master, I am widely making friends. No need to be courteous. However, 7th Master, I have a question for you. What is it? Du Yu smiled slightly. How do we split the earnings? Split? Xie Bian on the other end looked bewildered. Little Du, I earned this money through my own efforts. Why should I share it with you? Then in that case, Du Yu pondered briefly before stating, I shall decline all these friend requests. They offer me no benefit. No, let us talk this over. Xie Bian began to panic. If you don't add them, I'll be labeled a fraud. Exactly. Du Yu replied with a mischievous grin. I don't ask for much. A 50-50 split will suffice. And for each payment received, I will add one person. Sigh. I, Xie Bian, have been wise all my life. Yet today I've fallen for your trickery. 7th Master, how could that be? Du Yu consoled him. In order to add so many friends and greet them all, I am putting in my own effort. Xie Bian, feeling pained, transferred some to Du Yu, which left him astonished. A single transfer amounted to 100 million. Upon reflection, he realized that the denomination of ghost coins was quite substantial, and likely, 100 million bore little purchasing power. Du Yu disregarded how much he had received and began accepting all the friend requests. Some were recognizable spirits and deities, while others were names he did not recognize, likely ordinary underworld messengers or wandering immortals. In this short interval, Du Yu's friend count swelled by nearly 100 and continued to rise. Observing this eclectic array of individuals, it was indeed a remarkable assembly for heavenly kings, divine generals, the Lord of the Stove and the Land God, alongside the River God, the heavenly masters and great magicians. As Du Yu mechanically accepted requests, he was suddenly drawn to a particular name, Chang'e, the moon goddess. Oh, right, I 1T transfer money to Chang'e, as I Haven T asked her for it. I offered it to her, Xie Bian suddenly messaged. Why are you pushing me towards Chang'e? Why not? You are acquainted. It's only natural to add her on Ghost Chat. Du Yu accepted Chang'e as friend request, but had yet to formulate a greeting when she initiated a video call. Oh, Du Yu felt a wave of confusion. Having lived so many years, he had never video called a girl, let alone a genuine celestial being. Amidst the urgent ringing, Du Yu fussed over his hair and attire before nervously pressing the accept button. Before he could speak, a flurry of frantic sounds erupted from the other end. Oh no! Oh no! Why is it a video call? How do I turn this off? This is terrible. After a prolonged wait with no response, Du Yu tentatively asked, Chang'e, are you alright? The screen brightened, revealing Chang'e's face. Although she appeared unprepared, her features and makeup remained exquisitely refined. Brother Fengming, is it really you? Chapter 22, The Pig Lady Indeed. Miss Chang'e, it is I, Du Yu said awkwardly. He was unsure how to confront Chang'e at that moment. He hadn't even fulfilled the one promise he made to her, to take good care of Yiyi. How wonderful. I don't know many people, but you are one of them. It's truly delightful to see you again, Chang'e exclaimed joyfully, as if reuniting with an old friend. Is that so? You seem exceptionally happy. Yes. It's rather strange. Ever since I heard that the Legend Management Bureau has a new operator, I felt a sudden unease, as if I had known this operator for ages. It is said that the Bureau travels back in time to set legends on the right track. For some reason, you immediately came to my mind. Chang'e smiled and added, at that moment, a bold thought crossed my mind. Could it be that Brother Fengming has come from the Legend Management Bureau? Once I entertained this notion, everything suddenly made sense. But, Du Yu pondered, Miss Chang'e, forgive my curiosity, but when was the last time you saw me? It has been over 4,000 years, I believe. Chang'e mused after a moment. For 1,000 years? You have been in the palace of eternal cold all this time. Don't you feel a bit lonely? After all, I failed to keep my promise to let Brother Yiyi accompany you. Hee. Chang'e covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, I do not know why, but previously I spent my days in sorrow and loneliness, consumed by anxiety. Yet just a few days ago, it was as if I suddenly came to understand many things, and I recently discovered a remarkable secret. A secret? Du Yu inquired. Indeed. Chang'e grinned mischievously. My husband has always been here. Du Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Could this be the beginning of a ghost story? Is the ES spirit haunting the empty palace of eternal cold? With a wave of her hand, a plump white rabbit suddenly popped its large face into view, grinning mischievously at Du Yu. This is the Jade Rabbit? Du Yu, familiar with the legend, was aware of the presence of the Jade Rabbit by Chang'e's side. But its expression was surprisingly casual, almost human-like. Brother Fengming, you did it, Chang'e said. Just a couple of days ago, I noticed that the Jade Rabbit, who has accompanied me for 2,000 years, had 4 little characters on its neck. She lifted the Jade Rabbit and held it up to the camera for Du Yu to inspect closely. Moonlight shines brightly. Du Yu gasped, Brother Yi? Yes. Chang'e replied with a smile. My husband's appearance may be related to the remaining half of the spirit herb. No wonder this Jade Rabbit has always been able to empathize with my thoughts and feelings. I do not know if it has always been E or if it transformed into E because of your arrival, Brother Fengming, but in any case, it has provided me with countless beautiful memories over these 2 millennia. Is that so? Du Yu's tears began to flow. The little rabbit gave a cheeky smile and raised a thumb in approval. Du Yu murmured, how wonderful, how wonderful. Indeed, Chang'e replied, tears glistening in her eyes as she smiled. So my husband and I are prepared to have a chat with you. But we didn't expect it to turn into a video call. I have always struggled with these high-tech gadgets. Ha. Du Yu felt genuine happiness for the first time since arriving in the underworld. Seeing you both like this brings me immense joy. The Jade Rabbit is the E. This is a secret, isn't it? Chang'e affirmed, no one else knows but me. Upon hearing this, the Jade Rabbit paused, then patted Chang'e and itself. Yes, my husband knows too. He might transform into human form within a few years, Chang'e added. So Brother Fengming, please keep this a secret for us. Du Yu smiled, of course. After ending the video call with Chang'e, Du Yu lay back on his bed with a smile. This is truly wonderful. As night fell, Du Yu accepted several friend requests and received a red envelope from Xiaobian, then set his phone to silent mode before drifting off to sleep. After the video call with Chang'e, Du Yu enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. The next day, he arrived at the work area with familiarity and met Dong Qianxiu. Though Zhong Lichuan was still barred from entry by Hisa, it seemed that not seeing oneself in the legend was a strict regulation. The last time we discussed the legend of Yi shooting down the suns. We did not have time for a preparatory meeting. This time it can be more formal, Dong Qinxiu remarked. Du Yu followed Dong Qinxiu and several staff members to a round table, where they began organizing their materials. Goodness, Du Yu muttered. There's even a round table preparatory meeting? This is becoming increasingly formal. Let's cut to the chase, Dong Qinxiu said, glancing at one of the staff members, Xiao Jin. Please outline the legend synopsis. The young man, named Xiao Jin, appeared petite, yet his bright eyes shone with intelligence. He reviewed the materials in his hands and began. Zhong Lichuan, daughter of a general from the state of Qi during the Warring States period, is tall and was born in Yiyi, Shandong province. Thus, she is also known as Zhong Lichuan Yiyi, Zhong Yiyi, and the Lady of Yiyi. From birth, she was missing 4 of her 7 souls: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, leaving her with only the souls of anger, sorrow, and hatred. To cultivate a righteous heart, her parents sent Zhong Lichuan to the Giga Mountain to study under Guzi, becoming his 5th disciple and the only female disciple he ever had. At Giga Mountain, she mastered military strategy, politics, and martial arts. After her studies, she remained single until the age of 40. When the state of Qi fell into decline, she married King Xian of Qi, offering wise counsel to quell uprisings, successfully saving the state from ruin, becoming a legendary figure. Dong Qinxiu nodded and turned to another female staff member, Xiao Qi. Please explain the current issues with the legend to the operator. The girl named Xiao Qi nodded shyly and began. In this version of the legend, Zhong Lichuan's general father tragically died in battle during her childhood, and her mother, Hua, was forced to remarry a scholar. Zhong Lichuan's temperament was terrible, and she was despised by her stepfather, enduring long-term abuse, even narrowly escaping his advances. Fortunately, she possessed self-defense skills, preventing her stepfather from getting too close. However, if this continues, she will inevitably be unable to ascend the mountain to learn, living a life of mediocrity, and the world will know no more of Zhong Yiyi. Is this stepfather a scoundrel? Du Yu asked, somewhat angrily, but soon realized that Zhong Lichuan was born during the chaotic Warring States period, where men and women alike were merely drifting reeds in a tumultuous world. In that era, a scholar could easily harm a foster daughter, and even killing Zhong Lichuan might not warrant punishment. With her mother remarrying, Zhong Lichuan, as a stepdaughter, might not even hold a higher status than the household servants. Do you have any questions regarding the legend synopsis? The others turned their gazes toward him in unison. Not for now, Du Yu replied. I simply wish to know how many times I need to descend and the duration of each visit. There is little difference between long-term and short-term legends. However, each descent cannot exceed 7 days. Typically, long-term legends will descend 3 to 5 times, lasting 1 to 5 days each time, and cannot take bottled souls away. Otherwise, it would incur exorbitant costs for the management of the Legend Bureau. Very well, Du Yu contemplated for a moment and said, I will descend once to assess the situation before deciding how to proceed. Dong Qinxiu glanced at Du Yu with a hint of concern and said, Du Yu, the historical legends and anecdotes from the Warring States period are astonishingly numerous and intricately interconnected. I hope that in critical moments, you will prioritize the greater good. To put it bluntly, even if there was no Zhong Lichuan in history, it would not significantly impact modern society. Therefore, you must not act impulsively because of Zhong Lichuan and disrupt any of the legends. Understood, Du Yu replied, as Dong Qinxiu proceeded to attach various tubes to him. She added, you are aware that the scars from the legends will manifest upon you, so be sure to prioritize your safety. The first arrival of long-standing legends lasts only 1 day, so keep an eye on the time. Just as Du Yu was about to lie down on the apparatus, a thought struck him. By the way, Qinxiu, could you prepare 2 more items from the time-traveling gift package? Era, the chaotic Warring States period. Location, the land of Qi and Lu. The servant, Ao, descended. Du Yu opened his eyes to find himself standing in a corridor of a grand estate, dressed in coarse clothing and holding a broom made of bamboo. Goodness, my identity this time is that of a servant? He mused. Looking down at his attire, he lamented. Qinxiu, couldn't you have arranged for me a role of higher status? A A prominent identity would easily influence other legendary tales. For the operator, a less conspicuous identity is preferable. All right then, Du said as he tossed the broom aside. Where's Zhongli Chun now? Du, be cautious of your back. Came a warning just before he felt a sharp kick to his rear. What the? Du fell to the ground and turned to see a burly man with a thick beard glaring down at him. Are you out of your mind? Not working and throwing your broom aside? The man scolded. Who are you? Du retorted, annoyed. Who am I? Are you completely insane? The man stared at him in disbelief. Do you even know where you are? This is Zhongli Chun's residence. Zhongli Chun? Du replied. The man rushed over to examine Du's head. Have you been knocked senseless? Who did this to you? I'll get back at them for you. Du's mind raced. Big brother? He then feigned a fainting spell, leaning his forehead against his hand and slowly collapsing. Oh, what on earth is wrong with you? The man hurried to support Du. Big brother, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't remember anything. Am I suffering from amnesia? Am I going to die? Du said weakly. Tears streamed down the man's face. Oh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have beaten you. And I certainly shouldn't have brought you here to be a servant. If you had just stayed at home farming, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Big brother, I have but one wish before I die. I want to meet Zhongli Chun. I've long been. Sigh. The man sobbed. Oh, I understand what you mean, but who is Zhongli Chun? What did you say? Du sprang to his feet, his acting wasted. Doesn't Zhongli Chun live here? Oh, the man looked at Du, astonished and speechless. Hey, is there really no one? That lady who remarried with her daughter. Her daughter is named Zhongli Chun. The man looked utterly shocked. That pig girl. Pig girl? Du was perplexed. He pondered for a moment, ready to play along. Indeed, she's the pig girl. After a moment's thought, Du nodded. I have long been in love with her, bound by life and death. I must see her. In love with the pig girl, bound by life and death. The man looked at Du with concern. Alas, how could my brother be afflicted with such an odd malady? Enough chatter, brother. Take me to see her. Du insisted. Reluctantly, the man led him through the front courtyard, past the main hall and the side courtyard, directly to the back kitchen. He opened a small door, behind which lay a pigsty. The man bent down and entered. Du felt an ominous premonition, but followed him inside. Upon entry, a foul stench assaulted his senses. The pigs had been eating and relieving themselves in this confined space, and the odor was unbearable. Well, if it isn't a duh and a woo, what brings you to the pigsty? A filthy man scratching his belly remarked. I need to feed them, so don't get in the way. With that, the man grabbed a wooden bucket and dumped a heap of rancid, rotting food mixed with unidentifiable wild grasses and vegetables into the pigsty. Du barely managed to suppress his urge to vomit. This fare would be an insult even to pigs. The pigs, however, showed no disdain and rushed towards the putrid heap of food. Brother, what are you bringing me here for? Du began. But before he could finish, a human figure darted out from the corner of the pigsty, pushing aside several pigs to reach the pile of slop, shoving handfuls into her mouth. It was a frail little girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, clad in tattered clothing, her body smeared with mud and pig excrement, emanating a foul odor. She seemed oblivious to the presence of anyone around her and continued to eat. Zhong, Du was at a loss for words. Zhongli, young lady. Oh, are you saying you were in love with this 10-year-old pig girl? 10 years old. Du was taken aback, realizing that the girl who looked to be in her teens was merely a child. You. Du slowly approached her, disregarding her filthy appearance, and firmly grabbed her arm. You are a human. You're not a pig. You cannot eat this. Look at me. Do you even remember your name? To Du's astonishment, upon seeing him approach, Zhongli Chun bared her teeth and glared fiercely at him, as if defending her food. Du, danger! Dong Chinchio shouted, but before Du could react, Zhongli Chun swung a punch at his chest, sending him flying. Chapter 23. The Child Counseling Expert Goodness. Du Yusin lamented his misfortune, having endured 2 beatings within merely 10 minutes of his arrival. Awu, are you all right? A burly man named Du hurried over to assess his injuries, but was repelled by the foul stench emanating from Du. My vort et trelai riex. I'm fine. Du glanced at Zhongli Chun, who wore an expression reminiscent of a predator guarding its prey, almost beastly in nature. Her face was smeared with mud and filth. Had he not recognized those cold, piercing eyes, he would scarcely believe this was Zhongli Chun. Little Zhongli, you are human, not a pig. Du placed a hand over his chest, slowly approaching her. Are you truly content with this? As Zhongli Chun observed his advance, she retaliated with a punch to his face. Though expected, Du noted a difference. Her strike lacked the earlier ferocity. Though he nearly stumbled, he managed to maintain his footing. I advise against approaching Zhongli Chun so forcefully. She has lost her humanity, and the only one to suffer will be you. Qian Xiujia, have you ever trained a dog? If you display weakness when a wild beast is asserting itself, you will never gain entry into its realm. Disregarding Dong Qianxiu's warning, Du continued to close the distance to Zhongli Chun, resolutely standing his ground despite her menacing displays. Little Zhongli, have you realized? I do not seek to take your food. What has come over your brother? Why is he suddenly interested in a pig girl? Du approached slowly, though Zhongli Chun assumed a threatening posture. She did not strike. She bared her teeth, continually attempting to intimidate him. You are human. You are not a pig girl, Du murmured. Such displays of ferocity can only frighten emotionless beasts, not those who genuinely care for you. As he stood before Zhongli Chun, he boldly reached out and gently touched her head. To everyone's astonishment, she did not resist, but merely stared at him in a daze. She was but a 10-year-old child. What manner of parents could be so heartless as to raise her like livestock? Brother, I wish to take her away. Take her away? But it was taken aback. You can't be serious. You fancy a pig girl? She is not only foul and ugly, but also just 10 years old. If you desire a wife, I can arrange a proper match for you. Enough said. I cannot allow little Zhongli to continue suffering here. Brother, you know I have amnesia. May I inquire about your position in this household? Du asked. I am the guardian of the courtyard. That is splendid, Du replied. Your role as guardian will suffice to provide me cover. With that, Du lifted Zhongli Chun into his arms. Though she struggled, she could not help but feel the warmth and gentleness of his embrace, accompanied by a pleasant fragrance. Once, she remembered being held by someone similarly warm and tender. The memory of that armored figure, fierce yet kind, flooded her mind, along with echoes of his voice calling her by her pet name. Chunner, come here. Chunner, your father has picked some persimmons for you. Chunner, do you prefer poetry or weaponry? Chunner, do you wish to learn to ride a horse? Chunner. Yet, the visage of that person eluded her grasp. After 5 years in the pigsty, Zhongli Chun shed her first tears. Du carried Zhongli Chun out through the back door of the courtyard, following Dong Qianxiu's lead as they made their way south. The streets were filled with scornful glances, some even covering their noses, but Du paid them no heed, striding forward. As they walked, Zhongli Chun gazed around, her curiosity piqued by the world, which seemed entirely new to her. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a small river outside the city. Where do you gently set Zhongli Chun down? Little Zhongli, remember, you are a person. If you get dirty, come here to bathe. As he spoke, he began to remove the mud and grime from her. Initially apprehensive of the water, Zhongli Chun was lifted by Du and placed in the river. The cool water flowed past her feet, and at last, a smile broke across her face as she scooped up a handful of water, joyfully splashing it over herself. Very well, Du replied, also smiling. You clean yourself here. I will find something. With that, he ventured into the nearby thicket. Qian Xiujia. Do people in ancient times usually wash with soapods? Indeed, but what do soapods look like? Du inquired. Dong Qianxiu found herself at a loss for words. They resemble large fuzzy beans and have a scent akin to bayberries. Understanding her description was vague. She did her best. To her surprise, Du, relying on her hints, discovered the soap pods on a tree, each resembling large fuzzy beans. He picked one, squeezed it, and found seeds inside. Under Dong Qianxiu's guidance, he found a large leaf, filled it with water, and tossed the soap pod seeds inside to boil. Watching as the water turned a pale yellow, patiently allowing the mixture to cool, Du then brought it to Zhongli Chun. She was still merrily playing in the water. After demonstrating how to use the soap pod water for bathing, he discreetly stepped aside. Though only 10 years old, Zhongli Chun's stature resembled that of a young woman. Before long, she had washed herself clean, evidently recalling how to bathe. Du gazed at her fair, clean face and inhaled the fragrance of her hair, unable to suppress a smile. He pulled her to the riverbank and, pointing to their reflections in the water, said, "Little Zhongli, see? You and I are alike. We are human, not pigs." "Human," Zhongli Chun echoed softly. "Precisely," Diyu affirmed with a nod. "No one is permitted to bully you, understand?" Zhongli Chun said nothing, merely gazing at their reflections, uncertain whether she was observing herself or Diyu. Diyu suddenly recalled something. "I have a delightful treat for you." He rummaged through his waist pouch until he unearthed several candies. "Look," he exclaimed, waving the cheap fruit candies in front of Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun looked on in confusion. "A few days ago, I heard a friend say that if one is feeling down, they must eat something sweet," Diyu explained as he unwrapped a piece of candy. "However, I was unaware of what sweet treats existed in your era, so I asked Qian Xiujie to bring me some. I hope these little delights can brighten your spirits. Here for you." He handed her an unwrapped piece of candy. "Open your mouth." Diyu instructed Zhongli Chun. She obediently mimicked, and Diyu tossed a piece of hard candy into her mouth. Zhongli Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face transformed into one of utter disbelief. She had never before tasted anything so exquisite in her life. Once, she had stumbled upon a foul-smelling fish head in the slop meant for pigs, convinced that she had discovered a delicacy reserved for the likes of the Chi King. Yet, all of that paled in comparison to this diminutive piece of hard candy in her mouth. Surely, this must be an elixir of immortality? "You remind me of my friend," Diyu remarked. "She indulges in sweet treats when she's feeling down." "Sweet," Zhongli Chun began, as the fragrance of fruit escaped her lips. "Indeed, sweet things," Diyu affirmed with a nod. "This is quite sweet," Zhongli Chun declared, pointing her mouth. "Of course," Diyu responded, rummaging through her backpack to produce 7 or 8 more candies, which she handed over to Zhongli Chun. "I have plenty more, all for you." Zhongli Chun's eyes widened at the sight of the candies. She had thought such delectable delights could only exist in singularity. "Let's be off," Diyu exclaimed, taking Zhongli Chun's hand. "I shall take you to taste even more delicious fare." They returned to the city, and despite Zhongli Chun's tattered attire, her clean visage radiated an extraordinary grace, drawing the attention of many passers-by. While Zhongli Chun appeared timid, Diyu boldly led her into a tavern. "Innkeeper, bring forth your finest dishes. All manner of delicacies, game and seafood, poultry and fish. Serve them all." The innkeeper was bewildered. These two did not seem like affluent patrons, yet they entered with such grandiose demands. "Esteemed guest," the young attendant approached with a forced smile, "your order is rather extensive and will require a considerable sum of gold." "Gold? Do you dare to belittle me?" Diyu retorted, slamming her backpack onto the table with a resounding thud. "Listen, what sound is that?" The young attendant grew anxious. "As long as you are not carrying stones." "Preposterous," Diyu exclaimed, pulling out a handful of copper coins, glinting like daggers. "What is this? Stones?" Prior to entering the realm of legends, she had asked Dong Qianxiu to prepare 2 items for her, candies and the Qi Kingdom's dagger-shaped currency. Your dishes will be ready shortly. Please wait." The kitchen staff hurriedly began their preparations, and soon a plethora of copper bowls and wooden basins filled with food emerged. The culinary offerings of the Warring States period were not particularly impressive, boiled or steamed, but the ingredients were indeed of high quality, featuring an abundance of delicacies. Zhongli Chun gazed in awe at the continuous stream of dishes being served, her eyes wide with wonder. Diyu seized a piece of venison and began to devour it without a care for the onlookers. "Not bad, though a tad bland," she mumbled with her mouth full. Zhongli Chun, paralyzed with trepidation, could merely observe Diyu feast until, after finishing a bone, Diyu warned, "Put that down." Startled, Zhongli Chun quickly released her grip, causing the bone to tumble to the floor, her face etched with regret as she watched it roll away. "From now on, you must never eat remnants of others' meals. If anyone offers you leftover food, do not hesitate to strike them," Diyu declared, handing a generous piece of meat to Zhongli Chun. "This is what you ought to consume." Just then, a wild dog wandered in from the street, snatching the bone from the ground and darting away. "See, leftovers are meant for animals, while we are human." Zhongli Chun clutched the meat in her hands, her heart racing with excitement. Is this the life of a celestial being? She pondered, mimicking Duyu's actions and taking a hearty bite. The meat was delicious, yet a flicker of anxiety gnawed at her. She was uncertain whether this newfound existence was but a fleeting dream. "Will you stay with me?" Zhongli Chun asked, her voice trembling. Duyu hesitated, aware that her time in this realm was limited to a single day. She began, pausing. "I cannot remain with you forever. After today, I must depart. But do not worry. I shall return to find you soon." Zhongli Chun felt a pang of sorrow, but masked it, gazing at Duyu with caution. The two devoured every morsel on the table, and Zhongli Chun's small belly swelled. "Burp!" Duyu let out a loud belch, startling Zhongli Chun. "Little Zhongli, listen," Duyu exclaimed, taking a deep breath and burping again. "This proves we are full." "Full?" Zhongli Chun glanced at her own round belly, realizing it was indeed a bit distended, and imitated Duyu, taking a deep breath before letting out a modest burp. "Ha ha!" Duyu laughed heartily. "Just like that. I told you, you resemble a friend of mine. She always lets out a great belch after a satisfying meal." Dong Chinchio shook his head in exasperation. "Duyu, could you not teach her something more refined?" Duyu waved her hand, calling over the young attendant. "Young man, settle our bill." The attendant hurried over, grinning broadly. "Esteemed guests, it has already been calculated. The total comes to 77 coins. Duyu chuckled coldly. "Not too steep, is it?" She reached for her backpack, feeling around. But to her shock, it was nowhere to be found. Duyu looked around, bewildered. Her backpack had vanished from the table without a trace. "Esteemed guest, is something amiss?" The attendant inquired with a knowing smile. Duyu met his gaze, realizing she had likely fallen victim to a swindler in this chaotic world. She glanced at the 10-year-old Zhongli Chun beside her, acknowledging that now was not the time to confront them. "Little Zhongli, allow me to teach you a secret technique." Duyu whispered, "If we finish our meal and cannot pay, employ this tactic." "A secret technique?" Zhongli Chun asked, intrigued. Duyu grasped Zhongli Chun's hand and shouted, "Run." Chapter 24. The farewell of the Overlord. Two individuals were frantically fleeing down the street, with a piece of bone clutched in Zhongli Chun's mouth. Behind them trailed a group of over a dozen thugs. "Goodness, even after dining, you still remembered to take a doggy bag. You have a bright future ahead," Duyu remarked, casting a glance at the bone in Zhongli Chun's mouth as they ran. "Ulu, Ulu, Lula," Zhongli Chun exclaimed. "I can't understand you at all. Perhaps you should spit out the bone before you speak." Do you recall the scene from a television drama where the henchmen of a black market wouldn't be too audacious, as their actions were illegal? Typically, if they couldn't catch their prey, they would not dare to pursue further. Yet now, they had chased them all the way to the outskirts of the city. Why were these men so relentless? They ran until they reached a small river where Zhongli Chun usually bathed, but the thugs showed no signs of giving up. Do you observe the river before him and the pursuers behind, finding the scene somewhat familiar? Was he about to reenact a scene from Farewell, My Concubine? The dozen or so men in black gradually encircled them, with the leading figure being the same in attendant from before. "My dear guest, you seem to be in quite a hurry," he said. Do you retorted, "You've taken all our money. What more do you want from us?" "What do we want?" The attendant shook his head. "Let me be frank with you. We are on the same path. Sooner or later, you will sell this girl. Why not sell her to us directly? She has quite a catch, and we can offer a good price." Do you thought to himself how absurd it was that these people considered themselves traffickers? However, upon further reflection, it was somewhat understandable. Bringing a ragged girl to the tavern for a lavish meal did indeed appear as if one were treating her to her last supper before selling her off. Moreover, although Zhongli was merely 10 years old, she bore a striking resemblance to a 15 or 16-year-old girl, precisely the type of target traffickers favored. "Little Zhongli, you called out, they are the villains. Now let me teach you how to punish the bad guys." Hey, do you? Why do I feel like Zhongli Chun has become the leader of the 10 most notorious villains, and it's all connected to you? Dong Chinchio felt that Duyu's method of child guidance was rather questionable. "Sister Chinchio, what time is it? This is a critical moment." Duyu pointed directly at the group, instructing Zhongli Chun, "Now, repeat after me." Zhongli Chun nodded, still clutching the bone, and imitated Duyu by pointing at the group. "You bunch of evildoers." Duyu growled. "Li Men Jie Koen Iluan." Zhongli Chun echoed with the bone still in her mouth. Hand over your money and supplies. Changgea xianyang gao chunai. I'll spare you from death. Wa, go yao li min be you sure. Spit out the bone. Agutu gewa tu lu. I'm telling you, sister. Spit out that bone. Do you see Zhongli Chun? You lack presence. What is the most important thing in a fight? Presence. Zhongli Chun looked at Du Yu with reluctance, her expression pleading not to have to part with the bone. With a grave expression, Du Yu insisted, and Zhongli Chun, with no other option, reluctantly removed the bone from her mouth, wiping it carefully before placing it in her pocket. Although she was full now, she could not be certain of her next meal. At least the bone would sustain her for a while. Big brother, that girl seems a bit foolish. One of the thugs remarked to the former in attendant. Foolish is good. Easy to control, the attendant replied. In all my years in this business, I've never seen such a prime specimen. We must not let her escape. Do you prepared himself? Stepping forward. Do you really want to fight with such a small number of you? Oh, the attendant found it amusing. We have 14 people here. How many do you think you can defeat? Humph, Du Yu chuckled coldly. Don't say I didn't warn you. Big brother, why is this guy not afraid of us at all? Could he be a master? A master? The attendant glanced at Du Yu's attire. Would a master serve as a lackey? Du Yu calmly turned to Zhongli Chun. Leave the leader to me, and you can handle the remaining 13. Is that all right? Zhongli Chun nodded seriously. Big brother, what did he just say? The thugs were a bit confused, wondering if he had misspoken. The attendant quickly regained his composure and said, It doesn't matter. Just capture that girl first. I can handle this guy in a few moves. No sooner had he spoken than Zhongli Chun suddenly leaped into the crowd. Before the attendant could react, Du Yu charged forward to confront him. What audacity! Du Yu exclaimed. You dare lay a hand on me? Who are you? The attendant stammered. If you have elderly at home, I suggest you inquire about the martial arts that defeated the 9 infants during the Yao Emperor's reign. Yao Emperor's reign? The attendant looked at him as if he were mad. Are you insane? Whether mad or not, you will soon find out, Du Yu replied with a cold smile, forming a hand seal and chanting a spell before bellowing, Chinchio divine art. Dong Chinchio never anticipated he would face social death from such a distance. What does this have to do with me? I can handle my own fights. The opponent, there was only one person. Drink. Chinchio, assist me. Du Yu ignored Dong Chinchio and continued his incantation. I'm still injured. I can't withstand it. I can't withstand it. Dong Chinchio shook her head helplessly, muttering, One day, I will turn you into a white dragon horse. To the attendant's astonishment, this seemingly lackey had merely shouted a few incantations and had indeed unleashed supernatural powers. A weary female voice echoed in his ear, impatiently calling, Hey, grandson. Seizing the opportunity, Du Yu struck the attendant decisively whenever he hesitated, landing several punches. After 7 or 8 blows, the attendant was left battered and bruised. What kind of sorcery is this? I already told you, it's called Chinchio divine art. Du Yu glanced at the attendant. Still want to continue? Realizing he could not win against Du Yu, the attendant hoped his subordinates would quickly subdue the girl and return to assist him. But when he turned around, he was left speechless with shock. Out of the 13 subordinates, only 2 trembled while the rest lay unconscious on the ground. He watched as Zhongli Chun approached the remaining 2, extending her right hand for an uppercut. One of the thugs was sent flying, doing somersaults in the air before crashing down heavily. Truly extraordinary, the attendant murmured to himself. The last thug let out a scream, dropping his stick and fleeing. Well, today has truly been a disaster. The attendant looked at Du Yu and asked, What was it you said at the beginning? At the beginning? Du Yu was a bit puzzled. Why is this attendant asking about that? After a moment of thought, Du Yu replied, Initially, I asked you, after taking all our money, what more do you want? No, it needs to be something further back. Du Yu pondered again and said, Little Zhongli, I say one line, you say one line? Almost there. Just a bit further back. Hand over your money and supplies, and I shall spare you from death. Yes, that's the line. The attendant gulped, wondering if that statement still held any weight. Du Yu's eyes flickered. It counts. Of course it counts. Upon hearing this, the attendant finally felt a sense of relief. He rummaged through his pocket for a moment and produced a string of knife coins, handing them over to Du Yu. In our hurried departure, my brothers and I could only bring these items. Your belongings remain at the shop, if you are not in a rush. Kindly provide an address, so I may send someone to deliver them to your residence. However, it matters not as my bag contains little of significance. Merely enough coin to cover our meal expenses. Pardon? The innkeeper, bewildered, questioned whether he had misheard. Are you implying that you are indeed committing robbery? Of course. Yiyi replied, sheathing his knife. We have resorted to violence. It is undoubtedly robbery. The innkeeper dared not inquire further, perplexed by the notion of these two robbers who still intended to pay for their meal. Esteemed brother, the innkeeper ventured, should my comrades and I take our leave first? Very well, you may depart. Yiyi gestured dismissively. Upon receiving the signal, the innkeeper hastily roused his companions, who stumbled away into the distance. Xiao Zhongli, did you see that? Yiyi tossed a handful of knife coins to Zhongli Chun. This is money. With it, you can procure delicious food. Zhongli Chun caught the heavy coins, astonished by how effortlessly one could acquire good fare. As the sun descended, casting a warm glow across the land, the two sat by the riverbank in contemplative silence, words unspoken between them. After a prolonged pause, Yiyi finally broke the silence. Xiao Zhongli, I must soon take my leave. Before we meet again, you must take care of yourself. Do you understand? Zhongli Chun regarded him with a profound gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. How long? She inquired after a moment. How long until I return? I cannot say. Nevertheless, I assure you I will come back. Yiyi replied, pondering deeply. Are you familiar with Giguzi? No, Zhongli Chun responded. Yiyi began to strategize. If he wished for Zhongli Chun's legend to be set back on course, she must ascend Giga Mountain to learn the arts. Yet time was fleeting, and he was ignorant of the mountain's whereabouts. How could he facilitate Zhongli Chun's ascent? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Yes, I have a plan. Qinxiu, how much time do I have left before returning? Dong Qinxiu glanced at her watch. At most, 2 or 3 hours. That is sufficient, Yiyi declared. I possess a method to ensure Zhongli Chun successfully ascends the mountain, though it entails some risk. Oh, you have devised another clever scheme? Dong Qinxiu inquired, intrigued. Indeed, and I will require your assistance. Yiyi rose, gently ruffling Zhongli Chun's hair. Xiao Zhongli, I must depart. In the days to come, should anyone seek you out to lead you to Giguzi, you must not refuse. Otherwise, you shall not see me again. Zhongli Chun stood alongside Yiyi, grappling with the unfamiliarity of parting and uncertain of how to mask her sorrow. Remember, seek Giguzi, Yiyi urged. Zhongli Chun nodded affirmatively. Giguzi, she repeated, a hint of uncertainty lingering. Yiyi, still uneasy, insisted, repeat it for me. Giguzi, she stumbled. Incorrect. Yiyi exclaimed. That is your future master. You must not address the venerable one with disrespect. It is Giguzi, Giguzi, Giguzi. Zhongli Chun echoed, her voice steadier now. Excellent, Yiyi reassured her. Once Zhongli Chun was settled, he slipped into the city under the cover of night, wandering until he arrived at her former residence, where her stepfather and biological mother resided. He first ventured to the bedroom, but found no one. Next, he entered the main hall, encountering a middle-aged man lewdly teasing a maid, presumably Zhongli Chun's stepfather. Yiyi paid him no heed and continued searching other rooms. Finally, in a shrine, he found a middle-aged woman clad in fine garments, who, to his astonishment, was praying. This must be Zhongli Chun's biological mother, Madame Hua, Queen Mother of the West. I beseech you, bless me, a pitiful woman, with an abundance of sustenance and a peaceful old age. Yiyi scoffed quietly. A woman who could forsake her own daughter could hardly expect favor from the Queen Mother. Queen Mother, should I enjoy a peaceful old age? I shall ensure your incense never wanes. Yiyi shook his head and inquired, Qinxiu, can you see her? I can see her. Good, proceed as planned. I will speak a line, and you will follow. Moonlight illuminated Madame Hua's face, and she could not fathom that the deity she worshipped day and night was manifesting before her. Madame Hua approached. She scanned her surroundings, finding no other figures. The voice undoubtedly belonged to the manifested Queen Mother. Queen Mother, you have spoken? I summon you to approach. Dong Qinxiu's voice echoed sternly in her ears. Madame Hua, trembling, hurried to the statue of the Queen Mother. This is bad. She has moved too close. I can no longer see her, Dong Qinxiu fretted. If I cannot see her, I cannot convey the message. Yiyi was momentarily confused. Very well, I will draw nearer. You handle it. Summoning courage. Du edged closer until Madame Hua came into view. Dong Qinqiu quickly interjected, Madame Hua, I apologize, but please step back. Madame Hua, bewildered by the Queen Mother's peculiarity, complied, kneeling and inching back. All right, this is sufficient. We can proceed. Qinqiu, Du exclaimed. You are the Queen Mother. Speak with the utmost decorum. I am aware. Do not concern yourself with me. Speak swiftly. Dong Qinqiu cleared her throat and addressed Madame Hua. Madame Hua, I beseech you. Why did you abandon your daughter to a pigsty, neglecting her well-being? Upon hearing this, Madame Hua burst into tears. Queen Mother, I did not wish for this. It is all my husband's doing. Nonsense. As Zhongli Chun's mother, do you not possess the authority to extricate her from that wretched place? You allow your husband to act so brazenly without protest? Queen Mother, I am truly powerless. I am unskilled in the fields, inept in embroidery. Without a man's support, I would surely perish on the streets. Thus, I had no choice but to remarry, yet my status within this household remains subservient. If I do not comply with my husband's demands, I too risk being cast out. Do you listen from outside, shaking his head in resignation? In this world, there existed women like she through sheer determination, supported their families, and others like Madame Hua, who languished beneath the shadows of men. Enough, Qinqiu. Do not press her further. Let us proceed to the crux of the matter. Chapter 25. Apprenticeship at Giga Madame Hua. The words I am about to utter hold immense significance. You must heed them carefully, Dong Qinqiu continued in the tone of the Queen Mother. Your Highness, please speak. I shall exert every effort to comply. Your daughter, Zhongli Chun, is destined to become a figure of great renown across the 7 kingdoms. You must not confine her to a pigsty, otherwise you will surely incur divine retribution. Divine retribution? Madame Hua hastily bowed her head. I dare not. I shall never dare again. Tonight, Zhongli Chun is camping by the river outside the city. You must send someone to find her swiftly and escort her to Giga Mountain to apprentice under Master Gigu. In years to come, she will undoubtedly emerge as a remarkable figure. I understand, Madame Hua murmured while kneeling. Is this satisfactory? Dong Qinqiu inquired upon noticing Madame Hua's acquiescence. You scrutinized Madame Hua's expression. Sensing something amiss, her demeanor appeared more hesitant than agreeable. No, Qinqiu. This woman is more cunning than I anticipated. Her thoughts likely revolve not around sending Zhongli Chun to Giga Mountain, but rather whether Zhongli Chun will seek revenge after attaining fame. Although I know Zhongli Chun would disdain such actions, that is not how this woman perceives it. Such a possibility exists? Dong Qinqiu expressed her astonishment. Aren't they mother and daughter? This woman would cast her daughter into a pigsty for her own comfort. I cannot trust her, Qinqiu. We must continue. I have more to convey. Dong Qinqiu nodded, and Du echoed her words. Madame Hua, your intentions are nefarious. What? Upon hearing the Queen Mother's accusation, Madame Hua trembled in fear. I dare not. I dare not. Let's wager. Should you fail to locate Zhongli Chun and bring her to Giga Mountain in the shortest time possible, not only will your husband be demoted to the status of a commoner, but you shall also spend your remaining days in a pigsty, living amidst filth, until you grow old and perish of starvation. Furthermore, you grew increasingly fervent. You will descend into the 18 layers of hell, experiencing each one for 10,800 years, eternally barred from rebirth. Every spirit in hell will confront you, striking you 10,800 times each year. Qinqiu, you must speak. This seems a bit too much. It's rather inappropriate. Dong Qinqiu remarked awkwardly. Reflected and realized that she had allowed her emotions to lead her to curse this woman. I shall refrain from further words. Consider your actions wisely. Dong Qinqiu concluded. Yes. I shall comply. Madame Hua croaked, appearing genuinely terrified. This time, it seemed effective. The woman was thoroughly intimidated. For her, the prospect of her daughter gaining fame paled in comparison to the threat of an unsettled future. Opened her eyes to see Dong Qinqiu beside her, meticulously removing various tubes from her body. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Inquired. It's manageable, Dong Qinqiu nodded. The staff is currently conducting accelerated observations. The following day, Madame Hua found Zhongli Chun and set off for Giga Mountain. Goodness, can your observation machine fast forward as well? Do you ask? Of course. How else could you witness her life unfold over decades? That is true. Du Yu stood, stretching her neck as she approached the display screen. What happened next? Did Zhongli succeed in her apprenticeship? You may observe for yourself. There were some minor hiccups. Du Yu settled before the screen, which displayed Zhongli Chun being escorted by a group of attendants up a misty mountain. At the summit stood several bamboo huts, and once the attendants delivered her, they promptly departed, leaving Zhongli Chun alone. Zhongli Chun paid no heed to the attendants and proceeded directly to the bamboo hut, where two young men were engaged in strategizing. Brother Pang, your strategy for cutting off supplies is indeed clever. However, one young man placed a piece on the map. If I forsake provisions and launch a night raid from 3 directions to seize this city, what would you propose? The man referred to as Brother Pang glanced at the map, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. You seem to have discerned my military tactics, Brother Sunday. Not at all. Your military acumen is truly exceptional. However, as fellow disciples, I sometimes grasp your thoughts, Brother Sun replied with a smile. Humph, Brother Pang scoffed. Tossing the piece aside, enough of this. Brother Sun chuckled lightly and began to gather the map and pieces when a strikingly beautiful young woman suddenly approached, gazing intently at him, and softly uttered 3 words. Gui Guzi? Oh my! Brother Sun exclaimed in fright, nearly causing Brother Pang to stumble. Who are you? The two scrambled to their feet and found themselves before a remarkably attractive young maiden, their apprehension easing. Mississippi. Who might you be? Zhongli Chun did not respond, but turned her attention to Brother Pang, asking, Are you Gui Guzi? Is this girl searching for a dog? Brother Pang wondered aloud, appearing somewhat foolish. Perhaps she should descend the mountain. No, no. Brother Sun hastily waved his hand. It is too perilous for a maiden to venture down alone at night. What is happening, brothers? 2 slender youths, hearing the commotion outside, emerged from the hut. They immediately noticed the extraordinary presence of Zhongli Chun. Wow, what a beautiful lady! One exclaimed. A lunatic has arrived, Brother Pang retorted irritably. Brother, do not speak nonsense. Su Shidi, Zhang Shidi, go report to the master. The young man named Sun instructed. Then approached Zhongli Chun, bending slightly. Miss, I am Sun Bin. This is my senior brother Pang Wan, and behind us are my junior brothers Su Qin and Zhang Yi. May I ask for your esteemed name? Do you? Sipping water, silently nodded. Sun Bin, Pang Wan. So, Zhongli Chun ascended the mountain before these two had set off on their journeys. Dong Qinqiu remarked. Indeed, they are the 4 disciples of Master Gigu. Pang Wan, Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi, each renowned figures during the Warring States period. I feel somewhat ashamed for not having studied history diligently. Wasn't Pang Wan the one who named Sun Bin? Di pondered. Indeed, they were fellow disciples who ultimately turned against one another. Dong Qinqiu replied meaningfully. Thus, it appears the disciples of Master Gigu are not particularly united. Du Yu reflected, what of Su Qin and Zhang Yi? I am not well acquainted with their deeds. Do you? I have heard that in the mortal realm, one must take examinations in history. What scores do you typically achieve? Dong Qinqiu questioned. Du Yu chuckled awkwardly. Qinqiu, you put me in a tight spot. To be frank, I have not had history since the first year of high school, and during middle school. My highest score was still over 20 points shy of passing. Dong Qinqiu sighed helplessly, flipping through her materials. Let me enlighten you. Su Qin and Zhang Yi are most renowned for their strategies of alliance and opposition. During a formidable period, the state of Qin nearly faced annihilation due to an alliance formed by the other 6 states, a historical event known as the 6 States Alliance. The 6 States Alliance? Du Yu felt somewhat astonished. Why would the 6 nations unite to attack Qin simultaneously? Was their relationship truly that amicable? The relations among the 6 nations were far from harmonious, which brings us to the figure of Su Qin. Su Qin, with his singular efforts, persuaded the 6 nations to unite, wielding their combined seals and commanding their military symbols. In essence, he simultaneously assumed the role of chancellor for all 6 states on the same day. Dong Qinqiu continued. Thus, the simultaneous mobilization of the 6 nations was a direct result of Su Qin's orders. This was the strategy of Zhongzhong he learned from Master Gigu. Remarkable. Yet, something felt amiss. Du pondered aloud. If that were the case, why had the Qin state not been vanquished? The reason Qin survived was due to their recent acquisition of a strategist named Zhang Yi before the unification. He adeptly arranged troops to defend the borders and devised various counter-strategies to disrupt the alliance, even forging coalitions with several states that broke away from the pact to turn against Su Qin. This was the Lianheng strategy he learned from Master Gigu. Zhongzhong. Lianheng? Du silently repeated. Such an extraordinary figure was merely a disciple of Master Gigu. The world aptly describes the pair with the phrase, Zongheng Tianxia. The two of them alone could alter the entire landscape of the Warring States period. Adjusting his glasses, Dong Qianxia remarked, thus Master Gigu, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi are collectively referred to as the Zongangjia. There are many legends surrounding them, and for this reason, your current mission requires utmost caution. It cannot solely revolve around Zhong Lichuan. Feeling somewhat troubled, Du muttered as he gazed at the screen, where Zhong Lichuan began to speak. I am Zhong Li from Wian, seeking to find Giguzi and become his disciple. The four of them were momentarily taken aback. Giguzi? Could he be referring to Master Gigu? Just as everyone was at a loss, an elderly man emerged from within, holding a wine gourd. Although aged, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on Zhong Lichuan. Young lady, are you looking for me? Are you Giguzi? I am Wang Su, residing in this Gigu, and thus the world refers to me as Master Gigu. Indeed, Zhong Lichuan seemed to recall something. Nodding as she spoke, it is Master Gigu, not Giguzi. Pangwan quickly approached Master Gigu, saying, Master, do you think this girl has lost her senses? Master Gigu, without a word, extended his right hand to calculate and revealed a profound expression. Born with a fragmented soul, her fate is fraught with trials. She has the potential to become a talented individual or a nefarious villain. Hearing this, Du quickly nodded, exclaiming, this Master Gigu is truly unfathomable. He discerned Zhong Lichuan's predicament with just a glance. Dong Qianxiu also nodded, saying, there are many extraordinary individuals in this world, and in future legends. You will encounter even more. Master Gigu slowly approached Zhong Lichuan and inquired, young lady, I ask you, why do you wish to become my disciple? Zhong Lichuan contemplated for a moment, then shook her head, replying, I do not know. Oh, Master Gigu's interest was piqued, and he continued to ask, if you were to learn my skills, what would you wish to accomplish? Zhong Lichuan shook her head again. I do not know. After a moment of contemplation, Master Giga declared, in that case, I cannot accept you. Not accepting me? On what grounds? Zhong Lichuan fixed her gaze on Master Gigu, her expression fierce. Simply because you have no understanding of your own direction. Master Gigu smiled knowingly, adding, Wian girl, I neither accept you nor send you down a mountain. You shall contemplate on your own. If you discern what you truly desire, then come to see me. If not, you may spend your days here until the end of your life. With that, Master Gigu and his disciples retreated into the house. Zhong Lichuan stood there, staring blankly at the sky. Indeed, why had she come to this valley? Dong Qianxiu pressed the fast-forward button, remarking, Zhong Lichuan's contemplation lasted 6 months. Although they resided on the mountain together, Master Gigu and his disciples seemed oblivious to her presence. There was no interaction whatsoever. Du expressed his concern. I truly cannot fathom what Zhong Lichuan desires. This question is quite challenging for her. Dong Qianxiu stated, among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, there is one spirit known as desire, which Zhong Lichuan inherently lacks. And in the end, Du inquired, what is it that Zhong Lichuan seeks? Dong Qianxiu's expression turned somber as she pressed the fast-forward again, stating, it is you. Me. Dong Qianxiu nodded slightly, saying, Zhong Lichuan spent 6 months contemplating, and the only conclusion she arrived at was, I wish to see you. After pressing the screen, Zhong Lichuan's voice resonated. Old man, I have thought of something. Very well. Speak to me. Master Gigu seemed to have timed his response perfectly, waiting outside for Zhong Lichuan. I wish to see someone. He said that if I learn here, I will surely meet him. Zhong Lichuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Master Gigu's expression grew peculiar. He inhaled deeply, then calculated again, furrowing his brows repeatedly. Master, what troubles you? Sun Bin inquired from his side. It is indeed strange. According to the divination, this Yiyi girl's ambition should be to pacify Qi. Yet she has presented me with an alternative response, which is quite perplexing. My divination rarely misinterprets. Zhong Lichuan remained expressionless. Pacify Qi? What does that have to do with me? Then, Master, what do you think? My junior sister has been living in the woods of this mountain for 6 months. It is quite arduous, Sun Bin said, a hint of concern in his voice. Please allow my junior sister to enter the fold. I must think twice, after all. Your junior sister. As he spoke, Master Gigu sensed something amiss. Yiyi, quickly thank the master, Sun Bin shouted. He acknowledges you as my junior sister. Zhong Lichuan was momentarily taken aback, but it seemed this Sun Bin had played a clever trick. Oh, you little rascal, are you trying to deceive me? Master Gigu exclaimed in irritation, throwing the wine gourd at Sun Bin. Master, what you taught me is that warfare is the way of deception. Sun Bin dodged while shouting. Finally, a weight lifted from Zhong Lichuan's heart as she bowed her head to the ground, saying, I pay my respects to Master. Chapter 26. The return. Upon witnessing the scene, Yiyi felt a sense of relief. Sun Bin was quite a commendable individual, he remarked, just as I had imagined. You speak as though you were well acquainted with him. Indeed, he is one of the few historical figures I know personally. Yiyi stretched languidly, concluding the first day on a satisfactory note, ready to clock out. Clocking out? Come here first, there are several significant moments I need to show you. Dong Qinxiu selected a few time periods, playing them while explaining. After Zhong Lichuan entered the sect, Master Gigu neither taught her strategies nor imparted military tactics. Instead, he bestowed upon her a technique called Ningxin Ju. Oh, Ningxin Ju? Do you watch the screen as Giguzi earnestly told Zhong Lichuan? If you wish to cultivate others, you must first cultivate your heart. Your soul is incomplete by nature. This technique will allow you to restore your remaining 4 souls, no matter how long it takes. Once you have completed your 7 souls, I shall certainly assist you in becoming a phoenix among men. Zhong Lichuan, expressionless, accepted the technique and simply replied, All right. Giguzi sighed, stating, To make you humble and courteous, it seems I must wait until your 7 souls are complete. Dong Qinxiu pressed fast forward, leaping ahead 2 decades. Wait, Qinxiu, Yiyi exclaimed, bewildered. Why did you jump forward by 20 years? Isn't that a bit excessive? When is my next return? It will be precisely 20 years later. This time you will have 3 days. Dong Qinxiu stated. That year Sun Bin and Pang Wan descended the mountain, officially joining the chaotic era. Then, do you sense something amiss? Wasn't that time approaching rapidly? You have 10 minutes of break time. After 10 minutes, the second return will commence. Goodness. Yiyi chuckled bitterly. No one ever told me the task would be so time-sensitive. He hurriedly rushed to the restroom, initially intending to catch a glimpse of Zhong Lichuan, but failed to locate Dong Qinxiu's office. By the time Yiyi stumbled back into the operation room, Dong Qinxiu was already growing impatient. Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. I'm coming, Yiyi replied as he lay down in the apparatus, feeling this was all rather sudden. Have you thought about what you want to bring this time? Dong Qinxiu inquired. How can I have time to think? Yiyi retorted somewhat petulantly. They only gave me 10 minutes. After a brief contemplation, he asked, Qinxiu, what kind of gifts do people usually bring when reuniting after a long separation? Dong Qinxiu scoffed, responding, You ask me? Do I seem like someone knowledgeable about romantic matters? Yiyi found himself in a quandary. After pondering, he suggested, How about bringing flowers? Flowers? Dong Qinxiu's displeasure was palpable. Fine, I understand. Hurry along now. Era, the Warring States period. Location, the lands of Qi and Lu. The servant, a Wu, has descended. It was the depth of winter, and the cold wind howled down from the mountains. Upon landing, Yiyi felt something was off. Although this return was supposed to be at Giga Mountain, he found himself garbed in a servant's attire, clutching a broom. Qinxiu, did I mistakenly arrive at the wrong place? Why am I still a servant? There's no helping it, Dong Qinxiu stated. This area is sparsely populated, and neither Giguzi nor his 5 disciples can be portrayed by you. So make do for now. Yiyi opened his time travel package. finding it utterly empty save for a single small white flower. A white flower. Yiyi scrunched his lips in disbelief. Chinchio, do girls even like receiving such flowers? It's white enough, but just one. So what? Dong, Chinchio snapped. Having one is already fortunate. If you don't want to give it, then don't. How strange. Do you, startled, fell silent, wondering why she was angry, habitually tossing aside the broom. He feigned indifference as he headed towards the bamboo cottage on the mountain. Having seen the terrain on the screen before, he navigated easily to Giguzi's residence, contemplating how to make a non-awkward entrance, only to overhear a cacophony inside. He quietly approached the window to eavesdrop. Yiyi, what has happened to you? Upon Giguzi's inquiry, all 5 disciples fell silent. Master, what is wrong with junior sister? Sunbin asked with concern. Diyu slowly lifted the bamboo window to peer inside. Zhongli Chun knelt on the ground, surrounded by her 4 senior brothers, while Giguzi sat opposite her, deep in calculation. Diyu observed Zhongli Chun and noted that aside from her heightened stature and more captivating beauty, she appeared unchanged. Although she was already 30, how did she still look like a youthful maiden? Diyu pondered. How curious. Giguzi continued his calculations, a look of confusion on his face. Although Wen had completed her 7 souls, why, aside from anger, sorrow, and malice, were the remaining 4 souls all of love? After further calculations, confirming his findings, he inquired, Yiyi, where are your joy, fear, and desire souls? What were you thinking while practicing Ningxinju? One person, Giguzi asked, a mixture of worry and anger in his voice. Who is so significant that they could directly influence your soul? What is their name, and where are they? I don't know. You, Sai. Giguzi found himself in a predicament. He had initially believed that by helping Zhongli Yiyi complete her 7 souls and imparting her the arts of strategy and warfare, she would become whole. But now it appeared that although she had completed her 7 souls, she remained incomplete as a person. She would remain ignorant of joy, fear, and desire for her entire life. Additionally, Giguzi asked, how long has it been since you last ate? I don't remember, probably over 30 days. Su Qin and Zhang Yi exclaimed simultaneously. No wonder we could never find you during meals, junior sister. Aren't you hungry? I'm not hungry. I've been quite full lately, but I can't seem to burp. Zhongli Chun replied earnestly. Yiyi, come here. Let me examine you, Giguzi instructed. Zhongli Chun expressionlessly stood and approached Giguzi, who appeared almost childlike beside her towering figure. Giguzi grasped Zhongli Chun's fair wrist and began to take her pulse. But after a brief moment, he was left astounded. Yiyi, you have entered the Qi refinement realm? Qi refinement? Both Zhongli Chun and the 4 disciples were utterly perplexed. What was that? Giguzi was baffled. He had taught Zhongli Chun a technique for cultivating the heart. Yet she had somehow achieved immortality? Yiyi, tell me, have you experienced any changes in your body recently? Zhongli Chun pondered for a long while on how to articulate her thoughts before pointing to her abdomen and stating, it feels a bit bloated. And then, boom, I don't need to eat anymore. Sunbin recognized the description. Wasn't that a sign of digestive issues? It happens to me when my stomach isn't well. You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Giguzi scolded. This is energy entering the body. Your junior sister has already stepped into the realm of an immortal practitioner. An immortal practitioner? The 4 senior brothers could hardly believe their ears. No wonder I've seen junior sister chopping wood without an axe. She just uses her hands. Zhang Yi murmured. Zhang Yi, I've always chopped wood with my hands since childhood. Zhongli Chun retorted coldly. Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Junior sister, I've told you countless times to call me brother. Master, isn't this a good thing? As Sun Bin regained his composure, he exclaimed, a celestial being shall emerge from our Giga sect. Alas, Giguzi shook his head, lamenting. The heavens are indeed envious of exceptional talent. Although Yiyi possesses extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, capable of transforming a heart-nurturing technique into a celestial art, the incompleteness of her 7 souls renders her unable to ascend to immortality. She is destined to remain immortal, and her rudimentary cultivation may merely enhance her physique and preserve her beauty. The 3 senior brothers sighed in regret, while only Pang Wan sneered from the side, saying, I knew it. Such good fortune is too far-fetched. A foolish woman daring to aspire to immortality. Pangwan, how long has it been since I last bested you? Zhongli Chun coldly inquired, casting a glance at him. Hey, let us agree first. Gentleman strikes without words. Pangwan hastily retreated behind Giguzi, exclaiming, Master, look at her. She is rebelling again. Ah, what can be done when you constantly speak ill of Junior Sister? Sun Bin shook his head. Junior Sister has never struck me. Humph. Pangwan scoffed. Master, let us not concern ourselves with this foolish woman. You summoned us today for another purpose, did you not? Indeed, Giguzi nodded, calming his thoughts. You four have been studying for quite some time now. In this chaotic era, do you harbor thoughts of descending the mountain? The four brothers had contemplated this before, but were unsure how to broach the subject with their master. Now that he had raised the topic himself, it presented an excellent opportunity. As spirited young men, who among them would not wish to make their mark in troubled times? Master, I wish to descend the mountain, Pangwan declared, kneeling with a thud. Seeing Pangwan kneel, Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi followed suit. Master, we wish to descend the mountain. Giguzi smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this. You four may fetch me a flower, and I shall consent to your descent. A flower? The four brothers gazed out at the bleak winter landscape, realizing there were no flowers to be found on the mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Pangwan declared, Master, I shall go at once. As Pangwan departed, Sun Bin and the others felt a surge of urgency. Such a splendid opportunity could not slip through their fingers. In a flurry of activity, the remaining 3 disciples hurried out as well. Wei Yuan, you should go too, Giguzi gently urged Zhongli Chan. Now that your 7 souls are complete, retrieve a flower for me, and I shall illuminate your path ahead. Expressionless, Zhongli Chun rose, feeling somewhat burdened. She glanced at Giguzi before turning and exiting. For 20 years she had dwelled in Giga Mountain. Was that not too long? As she walked with her head bowed around a corner, a servant-like figure appeared before her. Little Zhongli. Zhongli Chun's expression shifted to one of complexity upon recognizing him. Lacking the joy spirit, she found it difficult to express her emotions after so long apart. She furrowed her brow and opened her mouth, her eyes softening but still devoid of true joy. After a prolonged silence, she managed a faint smile and murmured, You have come. How have you been? Du inquired, his own feelings rather complicated after hearing Giguzi's words. I do not know, Zhongli Chun replied, lowering her gaze. After a moment, she produced an object from her bosom. Upon seeing it, Du Yu's expression darkened. It was a cheap candy, its packaging faded, the candy within having melted and solidified repeatedly over the years, resulting in a warped shape. Zhongli Chun sighed. You told me that when feeling sad, one should eat something sweet. It would ease my heart. She slowly placed her hand over her chest. But thinking of you brings me pain. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pointed her heart, looking up at Du Yu with a sense of helplessness that was heartbreaking. Why does it hurt so much? Is it truly so painful to long for someone? I wish to consume this last pill. Perhaps it would bring me solace, but I fear you may never return. And this pill would then represent my life's yearning. The cold wind howled, causing the bamboo forest to crackle ominously. Du Yu, hearing Zhongli Chun's heartfelt words for the first time, felt as if she had poured out all her emotions. Little Zhongli. Du Yu's heart stirred with unusual feelings. I cannot remain by your side for certain reasons, but you must trust that all I do now is for your sake. To become myself? Zhongli Chun questioned, bewildered. Indeed, should you fail to heed my words, there's a chance you may vanish, and we would never meet again. A flicker of understanding sparked in Zhongli Chun's eyes. Will we meet again? Yes. As long as you follow my guidance, you shall encounter me many times throughout your life. I promise you that. What must I do? Zhongli Chun inched closer to Du Yu, the atmosphere growing tense. What must you do? Du Yu was puzzled. Zhongli Chun slowly began to untie her sash. The elder brothers say I am a woman, and when men see a woman like me, they desire to loosen my garments. If I do this, will you never leave me? As her garment slipped to the ground, revealing her flawless skin, the cold wind caressed her as if she were a statue of jade, impassively gazing at Du Yu. Due to her cultivation, Zhongli Chun's form was forever preserved in its most exquisite state. The sweet scent of her skin, mingled with the biting cold, struck Du Yu's face with a harsh intensity. A wave of sorrow washed over Du Yu. Had Zhong Lichun transformed into this due to his presence? Was she once a different person? He bent down to retrieve Zhong Lichun's garment, draping it over her shoulders. This cannot be. I do not wish for you to do this. I merely desire for you to live a fulfilling life. No one should have the power to loosen your garments. But the words caught in his throat. No one could unravel Zhong Lichun's garments. Du Yu understood a crucial truth. Zhong Lichun was destined to marry King Qi Xian, an unchangeable fate. Chapter 27. The blossoming of insight. Geguzi sat within his abode, gazing out at the distant figures of Du Yu and Zhong Lichun. He extended his right hand and began to calculate. Clearly taken aback. Are there such extraordinary individuals in this world? After a brief moment, Geguzi shook his head and murmured, Heaven and earth traverse time immemorial. The legends of the world are yours to command. One cannot indulge in leisure unfettered, nor can one engage in emotions or melodies. With a hearty laugh, Geguzi ceased his observations of the two and began to meditate. Du Yu adjusted Zhong Lichun's attire and said, We should not dwell in sorrow any longer. I have several days to spend here. Let us enjoy our time together. Zhong Lichun nodded slightly, striving to muster a smile. Didn't Mr. Gigu ask you to find flowers? I have just the thing for you. Du Yu retrieved a pristine white flower from his time-traveling package and presented it to Zhong Lichun. This is the second time you have gifted me something. Zhong Lichun accepted the flower with delight, finding it quite charming. Oh, little junior sister, what brings you here? Sunbin approached, holding a vase of flowers. Who is this? He is. Zhong Lichun began to introduce, yet found herself at a loss for words, not even knowing Du Yu's name. I am merely a servant of Miss Zhong Li, sent by my master to ensure her well-being. Do not mind me, Mr. Sun. Continue with your tasks. Du Yu intervened smoothly. Oh, so I shall. How do you know my surname is Sun? Sunbin scratched his head, pondering the oddity of the situation. Disciples, if you have gathered flowers, please come in and sit. Geguzi's voice echoed from within. Upon hearing this, Sunbin hurried inside with his vase in hand. Little Zhongli, you should go first. Du Yu urged, I shall wait outside. This time, I am in no rush to depart. We can reminisce later. Zhong Lichun glanced at Du Yu and replied, I will not go. I wish to stay with you. Just as Du Yu was uncertain of how to respond. Geguzi spoke again from within. Wuyin, bring your servant inside as well. The wind outside is fierce, and we wouldn't want him to catch a chill. Du Yu was taken aback. Isn't this a matter for you all? Brother Guwei, is it appropriate for me to enter? Geguzi smiled gently, saying, Our household matters require your attentive care. Please do come in. Unsure of Geguzi's intent, Du Yu realized that if he did not enter, Zhong Lichun would likely remain outside as well. Very well then, Brother Gay, I shall enter. I apologize for the inconvenience. Do not address me as Brother Guwei. I am surnamed Wang. Understood, Lord Wang. Du Yu led Zhong Lichun into the bamboo hut. After a brief wait, Pang Wan returned. Upon entering and seeing the gathering, he said nothing and found a seat, initially curious about Du Yu's identity, but losing interest when he saw Du Yu standing behind Zhong Lichun. The last to return were Su Qin and Zhang Yi, their voices echoing with lively banter, seemingly embroiled in a playful dispute. Guests? Su Qin exclaimed upon spotting Du Yu. Do not be rude. You two, take your seats, Geguzi commanded. Glancing at his 5 neatly arranged disciples before continuing, I desire a flower. Have you all brought one? The expressions of the disciples varied, uncertain if they had succeeded in their quest. Wanner, you go first. Present the flower you have found to your master. Geguzi looked at Pang Wan. Pang Wan shrugged and said, Master, I did not find a flower. Geguzi responded calmly. If there is no flower, then what is that in your sleeve? Pang Wan understood the vastness of his master's wisdom and could not deceive him. He had intended to find a splendid flower to present, but the season proved unkind. Reluctantly, he pulled out a withered and unsightly flower from his sleeve, offering it to Geguzi. Master, please take a look. Geguzi examined the flower in Pang Wan's hand, pondering for a moment before speaking. This flower has withered under the sun of Gigu, and its proximity to decay indicates that you shall achieve prominence in the state of Wei. However, you must not deceive me. Your ambition is fierce, and you possess a penchant for deceit. I fear that your future may be defined by this very trait. I offer you these words of wisdom. Encounter the sheep and find glory. Meet the horse and face demise. Remember this well. Pang One hurriedly knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for illuminating my path. Descend the mountain, then. Giguzi gazed meaningfully at Pang One. Yes, Pang One felt exhilarated. Having waited years for this moment to finally emerge and showcase his talents. As Pang One exited, Giguzi turned to Sunbin. Binner, it is your turn. Sunbin nodded and presented his vase. Within it rested a chrysanthemum he had plucked during the summer, now completely dried. He had kept it for its beauty, and knowing his master sought flowers, he decided to bring it from his room, realizing the mountain would bear no blooms at this time. Giguzi regarded the dried chrysanthemum and remarked, Binner, you are pure-hearted and uncontentious, which is why you present this withered flower to me. I can foresee this. Yet, this flower is indeed failing, and I fear you may find yourself similarly ensnared in shortcomings. Originally a summer bloom, it stands resilient against the cold of winter, signifying that you will ultimately navigate through difficulties. Someone will protect you, much like this vase shields the flower from harm. I present you with this talisman. Should your life be in peril, open it to see. Sunbin felt the weight of Giguzi's words, sensing that his journey may not be one of unbroken ease. He tremulously accepted the talisman. Sister Chinchio, this Mr. Gigu is indeed extraordinary. Diyu murmured, what power does he possess? Can he truly discern one's future through a mere flower? It is a form of physiognomy, Dong Chinchio explained. Many throughout history have practiced various forms of this art, though most suffer a shortening of their lifespan. This time, Giguzi has risked revealing the secrets of fate for the sake of his disciples. I am quite curious. Diyu inquired, what is written within that talisman? He had once received a talisman from Master Zhuge and felt an inexplicable fascination for such objects. I had my colleague investigate for Sun Bin, and the talisman contains the words, in the face of national calamity, one cannot satisfy both family and country. To survive, one must feign madness. This talisman will save him when Pang Wan seeks to take his life in the future. Diyu silently nodded, unsure of what to say. Perhaps the one suffering the most is Giguzi, whose disciples are perpetually at odds. Did he foresee this all along? Then Master, Sunbin asked, may I descend the mountain as well? Now is not your time. It is not yet your season. You shall depart when spring arrives and the flowers bloom anew. Upon hearing Giguzi's words, Sunbin dared not oppose, kneeling in gratitude before stepping aside. Chiner, what of you? Giguzi turned his gaze towards Su Qin. To everyone's surprise, Su Qin and Zhang stepped forward together. Su Qin produced a deformed flower from his bosom, a curious sight of two flowers growing in tandem, one upright and the other horizontal. Master, we searched for quite some time to find this flower. Surely it counts as two? Zhang inquired. Giguzi pondered deeply, replying, this flower, long sought, foretells that you too shall face a lengthy period of obscurity before ultimately being recognized. Its intertwined growth signifies that you shall gain renown through your mastery of strategy. Since Su Qin presented it, it is likely he will initiate this art, with Zhang following suit. However, now is not the time for you both to descend the mountain. The decision of when to leave rests with you. Su Qin and Zhang immediately knelt in gratitude. Finally, Giguzi turned to Zhong Lichun, saying, Wuyin, where's your flower? Zhong Lichun remarked, I do not wish to part with it. Giguzi shook his head and replied, my dear disciple, I seek not your flower, but merely a glance. Really? Zhong Lichun reluctantly withdrew the small white flower gifted by Diyu and presented it before Giguzi. Diyu felt a twinge of anxiety. If Giguzi could discern the vastness of the world from a mere flower, would this gift, bestowed upon Zhong Lichun, not create an anomaly? Giguzi examined the flower in Zhong Lichun's hand and smiled, saying, this flower is not of this realm. It signifies that Wu Yuan, with the aid of noble benefactors, has acquired it. This flower, enduring through millennia, symbolizes that your heart will remain untainted and pure, unchanged for 1,000 years. Upon hearing Giguzi's words, Zhong Lichun hastily concealed the flower within her bosom, fearing it would be snatched away. Master, when may I descend the mountain? Zhong Lichuan inquired. When you have mastered all my strategies in warfare, politics, and the art of maneuvering, he answered. Humph. Zhong Lichuan scoffed. I've heard you preach daily. I have already mastered them. Ah, exclaimed Sun Bin in surprise. Sister, do not overestimate yourself. The profundity of our master's teachings cannot be grasped in mere days of observation. Zhong Lichuan shot a glance at Sun Bin and gestured toward Du Yu, asserting, I have indeed mastered them. I intend to descend the mountain with this individual. Oh, Geguzi's interest was piqued. He knew that Zhong Lichuan had never spoken falsely in the past decade. Binner, among my disciples, your military prowess is unparalleled. Would you engage in a few strategic matches with Wu Yuan? This. I obey, master. Du Yu was bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Logically, Zhong Lichuan should descend once she had completed her training. But had she truly done so? To everyone's astonishment, the entire afternoon unfolded into what Sun Bin would deem the most terrifying nightmare of his life. 12 rounds of strategic play ensued, with Zhong Lichuan narrowly winning only once, while the remaining 11 were resounding victories. Incredible. Astonishing. Sun Bin stammered, pointing at the multitude of small chess pieces on the table. You began with fewer pieces and yet divided your forces into 6 routes, simultaneously launching feints alongside a full assault, directly targeting my stronghold. Is there truly such a method of warfare in this world? On the map, Sun Bin's main army remained engaged on the front lines, while his stronghold was obliterated by a mere contingent of 600. Zhong Lichuan coldly inquired, Shall we continue? Sun Bin shook his head. No more, sister. I humbly acknowledge my defeat. Your capabilities rival those of any man. I sincerely hope we never face each other on the battlefield. Master, we too wish to test our skills. Su Qin and Zhang Yi, unable to contain their excitement, chimed in. In the presence of someone who could render Sun Bin defeated 12 times, it is indeed extraordinary. Sister, your mastery of strategy is remarkable. Together, Zhang Yi and I suppose no issue, correct? Zhong Lichuan's expression remained impassive. What a bother, let us proceed. Utilizing their lifelong training, Su Qin and Zhang Yi indeed matched Zhong Lichuan's prowess closely. I am close to victory, Zhong Lichuan stated coldly. Then seized a small piece she had discreetly hidden near the enemy's main camp, launching a sudden onslaught with her assassination unit. Su Qin gasped in shock, but Zhang Yi had anticipated this move. He flipped the wooden board of their stronghold, revealing a hidden piece, an army of 3,000. Sister, I foresaw your strategy. Thus, I chose to endure the hardship of battle while retaining a 3,000-strong force at my main camp. Zhong Lichuan remained silent, gently placing her 100-strong piece atop the 3,000-strong piece, then lightly tapping it, causing the larger piece to shatter. Hey, you're cheating, Zhang Yi exclaimed. You cannot use brute force to destroy pieces. I have not used brute force. Upon encountering my assassination unit, your 3,000-strong army is doomed to defeat. Such insolence, Zhang Yi retorted. Sister, do enlighten me how 100 can overpower 3,000? What stratagem did you employ, and what counsel did you offer? Zhong Lichuan quietly lifted her small piece and replied, Because I am the commander of this unit. The others focused intently. Indeed, Zhong Lichuan's main camp bore no flag, indicating the commander was absent, while the piece labeled as the assassination unit proudly displayed the commander's flag. What? You, as the main commander, led your assassination unit to eliminate the opposing commander. Why not? Zhong Lichuan tossed the piece aside. Do you believe 3,000 could withstand me? Upon uttering those words, silence enveloped the group. Indeed, could 3,000 withstand Zhong Lichuan? It was an uncertainty. Ha 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 ha. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Geguzi laughed heartily. This strategy is not only extraordinary, but can only be wielded by Wu Yuan. Do you join in the laughter? You laugh. Do you comprehend? Dong Qinqiu asked. I do not understand, yet I am profoundly moved, he replied. Geguzi approached Zhong Lichuan, saying, Wen, it is time to descend the mountain. Your fortunes have shifted since the arrival of this household servant. Really? Zhong Lichuan rarely displayed such joy. Indeed, Geguzi nodded, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Perhaps among all my disciples, only Zhong Lichuan would meet a favorable end. This was likely the second time in Zhong Lichuan's life that she faced separation, and an odd sensation settled in her heart. Sister, are you truly leaving? Sun Bin queried, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Will we never meet again? Su Qin added. Sister, remember to write. Zhang Yi chimed in. Zhong Lichuan bit her lip, feeling a pang of discomfort, yet unable to articulate or comprehend the reason. Old man, Sun Bin, Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Zhong Lichuan called out, gazing at their faces one by one. They turned to her. It is quite cold. Be sure to wear more clothing. Huh? They exchanged glances, astonished that Zhong Lichuan was expressing concern for them. Zhong Lichuan silently took Du Yu's hand and walked toward the door. Just as they were about to exit, she turned back, deeply bowing and saying, over these past 20 years, truly, thank you all. As they watched Zhong Lichuan depart, Zhang Yi burst into tears, exclaiming, from now on, you must call me brother, you little rascal. Sun Bin and Su Qin discreetly wiped their eyes, glancing at their master, who was already shedding tears of his own. Chapter 28. Xiao Xia, where shall we venture next? Xiao Xia? A refreshing dip in the river? A delectable feast? Or perhaps a daring acquisition of riches? Zhong Lichun's exuberance was irrepressible as she eagerly sought to engage Du Yu in conversation. Observing her elation, Du Yu found himself deeply moved. Little Zhongli, he inquired, how would you feel about returning home? Du Yu recalled the lore that depicted Zhong Lichun as remaining unmarried after her tutelage on Mount Gigu. Therefore, escorting her back to her origins seemed like the prudent course, albeit one that might entail some effort. Home? What is this home you speak of? Zhong Lichun questioned. I mean, to your mother and your stepfather, Du Yu clarified. Upon hearing these words, Zhong Lichun paused, seemingly lost in contemplation. Soon, a grim expression settled upon her features as long-suppressed memories resurfaced. Recollections of dark days spent in the company of swine, subsisting on decaying sustenance. The last time I encountered you, you liberated me. And now, you intend to return me? Zhong Lichun murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow. Though it pains me, if this is your decree, I shall comply. Ah, no, you misunderstand. Du Yu exclaimed, waving his hands dismissively. Little Zhongli, I have no intention of returning you to that wretched sty. This time, none shall dare mistreat you. You have not only mastered formidable skills, but have also attained a semi-divine physique. No one will dare to wrong you again. Zhong Lichun regarded Du Yu with a searching gaze. Do you speak the truth? Indeed, Du Yu affirmed with a nod. Even if they were to attempt to wrong you, I would never permit it. The pair traversed the path back to Wuyin Township, a journey that consumed nearly a day. Fortunately, Zhong Lichun retained a vivid recollection of the route from years past. From afar, Zhong Lichun espied the familiar river, a source of cherished memories from her childhood. As they strolled along its banks in the twilight, they made their way into the town. Zhong Lichun had blossomed into a captivating young woman, drawing the gazes of all who beheld her. Her beauty was undeniable, though her height was somewhat imposing. The duo arrived at what had once been Zhong Lichun's place of suffering. Intending to have a servant announce their arrival, they were surprised to find the entrance deserted. Though the residence was illuminated, not a single attendant was in sight. How peculiar! Where has everyone gone? There is movement, Zhong Lichun noted, gesturing towards the main hall. Over there. Oh, Du Yu had detected nothing, but trusting Zhong Lichun's senses, he did not doubt her. Let us investigate. Stealthily, they approached the main hall, where a cacophony of voices hinted at a large gathering. As Du Yu pushed open the doors, the sounds of commotion spilled forth. A throng of servants and maids stood clustered around what appeared to be a spectacle. In the center of the throng, a fragile woman, clad only in undergarments, knelt on the ground, her face etched with despair. Standing beside her was a middle-aged woman, whom Du Yu recognized as Zhong Lichun's mother, Hua Shi, now aged and careworn. Hua Shi wielded a wrought-tan cane, which she used to relentlessly lash the defenseless woman. You vile creature, Hua Shi shrieked. You aspire to rise above your station, do you? You seek to supplant me, do you? The cane rained down upon the woman's body. Du Yu observed Zhong Lichun's stepfather, the lecherous scholar official, seated in the main seat, impassively watching the scene unfold. So, you think your beauty grants you license to be so shameless? Very well, I shall expose your depravity for all to see. Hua Shi exclaimed, attempting to tear away the woman's undergarments. The woman clung to her clothing, preventing Hua Shi from succeeding. I always suspected that Xiao Xia was a vixen. A maid near Yiyi remarked. I wonder how many men she has seduced. Indeed, another maid chimed in. So what if she is pretty? She is still just a servant like us. Yiyi glanced at the male servants, their faces flushed as they stared intently at Xiao Xia's body. To them, Xiao Xia's supposed offense was irrelevant. They merely hoped that Hua Shi would continue her brutal assault, eagerly anticipating the moment when Xiao Xia's undergarments were torn away. Speak, Hua Shi demanded, jabbing her finger forcefully into Xiao Xia's forehead. Have you lost your tongue? Xiao Xia raised her head and uttered, Madam, I am innocent. Innocent. Hua Shi, as if possessed, seized Xiao Xia by the hair, delivering 2 fierce slaps before throwing her to the ground. Xiao Xia groaned, blood trickling from her lips. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with despair as she looked towards the scholar official seated in the main seat. Master, she pleaded, speak truthfully. Was it I who seduced you, or was it you who took liberties with me? The scholar official scoffed. Ah, yes. With my status, what woman could I not have? Why would I debase myself with you? Yiyi snorted derisively. Scoundrel, a decade ago, I witnessed you harassing a maid. This girl, Xiao Xia, has had the misfortune of encountering you too. Xiao Xia rose silently, wiping the blood from her mouth. Though I was not born into nobility, I am well versed in the principles of propriety. I would never engage in such scandalous behavior, having been wrongly accused of adultery. I have no recourse but to end my life as proof of my innocence. Before anyone could react, Xiao Xia charged toward the pillar, intending to strike it with full force. Thud! A resounding crash left the onlookers stunned. A tall, imposing woman suddenly materialized, extending a fair hand to intercept Xiao Xia's headlong collision. Zhongli Chun frowned, inwardly noting the force with which the girl had struck. Her hand, pressed against the pillar, throbbed with pain. Had she not intervened, the girl would surely have perished. Is it worth it? Zhongli Chun asked Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia was dazed. Though her head had struck the palm of a hand, she was still somewhat disoriented. Who are you? Huh? What is going on? The scholar official exclaimed, rising to his feet. Trespassing in an official residence is a capital offense. Several guards rushed forward, brandishing wooden staves. The scholar official glanced at Zhongli Chun, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Hold! Seize her alive. Hua Shi, scrutinizing the tall woman before her, felt a vague sense of familiarity, but could not place her. Zhongli Chun cast a cold gaze upon the guards, a hint of disdain curling her lips. With a roar, one of the guards swung his wooden staff. Zhongli Chun did not flinch, extending 2 fingers and lightly flicking the staff. Upon contact with her fingers, the staff snapped in 2, and the guard was sent flying backward. Zhongli Chun's display of immense power stunned the crowd. None dared to approach her. The old man instructed me to avoid taking lives unless absolutely necessary, Zhongli Chun declared, her gaze sweeping over the assembly. If anyone still wishes to fight, I shall have no choice but to disregard his teachings. Wait, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, Yiyi exclaimed, leaping forward from the crowd. We are all family here. No need for violence. Ewu! A heart-rending cry pierced the air as a burly man burst forth from the crowd. Yiyi recognized him as Degu, now aged and careworn. Degu! Yiyi exclaimed. Degu rushed forward and kicked Yiyi in the rear. Yiyi cried out in pain. Where have you been for the past 2 decades? Degu exclaimed with concern. Do you know how long I've been searching for you? Why have you not changed at all over the past 2 decades? The man exclaimed. Ah, brother, do not be anxious. I have returned to clarify this matter. Yiyi smiled and nodded at everyone, then turned to Hua Shi and said, Madam, for the past 20 years, I have been following the young lady in Giga Mountain. Today, she has descended after completing her studies under Master Gigu. And not only is she well-versed in politics, military strategy, and the art of negotiation, but she also possesses exceptional martial skills. Young lady, the servants exchanged glances, puzzled, as it was rumored that the master had no heirs. Ah, suddenly, one of the servants recalled something. Who said there was no young lady in this household? Some attempted to voice their thoughts, but hesitated, realizing that speaking now could be perilous. Though unspoken, The memories of the past lingered in the air, but no one dared to mention them. Is it truly the young lady who has returned? One servant whispered. The most striking expressions were those of the master and Huasher. Huasher first forced a smile, then pretended to wipe away tears with a handkerchief, ironically holding a bloodied vine in her hand. She had thought that the wild child she abandoned on the mountain had perished, yet now she had unexpectedly returned. You are that child of the Zhongli family. The master slowly rose, his gaze a mixture of disbelief and a hint of lewdness. Huasher hurried to his side, saying, Master, the day you sent this girl up the mountain, you were directly promoted. Could it be that what the Queen Mother of the West said was true? There is no such Queen Mother in this world. Although he spoke dismissively, the master felt a twinge of anxiety. The day after sending Zhongli Chun away 20 years ago, he had indeed been promoted by King Qi Wei, and his household had enjoyed peace for the past decade, allowing him to indulge in his desires. It seemed wiser to believe in such supernatural claims than to dismiss them outright. Madam, Du approached Huasher and remarked, the young lady's return should be a joyous occasion. How can you chastise the servants in the main hall? I. Huasher's expression shifted, and her anger flared. I do not wish to, but this wretched girl is seducing the master. Enough. Zhongli Chun coldly interjected. This maid will follow me from today onwards. No one is allowed to bully her. She turned to Xiaoxia and asked, What is your name? I am surnamed Xia. I have no name. Xiaoxia timidly replied. Xia family, is it? Zhongli Chun nodded, committing it to memory. The servants observed in astonishment as Xiaoxia transformed into the young lady's personal attendant. Many turned to Huasher, uncertain of how this situation would unfold. Though Huasher's pride was wounded, the aura emanating from Zhongli Chun was undeniably formidable. Her eyes were devoid of emotion, radiating a subtle menace. This, Huasher stammered after a lengthy pause, since the young lady has chosen you. I will spare your life. A personal maid cannot be without a name, so I bestow one upon you. After contemplating, she decided to quickly appease her long-lost daughter. Let's call Yiyi Chun. This commotion will serve as a welcome back for Chun. What? Do you nearly dropped his jaw, Xiaoying? Kun, Awu, what is wrong with you? Ada inquired beside him. Du thought to himself that this was problematic. There was an ancient adage stating, in times of trouble, one seeks Zhong Wuyin. In times of peace, one revels with Xiaoying Chun. It was rumored that Zhong Wuyin and Xiaoying Chun were both favored by King Qi Xian, who would turn to Zhong Wuyin in crises, yet indulge in merriment with Xiaoying Chun during peaceful times. Xiaoying Chun was destined to become Zhongli Chun's foremost rival. Such history may not be found in textbooks, but it was depicted in dramas. Yet what could be done? This was history, and one could not alter the past. The master and Huasher arranged for Zhongli Chun a beautifully refined room, surpassing even the bamboo hut on Giga Mountain. Xiaoying Chun became Zhongli Chun's personal maid, while Awu, having assisted the young lady in her studies, became her protector. Upon returning to Zhongli Chun's chamber, her expression was inscrutable, as if she were unaware of her own actions. Her gaze aimless, yet frequently drifting toward Du. Young lady, Xiaoying Chun entered and slowly knelt, intent on expressing her gratitude for the young lady's life-saving intervention. Du and Zhongli Chun were taken aback, unsure of Xiaoying Chun's intentions. However, Zhongli Chun quickly waved her hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for that. I merely see a reflection of my former self in you, someone who is hunted by all in this household, and I could not bear to watch you perish. Regardless, Ying Chun vowed to repay the young lady's kindness to the best of her abilities. Moreover, please allow me to respectfully decline the position of your personal maid. Ying Chun bowed deeply, her voice laden with sorrow. Du was astonished, thinking Xiaoying Chun was the renowned green tea woman in historical records. Yet, she appeared humble and grateful. Refuse? Why? Zhongli Chun inquired. Because Ying Chun harbors deep resentment toward the master and madam, fearing she may disrespect you. Although grateful for your life-saving grace, I cannot serve you with such feelings. I shall leave this residence, lighting incense thrice daily, praying for your well-being. In that case, I have no objections, Zhongli Chun replied. I harbor similar disdain for them. You may accompany me without the need for reverence toward them. Xiaoying Chun was taken aback by this unexpected response. Xia, arise. Do you could not bear to witness this any longer? Though I know you are wrong this time, I understand the master's true character. Tears streamed down Xia Yingchuan's face as she bowed her head forcefully to the ground, causing it to bleed. Your great kindness, I shall never forget. The naming Chuan is yours to keep or discard as you wish, Zhongli Chun remarked lightly, while observing the room's decor. No. Xia Yingchun raised her head, looking earnestly at Zhongli Chun. From this moment on, Yingchuan's life belongs to the young lady. I shall live solely for you. Chapter 29. The heart of one Zhongli Chun brought a basin of water and gently wiped the face of Xia Yingchun. Little Xia, do not be so foolish in the future. The fault lies not with you, but with them, Zhongli Chun stated coldly. Yingchun is not as capable as you. Mississippi. I can think of no other way but to die to prove my innocence, Xia Yingchun said, tears glistening in her eyes. There are indeed other methods. Zhongli Chun observed Xia Yingchun's cleansed face for a moment, then suddenly turned to Du Yu and asked, Isn't she beautiful? Huh? Du Yu was taken aback. What did you say? I cannot discern. Zhongli Chun shook her head and pointed at Xia Yingchun, inquiring, Isn't little Xia quite pretty? Du Yu looked at Xia Yingchun's face. Although she might not surpass Zhongli Chun, she was still undeniably lovely. Indeed, she is quite beautiful, Du Yu replied. Zhongli Chun nodded, saying, Little Xia, with such beauty, why are you a maid? Mississippi. Xia Yingchun was somewhat perplexed. What does being a maid have to do with one's appearance? Zhongli Chun pondered for a moment and seemed to find no connection. Miss, please do not wipe my face any longer. Yingchun cannot bear it. There is nothing to bear. We are the same, Zhongli Chun said. Xia Yingchun cautiously looked at her and then asked, Miss, may I ask you a question? Ask away. They say, you're already 30 years old. Is that true? I do not know. It should be true, Zhongli Chun replied nonchalantly. But you look, why do you seem only 17 or 18? I do not know, Zhongli Chun answered. Du Yu, who had been observing, interjected. It is because she is half a cultivator. She can retain her youthful appearance and has a longer lifespan than ordinary people. Well then, you two can continue your conversation. I will not stay here. You are leaving? Zhongli Chun turned to Du Yu. Huh? Du Yu shook his head. Little Zhongli. I mean, miss, I must go guard outside. After all, I am a protector. Zhongli Chun nodded, saying nothing as she watched Du Yu exit the room. Miss, you are an immortal? Xia Yingchun blinked her large eyes at Zhongli Chun. Oh my. Does that mean you can remain this beautiful forever? Zhongli Chun paused her actions, looking at Xia Yingchun, and uncertainly asked, Am I beautiful? Absolutely. Xia Yingchun exclaimed joyfully, her movements animated. Beautiful in appearance and kind in heart. I cannot fathom who will be so fortunate to marry you in the future. Marry me. Zhongli Chun pondered the meaning of those words. Huh? Miss, do you not know? I do not. To marry you means to become your spouse, to be together forever, growing old side by side. Xia Yingchun smiled, adding, he'll call you wife, and you'll call him husband. Marry? Zhongli Chun's face flushed instantly. Yes, Mississippi. Xia Yingchun observed Zhongli Chun's reaction and could not help but smirk. Do you have someone special in mind? Someone special? A sudden tightness gripped Zhongli Chun's heart, an indescribable sensation enveloping her. If Miss has someone she likes, he must be a wonderful person. Zhongli Chun rarely displayed such a radiant smile. Little Xia, seem to have someone I like. Huh? Xia Yingchun, disregarding her various injuries, eagerly grasped Zhongli Chun's hand and asked excitedly, Quickly tell me. Who is it? Outside the room, Du Yu could only hear the cheerful chatter within, but was unaware of the specifics. The spiritual energy during the Warring States period was evidently less abundant than in the era of Emperor Yao, inducing a sense of drowsiness in Du Yu. Sister Qianxiu. Du Yu called out. Yes, what is it? Dong Qianxiu promptly responded. Nothing much. I just realized it has been a while since I called for you. Du Yu slowly closed his eyes. You're crazy, Dong Qianxiu retorted dismissively. If you're tired, just sleep. Hearing Dong Qianxiu's words, Du Yu opened his eyes slowly. Sister Qianxiu, I suddenly thought of something. Du Yu hesitated. What do you do when I fall asleep? Dong Qianxiu replied coldly. I watch over you until dawn. Huh? Du Yu was taken aback. So every time I rest, you do not rest? Correct. That cannot be right. You will exhaust yourself, and moreover. Du Yu shook his head, adding, "It feels rather strange for you to watch me sleep. It is my duty," Dong Qianxiu explained. "As your operator, I cannot slacken for a moment. If danger arises while you are asleep, I must wake you immediately." Du Yu felt a twinge of discomfort and said, "Sister Qianxiu, you must also rest. If you tire yourself out, who will be the communicator?" "I'm not tired. I will rest after you return." Sigh, such a stubborn woman. As dawn broke, Du Yu was awakened by the sound of light footsteps. He opened his eyes to see Xia Yingchun smiling at him before she hurried out of the courtyard. Du Yu, still groggy, was trying to piece together what was happening when Zhongli Chun also emerged from the room. "Little Zhongli." Du Yu rubbed his eyes and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Zhongli Chun, blushing, looked down and softly replied, "I did not sleep last night. I learned many things from little Xia." Du Yu snapped to attention. "Little Zhongli, you must not learn from her." That's Xia Yingchun. Du Yu's words caught in his throat. He had to be extremely cautious with his wording to avoid altering history. How could he tell Zhongli Chun that little Xia was not a good person? What is wrong with little Xia? And nothing. Du Yu struggled to articulate. Zhongli Chun pondered for a moment and said, "I have always wanted to ask, what is your name?" "My name? I am called." Du Yu faced a dilemma. In this tale, he could not reveal his true name, but did not wish to deceive Zhongli Chun by saying he was called a Wu. "My name cannot be disclosed at present." Du Yu shook his head. "But one day, you will know my name, and I will tell you everything about myself." Zhongli Chun nodded, affirming, "All right, I believe you." "Little Zhongli, what shall we do today?" Du Yu asked. "Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you." "Today?" Zhongli Chun shook her head. "I do not wish to go out today. Can you wait for me here?" "Wait for you?" "Indeed. After little Xia returns, I have something to discuss with you." Du Yu glanced in the direction where Xia Yingchun had just departed, uncertain of Zhongli Chun's intentions, and nodded, saying, "Very well." After approximately half an hour, Xia Yingchun returned, breathless and holding a bundle in her arms. "Miss, I have returned. This is what my mother left behind." "Little Xia," Zhongli Chun called out nervously, "No." Xia Yingchun glanced at Du Yu, flustered, and replied, Yes. "What is it?" Du Yu was left utterly bewildered. "What is going on?" Zhongli Chun gently pulled Xiao Xia inside, and before entering, Xiao Xia glanced back and closed the door, saying to Du Yu, "You absolutely must not come in." Staring at the closed door, Du Yu found himself momentarily stunned. "Qianxiu Jia, what is going on?" "I'm not sure either. Let me take a look for you," Dong Qianxiu said, as her perspective allowed her to see not only Du Yu, but also the legendary protagonist. "Have you seen anything?" After a considerable time had passed, Du Yu noticed that Dong Qianxiu was still unresponsive, prompting his inquiry. Dong Qianxiu was at a loss. She had never anticipated such a situation and was momentarily at a loss for words. "Du Yu, perhaps you should just run away." "What?" Du Yu's mind was in disarray. "Run? What is happening? Is Zhongli Chun planning to hit me?" Before Du Yu could take a step, the door slowly creaked open, and Xiao Xia emerged with a smile, Zhongli Chun following closely behind her. As Du Yu focused his gaze, he was left utterly speechless. Zhongli Chun donned an exquisite deep red brocade dress, adorned with a magnificent phoenix crown. Her makeup had been meticulously applied. She suddenly knelt before Du Yu, performing a profound bow, her gaze filled with emotion as she spoke. "I, Zhongli Chun, wish to become your wife from this day forth, to grow old together, never to part." An eerie silence enveloped the air. Du Yu, confronted with this scene, found himself utterly helpless. He had never felt such difficulty even when facing 9 sons. Xiao Zhongli. Du Yu pondered for a long time, struggling to find a way to refuse. Upon seeing Zhongli Chun in her current state, his mind went blank. He was acutely aware that he had only one day left to stay here, and he did not know how many years it would be until their next meeting. I'm sorry," Du Yu mumbled, turning and sprinting out of the courtyard. "What?" Xiao Xia, witnessing Du Yu's retreat, was filled with fury. "How could he do this?" "Miss, wait for me." With that, Xiao Xia dashed after Du Yu, leaving Zhongli Chun alone, still kneeling, biting her lip, her eyes betraying a profound sense of loss. "Stop right there," Xiao Xia shouted as she pursued him. Hearing Xiao Xia chasing after him, Du Yu felt an anger rising within him. He halted, turning around to ask, "Xia Yingchun, what exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why did you run away? Du pointed at himself and replied, She is the young lady, and I am but a servant. Do you think it is appropriate for her to act this way? What have you taught her? Aren't you making a fool of her in front of everyone? A fool? Xiao Xiao retorted angrily. Do you think the young lady is unaware of all this? I have informed her of every advantage and disadvantage. This is her own choice. What? Du was perplexed. I not only informed the young lady about the disparity in your statuses, but also explained that historically, no woman has ever taken the initiative in marriage. After understanding all the pros and cons, the young lady still wishes to marry you. And you? I even gifted her the wedding gown left by my mother, and just thinking about her marrying someone like you makes me furious. Xiao Chun's face turned purple with rage, and she could barely contain her desire to strangle Du. Do you found it hard to comprehend? Regardless of the circumstances, he absolutely could not marry her. But why not? Xiao Xia was bewildered. Last night, the young lady shared everything about you with me. She said you rescued her from a dire situation, allowing her to become a true person. You brought her to the mountain to learn skills, making her a valuable individual. For 20 years, she has missed you every single day. Do you know what that feels like? Now that she has finally waited to see you, she wishes to marry you regardless of the world's judgment. Yet you chose to run away. Are you even a man? I. Dumbfounded by Xiao Xia's eloquence, Du found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Xia, you look to be merely 15 or 16. There are many things you cannot comprehend. Indeed, I do not understand. Is the young lady not good enough? Is she lacking in talent and beauty? Is she not worthy of your affection? Xiao Xia pressed. That is not the issue. Du shook his head. Xiao Zhongli is truly wonderful, but she absolutely cannot marry me. Seeing Xiao Xia's face turn purple with indignation, Du murmured, I will go find Xiao Zhongli and clarify things. When Du returned to Zhongli Chun, she remained kneeling at the door. Xiao Zhongli. Zhongli Chun looked up, her expression complex. You're back. I have something I must clarify with you. As Du spoke, he walked over and helped her to her feet. Just then, Xiao Xia stormed into the room, her anger palpable as she refused to even glance at Du. Du motioned for Zhongli Chun to sit beside him. She wore her wedding gown, her face reflecting a sense of disappointment, unsure of what to do. What do you want to tell me? Du gathered his thoughts. Xiao Zhongli, there exists an immensely wide river separating us, a river that prevents us from being together. A river? Zhongli Chun echoed, pondering. What kind of river is it? To cross this river would take more than 2,000 years, Du said, observing Zhongli Chun's disheartened expression. His own feelings tangled. We stand on opposite banks, and if you were to marry me now, you would never be able to cross this river. I do not understand. Zhongli Chun's eyes shimmered with tears. You say it takes 2,000 years to cross this river. How could I ever see you on the other side? How did you cross it? Why can't I keep you on this side of the river? Du gripped his clothing tightly. He had never encountered a situation like this and had no idea how to resolve it. It felt as if he had experienced heartbreak before even falling in love. I will be honest with you, Du said, frustration seeping into his voice. If you follow my guidance, after you have lived your life, we will meet again, after I have lived my life. Before Zhongli Chun could respond, Xiao Xia erupted with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? You mean to say she cannot marry you while alive, but can only do so after death? Are you implying that after I die, we can be together? Zhongli Chun inquired. Though it may not be eternal companionship, I promise to always be by your side. Will you accept this? Miss, do not believe this man's nonsense. Xiao Xia interjected, visibly upset. No, I believe him. This is wonderful. Do you finally felt a sense of relief? Then what should I do with the rest of my life? Xiao Zhongli. I want you to marry Qi Xianwang when you turn 40. Chapter 30. The ugly lady Zhong Weyan marries. King Xin of Qi. Zhong Lichuan bit her lip. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Chun was equally bewildered. Are you suggesting that the young lady must wait until she is 40 to marry the great king and become queen? Xiao Chun quickly turned to Zhong Lichuan, urging her, Miss, do not listen to this person's absurdity. Such a thing is utterly impossible. Xiao Xia, I believe him. Zhong Lichuan looked at Xiao Chun and reiterated her stance, then turned to Du, saying, Although this will bring me some sorrow, it is your wish, and I am willing. Miss Xiao Chun was nearly frantic. You cannot agree to this. A woman waiting until 40 to marry would be wasting her youth. Without him, I wouldn't even know if I would be alive today, let alone talk about youth. Zhong Lichuan said resolutely. Xiao Xia, you once said that your life is mine, and mine is his. Zhong Lichuan spoke with a touch of sincerity, and Du Yu, unable to bear it further, knew he had to complete his mission, continuing. Xiao Zhong Lichuan, marrying King Xian of Qi is merely the first step. You must also assist him in stabilizing the realm and quelling the turmoil in Qi. That is your life's task. All right, I understand. Zhong Lichuan confirmed with Du Yu. So, I will be able to cross that river and then see you, correct? Yes. Du Yu nodded, feeling a pang of sadness as he replied. Xiao Zhong Lichuan, you may think me selfish, but I assure you that everything I do is not for my own sake. If you do not marry King Xian, the state of Qi may fall. I'm not being alarmist, and I cannot disclose how I know this. Zhong Lichuan smiled faintly. I understand. I knew from the beginning that you had your secrets. When you wish to share them, I will listen intently. Do you manage a bitter smile? Time was short. They had only 3 days. And now was the final day. Xiao Chun had prepared several dishes in the kitchen, and Du Yu and Zhong Lichuan sat together for a proper meal for the first time, though the atmosphere was peculiar. Du Yu was preoccupied, and Zhong Lichuan seemed far from joyful. Am I truly doing the right thing? Du Yu pondered, feeling a tumult of emotions. Should he have allowed another to rescue Zhong Lichuan instead? As night fell, Du Yu took the initiative to bid farewell to Zhong Lichuan and Xiao Chun. The last farewell had also been at night, and Zhong Lichuan knew this one would be no different. Watching Du Yu disappear into the distance, she wondered how many decades it would be until they met again. A part of her felt as if it were being torn away, leaving her breathless with pain. Upon returning to the Bureau of Legendary Management, Du Yu remained silent for a long while. Dong Qinxiu, aware of his distress, chose not to disturb him. Qinxiu, how much time do I have? You can rest a little longer this time, perhaps half an hour. Du Yu nodded and asked, can you take me to see Zhong Lichuan? Dong Qinxiu lowered her gaze, biting her lip. Du Yu, you must understand your identity. If you develop feelings. I know. I merely wish to see her. With no other choice, Dong Qinxiu led Du Yu to her office, where Zhong Lichuan sat quietly, cradling the outer garment Du Yu had given her earlier. Ah, have you finished your work? Upon seeing Du Yu, Zhong Lichuan sprang to her feet, her face lighting up with joy. Qinxiu, could you step outside for a moment? I wish to speak with her. Dong Qinxiu silently nodded and closed the door behind her. Du Yu gazed at Zhong Lichuan and, after a considerable pause, uttered, Xiao Zhong Lichuan. At the sound of those words, tears welled in Zhong Lichuan's eyes, and she furrowed her brow, bursting into sobs. I thought I would never hear those words again. As she wept, she crouched down and embraced herself. I thought you had forgotten everything that transpired between us. I would wait 2,000 years, even 10,000 years, but I am so afraid you would call me Miss Zhong Lichuan. I fear that you would forget me. Du Yu quickly moved to support Zhong Lichuan, allowing her to lean against him. Xiao Zhong Lichuan, I will no longer call you Miss Zhong Lichuan. I remember everything. Du Yu said through gritted teeth. That's wonderful. Zhong Lichuan cried out, releasing the grievances of 2 millennia. After a long moment, Du Yu asked Xiao Zhong Lichuan, I came to ask you something. Have you ever regretted it? Regret? Du Yu nodded, waiting for her response. After waiting for me all this time, have you ever felt even the slightest regret? I have never regretted it. Zhong Lichuan replied without hesitation, each word like a gust of wind entering Du Yu's heart. She had never regretted, even after wandering alone in this dark underworld for 2,000 years. Du Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. Yet seeing Zhong Lichuan's tear-streaked face still brought him sorrow. Xiao Zhong Lichuan, soon I will conclude my work, and then I will accompany you anywhere you wish to go, to do anything you desire. I will repay you for all that I owe. Du Yu spoke earnestly to Zhong Lichuan. Zhong Lichuan nodded vigorously, as if affirming that this life had been worth it. Regaining his composure, Du Yu returned to the hall. Qinxiu, how is the legend progressing? There are several key moments that I need to show you. Dong Qinxiu did not inquire about Zhong Lichuan, but focused intently on the screen, pulling up several images. Zhong Lichuan sat in her chamber, with Xia Ingchun styling her hair. Mississippi. Yesterday, we just sent away the suitors from the Qin, Zhu, and Lu families. And today, the matchmakers from the Ouyang, Sun, and Yin families have come again. Xia Yingchun remarked. Zhong Lichuan pondered for a moment. Xiao Xia. I do not comprehend. Since returning home, I have never left this room, and these young lords have never seen me. Why do they wish to marry me? Mississippi. Xia Yingchun replied as she continued to braid Zhong Lichuan's hair. Sometimes, marriage does not require mutual affection or even prior acquaintance. As the daughter of a scholar and a disciple of Master Gigu, such titles alone will attract various noble suitors to seek your hand. Lord Pangwan and Lord Sun Bin have already made names for themselves. As a fellow disciple of Master Gigu, even without any action on your part, you have already gained a reputation. Then, Zhong Lichuan paused. What can I do to ensure that men have no desire to marry me? That is impossible. Xia Yingchun shook her head. With your beauty, even if you were not the daughter of a scholar or a disciple of Master Gigu, many would still wish to marry you. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichuan raised an eyebrow, murmuring, beauty. Xia Yingchun nodded. Yes, miss, your beauty far surpasses mine. If you were to show yourself in public, the number of suitors would likely multiply. That is fantastic. Zhong Lichuan contemplated, then said to Xia Yingchun, Xiao Xia, please spread the word that I am exceedingly unattractive. What? Xia Yingchun dropped her comb in shock. Mississippi. Why would you say such a thing? Because I can only marry King Xian. Zhong Lichuan replied earnestly. Xiao Xia was at a loss for words, aware that her mistress harbored a deep obsession. Mistress, forgive me, but I cannot comply. Such rumors would ruin you. I care not. Zhong Lichuan replied, shaking her head. Xiao Xia, I do not require your obedience. I have never regarded you as a servant. You are my sole sister in this world. I merely wish to ask a favor of you, and I hope you will acquiesce. But, Xiao Xia shook her head again. I cannot utter it. Mistress, you are truly exquisite. I scarcely know how to describe you as anything but beautiful. It is quite simple. I shall write it for you. You need only recite it as I have penned it. Zhong Lichuan picked up a brush and swiftly inscribed a few lines, handing them to Xiao Xia. Upon reading the note, Xiao Xia's jaw dropped in astonishment. Heavens! Mistress, what you have written is utterly. It scarcely resembles a human being. Xiao Xia, I implore you to assist me. Zhong Lichuan repeated earnestly. A month passed, and rumors began to swirl through the streets. Some claimed that the Zhong Li's unsightly daughter had a sunken forehead resembling a hollow, eyes that were deeply set like two pits, and skin as dark as charred coal. There were also whispers of her having a nose that turned upwards and a throat larger than that of a man. Others described Zhong Lichuan as possessing a belly that appeared as if she were with child, a large and round head, and thinning hair. Passers-by often engaged in lively discussions about the matter. Have you heard of the appearance of Zhong Li's unsightly daughter? Zhong Li's unsightly daughter? I believe it should be Zhong Li's unattractive daughter. Laughter erupted. Do you, upon reading this, accepted a document from Dong Qinxiu, which boldly quoted Lu Xiang's account in the biographies of women? Zhong Lichuan, daughter of the city of Wei Wuyin, is the legitimate wife of King Xian. In terms of appearance, she is uniquely ugly, with a sunken head, deep-set eyes, a large and robust physique, a prominent nose and throat, a thick neck with scant hair, a protruding abdomen, and skin like lacquer. Sighing, do you lament it? Why must it be so difficult for you? There's another matter I wish to show you. Dong Qinxiu said, pressing a few buttons, revealing another screen. It became evident that the one most anxious about the rumors of Zhong Lichuan's extreme ugliness was her adoptive father. He had initially hoped to elevate his status through his unexpectedly bestowed daughter, only to find that rumors of her being a hideous creature had spread throughout the city. The adoptive father, who had often coveted Zhong Lichuan's beauty, was confident in her appearance. In a fit of frustration to dispel the rumors, he invited numerous noble youths to their home, determined to showcase his breathtaking daughter. The young gentlemen were arranged in 2 rows within the main hall. Yet Zhong Lichuan's appearance was long awaited. Curiosity and whispers filled the room. Is this a deception? Perhaps. We have waited an hour. Did they not say she was breathtaking? Why would she fear to show herself? Zhong Lichuan's adoptive father anxiously watched the door, his heart racing. He had dispatched someone to summon Zhong Lichuan, yet she remained absent. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted in from outside, and all the young gentlemen turned their gazes towards the entrance. A stunning young lady glided in gracefully, her bright eyes surveying the crowd. She bowed and smiled, greeting everyone. Gasp! Lady Zhongli! The crowd exclaimed, for she was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. The lady raised her hand to silence the commotion and calmly addressed them. Gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. I am merely the personal maid of the mistress. Before anyone could react, the maid stepped aside, revealing the figure behind her. The young gentleman strained to see, but the tall figure was shrouded in a black veil, obscuring her visage. You! One scholar stood abruptly. Zhongli Chun, what is the meaning of this? Remove the veil at once, and allow the gentleman to behold your beauty. You wish to see my face? On what grounds? Zhongli Chun retorted, drawing in a deep breath and sweeping her arm across the hall, causing a tremendous crack to form in the ground. All present were thrown off balance, fear etched on their faces as if confronted by bandits. Xiao Xia, standing closest to Zhongli Chun, nearly stumbled, but Zhongli Chun subtly steadied her. Do you weaklings believe yourselves worthy to marry me? Zhongli Chun? A monster. This woman possesses strength akin to that of an ox and speaks with such impertinence. The young gentlemen trembled as they clamored. Listen well. I, Zhongli Chun, shall only what a chancellor or a prince. Cease your harassment. Zhongli Chun declared coldly. We shall never return. Do you observe the screen for a moment before turning to Dong Qinxiu? Sister Qinxiu, when shall I next ascend? Dong Qinxiu hesitated, saying, You have but one chance left to descend, and there are two potential points in time for your arrival. You must make a choice. This can be chosen? Indeed, Dong Qinxiu affirmed. The first point is the year Zhongli Chun turns 40, when you would ensure her marriage to King Xian. The second point is the year following her ascension as queen, when the states of Qin and Zhao simultaneously assault Qi, with a significant probability of Zhongli Chun perishing in battle. Wait, Zhongli Chun may perish in battle? Do you pondered? But Sister Qinxiu, if historical records note this battle, implies that in every tale, Zhongli Chun faces this battle. She should not fall in combat. Indeed, in every recounting, Zhongli Chun has fought alongside her father, each commanding their own forces against the enemy. However, in this account, her father has passed away, leaving her to lead the troops alone against the invading forces of two nations. The technical department has analyzed the probabilities, estimating a 60% chance of her demise. 60%. Yiyi shook his head. That is excessively high. What are your thoughts? Which time point do you wish to descend upon? Yiyi pondered deeply, recognizing the significance of both time points. If Zhongli Chun does not marry King Xian at 40, or if King Xian does not desire her as a bride, all would be in vain. Yet the 60% chance of death in battle loomed ominously. Yiyi fell into contemplation. Chapter 31. A tranquil summer welcomes spring after a considerable duration. Yiyi finally spoke, recalling the moment that arrived in her 40th year. As for the invasion from the states of Qin and Zhao, one could simply use a transmission to facilitate her escape. This seemed the most prudent course of action. Dong Qinxiu nodded in agreement, asserting that even if Qi suffered a defeat, the broader dynamics of the realm might remain unchanged. Though the completion of the legend may be deemed somewhat lacking, it could still be regarded as fulfilled. Having devised their strategy, Dong Qinxiu adjusted the time to the day of Zhong Lichuan's 40th birthday and commenced preparations for her arrival. Yiyi reclined upon the apparatus, contemplating the myriad possibilities that could unfold and reflecting on potential countermeasures. After an extended wait, he realized he was still within the Legend Management Bureau. What is it, Qinxiu? Has there been an issue with the arrival? Do you come take a look? Dong Qinxiu called. He hastily approached the screen. On the display, Zhong Lichuan and Xiao Xia sat quietly in a chamber, awaiting the dawn. Zhong Lichuan's appearance remained unchanged, resembling a young maiden of 17 or 18, while Xiao Xia had blossomed into a more enchanting beauty, now in her mid-20s. Xiao Xia, has the sun risen? Not yet, Mississippi. After a brief pause, Zhong Lichuan inquired again, is it dawn now? It is dawn, Mississippi. Let us depart. Both stood in unison. Zhong Lichuan donned a cloak, shrouding her visage, and they proceeded directly to the palace of Qi. To avoid causing any commotion, she kept her hood drawn low, concealing her face, while Xiao Xia followed closely behind. They made their way seamlessly to the palace, only to be halted by the guards. This is the royal palace. Commoners are forbidden entry. With a swift motion, Zhong Lichuan raised her hand, sending 2 guards tumbling aside, and continued onward with Xiao Xia towards the main hall. Numerous guards rushed toward them. Yet, Zhong Lichuan only incapacitated those who obstructed their path, sparing the rest. This spectacle left Du Yu astounded. Any other person would have faced severe consequences for such actions. Yet, Zhong Lichuan seemed exempt. Upon reaching the grand hall, where King Xian of Qi resided, they were followed by a multitude of guards, who were momentarily deterred by Zhong Lichuan's formidable skills. King Xian, engrossed in the performance of a large ensemble playing the Yu, was nearly thrown from his throne upon witnessing the scene. "Who dares intrude? Guards, protect me!" he shouted. Though the guards hesitated to sacrifice themselves, they knew inaction would incur the king's wrath, prompting a few brave souls to charge forward with their spears. Zhong Lichuan deftly sidestepped the sweeping spear, seized its shaft, and with a gentle twist, disarmed the guard. With a slight exertion of her fingers, she snapped the spearhead off, transforming the weapon into a mere stick. With remarkable speed, she wielded the makeshift staff, swiftly bringing the approaching guards to the ground. Before anyone could utter a sound, Zhong Lichuan hurled the stick forward, embedding it into the wall behind King Xian, half of its length buried within the stone. Witnessing this, King Xian fell silent. Ordinary individuals cannot merely throw a stick into a wall, let alone a spear with a head, with such force. I am Zhong Lichuan of Yiyi. Should anyone approach further, do not blame me for my rudeness. Yiyi's Zhong Lichuan. King Xian recalled hearing that name before. Could you be the infamous Zhong Lichuan, the unparalleled beauty? It is I, she affirmed with a nod. King Xian scrutinized the tall woman before him. Her height was indeed imposing, yet her hood concealed her true appearance. As the daughter of a noble family, what brings you to seek an audience with me? He asked, trembling slightly. I have come to be your queen. Ah, King Xian was at a loss for words. Anger surged within him. I have countless beauties in my harem. Why should I marry you, the renowned ugly woman? Should you refuse to take me as your wife, the state of Qi shall perish, Zhong Lichuan stated coldly. Perish? King Xian's fury reached a boiling point. How absurd! Under my governance, the nation flourishes. How could there be talk of ruin? Zhong Lichuan remained silent, surveying the multitude of musicians in the hall, and addressed King Xian. Your Majesty, do you enjoy the sound of the Yu? Why, yes, I do. I have assembled a 100-member ensemble to perform, he replied, bewildered by her intent. Zhong Lichuan approached one of the musicians and asked, What is your name? I am Nangua, he stammered, clearly unsettled. Zhong Lichuan nodded, then ordered, Cease the playing. Let him perform alone for my ears. I. Nangua faltered, visibly distressed. Zhong Lichuan scoffed, Your Majesty, this man cannot play the Yu. You cannot discern a mere pretender among your musicians. How can you expect to govern the state of Qi effectively? The officials exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the truth in Zhong Lichuan's words. A court official stepped forward, whispering to King Xian, Your Majesty, this woman possesses extraordinary talents. Moreover, it is said that Giguzi is adept in divination, and Zhong Lichuan is among his disciples. Her words bear weight. King Xian found himself in a quandary. Even so, I could never marry an ugly woman. Oh, wait. Zhong Lichuan approached King Xian slowly, her intent unclear. What are you doing? King Xian stammered, feeling a surge of anxiety, but unable to abandon his throne. The ministers, however, fled from his side. Zhong Lichuan approached him, removing her hood to reveal a visage as flawless as jade. Xiao Xia informed me of your fondness for beauty and insisted I unveil my face, she said, her bright eyes locked on King Xian. She also mentioned that if you wed me, you would also gain her favor. This is a bargain worth considering. Her voice was soft, audible only to King Xian. Upon seeing Zhong Lichuan's face, he was momentarily entranced. Her eyes sparkled like clear water upon a pale, rosy complexion, and her fragrant hair cascaded down from her hood. As her gaze shifted, King Xian felt his heart stir. Who is this celestial maiden? Not only would marrying her be worthwhile, but I would gladly cast aside my entire harem for her. Unbeknownst to the world, Zhong Lichuan was indeed a beauty beyond compare. King Xian muttered to himself, then asked, "Who is Xiao Xia? The one said to be hideously ugly?" Zhong Lichuan pointed behind her, and King Xian discreetly glanced over. Noticing a young woman standing a short distance away, her head bowed. Despite her modest demeanor, she appeared to be another ethereal beauty. After a long pause, King Xian slapped himself across the face in disbelief. "Am I dreaming? Are you both here to marry me?" "Indeed." "Very well." Suddenly, King Xian of Qi shouted, "Today, I have decided to take Zhong Lichun as my consort." The court officials, though oblivious to the exchange between the two, could hardly comprehend the king's rapid change in demeanor. "Your Majesty, I am perplexed. Are you being coerced by this person?" a trembling official inquired. Zhong Lichun glanced at King Xian and whispered, "Do not let others know my secret," before donning her cloak and retreating. "Oh, my loyal minister, you are unaware that just moments ago, Zhong Li Wuyin, or rather, Zhong Li Wuyin, revealed to me the shortcomings of the Qi state, enlightening me as if I had received a divine revelation. I am truly ashamed. If I marry her, it will benefit the development of Qi." King Xian feigned sincerity. "But Zhong Li Wuyin is exceedingly unattractive, Your Majesty," one official began hesitantly. "Enough," King Xian interjected. "My marriage to her is a testament to my resolve for reform. I shall not only take an unseemly consort, but also dismiss all the singers and dancers. Let it be executed immediately." The officials were utterly bewildered. This sovereign, who typically reveled in the company of beautiful women, had suddenly chosen to marry a renowned ugly woman and dismiss all entertainers? Zhong Lichun exchanged a silent glance with Xia, both aware that their plan had succeeded. On the night of their wedding, King Xian hosted a grand banquet for all his ministers, while Zhong Lichun and Xia remained in their quarters. "Xia, I have told you countless times, you need not accompany me," Zhong Lichun said. "My lady, I have expressed many times that my life belongs to you. I must be by your side," Xia replied. Zhong Lichun shook her head. "This is my obsession alone. Why should I burden you?" Xia smiled gently, "My lady, do not worry. I find great contentment in being able to accompany you for a lifetime." As time passed, and the moon rose high, Zhong Lichun heard the sound of King Xian's footsteps approaching. "He is coming," she murmured. "Has he arrived?" Xia stood and bowed to Zhong Lichun, her eyes glistening with tears. "My lady, I thank you for your care over the past decade. Now it is time for me to repay you." "Xia, if you regret it, it is not too late." "I do not regret." Xia shook her head and turned to leave the room. She walked slowly to the courtyard and sat down despondently. Before long, a drunken King Xian stumbled in, spotting Xia seated on the ground. "Oh, aren't you Xia? Who entered the palace with the queen today?" he slurred. "Your Majesty." Xia lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. "Do you find fault with me?" "What? How could that be, my beauty? I find you perfect," he exclaimed. "Then why?" Xia wiped her tears. "Do you host grand feasts for the queen, but not grant me a title?" "I will. I swear." King Xian smacked his forehead. "From now on, you shall be my consort." Xia nodded softly. "Your Majesty, it is cold here. Would you take me somewhere warmer?" "Ah, my dear, wherever you wish to go, I shall take you." Xia desired to go to the king's chambers. "Oh, my beauty!" King Xian exclaimed as he scooped Xia up. "Let us depart." Inside, Zhong Lichun listened quietly, her heart a tumult of emotions. Soon, Xia arrived at King Xian's chambers, guiding him to lie down as she extinguished the lamp. From this day forth, Xia would no longer be a maiden. Though tears glimmered in her eyes, she sweetly coaxed King Xian. "My lady, I shall devote all my strength to protect what you cherish." The next morning, before dawn, Xia rose, prepared warm water, and entered Zhong Lichun's room. Zhong Lichun sat, as she had the previous night, not having undressed or slept. "My lady, did you not sleep at all?" Xia asked with a smile, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her brow. "Xia, from today onward, there is no need for you to attend to my grooming." "Why?" Xia was taken aback. "You're a good girl, Xia. Now that you have joined the royal family, you deserve a better life." "No, I cannot." Xia burst into tears. "My lady, I have styled your hair for a decade. Please do not cast me away." "Xia." Zhong Lichun turned and gazed at her with tenderness. "I'm not dismissing you. You're simply no longer my maid. Xia never felt like a maid beside her lady. She had always been happy. Enough. Zhongli Chun bit her lip. I have already wronged you. There is no reason for you to continue serving me. Xia was at a loss, willing to sacrifice her purity just to remain by Zhongli Chun's side. My lady, King Xian called from a distance. Where have you gone, Xia? Go, Xia. Zhongli Chun smiled faintly. Remember to live a better life. No, I cannot. Xia shook her head, tears streaming down. Had I known I would have to leave you, I would have prevented you from entering the palace. Zhongli Chun clenched her fists, heartbroken. At that moment, King Xian barged in, witnessing the tear-streaked Xia and the stern-faced Zhongli Chun. Ah, what transpired between you two, my beauties? He inquired. Before Xia could respond, Zhongli Chun suddenly stood and slapped Xia across the face. Wretched girl, how dare you cry? If not for you stealing the king on my wedding night, why would I be left alone? Xia was taken aback, covering her face with her hand as tears fell like rain. She understood Zhongli Chun's strength. Yet this slap bore no pain. It was evident her lady had held back, performing for King Xian. This thought deepened Xia's sorrow. No, my lady, you must not say such things. It will lead the king to misunderstand. Xia cried out. I understand. I will do as you say. You must not behave like this again. Good. Now hurry and leave, Zhongli Chun said coldly. Xia was at a loss, knowing that if she did not depart, her lady might commit acts that would further displease King Xian. Wiping her tears, she hurriedly fled, while King Xian glanced at Zhongli Chun before pursuing Xia, believing she would be easier to handle. My beauty, wait for me, King Xian called as he ran. Xia looked at him, unsure of what to say. My beauty, please do not be angry. That fierce woman no longer wants you. Do not forget that I cherish you. You must not refer to my lady as fierce. Xia's heart ached indescribably. Perhaps no one understood better than she how gentle Zhongli Chun truly was. Chapter 32. Matters concerning Zhongli and Xia. Kun. Du Yu recited each character slowly, realizing that not all historical records are true. The girl named Xia Ingchun possesses an exceptionally kind heart. It seems there is no need for my intervention this time. Dong Qianxiu scrolled through the screen and fast-forwarded several months. After Zhongli Chun ascended to the role of queen, she dedicated herself to governing the state of Qi, eliminating numerous treacherous ministers and revising the laws. In her spare time, she practiced military drills on the playground, leaving her scarcely a moment's respite. Meanwhile, Xia Ingchun employed all her cunning. Whenever King Xian of Qi intended to visit Zhongli Chun's chamber, she would resort to crying, causing a scene, and even threaten to hang herself. Over time, King Xian relinquished his pursuit of Zhongli Chun. After all, Zhongli Chun bore an icy demeanor, whereas Xia Ingchun was eloquent and skilled in song and dance. Even if Xia's beauty was slightly inferior to Zhongli Chun's, King Xian found no pleasure in seeking out disappointment. King Xian went to great lengths to please Xia Ingchun, who in turn desperately protected Zhongli Chun, while Zhongli Chun immersed herself in political affairs. The state of Qi enjoyed peace, allowing King Xian ample opportunity to revel in nightly festivities with Xia Ingchun. This unique and stable triangular relationship, if not witnessed firsthand, Du Yu could scarcely imagine. At that moment, Du Yu seemed to recollect something. Sister Qianxiu, if my intervention is unnecessary this time, does that mean I will have to intervene when Xiao Zhongli confronts the Qin and Zhao states? Indeed, came the reply. But Sister Qianxiu, I find myself troubled. It appears we have overlooked a crucial issue. Dong Qianxiu remained silent, fully aware of the dilemma. Even if I do intervene, I would be of no assistance. After all, this is a battlefield of cold weapons. How can I contend against the might of many with my singular strength? Do you? Dong Qianxiu's expression grew serious. In truth, my advice is, do not go this time. Not go. Du Yu lowered his head in contemplation. Sister Qianxiu's reasoning held merit. Could he truly aid in such a chaotic ancient battlefield, where thousands clashed? The technical department had revised the calculations, revealing that should Zhongli Chun participate in the battle, her chances of dying would soar to 80%. The most prudent course of action would be to use a message to persuade Zhongli Chun to withdraw from the conflict. After pondering for a moment, Du Yu felt that this approach was also flawed. If Zhongli Chun forsook the battle, the state of Qi would hasten towards ruin. Would the legend of Zhongli Chun still hold? Would the course of the world remain unchanged? Sister Qinxiu, how about you help me prepare some items? What do you need? Rocket launchers, grenades, a Gatling gun that spews blue flames. Dong Qinxiu shook her head. Do you? Setting aside whether you can carry such items in one go, how could you possibly confront tens of thousands alone? The famed bows of the Qin and the renowned cavalry of Zhao cannot be met with mere firearms. It matters not. I possess a bit of ingenuity. If the situation becomes dire. Ingenious? Dong Qinxiu sighed. Do you truly believe the commanders of these two nations, Bai Qi of Qin and Lian Po of Zhao, would fall to your cleverness? Bai Qi, Lian Po. He was taken aback. These two commanders were indeed formidable figures, practically legendary. Thus, I still advise you, do your utmost to avoid going. I will find a way to help Zhongli Chun escape. That won't do. Ultimately, Du shook his head. Sister Qinxiu, allow me to go. If any danger arises, you can summon me back immediately. After all, I made a promise to Xiao Zhongli. Dong Qinxiu spent half the day attempting to dissuade Du, eventually conceding to his request. Du, I will remind you one last time. The life of an operator is far more precious than a great sea legend. Should any danger arise, we will ensure your immediate recall. I understand, Sister Qinxiu. Era, the Warring States period. Location, the lands of Qi and Lu. Infantry, Ao has yet to descend. Du suddenly opened his eyes, unable to suppress the twitching of his expression. At that moment, he felt as though he were engulfed in a colossal sandstorm with no light in sight. The heat was unbearable. Standing amidst the throngs of warriors engaged in combat, the cacophony of shouts, clashes, and the clanging of weapons assaulted his ears, overwhelming Du with dizziness. The swirling dust obscured his vision, rendering him incapable of discerning how many people surrounded him or where his escape route lay. He trembled as he gripped the spear tightly, preparing to shout, but upon inhaling, he was met with the acrid scent of blood mingling with sweat, decay, and the stench of disemboweled entrails, an unforgettable aroma that seared into his memory after just one breath. From a distance, a dark object hurtled toward him. Instinctively, Du reached out, catching it in his embrace, feeling its warmth and stickiness. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a severed human head lying quietly in his arms, marred by countless wounds, the hair disheveled and clinging to its bloodied face, with some strands even embedded in the gashes. Ugh! Du collapsed to his knees, retching violently on the ground. This overwhelming sense of oppression, this nauseating bloodiness, this terrifying tactile sensation was unique to the era of cold weapons. Countless individuals rushed past Du, casting not a single glance his way. After all, on this battlefield, a myriad of reasons could compel one to kneel. Du, watch out behind you! Dong Qinxiu shouted. Du had no time to react. He only heard a rush of wind behind him. In the blink of an eye, a hand seized him and hurled him aside. Du rolled on the ground and turned to see a bald man wielding a large blade swinging through the air. Seizing the opportunity, several Qi soldiers pierced his body with long spears. A soldier helped Du to his feet, panting heavily. Which unit are you from? Have you gotten separated? Unit? The unit is the smallest combat formation in ancient warfare, consisting of 5 individuals, 1 leader and 4 members, Dong Qinxiu explained. Du surveyed the vast battlefield, entirely a loss as to where to find his unit, and shook his head at the man before him. All the members of my unit are dead. I am the sole survivor. Perfect. We are down to 4. The man clapped Du on the shoulder. Join our unit. Let's focus on survival first. We need to see if we can find a centurion. As Du stood up, he noticed 3 others nearby. Without time for greetings, they positioned themselves back to back, prepared to fend off the Zhao forces. Brother, I'm the leader of this unit, named Dekong. What's your name? My name is Ao. All right, Ao. The unit leader brandished his spear, pushing back the enemies before addressing the remaining members. The leaders received orders to rush northward to assist a beleaguered 1,000-man squad. We will follow the banner and gradually move north. If we can locate a sergeant or centurion, our chances of survival will significantly increase. Du's greatest experience with conflict had been a skirmish among 4 classmates during his school days. which paled in comparison to the current chaos. Back then, their most formidable weapon was a ruler, and their intent was never to inflict fatal harm upon one another. Fortunately, Unit Leader Di Tsong exhibited considerable experience. He was not driven by a desire to kill, but instead focused on coordinating the unit to protect each other while collectively dispatching the enemies obstructing their path. By avoiding entanglements with others, their unit moved more swiftly than the rest. Unit Leader, do you? Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath after the relentless journey and hand-to-hand combat, called out, "What is it? I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of our army's commander." "Who knows?" The sergeant cast a sidelong glance at Du Yu and asked, "Is this your first time on the battlefield? Once the fighting begins, not only will you lose sight of the commander, but even the direction may become indistinguishable. Our movements are entirely directed by the various banners." Du Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he would fail to reach Zhong Lichun in time. However, the sergeant's words held merit. The entire plain was engulfed in swirling dust and blood mist, with visibility reduced to mere dozens of meters, making it exceedingly challenging to discern the flow of battle in such conditions. "Quickly, we are nearing the stranded 1,000-man squad," the sergeant urged. "Sergeant," one of the soldiers called out, "are we approaching the enemy camp? Why are there so many Zhao soldiers around?" The sergeant surveyed their surroundings, noting that the number of Zhao troops had doubled, yet he was uncertain of their own position. He only knew that he had to obey military orders, and many squads were converging in this direction. They were moving swiftly, and it wouldn't be long before more of their comrades arrived. "Do not waver. We must break through and join the 1,000-man squad. We are but a single squad, and remaining here will lead only to our demise," the sergeant shouted, and the squad began to charge forward. United in purpose, they focused their attacks on the enemies before them, swiftly carving a bloody path. However, due to the overwhelming number of foes nearby, all suffered injuries. As they broke through the crowd, a towering mound of corpses came into view, a veritable mountain of the slain. Atop this grim edifice stood a figure, coldly surveying the scene below. "Little Zhongli," Du cried out. Zhong Lichun seemed to hear the familiar voice and glanced down, locking eyes with Du Yu. "Awu, who is that?" the sergeant asked. "Is he a captain of our army?" "Sergeant, you must be mistaken," a soldier interjected. "To defeat so many enemies, he must be at least a 1,000-man leader." "What 1,000-man leader? Move forward and protect him. He is our army's commander," Du Yu exclaimed, beginning to ascend the corpse mountain, disregarding the bodies beneath his feet. Your Majesty?" the others gasped. One soldier gazed at the imposing woman, still struggling to believe. Did they not say the queen was hideously unattractive? The woman before them was breathtakingly beautiful. At a time like this, why focus on such matters? The sergeant scolded, kicking the soldier as he hurried after Du Yu up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Zhong Lichun smiled faintly and remarked, "It has merely been 12 years since you last appeared." Du Yu scrutinized Zhong Lichun, noticing her injuries, and asked, "Little Zhongli, how did you get hurt?" Zhong Lichun gritted her teeth and replied, "It is my own fault. After assassinating the Zhao deputy general, I became surrounded. I've been fighting alone for 3 whole days." 3 days? Du Yu lowered his gaze to the mountain of corpses, estimating that there were at least 8,000 dead. "Little Zhongli, you have become a veritable killing machine." In the Zhao army's tent, a tall, middle-aged man clad in armor sat upright, facing a pale young general. The atmosphere between them was tense. "General Lien, you mentioned 3 days ago that you had cornered the Qi army's commander, yet 3 days have passed, and you remain entrenched. Do you not wish to explain?" the young general asked coldly. "By Qi, when I went to war, you were still wetting the bed. Do I need to report my actions to you?" the middle-aged man retorted, a hint of anger lacing his words. "I'm not commanding you. I merely wish to know when I can expect to see the head of the Qi army's commander," Bai Qi said impatiently. "The sooner you take her head, the sooner I can return to Xianyang to report to the king." The Qi Queen Zhong Lichun is indeed formidable, as rumored. Her 1,000-man squad has been decimated to the point where only she remains. Yet she has managed to slay 1,000 by herself, Lienpa stated. "There is no need for such rhetoric with me," Bai Qi replied, shaking his head. "This merely reflects the incompetence of the Zhao soldiers." "Incompetence?" Lienpa slammed his hand on the table. "My soldiers are all born of mothers and fathers. knowing this woman is not to be trifled with. Why would I send my men to their deaths? In my view, encirclement without attack will soon lead that woman to exhaustion and starvation, Bai Qi remarked dismissively. Thus, you claim the Zhao soldiers are incompetent, Lien retorted angrily. In war, victory is paramount. To achieve victory, sacrifices must be made. What kind of statement is that? Lien was incensed. As a general of the Qin state, do you not value the lives of your subordinates? The lives of subordinates? Bai Qi's expression turned icy. Lien, do not speak of subordinates. If we cannot win the war, the entire nation will suffer. When the time comes, how can we speak of subordinates' lives? If war breaks out between Qin and Zhao, as long as my king commands, I would not hesitate to sacrifice even the common people. You, Lien rose to his feet. Bai Qi, are you attempting to provoke me by using my Zhao state as an example? I would not dare. Bai Qi shook his head. General Lien Po's reputation is well known. How could I expect you to lose your temper with someone as newly appointed as myself? Bai Qi said coolly, offering a brief farewell before striding out of the tent. This Bai Qi of the Qin state is truly fearsome. Should Zhao ever confront him? Lien dared not contemplate further, merely shaking his head in silence. He was already past middle age, while Bai Qi had only just begun his career. If that day were to come, he hoped he would still be able to don his armor and fight. On the mountain of corpses, the five, led by Du Yu, shielded Zhongli Chun as they faced enemies from all directions. My heavens, I never imagined that following the flag would lead us directly to the queen. The sergeant turned to Du Yu, Ah Wu. It seems you're already acquainted with Her Majesty. Sergeant, let's set that aside for now. My task is to protect the queen. Du Yu gritted his teeth, fully aware of his mission, yet uncertain of how to fulfill it. You must leave, Zhongli Chun stated. This battle has already been lost. Lost? The sergeant and the soldiers exchanged incredulous looks. How could we have lost? Many Qi troops are still scattered and fighting, and our queen remains standing. Though I do not recognize the two enemy commanders, their tactical prowess is unparalleled, matching my own. I have been trapped for 3 days without orders. The Qi army must be in disarray by now. A retreat is inevitable, Zhongli Chun said, looking at Du Yu. I cannot allow you to be harmed. You must go. No. If we are to leave, we shall do so together. Du Yu insisted. Zhongli Chun bit her lip and replied, even if I could escape from here. The Qi army requires a general well-versed in military strategy to join forces with me if we are to have any hope of winning this war. Alone, I cannot withstand the two enemy commanders' tactics. Du Yu clenched his jaw, lamenting that he was neither skilled in combat nor knowledgeable in military strategy, leaving little hope for the war ahead. Chapter 33. The Deathly Appearance, Sister Qianqiu. Du Yu gazed silently at the throng of enemy soldiers surrounding him, whispering, Can your Qianqiu divine skill withstand this? Are you referring to the thousands encircling you? Dong Qianqiu replied helplessly. In a conflict of this magnitude, I truly feel powerless. Du Yu's mind raced as he pondered strategies. Sister Qianqiu, how many of the items I requested have you prepared for me? I placed 4 military-grade 82 to 2 grenades in your time travel gift pack. As for the rocket launcher and Gatling gun, they are far too cumbersome to carry. 4 grenades. Good. Du Yu nodded, contemplating hastily before a sudden idea struck him. Junior sister, he exclaimed loudly, startling those around him. Master Giguzi sent me to check on you, and I see you are indeed in trouble. Upon hearing this, the Zhao army below murmured in distress. One Zhongli Chun is already troublesome. Now there's a senior brother? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you Sun Bin or Su Qin? Even if they were here, they wouldn't team manage this situation. We must flee, Zhongli Chun said, concern etched on her face. What? Junior sister, you ask if my cultivation has improved. Ignoring Zhongli Chun's worry, do you continue to shout? Are you mocking your elder brother? As fellow cultivators, my prowess has undoubtedly surpassed the past. Given that, allow me to demonstrate. The nearby Zhao soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered, uncertain of the identity of this man before them. A few infantrymen, having heard Du Yu's claims, were equally stunned. Was this fellow truly a celestial being? They had not noticed anything out of the ordinary during their journey. Du Yu discreetly rummaged through his pouch. Sister Qianqiu, how does one use this? Could you ask me first before trying to show off? It makes things rather awkward. Enough chatter, teach me quickly. There's a piece resembling a keyring. Hold that metal safety pin firmly, trigger the spring, then you may pull off the keyring-like piece. Releasing the safety pin ignites the fuse, and it will explode 5 seconds after being thrown. Understood. Du Yu's expression hardened as he looked down at the Zhao soldiers. If you persist in your encirclement, do not blame me for being impolite. If you wish to live, retreat now. Though Du Yu's words were intimidating, the Zhao army dared not retreat recklessly, adhering to military orders. Very well. In that case, Du Yu bellowed, Shaolin's ultimate technique. Fire Cloud Palm. A few bystanders were taken aback. Shaolin? What is that? With the incantation of Fire Cloud Palm, a small black sphere shot from Du Yu's sleeve, soaring directly into the midst of the Zhao soldiers, colliding with one soldier's face. Ouch! The struck soldier screamed, feeling as though a metal block had smashed into his nose. Seeing the grenade land amidst the crowd, Du Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, shouting, "Run if you wish to live. Run." The Zhao soldiers were still processing his words when a grenade detonated among them. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The tremendous force of the modern grenade sent several soldiers flying, while shrapnel wounded dozens more, who writhed on the ground in agony. Du Yu had torn a bloody gap through the encirclement single-handedly. What? The Zhao soldiers were taken aback, retreating in fear. This technique was unrelentingly brutal. Du Yu, caught in a moment of heat, had thrown the grenade without considering the consequences, and now, with lives lost at his hands, he fell into a daze. Du Yu, this is war. Dong Qianqiu's voice broke through his stupor. Their aim is to kill you, hence you must eliminate them. Do not overthink it. Du Yu slapped himself, gazing at the fallen below, and roared, I do not wish to strike again. Withdraw your encirclement, and I will ensure your safety. What on earth are you up to? Zhongli Chun was equally bewildered, clutching her wound. I've never seen you injure so many with a single strike before. This was an emergency move. I can only use it a few times. Right now, the priority is to get you to safety. No, their target is me, not you. Your chances of escape are greater alone, Zhongli Chun insisted. Not a chance. Du Yu shouted angrily. Have you forgotten our promise? If you perish here, how will you cross that river? Zhongli Chun fell silent, torn between fear for Du Yu's safety and the dread of never seeing him again. The Zhao soldiers below, witnessing this exchange, began to cautiously withdraw. The earlier display of violence had made it clear that continuing the struggle would yield no favorable outcome. Excellent. They are retreating. Little Zhongli, let's go. Du Yu grasped Zhongli Chun's hand, eager to break free from the encirclement, when suddenly, a distant shout pierced the air. Looking ahead, they saw the previously uniform Zhao ranks parting to reveal the Qin banner rising behind. The Qin army has arrived. The sergeant shouted in alarm. We are about to be double encircled. Reinforcements for them. Zhongli Chun bit her lip. This time, escape seemed impossible. In the distance, the Zhao soldiers slowly parted, creating a pathway through which a pale-faced young general, clad in armor and riding a warhorse, approached. You are Zhong Wuyan? He inquired, surveying the figures atop the mountain, his gaze ultimately resting on Zhong Wuyan. You are the commander of the Qin army? Zhong Wuyan asked coldly. Indeed, I am Bai. Before Bai Qi could finish, Zhongli Chun vanished from her position, reappearing before him in an instant, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his throat. Should she succeed in decapitating the Qin general here, there might still be a glimmer of hope for their cause. Bai Qi's expression hardened as he raised his blade to block the strike, yet he and his steed were sent flying backward, landing safely only after the horse adjusted in midair. Du Yu's heart raced. Bai Qi's prowess was as formidable as rumored, having intercepted such a swift attack. Truly as the legends say, Bai Qi remarked, wincing as he rubbed his sore hands. If I can slay someone of your caliber, I shall be one step closer to becoming a general. Bai Qi began to retreat slowly, prompting Zhongli Chun to shout, Where do you think you're going? Before she could pursue, several Qin soldiers surged forward, markedly different from the previous Zhao troops. These were Bai Qi's elite guards, battle-hardened and fiercely loyal. They attacked Zhongli Chun from all angles. Despite her injuries, she narrowly evaded their strikes and countered, knocking a few aside. I may not be your match, but you will still perish today, Bai Qi sneered, commanding the archers in the distance to unleash a volley aimed at Zhong Wuyin and the Zhao soldiers present. What? The Zhao soldiers initially thought they had misheard, but moments later, a rain of arrows truly rained down upon them. Watch out! Zhong Lichun yelled, immediately shielding Du Yu with her body. Your Majesty! Danger! The sergeant leaped in front of Zhong Lichun as well. Before Du Yu could react, a tremendous cacophony, like hail descending from the sky, erupted. After a flurry of chaotic sounds, Du Yu slowly opened his eyes. Little Zhongli! Upon seeing Zhong Lichun protectively cradling him, he gasped in astonishment. I am fine. Before I could finish my sentence, Zhong Lichun spat out a mouthful of blood. Du Yu focused his gaze and saw 2 arrows lodged in Zhong Lichun's body. Although Wu Chong stood protectively in front of her, Zhong Lichun's large frame made it impossible for him to shield her entirely. Brother Wu, Du Yu finally realized that it was Wu Chong who bore the brunt of the injuries. He had taken numerous arrows while defending Zhong Lichun, and without even a final word, he collapsed, lifeless. Du Yu scanned the surroundings. The soldiers who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him had perished beneath the rain of arrows, and a significant number of Zhao's troops lay fallen nearby. In the distance, the second wave of the Qin army's assault approached, a throng of soldiers wielding long spears advancing slowly towards them. What to do? What to do? Panic seized Du Yu. Gritting his teeth, he glanced toward Bai Qi in the distance, rage bubbling within him. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. He pulled a grenade from his pack, yanked the pin, and hurled it towards Bai Qi. Do not kill Bai Qi, Dong Qianxiu exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Should the famed general of the Qin perish, the course of history would undoubtedly be irrevocably altered. The grenade landed squarely before Bai Qi, though he did not recognize the object. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. He instinctively pulled on his horse's reins, causing it to rear up on its hind legs. Almost simultaneously, the grenade detonated, the immense shock wave slamming into the horse's chest, sending Bai Qi sprawling while the steed was left in a gruesome state. What kind of technique is this? Bai Qi pondered, bewildered that such a small object could wield such power. My lord, be cautious. It is said that those 2 are cultivators. Bai Qi, struggling to rise, muttered a curse. Even cultivators can be injured, can they not? Today, I, Bai Qi, shall slay the immortals in public. As he beheld the advancing Qin soldiers, Dong Qianxiu decisively declared, Do you give up? We will initiate your recall immediately. Now, Du Yu turned to look at Zhong Lichun, who was grievously wounded, 2 arrows still embedded in her back. If you're to flee now, Zhong Lichun would surely meet her demise. No, Qianxiu, I cannot abandon her. Du Yu, unusually flustered, questioned, is there truly no other way? Can we communicate with their commander and urge a retreat? Or could I receive a few souls right now? Du Yu, Dong Qianxiu's frustration was palpable. The Bureau of Legends will not gamble the lives of operators for the sake of a C-Class Legends protagonist. With gritted teeth, Du Yu stared down the encroaching enemy forces and promptly retrieved another grenade. Whoever approaches shall perish. He bellowed, effectively halting the advancing Qin soldiers. Whoever stops shall die. Bai Qi echoed fiercely, his voice imbued with authority. Chapter 34. The reflection of oneself, though the Qin army found themselves in a dilemma. They were acutely aware that General Bai Qi was not to be trifled with. They pressed on with trepidation, recognizing that while the individual's celestial powers were formidable, it would not annihilate them in an instant. One soldier, emboldened, approached Du Yu with a spear, attempting to strike when he was unguarded. At that moment, Zhong Lichun suddenly awoke, seizing the spear and swiftly dispatching the soldier. Little Zhongli, she murmured, gently pushing Du Yu aside. It seems I cannot rest just yet. I must ensure your safe passage from this place. Observing the confrontation, the Qin soldiers steeled themselves for battle, launching an all-out assault. Zhong Lichun, fueled by an unknown force, wielded the spear with astonishing speed, piercing the throats of several foes in mere moments. Gritting his teeth, Du Yu picked up a spear from the ground to shield Zhong Lichun's rear. As an ordinary man, he focused intently on the movements around him. Striving to avoid being struck, yet the number of adversaries was overwhelming. Alas, in a moment of inattention, Du Yu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as he was wounded, the weapon slipping from his grasp. Oh no! Zhong Lichun gasped, turning in alarm as she eliminated the enemy before Du Yu, only to be ambushed from behind, a blade cutting into her back. Little Zhongli, be careful! Du Yu shouted, leaping to engage the foe attacking her, amidst the chaos sustaining multiple injuries himself. The encroaching circle tightened, a palpable aura of death drawing near. Zhong Lichun hurriedly lifted Du Yu from the ground, and they stood back to back, surveying the hostile surroundings. Du Yu... As the two appeared on the screen, Dong Qianxiu was about to speak, but suddenly exclaimed, "Who is it?" Huh? Du Yu sensed something was amiss in Dong Qianxiu's voice, but was too preoccupied to inquire further. "Sister Qianxiu, what has happened on your end?" Dong Qianxiu ceased responding, severing their connection. In the Legend Management Bureau, Zhong Lichun stormed into the hall. Employees attempting to block her were swiftly dispatched. "Zhong Lichun," Dong Qianxiu bellowed, "what do you intend to do?" "You cannot enter now." With a complex expression, Zhong Lichun replied, "My heart aches suddenly. Has something befallen him? Regardless of his fate, this is the responsibility of the Legend Management Bureau, and we will manage it ourselves. Let me in." "Absolutely not," Dong Qianxiu retorted. "In Legends, one cannot see oneself. This is the rule of the Bureau." "What nonsense about Legends? Do you not possess the ability to transport individuals elsewhere?" "Take me to him. I shall assist him," Zhong Lichun insisted. "Do not be foolish," Dong Qianxiu snapped. "If we could send someone his side at will, we would have already dispatched help. Then you cannot leave him in danger." The two stood at an impasse when Hisuo approached slowly. "Zhong Lichun." Hisuo smiled slightly. In this world, you are not the only one who cares for Du Yu. Perhaps the one in this room who wishes to save him the most is Dong Qianxiu, standing before you." "Her?" Zhong Lichun regarded Dong Qianxiu with cold eyes. "Indeed, your quarrel here may very well jeopardize Du Yu's life." Zhong Lichun felt a surge of anxiety, but was at a loss for what to do. "The only thing you can do is return to your room and wait quietly." With a conflicted expression, Zhong Lichun slowly took a step back. Dong Qianxiu, disregarding the tension, shouted, "The soul summoning team, prepare for immediate action. Employ the large-scale rapid soul extraction method." "Sister Qianxiu, the rapid soul extraction is being prepared. It's expected to complete in 5 minutes. Due to the overwhelming negative energy, all living souls within 100 meters will be affected and could be scattered," one staff member cautioned. Ignoring the warning, Zhong Lichun took hesitant steps back, recalling the anguished cries of Du Yu she had just heard outside that room. Why were they preventing her from entering? For the first time, panic gripped her heart, as if something of immense importance was slipping away from her grasp. "Du Yu." She whispered his name, realizing only now that she had just come to know it. Would she no longer have the opportunity to utter it aloud? "You promised that after this, you would accompany me anywhere, do anything I wished, and always remain by my side." A sorrowful expression crossed Zhong Lichun's face, her heart aching deeply. She felt as if the 2,000 years of waiting were rendered futile, the dim memories fading away. When she regained her senses, Zhong Lichun found herself back in Dong Qianxiu's office, despondently seated, clutching the coat Du Yu had once given her, feeling a profound sense of loss. If possible, she would gladly trade her life for his. But what could she do? "Oh, what is this?" A black object from Du Yu's pocket caught her eye. "Du Yu," Dong Qianxiu called out, "you must survive, even if you have to use Zhong Lichun as a shield. We are initiating a rapid retrieval. Expect to cast the spell in 5 minutes." "Sister Qianxiu, what nonsense are you speaking?" Du Yu replied weakly. "Little Zhong Li has already been grievously wounded protecting me. And you still suggest I use her as a shield? Once the rapid soul summoning commences, everyone nearby will perish, making it inconsequential," Dong Qianxiu explained. "Everyone will die?" "No, little Zhong Li cannot die." Du Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "This decision is made, Du Yu." Dong Qianxiu bit her lip, having observed Zhong Lichun's profound feelings for Du Yu over the past few days. If it were possible, she would wish to save Zhong Lichun. Yet, that possibility had vanished. Even if it meant the death of all nearby, the operator's life must be preserved, for the sake of all future legends. Zhongli Chun must be left to perish, even if it meant her existence would fade from the real world as well. Do you glance back at Zhongli Chun? She appeared utterly exhausted, having fought tirelessly for 3 days and nights. Little Zhongli, can you endure? I will not fall until you escape this place. No, we shall both escape together. Though you spoke resolutely, he felt lost. As the enemy forces drew nearer, Du hurled another grenade. But the soldiers seemed to anticipate his move, raising nearby corpses as shields. Despite the gruesome explosion, the number of injured was significantly reduced. Clutching the last grenade in his bag, Du managed a bitter smile. Could there be a way to use this grenade to eliminate the enemy commander, then take out the thousands nearby, and finally dispatch the remaining tens of thousands on the battlefield, escaping with Zhongli Chun unscathed? Though Du believe his mind was still sharp, he could not conceive such a plan. Amidst the swirling sands of the battlefield, Du envisioned his own demise. Bai Qi observed the two, recognizing their dire situation, and slowly approached. I must say, if I had comrades like you, it would be a most joyous occasion. Bai Qi coldly remarked, regrettably, our stances diverge. Today, I can only send you on your way. Bai Qi, Du bellowed, may I have a word with you? A word? Bai Qi slightly faltered, intrigued. Do you wish to plead for mercy? Indeed, I hope you will release me and Zhongli Chun. In exchange, I shall reveal to you what your future holds. Oh, Bai Qi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. My future? Yes. Do not forget that we are both disciples of Master Gegu, and I am the most adept at divination, capable of foretelling your future, even when you will orchestrate the massacre of 400,000 Zhao soldiers, and when you will meet your demise. I will orchestrate the massacre of 400,000 Zhao soldiers? Bai Qi's expression visibly shifted. What do you say? A deal? A deal? Ha ha ha. Du was perplexed as Bai Qi's laughter grew louder, completely disregarding him. You are truly amusing. You actually think that by revealing my future, I would let you go? Bai Qi sneered at Du. When you mentioned my orchestrating the massacre of 400,000 Zhao soldiers, I was utterly disheartened. Knowing in advance would rob me of the joy of war. Du was taken aback, pondering the nature of this man before him. Do you understand where the joy of the battlefield originates? The joy of the battlefield? For someone like me, the battlefield brings forth two kinds of exhilaration. The anticipation of who I shall slay today, and the anxiety of when my own life may be lost. Only by dwelling in such a mindset can the battlefield's allure captivate me so. Do you perceive this man as a madman, navigating the battlefield with a gambler's mentality? No. Perhaps it should be said that only individuals of such disposition could rise to become renowned generals. Since you claim to know my future, I am even less inclined to let you go. As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, he suddenly sensed a chill in the air, as if the skies themselves had darkened. Is a storm approaching? Numerous soldiers looked up at the sky, feeling an inexplicable chill run down their spines. What is happening? Dong Qianxiu stared in astonishment. There were legends about an ominous wind sweeping in. Was it a soul-absorbing device? Not at all, Assistant Dong. The soul-absorbing device will not be ready for another 2 minutes. A staff member responded. Currently, the source of this eerie wind is unknown. That wind is peculiar. Do your utmost to hide behind others until we ascertain the cause. Can you hear me? Dong Qianxiu felt both bewildered and terrified. No matter how she called out, Du stood there unresponsive. What is happening? On the battlefield, Bai Qi waved his hand, declaring, the weather is about to change. Swiftly behead Zhongli Chun. At the command, the soldiers seized their weapons and advanced. Yet at that moment, a bizarre sight unfolded. Zhongli Chun and Du simultaneously turned, mirroring each other's movements as they fixed their gazes upon Bai Qi, extending their hands in unison, and asked in unison, You intend to behead me? By what means? Chapter 35. Guarding against evil spirits, the crowd gazed at the two individuals, bewildered by the current situation. Before them, the pair shared identical expressions, both brimming with murderous intent and an icy demeanor. Despite their differing heights, their tones, postures, and even movements mirrored one another perfectly. An inexplicable aura of eeriness began to permeate the air. Dong Qianxiu observed the astonishing scene on the screen, his mind swirling with questions. What in the world are you doing? As anticipated, Di remained utterly unresponsive. Bai Qi, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and instructed his subordinates. These cultivators have surely succumbed to madness. Eliminate them swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than Du Yu appeared before Bai Qi, mirroring the actions of Zhong Li Chun from moments earlier. Bai Qi had been observing intently and had not expected this man to possess such remarkable agility, causing him to react a fraction too late. Before he could raise his weapon in defense, Du Yu unleashed a powerful punch, striking Bai Qi squarely in the nose and sending him flying. The sharp crack echoed, indicating that Bai Qi's nose had likely been broken. As the soldiers regained their senses and readied their weapons to charge at Du Yu, he swiftly employed his ghostly agility, evading their attacks from various angles. Seizing a spear, he deftly dispatched a dozen of them in an instant. The soldiers pursued him relentlessly, but Du Yu toyed with them as if they were mere children. Amidst the throng of thousands, he wielded the spear with finesse, striking down foes with precision before vanishing without a trace. In a fleeting moment, the Qin army had suffered significant losses. What is happening? Dong Qianxiu stared in disbelief at the screen, then snapped back to reality, instructing the staff. Pause the soul-absorbing device. Immediately summon the technical department. Du Yu leapt gracefully to Zhong Li Chun's side, his gaze complex as he inquired coldly, "Can you still move?" Zhong Li Chun nodded, feeling an inexplicable familiarity emanating from Du Yu. "Very well, let us fight our way out together." Du Yu emphasized the phrase "you and I," leaving the intention ambiguous. He helped Zhong Li Chun to her feet, and both armed themselves with spears, instilling fear in the hearts of the Qin soldiers. A sudden rush of wind announced their disappearance from sight. They moved as if they were two ends of a mirror, mirroring each other's every action. Screams erupted among the Qin ranks, the soldiers thrown into disarray as they attempted to retaliate, yet they could not discern where the enemies were, only sensing their comrades falling one by one. Dong Qianxiu awaited the technical department's arrival, urging them to analyze the situation. Based on his description, the team realized they were facing a conundrum. What did it mean that a sudden chill had engulfed the air, transforming Du Yu into an entirely different person? After an extensive analysis and research into various records, the technical department remained baffled, having never encountered such an occurrence in the annals of the Bureau of Legends. It feels as if there are two Zhong Li Chuns appearing simultaneously, one analyst suddenly remarked. Two Zhong Li Chuns? Dong Qianxiu seemed to grasp a revelation, hastily abandoning his work and racing towards his office, for the answer to this mystery could only be found in one individual. Zhong Li Chun, what have you done? Dong Qianxiu clenched his teeth. Meanwhile, Bai Qi lay on the ground, witnessing the decimation of his elite forces. His expression one of sheer horror. How could such formidable foes exist, let alone two of them, in a battlefield where victory hinged on strategy and tactics? These two had single-handedly annihilated his entire battalion through sheer brute strength. What, then, was the purpose of war? Why recruit soldiers? What was the goal of seizing this realm? The military strategies he had studied since childhood and the experience he had painstakingly accumulated now felt like a farce. Who are you? Bai Qi stammered, his voice betraying his fear, for he was perhaps closer to death than ever before. I am a lady of Qi, Zhong Wu Yan, Zhong Li Chun replied quietly. And you? Who are you? Bai Qi trembled, pointing at Du Yu. How come I've never heard of someone as formidable as you? Me? Du Yu chuckled coldly. I am merely a guardian of the realms against evil spirits. Dong Qianxiu sat despondently in his office, tears streaming down his face. What had become of Zhong Li Chun? All that remained was Du Yu's outer garment, which had accompanied her in recent days, and the scroll titled Records of the 8 Directions of Evil Spirits sprawled on the ground. On the death gate of the Records of the 8 Directions of Evil Spirits, a bloodied signature lay, as if someone had recently bitten their finger and inscribed their name there. From that moment forth, the signatory would protect the scroll's bearer, guarding the death gate, bound to eternal servitude until their soul was scattered. Zhong Li Chun. Dong Qianxiu slowly picked up the records of the 8 directions of evil spirits, sobbing uncontrollably. Did you not cross that river? Did you not wish to explore many places with Du Yu? In the room, only the dazed Dong Qianxiu remained, alongside the cold name inscribed on the scroll. 1,000 years prior, in the 7th layer of the 18 layers of hell, the Mountain of Blades. Dear Sister Dong, you must help me this time, Ma Mian said, his face etched with worry. Otherwise, I truly do not know what to do. Fourth Master, we have only just met for half a day. Please refrain from such familiarity, Dong Qinxiu replied, her expression devoid of emotion, feeling as if she were being disrespected. Oh, Sister Dong, if you can help me deal with this prisoner, I shall call you whatever you wish from now on. Dong Qinxiu lifted her gaze, and the scene before her was horrifying. Amidst a mountain of blades, a towering woman was bound naked to a stone pillar, her body pierced by numerous knives. The immense pain seemed to have rendered her numb, her face devoid of expression. The woman raised her head, coldly surveying Dong Qinxiu and Ma Mian, and asked, "What torture is in store for me today? Bring it on. Sister Dong, look. This woman harbors such deep resentment that no matter how we punish her, her spirit remains unbroken. It seems she practiced some technique to enhance her soul and life. But curiously, her spirit is remarkably pure, unlike the chaotic nature of ordinary souls." Ma Mian appeared anxious, casting a furtive glance at Dong Qinxiu, noticing her lack of understanding. He decided to be direct, so, "Sister Dong, I implore you to have the Bureau of Legends go back in time to help me resolve this issue. At the very least, we need to uncover how she transformed into this state so I can find a solution. It would take at least 100 years. Dong Qinxiu adjusted her glasses, stating, "The upcoming schedule is fully booked. 100 years? Is that how long we must keep her here? We would be exhausted." Ma Mian exclaimed, "Fourth Master, what crime did this woman commit?" "Her name is Zhongli Chun," Ma Mian replied helplessly. "Approximately 1,000 years ago, she refused to drink the Mengpa soup while crossing the Niha Bridge and publicly smashed the vendor's stall. It was an unprecedented incident that infuriated the kings of hell. Now, she encountered my elder brother, Niu Tu, on the street, and they got into a fierce fight after he accidentally bumped into her. My elder brother nearly self-destructed his nascent soul. Self-destructed his nascent soul? Dong Qinxiu did not anticipate that the seemingly robust, bull-headed figure would be so thoroughly besieged by a solitary ghost. "Sister Dong, why do you think this woman is unwilling to consume Mengpo's soup? This suggests there are matters she wishes to retain in her memory." Adjusting her spectacles, Dong Qinxiu pondered, "Given her suffering, perhaps we should release her." Release her? Ma Mian had contemplated this as well, yet feared she might cause further trouble upon her release. However, what if chaos ensues post-release? If turmoil arises again, we shall simply restrain her once more. Observing Zhongli Chun, battered and bruised, Dong Qinxiu felt a pang of compassion. "Fourth Master, she has endured the trials of hell. There is no longer justification for us to inflict further torment upon her." Though she voiced this sentiment, capturing her again would pose significant challenges. "We have already lost 6 ghost messengers in this endeavor. My elder brother has been incapacitated and is currently recuperating, and only then could we finally subdue her. To speak candidly, it would be prudent for you to focus on enhancing your own abilities and training more formidable ghost messengers. We cannot simply capture this woman and never set her free. If the higher-ups were to discover this, it would indeed pose a problem." Ma Mian found himself in a quandary, replying, "Sister Dong, you do have a point. Alas, we have employed every means of torment imaginable, and yet she remains unbroken. We cannot be held accountable for that." Dong Qinxiu approached the woman with deliberate steps. "Greetings, I am Dong Qinxiu, the newly appointed assistant of the Bureau of Legends. I am here to assist you in escaping this suffering. May I inquire, what is your obsession?" "Obsession?" The imposing woman cast a cold glance at Dong Qinxiu and replied icily, "I possess no such thing." "Ah, so you remain unaware of your transformation into a malevolent spirit." Dong Qinxiu adjusted her glasses and rephrased her inquiry. "Having roamed this underworld for so long, what is the reason for your refusal to be reincarnated?" The towering woman slowly raised her head, blood trickling down her cheek. She spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and spoke softly. "I must traverse a river that has flowed for 2 millennia to search for someone." Chapter 36. If I am sad. Chapter 37. Epilogue to Sister Qinxiu. Do you awoke? Calling out for Dong Qinxiu. This time, is there some formidable spirit attached to me? He shouted her name several times, only to realize that Dong Qianxiu was not present. It was the first time Diyu opened his eyes and found her absent from the screen. Where could she be? Rising to his feet, he searched around. What puzzled him was the evasive glances of the staff, as if they were concealing something from him. Xiao Qi, Diyu called out to the girl who had attended the round-table preparatory meeting with him. Stop right there. Xiao Qi was startled, dropping all the documents in her hands to the floor. Where's Sister Qianxiu? I don't know. Xiao Qi, are you lying to me? And no, not at all, Xiao Qi replied timidly, her eyes avoiding Diyu's gaze. What on earth is happening? Diyu asked sternly, fixing his gaze on her. If there's a problem, I will resolve it. We are colleagues now. Do not keep secrets from me. Xiao Qi glanced at him, sighed, and said, Sister Qianxiu is in her office. You should go find her. In her office? Diyu nodded. Good, I shall see Xiao Zhongli as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi said nothing further and hurried away. Diyu felt a twinge of curiosity, but remained unaware of the circumstances. He traversed the grand hall of the Legend Management Bureau and soon located Dong Qianxiu's office. The door was ajar, and he found Dong Qianxiu sitting quietly inside. Yet Xiao Zhongli was nowhere to be seen. Sister Qianxiu. Diyu paused upon seeing her. Where's Xiao Zhongli? He scanned the room, discovering it was empty save for Dong Qianxiu, who held a black scroll in her hands. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the record of the 8 directions, though it appeared different from when he first acquired it, as if someone's name was inscribed upon it. Diyu, come sit down. I have something to discuss with you, Dong Qianxiu spoke softly. A sense of foreboding gripped Diyu's heart. And no, I can't. His voice trembled as he mustered a bitter smile. Sister Qianxiu, please do not tell me anything. I have yet to find Xiao Zhongli. I must find her first. No, I must tell you, Dong Qianxiu insisted, biting her lip. I want to allow it. You mustn't speak. Diyu aimlessly paced the room, calling out for Xiao Zhongli. Understanding that Diyu had begun to grasp the situation, Dong Qianxiu slowly stood and gently placed the record of the 8 directions down. In this world, only you can see her now, if you wish to speak with her. She resides deep within your heart. With that, Dong Qianxiu stepped out of the room. It was a long time before Diyu sank to the floor, overwhelmed. Is it true? You no longer exist in this world? He gazed at his coat on the ground, still retaining Xiao Zhongli's warmth and fragrance. He tenderly picked it up, cradling it as Xiao Zhongli had done before. Where do you usually reside? I sleep on the streets when I'm tired, snatch food from wild spirits when I'm hungry, and wash myself in the river of forgetfulness when I'm dirty. Doesn't tea that make you sad? When I feel down, I just eat something sweet. Memories flooded Diyu's mind, and it felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, twisting relentlessly. Looking down, he noticed several items pressed beneath his coat. A completely colorless wrapper encased a candy that had melted countless times. A white flower, now yellowed and thoroughly dried. An orange that appeared fresh but remained unpeeled. Upon seeing these items, Diyu could no longer contain himself and broke into a heart-wrenching cry. The table in Dong Qianxiu's office was laden with candies and snacks. Staff members, aware of Xiao Zhongli's fondness for sweet treats, had specially delivered them in recent days. Yet, for some unknown reason, Xiao Zhongli had not touched a single one. Perhaps she felt she no longer needed sweet things? Perhaps she would never feel sadness again? Diyu wept bitterly, grabbing a handful of candies from the table and shoving them into his mouth. Yet he could taste no sweetness, only endless bitterness. It turned out that consuming sweet things during sorrow held no solace. Director, I have something to discuss with you. Dong Qianxiu found Yiyi, her tone serious. Xiao Dong, what is it? I believe Diyu is not suited for the operator position. Oh, Yiyi raised an eyebrow. Why is that? His heart is too kind. The legendary matters will profoundly affect him. The last time with the shooting of the 9 sons, and now with the saltless woman. It frightens me to think what might happen if he experiences too much. So, you cannot bear to see him collapse, Yiyi discerned. Dong Qianxiu was at a loss for words. Xiao Dong, everything in this world has a cause and effect, Yiyi said calmly. When I presented all the legends to Diyu, he chose the saltless woman. Do you think that if he had not chosen the saltless woman, Xiao Zhongli would still remember him? Director, I don't quite understand. Xiao Zhongli would faithfully wait for Du Yu for 2,000 years. And thus he would surely wish to delve into the legend. Once Du Yu returns to the legend, Xiao Zhongli will undoubtedly wait for him for another 2,000 years. Given Du Yu's character, he could never abandon her, so their fates were long ago sealed. Is that so? I ask you again, under similar circumstances, would Xiao Zhongli fall for Zhang Qishan? Zhang Qishan? Dong Qianxiu pondered seriously. No, if Zhang Qishan were the operator this time, he might complete the task in just 2 days, as he possesses celestial protective spells and would never end up in peril. However, he would not develop feelings for Xiao Zhongli. In fact, he might not even enter this legend. Precisely, he Suai affirmed. It is precisely because Du Yu harbors feelings unique to mortals that he achieves unprecedented completion in these 2 legends. Everything that transpires in his life is preordained. It is because he is who he is that it must happen. Are you suggesting that Du Yu's profound emotional depth renders him more suited for this position? Ha! Isuai chuckled softly. I have said nothing. I merely shared with you the principles of cause and effect in this world. Du Yu stood in a pitch-black clearing, where a large character for ghost was inscribed in the center, with 8 crimson lines radiating outward. He was oblivious to his surroundings. Since Xiao Zhongli's disappearance, this scene had appeared to him each time he closed his eyes, an occurrence unprecedented until now. Where is this? Du Yu wandered aimlessly, utterly lost. After a short while, he noticed a figure in the distance. She appeared as perplexed as he, gazing around. As he drew closer, tears streamed down his face. Xiao Zhongli, he cried out, rushing forward to embrace her before she could react. Zhongli Chun gradually turned her head, and in an instant, a smile illuminated her face. Du Yu, she softly called out, extending her arms to embrace him. This was the first time she uttered his name and the first time she held him close. Little Zhongli, I'm so sorry. I thought I was helping you, but in the end, it was you who helped me. Apologize to me? Zhongli Chun blinked and replied to Du Yu, how could that be? I am now in your heart. We shall always be together. This is the closest I have been to you in over 2,000 years. Du Yu wept for a long time before slowly regaining his composure. He and Zhongli Chun gently sat down together. Little Zhongli, shall we have a good conversation? After all these years, do you not have much to say to me? Zhongli Chun nodded vigorously, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, in Dong Qianxiu's office, Xiao Qi, with a worried expression, asked Assistant Dong, has Du Yu really been sitting there motionless for 3 days? Shouldn't we do something? Look at the smile on his face. Does he seem troubled? Dong Qianxiu understood that Du Yu had entered his inner world, possibly meeting with Zhongli Chun, and thus hesitated to disturb him. Let us not interrupt him. There are many legends awaiting our narration. Come, let us depart, Dong Qianxiu said, patting Xiao Qi's shoulder as he led her away. Extra Story Chapter 1. The 12 Guardian Animals. In ancient times, a priest approached the Queen Mother of the West, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, I have selected the 12 guardian animals of the zodiac. Please review them. The Queen Mother gazed thoughtfully at the sun shining upon the mortal realm before returning her attention. I no longer wish to see. Please recite them for me. At your command. The priest unfurled a scroll and recited. The 12 guardian animals of the zodiac are as follows. At the hour of the rat, we take the mouse. At the hour of the ox, we take the ox. At the hour of the tiger, we take the tiger. At the hour of the rabbit, we take the cat. At the hour of the dragon, we take the dragon. At the hour of the snake, we take the snake. At the hour of the horse, we take the horse. At the hour of the goat, we take the sheep. At the hour of the monkey, we take the monkey. At the hour of the rooster, we take the chicken. At the hour of the dog, we take the dog. At the hour of the pig, we take the pig. I do not quite understand how you selected these 12 guardians, the Queen Mother remarked. If your Majesty wishes to know more, I shall explain. The mouse at the hour of the rat symbolizes abundance, as a full granary breeds mice. The ox at the hour of the ox represents hard work and diligence. The tiger at the hour of the tiger signifies invincibility. The cat at the hour of the rabbit symbolizes bountiful harvests. The dragon at the hour of the dragon represents divinity. Wait, the Queen Mother interrupted. Allow me to ponder. The priest bowed his head, refraining from further comment. I see no issue with the other guardians, but the cat must be dismissed. The Queen Mother stated, furrowing her brow. For some reason, upon hearing the word cat, I feel unease. An image continually haunted the Queen Mother, and upon its appearance, two words echoed in her mind: Big Cat, Big Cat, Big Cat. The priest dared not oppose her, bowing with deference. Your Majesty is wise. However, it may be difficult to find a suitable animal to replace the cat on such short notice. Let it be the rabbit, the Queen Mother replied calmly. The rabbit? The priest expressed confusion, as the Queen Mother's decision seemed uncharacteristic. Yet, the rabbit is not particularly affectionate and appears rather aloof. Do not speak nonsense, the Queen Mother interrupted. Who dares to claim that a rabbit cannot possess feelings? I have seen affectionate white rabbits surpassing most mortals. Understood, the priest replied, apprehensively departing, leaving the Queen Mother alone in the vast hall. The Queen Mother contemplated the moon of the celestial realm and the sun of the mortal world, uncertain of the well-being of the white rabbit on the moon or the mortals on earth. Extra Story Chapter 2. Chang'e guards the moon. Chang'e, since you have attained immortality in a mortal form, I understand you still have lingering concerns for the mortal realm. A tall man clad in a jade robe sat at the center of the heavenly court, speaking with a resonant voice to Chang'e. Thus, I shall allow periodic messages from the mortal realm to reach you. What would you like to know? Chang'e slowly bowed her head in respect, responding, if possible, I would like to receive news of a certain individual. Whom do you seek? This person is named Yiyi, a resident of the Eastern Victory Divine State, renowned for shooting down 9 suns. Very well. The Heavenly Emperor nodded to the nearby Tai by Jin Xing. Immediately procure information about Yiyi and ensure it reaches Chang'e in the Moon Palace regularly. However, Tai by Jin Xing calculated and hesitated. There seems to be no one by the name of Yiyi in the mortal realm. Could Chang'e be mistaken? Upon hearing this, Chang'e's heart sank. Could it be that Yiyi has already perished? Sensing her distress, the Heavenly Emperor remarked, Tai Bai, inquire with the Earth Goddess to see if Yiyi has reported. At your command. Tai Bai Jin Xing gently closed his eyes, while Chang'e remained silent, fearful of hearing distressing news. Strange. Tai Bai Jin Xing shook his head and reported, I relay to the Heavenly Emperor that the Earth Goddess states Yiyi has not reported to the underworld. Absurd. Not in the underworld, nor in the mortal realm. Has he perhaps become a deity? The Heavenly Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Chang'e, I have provided you the opportunity. But you have failed to seize it. You may leave now. No. Chang'e protested, panic rising within her. Something must be amiss. How could Yiyi be neither in the mortal realm nor the underworld? Wait, a figure approached from a distance, revealing the Taoist deity, Laozi. The Heavenly Emperor greeted Laozi with a slight nod. I have heard that the ruler of the mortal realm, Emperor Yao, took a man named Yi from the village of the sun-shooting hero. However, this individual is not called Yiyi but rather simply Yi. Is this the person you seek? Chang'e? Yiyi. Chang'e pondered, the name ringing a bell, though she knew there were no others named Yi in the village. Chang'e, have you made your decision? Will you receive regular updates about this Yi? The Heavenly Emperor inquired, his tone firm and authoritative. In a vast moon palace, Chang'e quietly cradled a white rabbit, gazing into the distance as if awaiting something. Soon, a small black dot sped towards her from the direction of the mortal world. Ah, here it comes, Chang'e exclaimed joyfully, her movements animated. As the black dot grew larger, it revealed itself to be a small, entirely black bird. The bird held a piece of silk parchment in its beak and gently placed it before Chang'e. Chang'e cautiously opened the parchment, which bore a single sentence. Yiyi marched west with Emperor Yao and achieved great victories. Though it was merely a sentence, Chang'e read it 7 or 8 times, then carefully tucked the parchment away with the others, as these simple words represented her only solace. Jade Rabbit, Chang'e mused, stroking the white rabbit nestled in her arms. It is curious. You always share in my joys and sorrows, yet when I receive news of my beloved, you seem particularly distant. The white rabbit cast a glance at the silk scroll, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 38. The eerie visitors to Yu had not stepped outside his room for 4 days. It seemed as though everyone in the Legend Management Bureau had an unspoken understanding not to disturb him. Dong Qianxiu continued her daily vigil at the monitor, overseeing every potential issue within the legends. Should any tale deviate even slightly, she would relay a message to the characters involved. Undedu Yiyi Skydon. She had grown adept at impersonating the Queen Mother, significantly enhancing the success rate of the legends. On this day, a low, somber knock echoed through the ordinarily functioning bureau, signaling the arrival of guests. Who could it be? A staff member casually approached the door. Generally, visitors to the bureau were rare, but since Yiyi's arrival, that had clearly changed. It was likely another attempt at forming connections. Initially, Dong Qinxiu paid no mind, assuming it was merely another spirit or celestial being delivering gifts to Yiyi. However, moments later, the staff member who had opened the door was unexpectedly shoved aside, collapsing right before Dong Qinxiu. Everyone in the bureau stood frozen. In its millennia of existence, no one had ever dared to cause trouble here. Who possessed such audacity? As Dong Qinxiu turned, she beheld two figures standing at the entrance. One was a tall man, bare-chested, adorned with strange tattoos, with two antlers protruding from his head, exuding an eerie aura. Beside him stood a provocatively dressed woman, her demeanor equally unsettling, yet imbued with an extra touch of allure. Dong Qinxiu had never encountered these two in the underworld and could not fathom any prominent figures matching their appearance. So she resolved to observe the situation. She slowly helped the fallen staff member to his feet and inquired, "What happened?" "I don't know. I mentioned we were busy with work and couldn't entertain guests. And then that man just pushed me down," the staff member replied, rubbing his head. "Unbelievable," Dong Qinxiu murmured to herself. Even the heavenly court of your had never dared to confront the bureau openly. Who were these individuals? Given their audacity to invade the bureau, they were certainly not here with good intentions. "Please wait over there," she instructed the staff member, who nodded and stepped aside. "Where is the director?" Dong Qinxiu asked another staff member. "Quickly fetch the director." "Assistant Dong, we haven't seen the director these past few days," he replied, visibly troubled. At that moment, the two intruders sauntered further into the room, surveying their surroundings before asking, "Who is Dong Qinxiu?" Dong Qinxiu was taken aback. She had assumed they were there for Yiyi, but to her surprise, they were seeking her. Nonetheless, she felt no immediate cause for concern. "I am Dong Qinxiu," she stated, stepping forward. "Excellent," the man nodded slightly. "Come with us. Someone wishes to see you." "Go with you?" Dong Qinxiu regarded him coldly. "What if I refuse?" "Don't be ungrateful," he replied, twisting his wrist. "If you prefer not to see this place razed, it would be prudent to accompany us." "Razed?" Dong Qinxiu could scarcely believe her ears. "Hey, speak politely." The alluring woman with horns playfully tapped the man, then turned to Dong Qinxiu. "Don't worry, Qinxiu. We won't harm you. A significant person wishes to meet you." Dong Qinxiu could not gauge the strength of these individuals, rendering her hesitant to act rashly. Having worked in the bureau for a millennium, she had few acquaintances and had never made enemies. Why would anyone wish to abduct her? "You can't take her." A voice echoed from afar, illuminating a figure in the corridor. "Do you?" Dong Qinxiu glanced over. "Are you all right?" "Indeed," Yiyi replied with a faint smile, appearing quite content. "I've had a lengthy conversation with Xiao Zhongli and have come to understand many things." "That's wonderful." A weight lifted from Dong Qinxiu's heart. Now, she needed to address the pressing issue at hand. Yiyi waved his hand, directing his gaze at the two intruders. "Who are you? Where do you intend to take Qinxiu?" "Some matters cannot be discussed here." The man shook his head. "Moreover, it is none of your concern." Without hesitation, the man reached out for Dong Qinxiu. She summoned her energy to push his hand away, but to her astonishment, his strength was overwhelming. He seized her wrist, rendering her immobile. "Release her." Yiyi's expression turned icy, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. "Let go of Qinxiu." "Oh." The intruders raised their eyebrows at Yiyi's transformation. "The 8 Directions Ghost Record. So it is you." "Humph." Yiyi disregarded their words, gripping the man's wrist with considerable force. "An ant dares to shake a tree," the man coldly retorted, releasing Dong Qinxiu before launching a punch at Yiyi. The blow thundered toward Yiyi's face. Although he had borrowed strength from Zhongli Chun, he discerned that this man's power surpassed his own. He crossed his arms defensively, stumbling back a few paces. Before Yiyi could regain his footing, the man unleashed a gust of dark, sinister wind directed at him, hurling Yiyi against the wall. He grunted, acknowledging that while the man was indeed powerful, he did not seem intent on killing him. Diyu quickly rose, employing Zhongli Chun's ghostly agility to flash behind the man, striking at the back of his head with all his might. The man merely tilted his head, evading the blow, then retaliated with a forceful strike toward Diyu. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as Diyu was sent staggering back once more. Not bad, the man remarked, glancing at Diyu. You can now harness the strength of spirits without their possession. It seems the ghost you chose trusts you profoundly. The enchanting woman beside him leaned forward, smiling mischievously at Diyu. Dear Diyu, you still cannot fully command the ghost's power. Should you require assistance in defeating him, simply ask, and I may consider it. Who are you? Diyu inquired, flexing his pained wrist. This man's strength was evidently superior to Zhongli Chun's, suggesting he was a formidable figure within the underworld. The woman, though not yet engaged, radiated an aura of power that matched his. We are merely unworthy messengers. The man scoffed, his demeanor dismissive. Dong Qinxiu, will you now accompany us? Dong Qinxiu, already astonished by the scene unfolding before her, quickly replied, I will go with you, but please do not harm Diyu. Excellent. The man nodded, turning toward the door. Just then, a fierce gust of wind surged toward him. Boom! He raised his hand, deflecting the oncoming force. The entire bureau trembled. The grand judge, both Diyu and Dong Qinxiu, turned to the figure clad in brocade entering the room. How peculiar, Ju remarked, unflinching. Is it common for individuals to cause a ruckus in the Legend Management Bureau? Ju. The man recognized him instantly. I advise against your interference. This matter could spiral out of control. Oh, Ju sneered. Is there anything in the underworld I cannot handle? Aside from trivial matters, such as the 10 Yama Kings battling the 5 Ghost Emperors, I dare say there is nothing I, Ju, cannot resolve. The man smiled slightly and queried, is the conflict between the 10 Yama Kings and the 5 Ghost Emperors the greatest chaos in your perception? Your perspective appears rather limited. Ju, somewhat perplexed, found the audacity of the individual before him astonishing. However, he could not ascertain the identity of this person, whose ability to withstand his strike indicated a strength comparable to that of the 8 great Yin officials, compelling him to take the situation seriously. Ju ceased his words, summoning the soul-hooking brush with his right hand. As he channeled his magical energy, the brush surged with a profound aura of darkness, causing the talismans affixed to it to fade away. Countless wailing souls rushed in from every direction, merging into the brush, while the temperature around him plummeted, causing the immense soul-hooking brush to radiate with brilliant luminescence. Death command, Ju bellowed, as the brush soared into the air, swiftly inscribing a line of incantations aimed directly at the man before him. Oh, the man's brow furrowed, sensing the potential trouble. Are you truly intent on engaging me seriously? With a powerful stomp, he unleashed an awe-inspiring aura, his hands forming intricate seals as an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted forth, filling the air with a faint scent of blood wave technique. The crimson light surrounding him exploded, colliding with Ju's death command, resulting in a seismic uproar as both forces dissipated into wisps of azure smoke. Diyu, Dong Qinxiu, and others stood in stunned silence. Such a level of combat was beyond their comprehension, as both individuals unmistakably belonged to the realm of true immortals. Suddenly, the air fractured, and 2 more figures arrived, landing with a thud, none other than Oxhead and Horseface. Who dares to harm my brother Du? Oxhead bellowed, his voice thunderous, while Horseface bore traces of blood, evidently having just been engaged in torturous duties in the underworld. What is happening? Why are they all here? Dong Qinxiu pondered, turning to see Diyu sporting a mischievous grin while holding his phone, having covertly sent out several ghostly messages to summon assistance. Horseface, surveying the situation, tugged at Oxhead's sleeve. Third brother, what is the current situation? Should we inquire further? Inquire? What is there to ask? Oxhead snorted, his nostrils flaring with heated air. Since ancient times, it had been said that the Bureau of Management was the protector of the celestial families, and any disturbance could be met with immediate force. This was the established rule. The enchanting woman observed the unfolding scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, This is quite the predicament. You, Chigue, just promised to execute the task efficiently, yet now 3 of the 8 grading officials have arrived. What do you plan to do? Perhaps you should plead for my assistance. Chapter 39. Notable Figures and Jests. The man let out a cold laugh, declaring that even if all 8 of the Yin officials were present, they could not possibly hinder him. Ma Mian beamed with a smile, hastily inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed celestial beings, what level of immortality do you possess, and under which great Luo golden immortal do you serve?" "Begone," the man replied icily. "Oh dear." Ma Mian chuckled softly. The esteemed one truly has a fiery temperament. "I shall take my leave then." With a respectful bow, he retreated, but not before launching a slender object from his back, aimed directly at the man's face. Startled, the man reached out and seized the shadowy projectile, only to discover it was a serpent of dark energy. "Shining snake, explode!" Ma Mian bellowed, and the black serpent detonated in the man's grasp, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy. "Third brother, now is your chance," Ma Mian shouted, prompting Nyotu to respond. He summoned his strength, his horns swelling to double their size as he charged toward the swirling mass of darkness enveloping the man. "Here I come." A tremendous crash echoed as a hand emerged from the shadows, firmly grasping Nyotu's horns and dissipating the surrounding dark energy with a mere wave. "Pathetic tricks," the man remarked, exerting slight pressure, causing hairline fractures to appear in the enchanted horns. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Nyotu exclaimed in alarm. "Let go of me." Chui Ju sensed the dire situation. The man's cultivation was evidently superior to his own. Even with Nyotu and Ma Mian's assistance, they were struggling to drive him back. However, with Duyu's distress signal sent out, he anticipated that Lao Chi and Lao Ba would soon arrive. In terms of magical combat, their prowess would surely match his. For now, he needed to stall the confrontation. With that thought, Chui Ju produced his soul hook pen. Endless Purgatory Formation. He inscribed several runes with his pen, sending them soaring towards the man. Rather than attacking, the runes settled around him, forming a binding array. As the formation completed, the man felt tendrils of energy ensnaring him, sapping his strength. Reluctantly, he released his grip on Nyotu, who seized the moment to roll away from the formation. Endless Purgatory Formation. The man surveyed the surroundings coldly. "Do you know where I attain my status as a Yin immortal? This formation holds little consequence for me." He advanced step by step towards the edge of the array, where the runes conjured by Chui Ju floated. With a wave of his hand, the runes trembled violently. Yet Chui Ju had evidently woven powerful magic, rendering the array temporarily unbreakable. "Ha ha ha!" An alluring woman suddenly chuckled. "This is quite amusing. Chui Ju, you do not wish to kill him, directing all your magic to maintain this formation, as if you aim merely to delay." As she spoke, the enchanting woman approached, her hands emanating a pure black luminescence. With a forceful gesture, she shattered one of the runes, causing the formation to collapse effortlessly. She smiled and added, "But alas, dear Chui Ju, time is precisely what we lack. Should you attempt to obstruct us further, we shall be compelled to deal with you. Cease at once." A chilling voice echoed from above. Chui Ju's expression brightened. "Wonderful. They have arrived." 2 figures, one black and one white, descended slowly, positioning themselves among the others. "Lao Chi, Lao Ba, join forces with us to confront these 2, Chui Ju shouted, preparing to reconstruct the formation. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the black and white impermanences ignored the ongoing battle, instead bypassing Diyu to stand directly before Dong Qinxiu. "Lao Chi, Lao Ba, what are you doing?" Bai Wucheng paused thoughtfully before speaking. "Assistant Dong, you must accompany them." "Ah." Dong Qinxiu was taken aback. "What did you say, 7th Master?" "Lao Chi, are you speaking nonsense?" Nyotu bellowed. "And you too, Lao Ba? They've come to the bureau to abduct someone, and out of our 18 officials, 5 have mobilized, yet we allow them to escape with their prize." Third brother Bai Wucheng, Xie Bian, glanced at Nyotu and replied, "This matter is graver than you realize. We must all refrain from further conflict. Lao Ba and I will guarantee Assistant Dong's safety with our own heads." Hey, you sighed. "Assistant Dong, as Xie said, your safety will be our responsibility, but you must come with us. But seventh and eighth masters, Yiyi interjected, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. Yet, upon witnessing the expressions of the black and white impermanences, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Was their adversary of such significant stature? Indeed, far greater than you can imagine, Bai Wuchang affirmed with a nod. Who exactly? You pressed. Unless I know where Qianqiu is being taken, I cannot possibly consent. Xie Bian turned to the pair of figures. Qi Mei Gue, may I disclose this to him? The woman known as Mei Gue smiled faintly. It was meant to be a secret, but given the circumstances, it would be impractical to withhold it. Xie Bian nodded slightly and addressed the group. Assistant Dong, Brother Du, and esteemed brothers, cease your actions. These two are Qi Gue and Mei Gue, the servants of the founder of the underworld, Empress Hutu. Empress Hutu. The group gasped in shock, with Du paling the most. Dong Qianqiu had previously enlightened him on the structure of the underworld and clearly stated that although Empress Hutu established it, she preferred to remain uninvolved, delegating authority to the great emperor of the northern Yama and the great emperor of the eastern Mount Tai. The two ruled over the underworld, while Empress Hutu lived a semi-reclusive life. Why then was she here to forcibly take Dong Qianqiu? Empress Hutu wishes to see me, Dong Qianqiu asked, bewildered. Indeed, Qi Gue confirmed this was initially confidential, but now that so many are aware, it complicates matters for my report. Well said. Mei Gue kicked Qi Gue, who remained unmoved. She scolded. This is all your fault. You could have communicated properly instead of resorting to violence. I'm not adept with words. Action is swifter, Qi Gue replied coldly. But why? Dong Qianqiu asked, confused. I do not even know Empress Hutu. We cannot elaborate further. Mei Gue stepped closer, gently patting Dong Qianqiu's shoulder. But trust us. Empress Hutu's summons are not intended to harm you. Otherwise, with our power, you would not have survived to this moment. Though her words were harsh, they carried an undeniable truth. As the personal attendants of Empress Hutu, their strength likely rivaled that of the 10 Yama kings, making it exceedingly simple for them to claim a head here. Very well, I will go with you. Dong Qianqiu nodded and turned to a staff member, instructing, if you encounter the director, make sure to inform him. There is one more thing, Sister Qianqiu. The enchanting ghost smiled faintly and spoke to her. The Lady of the Earth has instructed that your departure will be prolonged. If the new operator wishes to expedite your return, it would be wise to assist the Lady of the Earth. Here, take this jade pendant. The enchanting ghost turned and handed the pendant to Du Yu, saying, keep it on your person, and then invoke the legends of the 8 great Inkai. At a crucial moment, the Lady of the Earth will send you a message. In order for Sister Qianqiu to return sooner, I must assist her. Why does this feel so peculiar? After receiving the pendant, Du Yu glanced at the Qi ghost and the enchanting ghost, questioning silently whether the Lady of the Earth was using Sister Qianqiu as leverage against him. You have taken Sister Qianqiu as a hostage? Not exactly a threat, but it conveys a similar sentiment. The enchanting ghost chuckled lightly. Just focus on your work. Focus on my work? Du Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Although I am unaware of the Lady of the Earth's intentions, how can I work without Sister Qianqiu? I cannot say, she replied, shaking her head. This is, after all, a matter for your legendary management bureau. The enchanting ghost waved her hand, and with a flash, she, along with Dong Qianqiu and the Qi ghost, vanished from sight. What on earth is happening? Du Yu stood there, dazed, watching Dong Qianqiu's departure. 7th Master, 8th Master, is everything truly all right? Do you know the Lady of the Earth? Do not mention us. Each of the 8 great Inkai is personally selected by the Lady of the Earth, Fan Wujiao sighed. However, only we know the Qi and enchanting ghosts. Then, Du Yu, still uneasy, pressed for more information. What kind of person is the Lady of the Earth? Why did she take Sister Qianqiu? The Lady of the Earth. Fan Wujiao pondered. I cannot fathom her reasons for taking Assistant Dong, but I know she is not a malevolent being, and Assistant Dong should be safe. Moreover, Du Yu, that copy of the 8 Directions ghost record you possess was entrusted to me by the Lady of the Earth to deliver to you. Do you recall that Dong Qianqiu had once mentioned that the 8 Directions ghost record was a technique employed when the Lady of the Earth established the underworld? Yet now, This technique had come into his possession through Fan Wujiao. What could the Lady of the Earth possibly intend? If the old lady wished to harm you, there would be no necessity to bestow the 8 directions ghost record upon you, Sieb Bayan remarked. Thus, let's place our trust in her. Du Yu found himself in a quandary. Without Dong Qianqiu's return in the near future, could the work of invoking the legends continue? The Oxhead and Horseface, having seen the matter settled, bid farewell to Du Yu and departed. At that moment, Sua's figure staggered towards him from a distance. Director, Du Yu felt as though he had found a savior and rushed forward to recount the events that had transpired. Oh, Sua's expression shifted noticeably. You say the Lady of the Earth has taken Dong Qianqiu? Indeed. What should we do? Sua contemplated for a moment and said, Very well. I believe little Dong will be fine. Let us continue with our work as usual. But without Sister Qianqiu, who will relay messages to me. Rest assured, there are many messengers available. That little Qi you know is one among them. The Lady of the Earth seldom issues commands. Since she has made a request, we shall promptly prepare the legendary tales of the 8 great Inkai. Currently, the legends of the great Judge Cui Ju and the Black and White Impermanents have encountered issues, both of which we have sealed. The legends of Oxhead, Horseface, the Martial Judge Zhong Kue, and the Lockmaster have not presented any problems, stated calmly. Director, do you truly believe in that Lady of the Earth? You seem to act as though nothing has occurred, or perhaps, as if you were already aware this would happen. Do you scrutinize Sua, raising his concerns? Me? Sua stroked his beard and laughed. How could that be? Chapter 40. The Unsavory Individuals. Chapter 41. Delivering Warmth. The extermination of 3 clans? He was taken aback. Did I say too much? Shao Qi, looking rather distressed, murmured, I truly apologize. I was just too nervous. Please, don't be angry. I wasn't angry. But your role as a communicator is as useful as a mere ornament. Can you truly manage this? However, communicators are inherently scarce, and I have been here longer than anyone else aside from Qianqiu. Please, don't be upset. Sighing, Du Yu shook his head. I'm not angry. Rather, you should take your time to adapt. Cui Ju then inquired, What is your name? Du Yu hesitated, hastily calling out to Shao Qi in his mind. Right, Shao Qi, you didn't tell me my name during the meeting. What is it? Shao Qi checked the records and whispered, You are Jiang Qin, a notorious figure. What? Du Yu felt a wave of panic. If there was an issue, let the chief judge adjudicate me, not assign me a communicator with such a faint voice. I truly cannot hear clearly. Notorious one, the Lord is asking you. An attendant prompted. Du Yu could only grasp the general idea and force himself to guess. I am Notorious Yuan Xiangqin. Notorious Yuan Xiangqin? Cui Ju scratched his head, finding it a peculiar name, rather feminine. Haha, indeed a rather foolish girl. Du Yu chuckled awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Enough. We shall discuss your matters later. What about the other 2? What offenses have they committed? One of them knocked out someone's tooth in public. One notorious figure replied, I was starving and stole a chicken. The other confessed. After they finished speaking, all eyes turned to Du Yu. Du Yu was bewildered. Is this sufficient? Stealing chickens and brawling in the streets qualifies one as notorious? Indeed, Du Yu. Shao Qi said, You have joined the notorious ones. Not a cult. Du Yu mused that this was indeed an awkward situation. Had he known a communicator would turn out to be Shao Qi, he would have been sure to study history thoroughly. Xiangqin, Cui Ju called, looking at Du Yu. What is it, Jiju? Du Yu responded. Jiju? Nothing. Nothing. Please continue. My lord. Cui Ju sighed and said, I understand that as notorious figures, you must have your secrets. If you do not wish to share, that is fine. The manpower in Qixin is insufficient, and I have specifically petitioned the court for you all to assist. Now that you are here, we are family, and I hope you can gradually trust us. Whenever you wish to recount your past, I shall listen attentively. Just refrain from employing the tricks of street storytellers to deceive me. Cui Ju's voice, though not loud, resonated with warmth. If any issues arise in the future, you can always approach me or Captain Lee. It is getting late. You should rest now. Tomorrow, Captain Lee will guide you in your duties. Du Yu nodded, relieved that Cui Ju did not believe his fabricated story. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble on his very first day. Du Yu expressed his gratitude to Cui Ju and exited the hall, realizing that his immediate concern was to locate the elderly woman whose son had been devoured. No, that's not right. The pressing matter is to address another individual. Shao-Chi, we need to talk, you said once outside. About what? Why does your voice become so faint at critical moments? I already mentioned. Shao-Chi stammered, I feel a bit anxious and somewhat frightened. So, it's not that your voice is soft, but your courage is lacking? How curious. I suddenly recall how you would jump on my calls from behind. Like a startled cat. What is there to fear? It is I who have entered this legend, not you. Should anything go awry, I shall shield you. But I have only been employed for a century and have never collaborated with an operator before. I fear I might falter. You sighed and shook his head, saying, Shao-Chi, do not worry. I completed the task of shooting down the 9 suns. This secondary task will pose no difficulty. Besides, you wish for Sister Qianqiu to return soon, do you not? You understood that though Shao-Chi appeared unreliable, she bore no malice, and he could only encourage her. Shao-Chi slapped her cheeks and declared to you, it was my fault earlier. I shall not err again. You smiled and replied, that's the spirit. Now I must go to that elderly woman's home. Please guide me. Shao-Chi nodded, all right. The elderly woman's house is located. Though her voice remained faint, you could at least hear her clearly now. After much effort, you finally arrived at the elderly woman's residence under Shao-Chi's guidance. It turned out the elderly woman did not live in Qixin, but at the foot of a mountain outside the county. The journey back to Qixin would take half a day, and one of the reasons she likely did not report the incident was the arduous distance, which was challenging for her frail body. Why does this mountain seem familiar? You looked up at the mountain, feeling that he had been here not long ago. Perhaps it was simply because all mountains resemble one another. Shao-Chi said, this is Yunming Mountain, which can still be seen near Qixin in Hebei, Henan Province. During the Warring States period, it was known as Giga Mountain. Master Gigu. You never expected that 2 legends would occur in proximity to the same mountain, whether by coincidence or divine providence. However, considering it is now the Tang dynasty, approximately 1,000 years have passed since the Warring States period. It is likely that no reclusive sages remain on this mountain. Knock, knock, knock. You snapped back to reality and knocked on the door of the humble abode at the mountain's base. Is anyone home? After a moment, an elderly voice called out, who is it outside? I am here to deliver warmth to the solitary elderly. Deliver warmth? The elderly woman was somewhat perplexed, but since it was rare for someone to visit her, she pondered for a moment before opening the door. Upon a closer look, you saw that the elderly woman had silver hair, her eyes twinkling with vitality, and her frame was thin but upright, neither hunched nor shuffling. She appeared quite robust for her age. Are you a government official? The elderly woman scrutinized Yu's attire, a flicker of disdain evident in her eyes, but quickly faded as she asked, what business do you have with this old woman? Oh, Yu smiled slightly and said, Lord Shuiju, the county magistrate of Qixin, has instructed us to survey the number of solitary elderly in the county. At the end of the year, there will be a distribution of benefits. May I inquire if you live alone? No, the old woman has a son, the elderly woman replied, attempting to close the door. Yu, quick on his feet, swiftly wedged a foot in the door. Wait. Puzzled, he quietly asked Shao-Chi, did I arrive at the wrong time? Her son is still alive? The timing is correct. This elderly woman's son has indeed been devoured by a fierce tiger, Shao-Chi clarified, her voice soft yet clear. In that case, why is this elderly woman lying? Has she truly lost her senses? Without further ado, Yu pushed the door open and entered the room. Sir, what are you doing? The elderly woman was both confused and irritated. Who barges into another's home uninvited? Dear lady, I mean no harm. I simply wish to ask where your son is now and when he shall return, Yu said, taking a seat at the table without treating himself as an outsider. The elderly woman regarded Yu with a meaningful glance before responding, my son has gone up the mountain. As for when he will return, even this old woman does not know. After the elderly woman finished speaking, she began to tidy up the scattered dishes and the remnants of chicken bones on the table. Yu observed this woman closely. It was evident that her mind was clear and her logic coherent, showing no signs of dementia. Yet, he pondered over the similarly lucid and logical behavior of the director, who was quite ill. Madam, allow me to be frank. I suspect your son may be dead. Do you state it directly? Is that so? The elderly woman did not even turn her head, responding with a nonchalant question. Intriguing. Do you mused? Her reaction was decidedly abnormal. A person in her position would typically express anger, denial, or simply ask and believe. Yet, this woman seemed entirely indifferent. Noticing her intent to conceal something, do you refrain from pressing further and instead stood to survey the room? Madam, have you just finished your meal? He inquired. Yes. I was unaware that an official would be visiting. Otherwise, I would have sent an extra place, the elderly woman replied coolly. Thus, you reside with your son, yet you only prepared your own utensils? The woman's actions paused, and she turned to look at Do You, saying, Sir, I have already informed you that I do not know when my son will return, hence I did not prepare his utensils. Oh, Do You raised an eyebrow. How many days has it been since your son has been away? 3 or 4 days, I suppose, the elderly woman reflected, then added, No, it has been longer. He heard tales of an immortal residing in the nearby mountain and went in search of him. I see. Do You observe the chicken bones the woman was cleaning up and remarked, Your son has been away for several days, and yet you managed to hunt and bring back game. That is quite impressive. The elderly woman clenched her teeth and asked, Sir, what exactly do you mean? Do You increasingly felt that this elderly woman was far from ordinary. The secrets she harbored were more profound than he had initially imagined. Madam, if your son has indeed perished, it is our duty as officials to address this matter. Failing to report, it would be a violation of the law. Violation of the law. The elderly woman furrowed her brow, replying, I do not comprehend the law. All I know is that I have not reported anything. So do not waste your efforts, sir. It will soon be dark. You should return home. How peculiar. Do You thought rapidly, recognizing that this woman was clearly hiding something. Her son had indeed been devoured by a tiger, so why had she not reported it? Memories of the countless detective anime he had watched flooded his mind. Could it be a case of using another's hand to commit murder? Yet, why would this elderly woman enlist the help of a fierce tiger to eliminate her own son? After a moment's contemplation, Do You stood up and addressed the elderly woman. Indeed, the hour is late. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 42. Do and the Tiger. As Do You stepped outside, he began to ponder the peculiarities surrounding the old woman. Drawing upon his experience from the previous encounter with the son, he meticulously cataloged every inconsistency, believing it would expedite his quest for clarity. Firstly, the old woman was acutely aware of her son's demise, yet refrained from notifying the authorities. Secondly, she exhibited no sorrow. Thirdly, there was the matter of the mountain chicken. Despite her apparent vitality, it was inconceivable that she could capture such a swift creature. Listening intently, Xiaoqi diligently recorded all of Du Yu's observations, lest he forget. So, Du Yu, what shall we do now? Should we inform Shuai-ju? He ventured tentatively. No, we cannot approach Shuai-ju just yet. A pivotal figure remains unseen. Pivotal figure? Xiaoqi queried, puzzled. You have encountered the old woman, Shuai-ju, and even Captain Li. Who else is there? The fierce tiger. The fierce tiger? Xiaoqi was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Is it permissible for Shuai-ju to confront the tiger, yet not for me? Du Yu scoffed lightly. I wish to ascertain the true nature of that man-eating beast. With that, Du Yu set his course toward Yunmeng Mountain. A millennium had elapsed, and while the mountain had transformed in many ways, its silhouette remained unchanged. Du Yu ascended the winding path at a measured pace. Throughout the ages, countless blooms had blossomed and withered upon this mountain. Did the mountain possess any sentiment? Zhongli. Du Yu closed his eyes, envisioning Zhongli Chun waiting for him. Du Yu. Zhongli Chun smiled and assured him, I have heard everything. Do not worry. I shall protect you. Huh. Du Yu chuckled foolishly. That is not what I meant. I was curious about your feelings upon returning here. Feelings? Zhongli Chun gazed outward through Du Yu's eyes, a touch of melancholy surfacing within her. After a moment of silence, she confessed, I never imagined I would return here one day. I nearly forgot this place. Yet now that I see it, my heart is filled with warmth. Indeed, Du Yu replied, this is the beautiful memory you hold within. We all cherish such memories. Beautiful memories. Zhongli Chun mused. I truly miss the old man, Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi. Wait, Do You felt something amiss? Someone seemed to be missing. What about Pang Wan? Pang Wan? Who is Pangwan? Ha ha ha. Do you laughed heartily in the depths of the mountain? You never cease to amaze me. Xiao Zhongli. Perhaps it is best to forget him. Just remember those four. After wandering for 2 hours, do you realize it was nearing midnight? Yet he had not caught a glimpse of the fierce tiger. Xiao Qi, is the tiger truly in this mountain? Yes, Xiao Qi scratched his head. There may be areas you have yet to explore. Allow me to draw you a map. A map? Diyu was taken aback, amused. How will you show it to me? No sooner had he spoken than a map materialized before him, startling him. He reached out, but no matter how he tried, he could not touch it. What is happening? I became a communicator because I possess the ability to transmit images. Xiao Qi timidly explained. Transmit? Images? Do you observe the map before him, which accurately depicted the entire mountain's layout? This is extraordinary. Can you send me some comic books? Do you? Xiao Qi exclaimed, annoyed. Have you finished? I will have to retract it, otherwise it will obstruct your view. I have. Diyu smirked. I didn't realize you were so capable. Qianxiu Jie lacks this ability. How can they be compared? Xiao Qi whispered. Qianxiu Jie cannot transmit images. But her abilities are unique. She can allow you to take small items when you enter the legends. Diyu finally understood. It was not always possible to take items into the legends, only when communicating with Dong Qianxiu. It seemed the Legend Management Bureau was indeed a fascinating place, with each communicator possessing distinct abilities. Indeed, Xiao Qi confirmed, but most of the time, you will only interact with Qianxiu Jie, rendering the abilities of others less significant. After listening, Diyu fell silent, following the map Xiao Qi had sketched in his mind as he searched for concealed paths. Yet, despite his calls echoing through the mountain, no sign of the fierce tiger appeared. Could it truly be sleeping so soundly? Did it not wish to prey upon a living being? Zhongli Chun remained within Diyu's consciousness, observing through his eyes. To an outsider, it would seem as though she were in a cinema, for the darkened space was illuminated by a brilliant screen, with Zhongli Chun seated before it, intently watching the flickering scenes. Do you? Zhongli Chun suddenly called out. What is it, Xiao Zhongli? Diyu paused to respond. Turn left here. Zhongli Chun instructed. Left? Diyu turned to see a thicket of underbrush. There is no path to the left. Are you certain? Certain, Zhongli Chun nodded. This direction leads to a cavern. The old man often lingered there. If the tiger eludes us throughout the mountain, it would be prudent to investigate. A cavern? Diyu slapped his forehead. Of course. Xiao Zhongli, you possess knowledge of some hidden places in this mountain. Perhaps you can indeed be of great help this time. Clearing the underbrush, Diyu ventured deeper into the mountain. After approximately half an hour, a concealed stone cave emerged, its entrance obscured by overgrown grass, as if it had not been tended for ages. Were it not for Zhongli Chun's guidance, anyone would mistake it for an ordinary rock wall. Diyu cautiously approached the cave entrance, peering into the darkness, but saw nothing. Diyu, this place is too perilous. I shall lend you my strength. Zhongli Chun said coldly. I can hear breathing from within. Is it truly inside? Diyu paused, closing his eyes. When he reopened them, his expression had hardened. Let us proceed. Xiao Zhongli. Stepping lightly, Diyu entered the cave, only to find its depths unfathomably intricate. We may become lost like this. Diyu observed the three-way fork ahead and asked, which way should we go? Xiao Zhongli? I cannot say, she replied. I know the location of this cave, but have never entered it. Diyu had no choice but to rely on Zhongli Chun's keen sense of hearing as he cautiously advanced through the darkness. To his astonishment, he soon noticed a glimmer of light. Somewhat, Diyu could scarcely believe that within this pitch-black cave, a candle-esque glow flickered. Hearing rustling noises from around the bend, he felt a rush of anxiety. Could there truly be someone dwelling here? To uncover the truth, he had no choice but to press forward. Gathering his courage, Diyu moved toward the light that beckoned from around the corner. After all, with Zhongli Chun's power at his side, whether it be a person or a tiger, there was little to fear. Yet, as he rounded the corner and beheld the flickering flame, a twinge of trepidation gripped him. Whether human or beast was inconsequential. At least it was within the realm of understanding. Before me, a tiger, perched upon a stone bed, held a candle aloft, intently studying the inscriptions upon the wall. What an extraordinary sight! It was neither a mere beast nor a human. Suddenly, the formidable creature caught a scent, turning abruptly to lock eyes with Yiyi. "Who are you?" The tiger bellowed, its voice startlingly human. Yiyi was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? How can you speak first?" Observing this curious exchange, Xiaoqi seemed to grasp the situation, remarking to Yiyi, "It appears this tiger has gained sentience and is in the process of becoming a demon." Demon? Yiyi pondered, beginning to comprehend that supernatural beings truly existed. In an age brimming with spiritual energy, it is not uncommon for such entities to arise. Especially here in Yunmeng Mountain, once the abode of the esteemed Master Gigu, where spiritual essence flourished, Xiaoqi elucidated. "What should I do then? Exterminate the demon?" Yiyi inquired tentatively. "Let us first assess the circumstances," Xiaoqi advised softly. "Though demons are born from the essence of heaven and earth, animals are inherently benevolent and usually do not harm others." Do not harm others? Yiyi found this notion rather absurd, recalling that this tiger demon had consumed the old woman's son. Yet pondering further, the fact that the old woman had not reported the incident might indeed be linked to the tiger demon. "Who are you?" The tiger gazed at Yiyi with its emerald eyes, scrutinizing him cautiously. Yiyi had never envisaged how to navigate such an occurrence and felt somewhat helpless. "Brother Tiger, please wait. Let me think of how to respond." "Leave quickly. This is my territory," the tiger warned. "If you do not depart, I shall be compelled to act without courtesy." Yiyi scratched his head, surprised at the tiger's politeness. Realizing this, he decided to forego formality and approach the tiger, seating himself on the stone bed. "Brother Tiger, it is a rare occasion for someone to seek you out. Do not be in haste to send me away. What are you studying?" The tiger immediately bared its sharp teeth, glaring fiercely at Yiyi. "What is this?" Yiyi casually glanced at the wall, which was adorned with intricate characters, and was left utterly astonished. The wall bore the striking inscription of 13 essays of the strategists, and beneath it, a multitude of smaller characters. Surveying the entire cave, he found not only the life history of Master Gigu, but also his various theoretical works, including 13 essays of the strategists, the 7 arts of Yin symbols, and the inner transmission of Guanling Yi. This cave encapsulated the entirety of Master Gigu's lifelong learning. Overcome with emotion, Yiyi exclaimed, "Brother Tiger, you are studying the teachings of Gigu at this late hour by candlelight. Truly, you are a paragon for our generation. If I possessed your determination, I would surely be among the elite schools today." The tiger, taken aback by Yiyi's peculiar demeanor, replied, "I do not understand what you are saying. Can you comprehend the words inscribed on this wall?" "I often find their meaning elusive as well," the tiger confessed with a hint of shame. "Brother Tiger, forgive my frankness, but your intellect is newly awakened, and the texts you are engaging with are rather profound. When we humans are just beginning to speak, we often start with simple texts like 3-character classic or 100 family surnames. How could one begin with Giga right away?" Chapter 43. The War? The 3-character classic? The fierce tiger harbored some doubts. "The 3-character classic," Yiyi repeated. Xiaoqi suddenly felt something was amiss. You are in the Tang dynasty now." The 3-character classic was composed by Wang Yinglin in the Southern Song dynasty. "Xiaoqi, I often find it hard to distinguish such matters. You'll get used to it." Yiyi murmured. "Oh." After Xiaoqi agreed, he suddenly felt something was off. "No, you made a mistake. What am I getting used to?" Yiyi ignored Xiaoqi and patted the fierce tiger's shoulder. "Brother Hu, I know you're curious about the human world. If you wish, I can come off and chat with you and teach you some things. In the years to come, if you can transform into human form, it will be more convenient." You're not afraid of me?" The fierce tiger looked at Yiyi and asked. "Afraid?" Yiyi chuckled. "I have fought alongside a 10-jong tall serpent. How could I fear a little tiger like you? But I can speak and they all fear me." "No worries. The great serpent I know can also speak." "Really?" The fierce tiger's eyes sparkled. "Are there truly other animals in this world that can converse like humans?" "Indeed, there are many," Yiyi nodded. "Just among those I know, there are quite a few. By the way, there are 4 individuals in your era who journeyed to the west, battling talking beasts along the way." The fierce tiger's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Really? It seems you know nothing at all." Yiyi sighed and said, "Well then, I'm not in a hurry today. Let me explain how animals cultivate to become demons." The fierce tiger nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with questions, yet no one could provide answers. He could only seek the truths from the remnants of Gaguzi's teachings. However, after waiting for a long time, Yiyi remained silent. Shaoqi, puzzled, asked, Why are you not speaking? Do you, exasperated, replied, Sister. What happened to our understanding? I know nothing about the methods of animal cultivation into demons. It is you who must explain, and I shall learn from you. Shaoqi blinked, realizing that although Yiyi made a valid point, she often struggled to keep up with his thoughts. Thus, she began to elucidate the principles of animal cultivation to become demons, and Yiyi recounted her words verbatim to the fierce tiger. This was not only a learning process for the fierce tiger, but also for Yiyi. For an entire hour, Yiyi spoke eloquently while the fierce tiger nodded in agreement. If your cultivation is sufficient to form an inner elixir within your body, you can harness your powers to transform into human form. However, for a beast to become human is against the heavenly order, which would invoke the divine thunder from the 9 heavens, resulting in a transformation calamity. Transformation calamity? Indeed, most demons and spirits cannot withstand this transformation calamity. They either perish or revert to their original forms. However, if you can endure the divine thunder, you may achieve your true form. And even beasts can cultivate to become immortals. Observing the eager expression of the fierce tiger, Yiyi could hardly contain his laughter. Remarkable. The fierce tiger nodded. So, I am here on this mountain, absorbing spiritual energy to become a demon? Precisely, Yiyi affirmed. Then, is the transformation calamity formidable? The fierce tiger inquired again. Indeed, the more heinous the demon, the more severe the calamity. Heinous? Yes, to commit heinous acts, such as devouring the son of the old woman from the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, the fierce tiger's eyes widened, and his pupils shrank. You? No. Yiyi nodded but remained perplexed, asking, Brother Hu, you do not seem like a villainous demon. Why do you descend the mountain to harm humans? The fierce tiger lowered his head, whispering, I cannot say. Then let it be. Yiyi waved his hand. Since I have shared so openly with you, and you wish to keep secrets, we shall cease this conversation. You may continue as a tiger demon, and I shall remain as Yuan Xiangqin. Yiyi stood to leave, but at that moment, the fierce tiger reached out his claw to grasp him. No, I do not wish to keep secrets. I have merely made a promise to someone. The fierce tiger enunciated slowly. You do not consider me a friend, Yiyi sighed. I specifically came here at night to enlighten you, yet you sigh. Never mind. The fierce tiger grew anxious, gesturing with his large claw. No. It brings me joy to speak with someone. Then, are you prepared to tell me? But I truly cannot. I have promised the girl. Girl? Yiyi furrowed his brow. Is this girl significant to you? Very important. The fierce tiger nodded vigorously. Yiyi pondered for a moment. It seemed this tale needed a breakthrough, and he must find a girl named Yadu. Brother Hu, I have a request I hope you'll grant. What request? You mentioned that many fear you. I have a way for you to confidently present yourself to humanity, so they will no longer fear you. Yiyi spoke earnestly. This way, you need not remain on this mountain every day and can seek out Yada to play. Really? The fierce tiger appeared delighted. Indeed, Yiyi nodded. What you must do is simple. I need you to admit to devouring the old woman's son. Soon after, she will report to the authorities, and the magistrate will summon you for questioning. Regardless of what he says, you must confess. This way, he will declare you the adopted son of the old woman, allowing you to live among humans and visit the girl whenever you please. Yiyi's words were somewhat profound, and the fierce tiger comprehended only partially. However, one thing was clear to him. As long as he admitted to devouring a human, he could coexist with humanity and be with Yadu. It is getting late, Brother Hu. Yiyi stood up. I will return to find you soon. You must understand that my late-night visit to the mountain is not to deceive you. The fierce tiger stood there, lost in thought, contemplating whether he could truly live with Yadu. Yiyi bade farewell to the fierce tiger and descended Yunming Mountain. In the underworld, Dong Qianqiu sat in a vast stone chamber illuminated by ghostly flames. In the center sat an immense stone table laden with exquisite delicacies. Gazing at the feast before her, Dong Qianqiu couldn't help but feel perplexed. Before her sat a woman in her 30s, her hair styled in a high bun, clad in warrior attire, exuding both feminine charm and masculine vigor. had it not been for the spirits standing behind her. Dong Qinshu would hardly believe this was the sovereign of the underworld, Lady Hutu. You are Lady Hutu, aren't you? Dong Qinshu cautiously inquired. Indeed, I am Hutu, the woman replied, her expression troubled as she anxiously shook her leg. Lady, Dong Qinshu was taken aback by her tone, but quickly regained composure to ask. Lady Hutu, why have you summoned me? Sigh. Lady Hutu hesitated for a moment. Let me be frank. Hey. Suddenly, the tall spirit beside her interrupted. How can you just say that? Did you not prepare a plan? But I cannot hold back. With a forceful slap on the table, the Earth Mother expressed her usual straightforwardness, yet now found herself in a state of profound agitation over the enormity of the task at hand. The demon of mischief, incensed by her demeanor, retorted, Are you completely out of your mind, woman? I have engaged with the 8 great Yin officials on your behalf, and now you wish to abandon the plan without a second thought? The Earth Mother shot back. Did I instruct you to act? Enough of this bickering. The alluring specter, seeming to wish to mediate, stepped forward and declared, I believe the demon of mischief is correct. Your behavior is utterly excessive. The alluring specter has joined forces with you. Has she? I am merely upholding reason over favoritism. Are you both seeking a beating? Come on. Do you believe we fear you? Dong Qinshu was utterly perplexed. Were not the demon of mischief and the alluring specter subordinates of the Earth Mother? Here, these 2 attendants were loudly quarreling with the highest authority in the underworld, on the verge of physical confrontation. Esteemed immortals, Dong Qinshu finally could not restrain herself. Though this quarrel is your domestic affair, I ought not to intrude, yet I cannot help but wonder, what does this have to do with me? The trio fell silent and turned their gazes toward her. Speak, madwoman, the demon of mischief snapped. You insisted on bringing her here. Now, explain yourself. Oh, I am truly at my wit's end. The Earth Mother waved her hand dismissively. Listen, Dong Qinshu, do you understand? The underworld is on the brink of catastrophe. The underworld? On the brink of catastrophe? Dong Qinshu was bewildered. What do you mean, my lady? There are 2 reasons I brought you here, the Earth Mother said, scratching her head. Firstly, I wish to inquire about the stance of the Legendary Management Bureau. Secondly, I desire to assess the capabilities of the new operator. Dong Qinshu shook her head, still confused. I do not comprehend your first point, Lady Earth Mother. What do you mean by the stance of the Legendary Management Bureau? What stance should we have? Let me simplify it. The Earth Mother reorganized her thoughts and asked, hypothetically, if the Great Emperor of the Northern Yin and the Great Emperor of the Eastern Mount Tai were to engage in war, which side would the Legendary Management Bureau support? Dong Qinshu's mind went blank. She had assumed this was merely casual conversation, only to be struck by the Earth Mother's alarming proposition. The 2 highest leaders of the underworld poised for war? Lady Earth Mother, is this merely a hypothetical scenario? Or? Dong Qinshu was somewhat frightened. If the Great Emperor of the Northern Yin truly intended to wage war against the Great Emperor of the Eastern Mount Tai, the underworld's predicament would not merely be catastrophic, as countless souls would go unmanaged, potentially spilling into the mortal realm. Should souls be exiled to the human world, the celestial realm would inevitably be compelled to intervene. Thus, any turmoil in the underworld would undeniably impact the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Did you discern that? This is not a mere hypothesis, the Earth Mother asserted. 7 days ago, the great Emperor of Fengdu was ambushed and injured by the Wheel King. Chapter 44. The woman and the tiger Dong Qinshu was bewildered. Why would Yama attempt to assassinate the Emperor? Even you find this peculiar, do you not? The Empress of the Earth sighed and remarked, in my opinion, Yama would not possess such audacity. It must be someone of a higher rank. Now I understand. Dong Qinshu said. You mean to suggest that the Wheel King was acting under the orders of the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, with the intention of eliminating the Northern Yin Fengdu Emperor? That remains uncertain. The Empress of the Earth shook her head, stating that the judges were intensifying their interrogation of the Wheel King. Regardless, this marks a significant event that has never transpired since the establishment of the underworld. Dong Qinshu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Empress of the Earth, I comprehend your thoughts. You wish to ascertain whom the Bureau of Legends would support if a conflict were to arise. If that is indeed the case, you should consult the director, not me, an assistant. Why so? The Empress of the Earth pouted. I have no fondness for that individual. No fondness. Indeed, my intuition has always been accurate. I can usually discern a person's character at a glance. Yet, that he Suo eludes my understanding. Dong Qinxiu chuckled dryly. That does not inherently imply that the director is a nefarious figure. I never claimed he was. The Empress of the Earth retorted, regaining her composure. Now, let's not digress. Tell me, what is your choice? Dong Qinxiu gazed at the three individuals present and replied then, Empress of the Earth, what is your choice? The Empress, taken aback by the reversal, smirked and said, when two children fight, I shall naturally punish the one who strikes first. Her target was unmistakably directed at the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. Dong Qinxiu nodded, I see. Although you and I have been candid with each other, I must apologize. The duty of the Bureau of Legends has always been to uphold the past, rather than to take proactive measures. Even if war were to erupt, we can only fulfill our designated responsibilities. Alas, the Emperor's side, so it is. You will neither aid the Northern Een nor the Eastern Mount. Even if the underworld faces annihilation, we have witnessed too much destruction. Empress of the Earth, Dong Qinxiu replied, his expression unwavering. If a war genuinely breaks out, it may one day become a legend, akin to the conflicts led by the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. Despite the countless casualties, they left behind a captivating tale, which would then fall within our purview. Is that so? The Empress of the Earth said, her face clouded with concern. However, what I just expressed is merely my own stance. I am uncertain of the position taken by the newly arrived operator. Do you? The Empress of the Earth paused. He might have a different choice? Although Diyu appears frivolous, I know that he values emotions more than anyone else. Perhaps this stems from his solitary upbringing. He cherishes every bond, repaying even the smallest act of kindness with immense gratitude. When Yi was ensnared by Jiuying, Diyu rushed to confront it, driven solely by his friendship with Yi. When Zhongli Chun faced the prospect of death, Diyu, despite knowing there was a way out, chose not to abandon her, simply because Zhongli Chun held him dear. While I cannot predict his exact choice, if war were to ensue, it is highly likely that Diyu would side with Cui Ju, Fan Wujiu, and Xiebayan. Aha! The Empress of the Earth suddenly laughed. Just as the spirits predicted, to win over the operators, one must first gain the allegiance of the 8 Great Yama. The reason I allowed Diyu to enter the legends of the 8 Great Yama was to ascertain their stances. Should they harbor rebellious intentions, I would compel Diyu to alter their histories, rendering them incapable of becoming Yama, eradicate them at the root. Dong Qinxiu shook his head. Diyu may not comply with such orders. Thus, the Empress of the Earth regarded Dong Qinxiu. I kept you here for this very reason, did I not? Dong Qinxiu was taken aback, sensing the atmosphere grow tense. Was he truly a hostage? Just then, a small boy bounced through the door, seemingly innocent, sporting a pair of antlers and appearing no older than 7 or 8. Grandma, Grandma, the child shouted while running. Ah, little Wang Liang has returned. What news do you bring? The Empress of the Earth inquired. The child, known as Wang Liang, entered and seized an apple from the table, devouring it eagerly. They have discovered that the Wheel King acted under the orders of the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor to assassinate the Northern Een Fengdu Emperor. Is that so? The Empress of the Earth turned to Dong Qinxiu, stating, the war has already begun. Diyu stood before Cui Ju, who bore a pensive expression. Is what you said true? A fierce tiger devours a person, yet the old woman remains silent? Indeed, my lord, Diyu affirmed with conviction, realizing that there was no need for the old woman to report to the authorities. As long as he ensured that Cui Ju was informed and that the tiger cooperated, the outcome would unfold naturally. Cui Ju would dispatch Li Neng to apprehend the tiger, then conduct an interrogation, ultimately compensating the old woman by adopting her as a son. This legend required only the involvement of Cui Ju and the tiger. The old woman was inconsequential. Cui Ju nodded and said to Diyu, you may withdraw for now. I shall address this matter shortly. Diyu felt elated. He had become quite adept at intervening in legends. Sometimes, a mere thought could render a difficult problem easily solvable. As he exited the magistrate's office, he pondered silently. For some reason, he sensed something amiss. This task was undeniably straightforward, yet it felt strangely off, particularly regarding the old woman's peculiarities. No. Do you deemed it unwise to proceed without further inquiry? For safety's sake, he must meet with the old woman once more. Not long after, do you encountered Captain Li. Isn't that the newcomer, Yuan Xiangqin? Captain Li inquired. Oh, Captain Li, I have a matter to attend to near Yunming Mountain. We shall discuss it later. Do you called back as he hurried away? Make haste in returning. The Lord summoned me earlier regarding an urgent task. Captain Li shouted after him. I understand. I am heading to Yunming Mountain for that very reason. We shall reconvene there. At the cabin at the foot of Yunming Mountain, do you return for a second time to see the old woman? Sir, did the old woman not clarify sufficiently last time? The woman asked, visibly displeased upon opening the door. She attempted to close it, but Diyu quickly blocked it with his hand. It was clear enough, Diyu replied. I no longer care why you chose not to report to the authorities. I have already informed the county magistrate, and he assured me that it will be addressed promptly. You shall see results soon. What did you say? The old woman's eyes widened in shock. I said I have reported it. Diyu reiterated. The old woman stood in silence for a long moment, then turned away to search for something on the table. Watching her back, Diyu felt increasingly perplexed. He could no longer comprehend this woman. After a lengthy search, the old woman finally retrieved a bone knife from the table and suddenly turned to strike at Diyu. Diyu was taken aback, but fortunately, having recently danced on the edge of danger, his reflexes had sharpened considerably. He swiftly rolled to the side, creating distance between himself and the elderly woman. What are you doing, Annie? Are you trying to kill someone? Diyu retorted with irritation. You actually reported me to the authorities. That corrupt official. The old woman trembled with rage. Corrupt official? Before Diyu could ponder the meaning of her words, the voice of Captain Li resounded from behind him. Yuan Xiangqin, is that you? Following Captain Li were the two newly arrived ruffians from the previous day, all three armed with bows and knives. Come with us. Under the orders of Lord Shuiju, we are to execute the fierce tiger in this mountain on the spot. What? Diyu paused, momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. Execute on the spot? No way. The old woman screamed and dashed out of the house, brandishing a bone knife. Diyu was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? The elderly woman stood trembling before the three men, knife in hand, prompting them to draw their weapons in response. How dare you? Captain Li bellowed. What do you intend to do, woman? Diyu hurriedly stepped in front of the elderly woman, saying, Captain Li, lower your weapons. Let us clarify the situation first. Drawing swords against official enforcers is already a capital offense. What is there to clarify? Captain Li scoffed, appearing unyielding towards the old woman. Calm down, Brother Li. Diyu urged, his heart set on protecting the elderly woman, fearing for her safety. He turned back to her. Please put down the knife. It would not end well if this escalates. No, I will not allow you to ascend the mountain and harm the tiger. The elderly woman cried out. The tiger? Diyu was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. It seemed this matter was far from resolved. Captain Li scrutinized the old woman for a long while, gradually revealing a hint of confusion on his face. Could you possibly be the woman who reported the incident 3 years ago? The elderly woman remained silent, gripping the knife tighter, her entire body trembling. 3 years ago, reported to the authorities? Just as Diyu was lost in contemplation, pondering how to defuse the situation, Captain Li slowly sheathed his weapon. Is it really you? Captain Li's expression was complex, a mixture of amusement and mockery. Since you are merely a madwoman, I shall not hold it against you. Lord Shuiju mentioned that a woman's son was devoured by a tiger. Could that person have been yours? You wouldn't listen to my advice back then, and now you're reaping the consequences. The mention of painful memories seemed to strike a chord with the elderly woman. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and soon she collapsed in despair. Yuan Xiangqin, forget about this old woman. We must hurry up the mountain. If we delay any longer, night will fall, Captain Li declared, leading the two men back toward the path ascending the mountain. Realizing her powerlessness, the elderly woman could only cry silently in place. Do not worry, elderly lady, Diyu said as he prepared to leave. I will not allow them to kill the tiger. It is of great significance to me. A glimmer of hope appeared in the elderly woman's clouded eyes. Really? Chapter 45. The Divine Skills of Shaoqi. Indeed, Diyu asserted, the reason for my arrival here is to address this matter. Moreover, we have met twice before. At no point did I ever claim I intended to take the life of the fierce tiger. The elderly woman grasped Yiyi firmly. You must save it. Save Si Huang. Si Huang, is it? I have taken note. Yiyi nodded, reassuring the old woman as he followed Captain Li and his companions into the mountains. The group fell into silence as they traversed the path. Yiyi still pondering Captain Li's earlier declaration of executing justice on the spot. How could Ju be so resolute? Was he truly prepared to kill the fierce tiger? No. Do you recall the crucial point? Only a normal official would make such a decisive judgment, while an official who would judge the tiger would be an anomaly. Yet, it was precisely because Ju was so unconventional that he had become the great judge of the underworld. Was it not? Now, the task at hand was to devise a way to prevent these three from locating the tiger. After all, the mountain was riddled with paths, and it had taken him an entire night to discover the cave. Without his guidance, he believed they would be utterly incapable of finding the stone chamber. The four wandered under the midday sun for an extended period, parched and fatigued. Captain Li, where exactly is the fierce tiger? We've been searching for ages. One of the unsavory individuals inquired. Do not worry, I have a method to lure it out. Prepare your bows and arrows when the tiger appears. We shall strike it down in one swift motion. Captain Li replied thoughtfully, stepping into the middle of the path. A method? Yiyi mused, perplexed. If I cannot devise a plan, how does Captain Li intend to? Before he could further contemplate, Captain Li suddenly bellowed. Si Huang, the girl has come to see you. His thunderous voice echoed through the valley. This is bad. Yiyi thought, sensing trouble. It appeared Captain Li had previously encountered the tiger and was aware of some hidden truths. Indeed, the underbrush rustled ominously, hinting that something was approaching. In a moment, a tiger's head cautiously emerged from the thicket. It appeared hesitant, recalling that 3 years prior, a similar ruse had nearly cost it its life. However, upon spotting Yiyi, a flicker of recognition and relief crossed the tigress' face. It relaxed and stepped forth from the foliage, knowing its friend had arrived. Stay back. Run. Yiyi shouted urgently. Simultaneously, 2 arrows flew swiftly toward the fierce tiger. The tiger was slow to react, narrowly avoiding one arrow while the other pierced its foreleg. Roar! The tiger let out a fierce roar, ready to pounce on the archers. No! Yiyi yelled, rushing forward to embrace the tiger. Brother tiger, you cannot kill them. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you harm them here, not only will you face divine retribution, but you will also be unable to live alongside the girl. But, the tiger began, only for Yiyi to cover its mouth, whispering, there is one more thing. Never speak in the presence of those you do not trust. Yuan Xiangqin, what are you doing? Are you truly befriending this man-eating tiger? Have you lost your mind? Captain Li exclaimed, visibly annoyed. Brother tiger, calm down. Allow me to handle this, all right? Yiyi said, gradually releasing his grip as he turned to Li, stating, Captain Li, this tiger absolutely cannot be killed. I need it to return and meet Lord Ju. There is no necessity. Li scoffed. The master's order is to eliminate it. That is due to certain matters I have yet to clarify with the master. Please grant me a little more time, Yiyi implored. Do you not understand? I said there is no necessity. Li's irritation grew as he warned, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for charging you with obstructing the duties of an official, and I will slay you alongside the tiger. Kill me? Yiyi snorted. Then let us wager. A wager? Indeed, I will face you 3 alone. If I win, you grant me 1 more day. If I lose, you may not only slay the tiger, but also take my life. Captain Li laughed derisively. Yuan Xiangqin, do you truly wish to challenge me? I am an esteemed martial scholar personally recruited by Lord Ju. And what of that? I am also an operator personally selected by Lord Ju. Yiyi retorted with a cold smile. Operator? What is that? Li inquired. Your rank is too low for you to comprehend. Oomph. You were just trying to sound mysterious. Enough. Let me take the stage. Zhongli Chun interjected unexpectedly in Yiyi's mind. No, little Zhongli. If you fight, those 3 will surely perish, and the legend shall be difficult to fulfill. It is not yet that dire, Yiyi replied. Huh? If I do not fight, how will you defeat these 3? Zhongli Chun asked, bewildered. Yiyi laughed heartily, addressing the 3 before him. If you have elders at home, Inquire about the method used to defeat the 9 infants during the reign of Emperor Yao. The reign of Emperor Yao? Captain Li and the 2 unsavory men looked perplexed. Are you insane? Hey, Qianxiu Shan. Do you suddenly froze? Far away, Xiaoqi also halted in surprise. What does Qianxiu have to do with this? Sister Qianxiu is not even here. Do not rely on me. I cannot do it, Xiaoqi said nervously. Now, it was truly a predicament. Do you understood Xiaoqi's nature? Her shout would likely go unheard by anyone. Xiaoqi, I just remembered. Cannot you transmit images? Do you asked urgently. Indeed, find any image, preferably a single-colored one, a dark one. Where am I to find that? Perhaps I could use a watercolor pen to create one. This. Do you hesitated momentarily. That could work. How long? 1 or 2 minutes. Xiaoqi whispered, I only have a red watercolor pen. Will that do? Anything will suffice. Hurry. Captain Li regarded Du Yu with suspicion. As if he were conversing with someone unseen, his expressions far too vivid. Ignore this lunatic. You two, seize him. Captain Li commanded. Understood. The 2 unsavory men charged toward Du Yu. Hey? Du Yu instinctively retreated. You are cheating. I have not even called for the start. The 2 men paid no heed to his protests, drawing their knives and lunging at Du Yu. He deftly sidestepped their attacks while asking, Xiaoqi, how much longer? Almost done. Halfway there. Only halfway. Du Yu dodged another slash, thinking himself fortunate that these men were merely undisciplined civilians, lacking systematic training and far from the soldiers of the warring states. As another wave of attacks came, Du Yu not only evaded the strikes, but also kicked one of the assailants to the ground. However, the force of his kick nearly caused him to lose his balance. With such feeble skills, you dare to boast? Li observed from the side, realizing Du Yu lacked any real martial prowess, and thus rolled up his sleeves, drawing his knife to confront Du Yu. Li, being a martial scholar, was no match for the 2 unsavory men, and Du Yu soon found himself at a disadvantage. Sister 7, are you not ready yet? Du Yu inquired. Almost there. I merely have 1 corner left to paint. 1 corner is insignificant. Du Yu bellowed, demanding to see the image immediately. As Li Dudo's patience waned, preparing to end Du Yu's life, a sudden expanse of red engulfed his vision, halting the deadly blow aimed at Du Yu. Li Dudo thought his sight was obstructed, reaching out to grasp something, yet found nothing within his grasp. What is happening? Du Yu, sensing his plan was succeeding, smirked coldly and abruptly rose, delivering a punch that sent Li Nung sprawling. Do you laugh heartily? Inquire at home if you have children. What technique does a mute messenger employ? What sorcery is this? Although Li Ning's eyes widened, they beheld nothing but a sea of crimson. Sorcery? This is a celestial technique. I shall formally name this move Red 7 Technique. Red 7 Technique? Xiaoqi suddenly furrowed her brow. Isn't that? Do you? Why does Red 7 Technique sound somewhat familiar, akin to a beggar? Not just any beggar, but the leader of beggars, Du Yu declared with pride. Seizing the moment, he charged forward, delivering several kicks while Li Nung was distracted. The nearby ruffians, sensing danger, rushed to intervene. Red 7 Technique. Shift, Du Yu shouted. The first ruffian to charge lost his sight instantly and fell to Du Yu's fist. The second, thinking to exploit an opportunity, aimed for Du Yu's blind spot, only to be met with a similar crimson haze. One by one, the 3 were dispatched by Du Yu's relentless assault. Though they bore no significant wounds, their dread escalated. This individual truly seemed to wield some form of sorcery. Finally, exhausted and panting, Du Yu inquired, Do you 3 yield? Will you continue to fight? At that moment, the trio dared not advance. Who exactly are you? Li Nung asked. My identity is of little consequence, Du Yu gasped. If you genuinely care for Cui Ju, you must not slay this tiger. I intend to take him to meet Lord Cui Ju. Li Dudo and the ruffians exchanged glances. Initially, he would never submit to this man's strength, but after enduring Du Yu's magical onslaught, he found himself reconsidering. With an opportunity for retreat presented, perhaps it was best to halt here. Though it sounds a tad dubious, you have not drawn your weapon throughout our conflict. You should not be a villain. Li Dudo remarked, indicating the blade at Du Yu's waist. Do you look down, realizing, I still possess a sword. Given the exceptional circumstances, I shall heed your request this once. I will now return to report to Lord Ju. You should hasten to take the fierce tiger down the mountain. Li Dudo concluded before departing with the ruffians. Do you rush to check on the tiger demon, huddled amidst the bushes? Tiger brother, how are you faring? The tiger demon hesitated, gazing at Du Yu. Did you not say that if I confessed to the officials about consuming humans, they would allow me to live with the girl? While tending to the tiger demon's wounds, Du Yu replied, in theory, yes. But I am unsure where the miscommunication lies. Soon, you will accompany me down the mountain, and I will personally address this matter. The tiger demon nodded in response. Du Yu continued, Tiger brother, if you truly wish to integrate into human society, you must disclose everything about yourself. What do you wish to know? Much about the men you have devoured, the girl you mentioned, and matters concerning Si Huang. Anything related to you is of interest. I cannot divulge that. If you take me to the girl, I will have her speak to you. After a moment of contemplation, Du Yu agreed, very well. I shall take you to see the girl. Shao Qi paused. Do you even know who this girl is? Probably close enough, Du Yu replied. Chapter 46. The girl and Si Huang. Du Yu had tended to the wounds of the tiger demon and led it down the mountain. The tiger demon followed closely behind, its eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Soon, Du Yu arrived at a wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain. Before knocking on the door, he glanced back at the tiger demon, noticing its intense gaze fixed on the cabin, its demeanor particularly anxious. It seemed my suspicions were not unfounded. Du Yu knocked on the door and called out, Girl, I have brought Si Huang. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an elderly woman whose eyes were red as if she had just wept. Upon seeing the tiger demon, she rushed forward, and the tiger demon displayed a sorrowful expression. The two, one human and one demon, embraced and wept together. Do you observe them quietly for a long while before gently speaking? I have fulfilled your wishes. I have protected Si Huang and reunited you with the girl. Should you not also grant my wish? The elderly woman, with tear-streaked eyes, inquired, What is it you desire? After a moment of silence, Du Yu replied, I wish to know everything. The two of you, your deceased son, and what transpired between you and the county magistrate. What truly happened? The elderly woman, upon hearing this, gradually rose to her feet. She opened the door wider, inviting Du Yu inside, and poured him a bowl of flower tea. Sir, you have shown us kindness. If you truly wish to know, allow this old woman to tell you. Her eyes, weathered by life's trials, flickered as she slowly recounted a profoundly tragic tale. It began 44 years ago when a hunter family moved to the foot of Yunmeng Mountain. Though referred to as a family, it consisted of only two individuals, a frail old man named Zheng Lu and a girl of 11 or 12, who had no name and was simply called Girl by the man. The townsfolk assumed they were father and daughter, but upon inquiry, it was revealed that the girl was abducted by Zheng Lu from somewhere, kept as a potential bride. Every couple of days, Zheng Lu would venture into the mountains with his bow and arrows to hunt, while the girl would gather wild vegetables near their home. Their lives were meager, yet they managed to survive. Zheng Lu was a skilled hunter, always returning with a bountiful catch. This routine continued until one winter when he captured a young tiger. For reasons unknown, the cub was wandering alone in the mountains, separated from its mother. Zheng Lu, acting swiftly, shot it in the hind leg with an arrow, bound its limbs with rope, and left it in the backyard. As the heavy snow threatened to close off the mountain, he pondered when he might slaughter the cub for food, perhaps even fashioning a new hat from its pelt. The girl, however, grew fond of the young tiger, often sneaking bits of jerky to feed it when Zheng Lu was not watching. She tended to its wounds with care, applying herbs. In the solitude of the wooden cabin, she had come to regard the cub as her only friend, naming it Si Huang due to its lustrous golden fur. One day, observing the heavy snowfall, Zheng Lu furrowed his brow and told the girl, We won't be able to hunt for several days. Tomorrow we shall kill the cub for food. Hearing this, the girl's heart sank. Outside, the young tiger shivered in the snow. Unable to bear the thought of its demise, she untied Si Huang that night and set it free. Zheng Lu, upon discovering this, was enraged and beat the girl severely. His fury stemmed not only from the loss of several days' worth of provisions, but also from her transgression against the hunter's code, releasing a tiger back into the wild. He feared that when spring arrived, the cub would return to exact revenge. But the more pressing concern was whether their supplies could last until then. In a moment of desperation, Zheng Lu contemplated killing the girl for sustenance. After much deliberation, he donned his coat and set out into the night, determined to track the injured cub, believing it could not have strayed far due to its wound and hunger. Thus, he entered Yunmeng Mountain that stormy night, never to return. The girl waited all night, plagued by a strange premonition, sensing that she might never see the filthy old man again. Indeed, days passed without his return. Even as the snow ceased to fall, she survived on snow outside, growing gaunt and weak. Her heart was heavy with an indescribable sensation, though she felt sorrow. Tears would not come. On the fourth morning, she was awakened by a rustling at the door. Dressing quickly, she opened it to find a lively young tiger, which had brought a wild rabbit in its mouth. Placing the rabbit before her, the tiger then darted away, leaving behind a trail of paw prints in the snow. The girl cradled the still warm rabbit, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Fortuitously, this rabbit prevented her from succumbing to hunger in the harshest of winters. From that day forth, every few days, Si Huang would deliver prey to her doorstep, and the girl watched as the cub grew into a formidable tiger, while Si Huang witnessed her transformation from a little girl into a young woman. Unbeknownst to her, the girl had grown accustomed to the gifts from Si Huang, as if it were the man of the house returning from a hunt. All changes began one fateful day. That day, Si Huang, as usual, left its catch at the cabin door, then rubbed its back against the door before departing. When the girl emerged, her expression shifted dramatically. This time, the catch was a barely breathing human infant. Hurriedly, she took the child inside, attempting to warm it and preparing some rice porridge to nourish it. As the infant's breathing stabilized, her anxious heart found some solace. But where had this child come from? The girl climbed the mountain in search of the tiger, hoping to discern the origin of the child. Though she was not afraid of the beast she had known since childhood, she could not communicate with it. Unable to uncover the child's background, she resorted to inquiring door to door in Qi County, but yielded no answers. Soon, rumors began to swirl in the county, suggesting that the girl, living alone on the outskirts, had given birth to a wild child without knowing the father. In a fit of anger, she left the county, resolved to raise the child alone outside the city. Years passed, and the child grew into a teenager. Throughout this time, the girl concealed the child's origins, claiming to be his mother, while stating that his father had gone hunting years ago and had yet to return. She named the child Meng Shan, as she had no surname and did not know what to give him. The name was inspired by the tiger from the nearby Yunmeng Mountain. The girl poured all her affection into Meng Shan, yet he became an insatiable specter of torment. From a young age, Meng Shan delighted in capturing insects, methodically pulling off their legs one by one to watch them tremble. As he grew older, he discovered Si Huang's periodic visits, often ambushing it with sharp weapons. Si Huang, having watched Meng Shan grow, could not bring itself to harm him and could only flee, unaware of its transgressions and unable to convey this to the girl. One fateful day, the girl, lost in slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by a sharp pain in her arm. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Meng Shan brandishing a bloodied pair of scissors, with a deep gash marring her own arm. Struck with astonishment, she grasped Meng Shan firmly and earnestly implored, "Meng Shan, you must not harm others, especially not your own mother." Meng Shan responded with a chilling smile, questioning, "Why must I not harm? Why is it permissible for humans to injure animals, yet forbidden to harm one another? Why is it that because you are my mother, I cannot hurt you?" The girl felt her heart plummet. Meng Shan was but 11 years old. Regardless of the love she bestowed upon him, it was met with naught but silence. As Meng Shan matured, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. At the age of 20, he began to yearn for the vibrancy of the county town, where bustling traffic and throngs of people outshone the mundane existence of their wooden abode. In the town, he was exposed to vile gossip about his mother, with malicious tongues fabricating tales of her seducing men. Amused by the sordid tales, Meng Shan would laugh heartily and later recount them to the girl. Hearing such filth spill from her son's lips, the girl wept inconsolably, questioning the cruelty of her fate, abducted by an old man in her youth, and now tormented by another specter of doom. Day after day, she felt utterly alone, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of isolation, helplessness, and despair. Until one day, Si Huang spoke. When Si Huang uttered his first words, the girl remained expressionless, perhaps driven to madness by her relentless suffering. How could a fierce tiger, whom she had known since childhood, suddenly possess the ability to speak? It was only much later that she recognized the miraculous nature of this event. Si Huang truly could converse. Rather than feeling fear, she experienced a rush of joy, for she finally had companionship, one that was not malevolent like humanity, but rather the steadfast Si Huang, who had been her sole ally for decades. Si Huang soon realized that every time he spoke, the girl would beam with happiness, prompting him to seek her out more frequently for conversation. However, he was perplexed. Whenever he approached the hunters on the mountain, they would flee in terror. Why did they react so differently than the girl? This conundrum left Si Huang bewildered, as he grappled with the paradox of his newly awakened intellect. Si Huang became the girl's reason to endure. She ceased to concern herself with Meng Shan, who, nearing 40, remained aimless, wandering the county each day. They had grown into strangers, their silence stretching for what felt like an eternity. Then, 3 years ago, an incident transpired that still sends shivers down the girl's spine when she recalls it. Chapter 47. The court as hell on that fateful day, the majestic tiger. Si Huang, as was customary, arrived at the maid's abode, clutching a mountain chicken in its jaws. Yet, unexpectedly, it stumbled into a treacherous trap. Someone had excavated a deep pit along Si Huang's path, obscured by a camouflaged door woven from vine. Within the pit, numerous bamboo stakes jutted upwards, seemingly determined to ensure the demise of any creature that fell into the abyss. Si Huang clung desperately to the edge of the trap with its powerful forepaws, while its hind legs frantically pushed against the walls. However, its immense size rendered it perilously close to succumbing to the depths below. Meanwhile, the maid, feeling an unusual sense of anxiety that evening, heard strange noises emanating from the nearby wooden structure. Hastily, she set down her belongings and rushed outside. From a distance, she beheld the sight of Si Huang, its body half submerged in the pit, and terror seized her heart. Without hesitation, she reached out to grasp Si Huang's forepaw, but the sheer strength of the tiger was beyond what a frail woman could manage. Yet, surrender was not an option. Si Huang was her sole attachment in this world. With unwavering determination, she gripped Si Huang's paw, exerting every ounce of her strength, even to the point of shattering her own teeth. "Mate, you must go. Quickly." Si Huang roared. "I will not leave. I will not," she cried, even as she sensed the tiger's descent into despair. What to do? In that moment, panic enveloped her. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She released her grip, assessed the depth of the pit, and cautiously leaped down. "Mate, what are you doing?" Si Huang exclaimed, as she deftly evaded the bamboo stakes, positioning herself beneath the tiger's hind legs. With all her strength, she hoisted herself up. "Si Huang, step on me and escape." The tiger, feeling something beneath its feet, instinctively leaped with all its might, propelling itself out of the pit. However, the weight of hundreds of pounds was far too much for a frail woman to bear, and with a resounding crack, she felt her shoulder shatter beneath the strain. The excruciating pain threatened to render her unconscious. "Maiden!" Si Huang turned back to gaze at her, extending its powerful paw in an attempt to pull her up. The maid stretched out her hand with all her might, but it was futile. She could not reach the tiger, so near yet so far. In its frantic desperation, Si Huang waved its paw, inadvertently leaving deep gashes on her hand. "Enough," the maid uttered, despair etched across her face. "You must go, Si Huang." "No, I must save you," Si Huang insisted, urgency lacing its voice. "It is unnecessary. This trap must have been laid by Meng Shan. When he returns, let him rescue me. You must leave." She spoke weakly, her resolve waning. After much coaxing, Si Huang, with tears in its eyes, finally departed. Time passed, and the maid, exhausted, leaned against the wall and fell into a restless slumber. When she next opened her eyes, she found Meng Shan standing at the edge of the pit. Meng Shan. She grimaced against the pain, slowly lifting her head. "Please rescue me. I am injured." "Rescue you?" Meng Shan regarded his mother with confusion. If I were to save you, what would become of the trap? I intended to skin a tiger for some coin, but you have thwarted my plans. You. The maid could hardly fathom that the son she had devoted over 40 years to raise would display such apathy towards her life or death. Yet, I have long wished to witness what becomes of a person when they are forsaken. They say the dead are covered in worms. Let's test that theory with you. I shall retire now. Do not forget to call for me when you pass. With that, Meng Shan turned and returned to the wooden house, leaving the maid to weep in anguish. Heaven, what sin have I committed? The maid remained in the pit for a full day, without food or water. Fortunately, the next day, Si Huang returned, having procured a rope from an unknown source, with one end thrown into the pit and the other held firmly in its jaws. Si Huang finally pulled the maid to safety. Si Huang intended to take the maid to the cave in Yunming Mountain for her recovery, but she adamantly refused. Instead, she trudged her weary body to the county office in Qixian, beating the drum to voice her grievances. Due to her shoulder injury, she could hardly lift her arms, so she used her silver-haired head to rhythmically strike the drum. Each resounding beat echoed the sound of her shattered heart over the years. At that moment, she no longer regarded Meng Shan as her son. She sought to sever the bond of more than 40 years. A woman over 60 years of age accused her son, Meng Shan, of matricide. The county magistrate, Cui Ju, was taken aback by the news and hastily convened a court session, dispatching officers to apprehend Meng Shan. Before the assembly, the elderly woman recounted her son's misdeeds, and Cui Ju's countenance grew grave as he frequently glanced at the accused. Meng Shan, as a fellow son, I am ashamed to hear of your actions, Cui Ju proclaimed, striking the bench with authority. Now, the magistrate shall enumerate your crimes. Do you acknowledge your guilt? Believing the evidence to be irrefutable, with both the maid as a witness and her wounds as proof, Meng Shan seemed destined for imprisonment. However, just as Cui Ju was about to pass judgment, Meng Shan erupted into inconsolable tears. His outburst stunned not only Cui Ju, but even the maid herself. My lord, I am wronged, Meng Shan cried. Wronged? Hearing this word, Cui Ju's expression shifted dramatically, and like a child caught in wrongdoing, he inquired, How had you been wronged? My lord, Meng Shan wiped his tears as he explained, My mother has grown old and confused. She now believes I wish her harm. She thinks I am a beast and has mistaken a fierce tiger for her son. Her madness leaves me utterly bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting, you wretched creature? The elderly woman trembled with rage. Oh, Cui Ju pondered carefully. Meng Shan, these are merely your one-sided claims. You assert that your mother is delusional, believing a tiger to be her son. Do you have any evidence? I have evidence, my lord. Meng Shan pointed at the elderly woman. You may summon a doctor to examine her wounds and discern if they were inflicted by me or by a tiger. The maid sat in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. No, do not examine my wounds, she cried, her voice frenzied. The injuries I bear, they are... At that moment, Cui Ju was nearly certain of the woman's deteriorating mental state. Li Dujian, observing from the side, stepped forward and said to Cui Ju, My lord, there is no need to summon a doctor for a standard examination. I can do it myself. Very well, Li Dujian. Hasten to ascertain the nature of the elderly woman's injuries, Cui Ju commanded. Li Dujian nodded in agreement, then approached the maid, who resisted fiercely. Yet he meticulously examined her wounds. After a considerable time, he let out a soft sigh. My lord, this woman's palms are covered in scratches, inflicted by claws. Her shoulders are dislocated, not due to human action, but as if a massive body had trampled her. I dare to speculate that a ferocious beast pinned her down, and, when it prepared to strike, she defended herself with her hands. What? The maid could scarcely believe her ears. Was this the judgment of the so-called impartial officer? My lord, she refused to concede, continuing, I bear many old scars as well. They are proof that Meng Shan has long wished to harm me. I bear wounds from blades, burns, and cuts. Your Honor, the commoner possesses additional evidence to demonstrate that my mother has long been deranged, having acknowledged that ferocious tiger as her son many years ago. Cui Ju pondered for a moment, glancing at the elderly woman and then at Meng Shan, and he consistently felt that Meng Shan's words resonated more closely with the truth. Meng Shan, please share with this official the nature of your evidence. Your Honor, should you ascend the mountain in search of the tiger, simply call out, "Si Huang." The girl has come to see you, and the ferocious beast will surely appear. As for Si Huang, it is my childhood name. In my youth, I was rather simple-minded and always referred to my mother as girl. Observing my pallid complexion, my mother bestowed upon me the name Si Huang, which she has remembered over the years. If you, esteemed officials, call that tiger by the name Si Huang upon the mountain, its response will affirm the truth of my words. You, abominable creature! The elderly woman cried out in anguish. How can your heart be so wicked? Mother, you have mistaken me. I am not the abominable creature. I am your son. The one on the mountain is the true abomination, Meng Shan replied coldly. Alas, how perilous! I nearly misjudged the situation, Cui Ju sighed, shaking his head. Li Neng, I command you to swiftly gather brave men from within the county, offering a reward of 2 taels to ascend the mountain and slay the tiger. As you command. No. The elderly woman's profound sense of loneliness and helplessness was indescribable. She cried out in the court, insisting that the tiger must not be slain. Alas! Cui Ju sighed again, addressing Meng Shan. Meng Shan, you must take good care of your mother. As for the matter of the tiger, leave it to me. The commoner obeys. As for you, old woman, I shall offer you a word of caution. Recognize who your family truly is and who the abomination is, lest you ultimately bring harm upon yourself. Dog official, the elderly woman shouted, you, a dog official, cannot distinguish right from wrong. I curse you to descend into hell upon your death. Upon hearing this, Cui Ju found it terrifying. He had made the most sagacious of decisions. Yet why did this deranged woman continually disturb his peace of mind? Meng Shan feigned sympathy as he assisted the elderly woman out of the court, whispering to her, just wait. One day, I shall personally bring about your demise. The elderly woman bit down on her tooth, swallowing it whole. Abomination. The old woman shall not succumb so easily. She struggled to suppress her tears, her heart filled with resentment. Has the world truly changed, or has it always been thus? Upon returning home, under the cover of night, the elderly woman ascended the mountain, summoning Si Huang, and earnestly instructed it to refrain from revealing itself, no matter who came in search. Furthermore, she urged Si Huang not to visit her for several months. Although Si Huang was unaware of the reasons, it always trusted the words of the girl. Having completed this, the elderly woman concealed a sharp pair of scissors beneath her pillow. Days later, she observed a group of individuals armed with weapons ascending the mountain. Though her heart was filled with worry, she could not display it, hoping only for Si Huang's escape from this calamity. In the days that followed, the elderly woman lived in constant trepidation, unable to sleep at night or rest during the day. It felt as if, upon closing her eyes, she could see the youthful Meng Shan standing beside her. Scissors in hand, Meng Shan no longer concealed his twisted psyche, cutting off the elderly woman's rations, wishing to witness her perish from starvation. The elderly woman, unwilling to concede, resorted to foraging for unfamiliar plants under the veil of night, stuffing her mouth with them ravenously. This hellish existence endured for 3 long years. Chapter 49. Justice. Chapter 49. Cui Ju confronts the tiger. Cui Ju's mother wore an expression of deep distress as she slowly approached the group, addressing to you, hero, this is entirely my fault as an elder. If you still harbor grievances, then take my life first. Du shook his head with irritation. Elder, I have stated before that I did not come here to take anyone's life. I seek merely to obtain justice. Justice? Cui Ju's mother managed a bitter smile. In this world, justice is but a fleeting illusion. I have encouraged Ju to study diligently since childhood, hoping he would one day become a virtuous official who could seek justice for many. Hero, I have fully experienced the treacheries of this world. How could I raise a child incapable of discerning right from wrong? Yet this case is a monumental miscarriage of justice. Du exclaimed. As a mother, you can surely imagine the despair of living in constant fear without the support of your son, struggling to find enough to eat and wear. Cui Ju's mother visibly softened at his words. She glanced at the elderly woman behind Du, noticing the resemblance in their features, as well as the fact that the latter looked several years younger, despite the stark contrast in their appearances and vitality. The elderly woman appeared significantly more haggard, her visage bearing the cruel marks of time. Jew, I believe this case should indeed be re-examined. If this woman here has suffered injustice, you must restore her honor. If not, I trust this hero would not harm you. Chui Ju's mother spoke gravely. But Chui Ju was at a loss. The key figure, Meng Shan, was already deceased. Any re-examination of the case would yield no results. Who says so? Do you step forward? If you were wrong in your judgment, do you intend to simply let the mistake stand? Do not twist my words. Meng Shan is dead. Who do you want me to re-examine? The elderly woman? Examine the tiger, Du declared. The tiger? Chui Ju's mother exclaimed in astonishment. Hero, that is utterly preposterous. But Chui Ju gazed at Du, lost in thought. Indeed, who said a tiger could not be examined? After pondering deeply, he turned to bow to his mother, then looked back at Du. The elderly woman, Si Huang, and Li Num, convey my orders. The old case shall be retried, and we shall hold court to examine the tiger. Yes. Du regarded Chui Ju, thinking that this was the judge he had envisioned, then glanced at the elderly woman, contemplating a few matters before addressing Chui Ju. Chief, to ensure everything goes smoothly, I have a few things to discuss before the court commences. A commanding voice filled the hall as Chui Ju ascended the platform. Residents from the county flocked to witness this extraordinary trial. In the courtroom, an elderly woman knelt, while a fierce tiger lay prostrate. Now, elderly woman, present the case before your fellow villagers, Chui Ju instructed. The elderly woman complied. With clarity and conviction, she recounted every detail, from her arrival at the foot of Yunming Mountain to the tiger's predatory behavior. At Duyu's behest, she omitted the fact that Si Huang could speak. Yet her words were far from untruthful, as she meticulously detailed Meng Shan's misdeeds. As her tale grew more poignant, the elderly woman lifted her garments to reveal her myriad scars, some inflicted by scissors, others by sickles, and some were old bruises, even burns from flames. These injuries could not possibly have been caused by a wild beast. Chui Ju nodded gravely, realizing that much of what he heard was new to him. It seemed he had indeed made a grave error 3 years prior. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled Duyu's instructions and addressed the elderly woman. You claim this tiger possesses human-like qualities, that it is grateful for your act of saving its life. But do you have any evidence? The elderly woman nodded, replying, I can demonstrate for the esteemed official. She turned to the tiger and said, Si Huang, pay your respects to the official. The tiger obediently bowed its head toward Chui Ju. The villagers gasped in awe. Indeed, this tiger seemed almost human. Si Huang, now bow to Captain Li, the elderly woman instructed. The tiger surveyed the crowd, found Li Nung, and lowered its body once more. Remarkable, the crowd marveled, witnessing that the tiger could distinguish between the official and Captain Li. The elderly woman continued, it is inherently gentle and has never harmed anyone. If you do not believe me, recall that Si Huang has lived on Yunming Mountain for 44 years without ever coming down to harm you. The villagers exchanged glances, realizing they had never heard of the mountain's tiger descending to attack anyone. Esteemed official, I have finished my count. Please render your judgment. Chui Ju nodded, gazing at Si Huang, then asked, Si Huang, do you understand my words? Si Huang nodded. Did you truly consume Meng Shan? Si Huang nodded again. You did so to save this elderly woman? For the third time, Si Huang nodded. Chui Ju remained silent for a long moment before saying, in that case, although you consumed Meng Shan, I take into account your gratitude and loyalty. I shall decide to be lenient with you. This matter will not be pursued further. You are hereby commanded to return to Yunming Mountain and shall not descend again. Do you have any objections? Si Huang appeared troubled, glancing discreetly at Du. Esteemed official, I have something to say. Du interjected, bowing to Chui Ju. Oh, Chui Ju had already sensed that Du was no ordinary individual and inquired, what is it? This elderly woman is quite advanced in age and alone. Since Si Huang has taken her son, why not decree that it be her adopted son? Chui Ju was taken aback, not expecting such a clever suggestion from Du, yet he found it quite reasonable. To decree the tiger as her adopted son. I still have my reservations, as Si Huang is a tiger, and there's an old saying about raising a tiger leading to trouble. But Si Huang is different from other tigers. What could the elderly woman be planning? Elderly woman, I ask you, if Si Huang were to be decreed your adopted son, to care for you and provide for you in your old age, would you agree? The elderly woman trembled slightly, responding, if this truly comes to pass, I would be profoundly grateful for your kindness. Si Huang, upon hearing this, became excited and nearly spoke. Seeing this, Cui Ju felt reassured and nodded in satisfaction. The villagers erupted in cheers. This trial would surely become legendary. Far away in the Bureau of Legends, Xiao Qi smiled upon witnessing this scene, realizing that this legend was nearing its conclusion. Do you find a secluded place? We need to summon you back. Summon me back. Indeed, the legend is coming to an end, and the operator can return. That is not quite right, Xiao Qi, Diu pondered, realizing that the most crucial event had yet to unfold. The most crucial event? Just then, the moment Cui Ju rendered judgment on the tiger, a sudden chill swept through the yamen, and the courtyard was illuminated with brilliance as a woman clad in fine garments descended from the heavens. She has arrived. Diu smiled faintly. The villagers were left speechless, having never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. A woman clad in resplendent garments floated gracefully in mid-air, casting her gaze upon the multitude below. Where she stood, golden light radiated in abundance, obscuring her features from view. Slowly, she extended her hand, her celestial voice reverberating. I am the daughter of Gonggong, known as Hutu. Upon hearing these words, the villagers promptly knelt, recognizing the divine presence before them. Indeed, it was the revered Hutin Yangyang. Even Cui Ju, upon witnessing this, hastily descended from his high seat and knelt in reverence to the goddess, who among the mortals was unaware that Hutu Nyang presided over the realm of the dead. In an effort to blend in, Diu also knelt, silently pondering the nature of the goddess who had so forcefully taken Dong Qianqiu away. Hutu Nyang paused momentarily before continuing. I have witnessed all that has transpired, and I am filled with immense joy. I did not expect to find among mortals such discerning souls, capable of distinguishing right from wrong, upholding righteousness, and possessing the courage to act decisively with keen intellect. It brings me great satisfaction to see this tragic affair resolved so favorably. I'm deeply moved. The crowd, kneeling in the dust, did not dare to raise their heads as they listened to the goddess's voice, which carried an air of authority. Indeed, the deity who received countless prayers had truly descended to the mortal realm. All of you, please rise, Hutin Yang said softly. Only then did the crowd slowly lift their heads, beholding the true visage of the goddess. Contrary to the benevolent elder depicted in folk art, she was a strikingly valiant heroine. I wish to induct this individual into the celestial order to become the leader of the Yin officials, to acquire divine powers, and to enjoy eternal life. Hence, I have descended to inform you, mortals. Diu smiled faintly, recognizing that including Cui Ju in the celestial ranks would indeed bring closure to the tale. Hutu Nyang gradually turned her gaze toward the high hall, then pointed a finger at Diu, inquiring, Do you wish to become an official? Who? Diu looked around, confirming that the goddess was indeed addressing him. Me? He was taken aback. Become an official? Is this not utter chaos? Indeed, your actions have not escaped my notice, she continued. You possess discernment and courage, challenging even a county lord despite your dubious reputation. Diu quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, Wait, this is not permissible. Just as he began to speak, he faltered, unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Hutu Nyang, momentarily taken aback by this interruption, an unprecedented occurrence, observed Diyu's demeanor. He was unlike any other mortal. He exhibited neither astonishment at the divine visitation nor any semblance of reverence. Could it be he is not an ordinary mortal? Hutu Nyang tentatively transmitted her thoughts to him. Your aura is rather peculiar. Are you perhaps a celestial being? Upon receiving her message, Diyu finally felt at ease. Lacking divine powers, he could not speak openly and could only respond telepathically. Hutin Yang, I cannot possibly accept, he replied. My identity is rather unique. While I am not a celestial being, I am certainly not an ordinary mortal. If one must categorize me, I might be considered an unconventional celestial entity. Hutu Nyang found herself in a predicament. The situation had become somewhat awkward. She was in urgent need of talents from the mortal realm, yet her very first attempt at recruitment had been rebuffed. Would she truly have to retract her offer in public? Chapter 50. The goddess of the earth glanced around, her eyes darting as she found herself under the watchful gaze of many villagers. What should she do? After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. Freeze, she commanded, her voice resonating through the county office, causing all mortals to halt in their tracks. Yiyi surveyed the scene and noticed that, aside from the villagers, Ju, Li Neng, the old woman, and Si Huang were all frozen like statues, utterly motionless. Oh dear, it's sweltering. The goddess of the earth sighed with relief as she gently descended to the ground. Without hesitation, she lifted her skirt, revealing her fair, long legs. Who decreed that she could only wear this cumbersome attire? It was both hot and stifling. Yiyi was taken aback. The goddess of the earth seemed transformed. Yet, this change made communication easier. You there, come here, she beckoned impatiently. I'm coming. Yiyi hurriedly approached her. What are your orders, my leader? What is happening? The goddess fanned herself with her skirt. My freezing spell does not bind you. You are certainly not immortal. But who exactly are you? I have never seen you before. Oh dear, Yiyi replied, a look of distress on his face. My identity is far too unique to serve in the underworld. As for who I am, I truly cannot disclose that. This is troublesome, the goddess lamented. What shall we do now? You have publicly defied me, and I find myself in a bit of a predicament. That's easy. Yiyi leaned in closer. Why not appoint Ju as a ghost officer? He would be quite suitable. Who? The county magistrate? The goddess of the earth glanced at Ju. While he was not unappealing, he was rather dim-witted. He couldn't even discern the lies spoken by Meng Shan. Indeed, Yiyi concurred, he was incredibly foolish at that moment. And it infuriated me. Isn't that right? I have often found him insufferable. There were times I wanted to descend from the heavens and give him a good thrashing. The goddess of the earth rolled up her sleeves. Oh, while he cannot move, I think I shall give him a kick. Wait a moment. Yiyi interrupted, pulling her back. He thought to himself that the goddess, despite being a high deity, should reconsider before kicking a mortal. True, the goddess conceded, pouting. If the Queen Mother of the West learns of this, she'll surely lecture me for ages. Exactly, Yiyi replied. However, Ju will indeed become a ghost officer in the future, and a very competent one at that. Is that so? The goddess of the earth eyed Yiyi skeptically. How can you be certain of this? I cannot foresee it myself. Well, Yiyi hesitated, considering that the goddess seemed amiable enough. Perhaps revealing a bit wouldn't harm. To be frank, my leader, I hail from a millennium in the future. My purpose here is to ensure that Ju follows history and becomes the foremost ghost officer, the civil judge. Civil judge? The goddess's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I have yet to determine how many I need. Yet you already know he is to be a ghost officer? If you come from a millennium ahead, how many ghost officers have I appointed? Yiyi, seeing the goddess's interest, sat beside her and replied, there are countless ghost officers, but you, the goddess of the earth, will appoint 8 as leaders, known as the 8 great ghost officers of the underworld. The 8 great ghost officers? The goddess raised her hand. Wait a moment. Yiyi was puzzled as he watched her rummage through her garments until she produced a small notebook and a pen. Continue, who are the 8? Yiyi was taken aback. What do you mean, leader? Are you asking me to spoil the plot for you? Spoil the plot? The goddess of the earth inquired, puzzled. What does that mean? No, don't overthink it. I merely want you to tell me who these 8 individuals are, so I need not search the world for them. That is indeed spoiling the plot. Yiyi covered his face, shocked that the goddess of the earth would be so straightforward. Leader, I cannot do that. You must encounter these 8 individuals through various coincidences or follow your heart to find them. The goddess pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that I select 8 individuals based on my own preferences, and then they will become the 8 great ghost officers? Precisely, my leader. After all, that was your original choice. But today, I have chosen you, and you say it cannot be. The goddess contemplated, biting the end of her pen. If I select individuals different from those in your world, you will have to come here to correct me. Yiyi was taken aback. Although the goddess appeared somewhat carefree, her intellect, as the foremost figure of the underworld, was undeniably sharp. That is indeed the case, leader. I see. The goddess smiled slyly. If you do not tell me who these 8 individuals are, do you believe I won't select 8 commoners from Qixin County to serve as the 8 great ghost officers, forcing you to run back and forth? Yiyi was astonished by her unexpected maneuver. Leader, you cannot do that. You are deliberately complicating matters for me. Yiyi felt a surge of frustration, realizing that revealing his identity to the goddess had been a mistake. It seemed the regulations of the Management Bureau should have been adhered to. Thus, you should tell me, making it easier for both of us. She nudged him with her elbow. Wouldn't you agree, my brother? That won't do. Yiyi shook his head. He never imagined that a deity of such high status would resort to such tricks. While it might seem convenient for him, the potential consequences could be dire. How about this, leader? Let's each take a step back. What's for a step back? I will not disclose who these 8 individuals are, but I will provide their official titles. You can then search for them based on those titles, which would simplify matters. Do you contemplate it further, if I am not mistaken? You have yet to decide on their titles, correct? The goddess of the earth looked slightly embarrassed. They need titles too? I thought they could simply be sworn brothers. Alas, that cannot be. After all, they are 8 celestial beings. Yiyi paused, suddenly realizing that perhaps these 8 individuals could indeed be sworn brothers. It seemed the goddess's perspective had profound implications for the underworld. Leader, just tell me whether you accept this proposition. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to run back and forth repeatedly, as this mess will become far too large for me to handle. Yiyi insisted. I have superiors above me who will hold me accountable. Very well, my brother. The goddess of the earth nodded. Agreed, tell me. Recalling the structure of deities in the underworld that Dong Qinxiu had once shared, Yiyi articulated the titles of the 8 individuals. First, the civil and military judges. The civil judge oversees the law, while the military judge adjudicates evil spirits. Second, the beast-faced Rakshasa, responsible for capturing and punishing various malevolent spirits. Third, the gold and silver generals, tasked with escorting souls in the underworld. Fourth, the black and white impermanents, responsible for traversing between the mortal realm and the underworld to guide the deceased. The goddess of the earth took out her notebook, diligently recording the information. It is indeed rather troublesome. The lady of the earth gazed at the jumbled, crooked script filling her notebook, pondering whether it truly required such meticulous categorization. Would it not be far more convenient to simply arrange it from the 1st to the 8th? Yiyi shook his head, having fully grasped the essence of the lady of the earth. My lady, consider this. If you do not delineate these tasks with such precision, they shall remain unfulfilled, and ultimately, you would be compelled to undertake them yourself, which would be even more troublesome, wouldn't it? Indeed. The lady of the earth contemplated for a moment and nodded. Very well. I shall commit these 8 official titles to memory, but what shall we do now? Now? Yes. Everyone witnessed as I pointed at you, inviting you, and yet you refused. How am I to extricate myself from this predicament? The lady of the earth inquired with irritation. My lady, I perceive that you are not one to dwell on formalities. Shall we simply deny all responsibility? Not want to dwell on formalities? Hith. The lady of the earth chuckled mischievously, finding the descriptor rather refreshing. So what shall we do? Let us proceed. Release, the lady of the earth proclaimed, and all resumed their activities. She remained suspended in the air, while Yiyi continued kneeling beside Chuiju. What has transpired? Chuiju pondered, sensing something amiss moments ago, yet unable to articulate what had occurred. The gathered elders exchanged glances, but in the presence of a celestial being, none dared to speak. Chuiju, I have awaited your decision for quite some time. Are you prepared? The lady of the earth inquired. Who? Chuiju was taken aback. Why must you await my decision? The gathered elders were equally astonished. Were they not to include that rogue among the celestial ranks? Why had it shifted to awaiting the county magistrate's decision? Indeed, I just stated that you, as the magistrate, discern right from wrong, understand virtue and vice. And I intend to include you in the underworld, appointing you as. The lady of the earth paused, discreetly consulting a small notebook before nonchalantly tucking it away. I shall appoint you as a literary judge. You heard that correctly, did you not? You did not misinterpret it, did you? This left the crowd utterly bewildered. Had they truly misheard? Yet, before the lady of the earth, no one dared to voice their inquiries. This, Chuiju stammered. astonished. Am I truly capable of serving in the underworld? My lady, if I say you can, then you can. The lady of the earth nodded. Should you agree, I shall assist you in ascending to the heavens at this very moment. You smiled and nodded. The legend had finally come to fruition. I am apprehensive. The lady of the earth has personally descended. I should feel compelled to comply, yet the situation is exceptional. I must respectfully decline. Ju bowed deeply, responding with utmost seriousness. Oh, another refusal? Chapter 51. Heart's not the earth mother. With a facade of a smile that belied her true feelings, silently cursed Ju 1,000 times in her heart, lamenting her ill fortune today. If this continued, she feared her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Although she was brimming with dissatisfaction, the Earth Mother endeavored to keep her voice calm. You claim to refuse the role of an official. May I inquire as to your reasoning? I have someone I cannot bear to part with. Ju bowed his head again, unable to comply with her request. Suddenly, do you recall that before he arrived in this legendary time, the Grand Judge had mentioned this matter? He spoke of an obsession that he could not escape. You quickly signaled to the Earth Mother, hoping she would understand, yet she remained oblivious. Little Seven, you silently called out. What is it? Please convey a message to the Earth Mother for me. I cannot initiate communication myself. All his hopes now rested upon Little Seven. But I've never spoken with such a high-ranking deity before. You must overcome your mental barrier. The Earth Mother is quite approachable. Well, all right. What shall I say? I will speak a sentence, and you will repeat it. You organized his thoughts and began. Earth Mother, Ju indeed has unresolved attachments. Please grant me a little time. I will return tonight with a response, regardless of the outcome. Once he finished, he fixed his gaze on the Earth Mother, waiting for Little Seven to relay his message. How'd it go? Did you finish? You inquired. I did, Little Seven answered timidly. Did she respond? She did. What did she say? She said, Who are you little wretch? Stop meddling and leave me be. You sighed. Such words were indeed characteristic of the Earth Mother. Tell her this message is from a young man 1,000 years from now, sent by me. Soon. The Earth Mother raised an eyebrow and glanced in Yu's direction, nodding slightly. Ju, the Earth Mother pondered before addressing him. The decision to become an official is of great significance. Do not rush to respond. I shall grant you more time to consider. I will return tonight. At which point I expect your answer. Ju, upon hearing this, dared not refuse and quickly bowed in gratitude. The many mortals present in the magistrate's office also bowed deeply, bidding farewell to the Earth Mother. As they witnessed the deity departing into the distance, the mortals hurriedly followed her out of the court, bowing every few steps until they had chased her out of the county town. After expressing their profound gratitude to Yu, the old woman and Si Huang, escorted by Li Dutu, set off towards Yunmeng Mountain. In the courtroom, only Ju and Yu remained. Exchanging glances before Ju spoke first. Shangqin, your slap today truly awakened me. Had it not been for you, I might still be lost in my delusions. Yu smiled shyly and replied, Leader, you have shown me kindness. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would have already been reincarnated, deprived of fair treatment, and unable to witness such captivating legends. Oh, Ju replied, momentarily taken aback. I do not quite understand. Have we met before? Indeed, the first time I saw you, you struck a burly man before my very eyes. Reflecting on it now, perhaps that slap was inspired by me. You recalled Ju's splendid attire, his presence bringing both justice and hope. How peculiar. Ju mused. Your recounting is vivid, yet I have no recollection of such an event. Of course you wouldn't remember, for these incidents transpired after you became an official. After I became an official? Ju pondered. Does that mean I am destined to become one? How do you know this? Yu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before saying, Since I have already breached protocol by revealing my identity to the Earth Mother, it matters not to disclose it to you as well. I hail from over 1,000 years in the future, commissioned by your future self to help you unravel this heart's knot. Commissioned by my future self? Ju struggled to comprehend this statement. Indeed, although you become an official in a millennium, enjoying longevity and magical powers, your heart remains burdened by an unresolved attachment. You mentioned someone you cannot let go of. If possible, you wish for an alternate life. Do you relate Chui Ju's words verbatim? Chui Ju reflected deeply. Is that so? The person I cannot release even now will still haunt me 1,000 years hence? Do you understood that assisting Chui Ju could entail significant risks? The worst outcome might be that Chui Ju truly chose not to become an official. Do you? This may not be wise. Little Seven whispered. If the grand judge had not appeared, your existence would be impossible. You might have crossed the Niha Bridge on your first day in the underworld. Now, you could vanish from the realm entirely. If I were to disappear, it would merely mean I was reincarnated. Do you consider? Let me a favor to Chui Ju. 1,000 years from now, I still claim to have someone I cannot let go. Chui Ju fell silent. Indeed, so I wish to inquire. Leader, do you still long for your beloved wife? Do you had encountered many devoted souls like Yiyi? And he suspected Chui Ju might be one as well. Beloved wife. Chui Ju hesitated before responding. My wife passed away prematurely 7 years ago. Do you was taken aback. Was the person Chui Ju could not release not his wife? Then, do you have anyone else you hold dear? Chui Ju pondered before replying. No. I have devoted my efforts to improving the security and development of Qixin County without remarrying. Do you felt a strong urge to slap himself? When he first heard Chui Ju speak of an unresolved attachment, he had assumed it was a romantic sentiment. Now it seemed that Chui Ju was not unable to let go of a lover. What, then, was the true nature of his heart's knot? Leader, then, who is it that you cannot release? Chui Ju smiled bitterly. It must be my mother. Oh, do you begin to grasp the situation? Was Chui Ju's reluctance to become an official rooted in his fear of leaving his mother without support in her twilight years? This perspective was not without merit, as Chui Ju would ascend immediately upon accepting the role. My mother has endured countless hardships in this world, and only after raising me to the position of county magistrate can she finally enjoy some peace. If I were to leave her now, I cannot fathom how she would spend the rest of her days. Wait, do you interrupted? Leader, do not hastily refuse. I have learned from legends that one should never decide for others. What do you mean? If you harbor doubts, perhaps you should inquire directly with her about her feelings. Do you suggested, sometimes, decisions made solely from your perspective may not be the best choice for others. Chui Ju paused, taken aback. Is that so? Go now. I shall await your return. Chui Ju slowly made his way to the back courtyard, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself at his mother's door. He hesitated several times, unsure of how to begin. Ju, are you out there? The elderly woman in the room slowly spoke. Yes. My dear child, I am here. Come in. Chui Ju gently pushed the door open and entered, still wearing an expression of hesitation, uncertain of how to begin. Today, I heard that the Lady of the Earth has personally chosen you to be a judge of the underworld. Chui Ju's mother said with a warm smile. It is a pity that I am too old to witness the true form of the Lady of the Earth. Mother, a trace of sorrow flickered in Chui Ju's eyes. But, my dear, why did you not accept the offer? His mother, twisting a string of prayer beads in her hand, inquired, Are you worried about me? Indeed, I must fulfill my filial duty and ensure your comfort in your old age. Jewer, have you forgotten how I raised you? Chui Ju shook his head. I would never dare forget your teachings. When I was young, my sister was taken by a hunter. When I reported it to the authorities, they dismissed it, saying, Women are of little worth. No case will be filed. From that moment, I resolved that if I had children, I would ensure they became officials, good officials. Chui Ju nodded, saying, I shall adhere to your teachings, striving throughout my life to be a just and incorruptible official, never daring to misjudge a case. But today's matter. His mother did not respond, but continued. Later, I gave birth to my first child, who should have been your elder brother. Yet he too was abducted by thieves. I remember the appearance of that thief vividly. When I reported it, although a case was filed, they only found the thief's corpse, and my brother was nowhere to be seen. They told me that the thief had been mauled by a beast, and the child was devoured as well. Hastily concluding the case, a fortune teller once mentioned that this child was cursed by fate, but he was still my flesh and blood. An elder brother? Chui Ju raised his head, surprised. Why have I never heard you mention this before? His mother shook her head, saying, I have often pondered how wonderful it would be if there existed a judge in this world who could discern right from wrong, who could see all truths and falsehoods, thus never misjudging a case. A judge. Juror. Does this not present a magnificent opportunity? His mother regarded him with a glimmer of hope. You could follow the Lady of the Earth and become a judge of the underworld, ensuring everlasting life there, severing all injustices in this world. Mother, I understand now. Go, juror. If you can promise to be the eternal guardian of justice, it will be the greatest filial act you could offer me. Ju's mother rose and, as she had done in his childhood, gently patted his hair. Though the salary you have saved over the years is modest, it is enough for me to live out my days. After a long moment of contemplation, Ju bowed deeply to the ground. Was it truly the case that his mother had harbored such thoughts all along? A previously unformed knot in his heart quietly unraveled at that moment. Chapter 52. A sense of unease. Yiyi stood quietly outside, unaware that dusk had fallen. With a creak, the door opened, and Ju emerged slowly. The hesitation in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of determination. Leader, have you consulted your mother? Yiyi inquired. Indeed, Ju nodded slowly. My mother hopes, even more fervently than I do, for a just judge in the underworld. That is splendid. It seems the legend has truly come to an end. We now await the arrival of the Lady of Earth to escort you away. At that moment, Yiyi received a sudden transmission. Hello, can you hear me? The voice sounded strikingly familiar. Lady of Earth? Yes, you recognize me, the other party replied in a calm tone. What is this? Leader, we met just this afternoon. How could you forget so quickly? This afternoon? The Lady of Earth pondered for a moment, then asked, Has everything concluded on your end? Has Ju become a judge? Indeed. Yiyi nodded, though he found the Lady of Earth's demeanor somewhat peculiar. He has accepted your invitation. Then please, ask him this for me. The Lady of Earth instructed. What is it? Inquire whether he would be willing to assassinate the ruler of the underworld should I command him to do so. Yiyi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning of her words. Leader, could you repeat that? I might have misheard due to a poor signal. I said, if one day I were to order him to assassinate the Grand Emperor of Mount Tai, would he be willing? This time, the words were unmistakable. And Yiyi wished he had misheard. Was this part of the legend as well? He called out for Qi, uncertain of the situation. Qi. Is there such a plot in the legend? Yet, no response came from Qi. It was strange. Both Qinxiu and Qi seemed to vanish as the legend neared its climax. Leader, please reconsider, Yiyi implored. I can ask on your behalf. But what if he refuses? If he refuses, I have my own plans, the Lady of Earth replied. After some contemplation, Yiyi relented. Very well. I shall ask. He turned to Ju, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking. Leader, if one day the Lady of Earth were to instruct you to assassinate a formidable figure in the underworld, would you consent to be an assassin for the Lady of Earth? Ju was taken aback. Xiangqin, are you serious? More or less serious. This is what the Lady of Earth instructed me to ask. Yiyi shrugged, his tone indicating he held no inclination for jest. I cannot say, Ju responded earnestly. Firstly, I do not know the Lady of Earth well, and secondly, I am not acquainted with the enemy she wishes to eliminate. Regardless of the justification, one must adhere to principles. Matters of conflict should be addressed openly, rather than resorting to assassination. Yiyi nodded, finding Ju's reasoning sound. Leader, he thought to himself, did you hear that? Your question may have been premature. While I appreciate your straightforwardness, it could be intimidating for him. There remains a millennium ahead. Ju's loyalty will hinge on whether you prove to be a commendable leader. The Lady of Earth paused, intrigued by his insight. Dependent on me, is it? That's an interesting perspective. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded. Let us consider Ju's answer as conditional. That shall suffice. Conditional? What does that mean, leader? What would happen if it were not satisfactory? Yiyi called out to the Lady of Earth, but she remained unresponsive. After a considerable interval, Qi's voice echoed in his mind. Are you all right? I am fine, Yiyi replied, regaining focus. But where did you go just now? Why were you unresponsive? I was here all along. Your image suddenly vanished, Qi explained. Ah, my image disappeared? You all should consider upgrading your equipment. This is quite perilous. Strange, our equipment has always been maintained. Such occurrences are unprecedented. As they conversed, a beam of golden light descended from above, and the Lady of Earth reappeared, adorned in splendid robes. Du Yu turned to her. Leader. The Lady of Earth smiled, glancing at Du Yu and Cui Ju. So what do you think? Am I timely? Cui Ju, have you made your decision? Yes, I have decided to become the judge, Cui Ju affirmed, though a hint of apprehension lingered in his heart. However, I'm slightly unsettled by the message you asked Xianqin to relay. What message? The Lady of Earth inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Wait, leader, this seems rather unfair. Are you dismantling the bridge after crossing it? Du Yu interjected. Cui Ju echoed his surprise. Was that not a question from the Lady of Earth? The Lady of Earth was perplexed. How could I dismantle a bridge? What exactly was said? Shao Qi, equally puzzled, asked, Du Yu, what transpired? As Du Yu surveyed the unfolding scenario, a thought struck him. The current Lady of Earth seemed oblivious to the previous events. Could it be that the Lady of Earth from before was? He retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket, the very one entrusted to him by the current Lady of Earth through the ghostly envoy. She had claimed that as long as he possessed the pendant, she would communicate with him in critical moments. Could it be that the voice he heard earlier belonged to the present Lady of Earth? No wonder her words felt peculiar. But something felt amiss. Why did the current Lady of Earth seem not to recognize him? Had they not met before? She should remember him, just as Zhong Lichun did. Brother, we seem to get along quite well. Would you not consider working under me? The Lady of Earth asked, looking at Du Yu once more. I am from 1,000 years hence. I cannot join you, Du Yu replied cautiously, his tone laced with trepidation. That is quite all right. You may visit me a millennium later, the Lady of Earth said, oblivious to any oddity in the conversation. If you do not wish to accompany me today, I shall depart with Cui Ju. Du Yu nodded. It seems we shall meet many more times, perhaps a millennium later, or perhaps through the tales of the two Yin messengers. With that, the Lady of Earth and Cui Ju ascended into the air, departing to an unknown destination, while Shao Qi activated the soul summoning device, returning Du Yu to the Legend Management Bureau. Upon awakening, Du Yu's expression was a mixture of contemplation and intrigue as he still clutched the jade pendant. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. If only Dong Qinxiu possessed the ability to send items into the legend, how then did this jade pendant accompany him into the tale? Shao Qi, Du Yu called. Yes. Where is the Lady of Earth currently residing? What do you wish to know? Shao Qi replied, perplexed. I sense something amiss. I must meet her. Meet the Lady of Earth? Shao Qi shook his head. Unless she chooses to reveal herself, no one in the underworld can see her. Du Yu felt an unsettling premonition. The Earth Mother Goddess intended to slay the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, a monumental event that would surely reverberate throughout the entire underworld. In revealing this information to herself, she severed her connection with the Bureau of Legends, indicating her awareness that if too many were to learn of this, the repercussions would be dire. It was no wonder that the Earth Mother Goddess insisted on the manifestation of the 8 great Yama's legends. She seemed intent on using this clumsy method to sift through the 8 individuals. In Du Yu's view, such an approach would not only be counterproductive, but would also more easily undermine their resolve. Regardless of the Earth Mother Goddess's intentions, he needed to clarify the matter. Otherwise, should she threaten him with Dong Qinxiu next, compelling him to disrupt a certain Yama's tale, chaos would ensue in the underworld long before she could kill the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. But how could he possibly meet the Earth Mother Goddess? Du Yu, are you all right? Shao Qi inquired, a hint of confusion in her gaze. I am fine. Then shall we hasten to prepare the legend of the Black and White Impermanence? The Black and White Impermanence's legend, you say. Shao Qi, why are you also so eager to complete the 8 great Yama's legends? Because it is the director's command. Suddenly, Du Yu recalled that the director's demeanor regarding this matter was peculiar. He seemed to know something. Where is the director? Du Yu asked Shao Qi, turning his head. I am unsure. He left shortly after you entered the legend. Du Yu was utterly at a loss. If he recklessly ventured into the legend of the Black and White Impermanence, he might encounter the Earth Mother Goddess again. But was she friend or foe? And what could possibly motivate her to act so strangely? He glanced at the jade pendant in his hand. With circumstances as they were, if he wished to safely return Dong Qinxiu without disrupting any of the legends, the one he needed to contend with was the Earth Mother Goddess. His expression hardened. an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Raising his other hand, he struck the jade pendant with a powerful fist. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, leaving a crack in the pendant. Indeed, it was no ordinary object. Do you observe the pendant? Even Xiao Zhongli's strength could merely mar it with a fissure. Do you? What are you doing? Xiao Qi questioned, bewildered. Do you remained silent, repeatedly striking the pendant until it shattered in his grasp. Now you can no longer transmit messages to me, Earth Mother Goddess. Will you do this time? Will you not reveal yourself to me? As Yiyi contemplated his next move, the dust from the shattered pendant began to emit a faint blue smoke. Before either could react, a ghostly green light flickered forth, drifting around the room before gradually taking on a human form. Yiyi was taken aback by the spectacle before him. Emerging from the green light was a woman clad in green, who delicately pressed her hand to her forehead, tears welling in her eyes. Her rosy lips curved in anger. Yet moments later, she surprisingly burst into laughter despite her tears. Why did you strike me? The woman asked, smiling. Chapter 53. Ying Ning, Yiyi gazed blankly at the girl in green before him. Did I strike you? Indeed. The girl wore a smile. Yet a sizable bump on her head betrayed her pain. Confused, Yiyi glanced at Xiao Qi and asked, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't the jade pendant I damaged? Xiao Qi, equally bewildered, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If this girl were an enemy, she was prepared to flee at any moment. Ignoring their confusion, the girl in green approached Yiyi and inspected the shattered pieces of the jade pendant at his feet. You've destroyed my residence, she lamented. Residence? Yiyi looked at the fragments and suddenly comprehended. I see, you're one of those spirit beings often found in cultivation novels. Aren't you? Spirit being? Not quite. The girl chuckled awkwardly before adding, do you truly believe this jade pendant resembles a magical artifact? Pray tell, who exactly are you? Yiyi inquired, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My name is Ying Ning, she replied with a dry laugh, picking up the scattered pieces. Oh dear, I'm in quite the predicament. Yiyi puzzled asked, is this jade pendant of great significance to you? Yes, Ying Ning smiled faintly. Without it, I might cease to exist in just a couple of days. Yiyi was thoroughly confused. By her account, he had inadvertently destroyed her only refuge, and her impending disappearance seemed far too grave a matter for her to be so cheerful. Ying Ning, perhaps we could strike a bargain, Yiyi proposed. Despite finding her peculiar, he needed to address the pressing issue at hand. If you explain how you came to be within the jade pendant gifted to me by Lady Hutu, I shall find a way to preserve your spirit. Does that sound agreeable? Well, Ying Ning hesitated, contemplating for a moment, then smiled, or perhaps I should just embrace my fate and disperse. Do you exchange glances with Xiao Qi? What was wrong with this girl? There was an odd incongruity about her. When she mentioned her impending demise, the fear was palpable. Yet her smile remained unwavering. Let me rephrase, Yiyi said. I will first find a way to safeguard your spirit, and then you can share the tale of the jade pendant. How's that sound? You would help preserve my spirit first? Ying Ning seemed genuinely moved. Even if I reveal nothing to you, you'd still offer assistance? Indeed. Xiao Qi discreetly tugged at Yiyi's sleeve. But do you even know how to protect her spirit? Of course not, Yiyi admitted, but I am acquainted with an expert in spirit management. He turned back to Ying Ning and asked, so, shall we make a deal? All right. Ying Ning nodded. If I am not to disperse, I can assist Lady Hutu further. I accept your terms. Yiyi nodded slightly, took out his phone, and decisively dialed Xie Bian's number. Xiao Duzi? Xie Bian answered promptly, as expected, within 3 seconds. Yes, it's me, Yiyi. What is up? I need to inquire about something. Yiyi succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Xie Bian pondered for a moment before responding, based on your description, that girl is certainly not a spirit being of the jade pendant. Otherwise, she would have vanished the moment the pendant shattered. He paused, continuing, if she manifested due to the destruction of her dwelling. And if she were to disperse in a few days, she may be a vengeful spirit. A vengeful spirit? Yes. Most ghost stories you hear in the mortal realm involve vengeful spirits. They tend to attach themselves to objects, and upon the destruction of those objects, their souls gradually dissipate. Notable examples include embroidered shoes, videotapes, and dolls. You've seen quite a few films, Yiyi. Indeed, I take pride in my profession. Xie Bian, flattered by Du Yu's praise, cleared his throat and continued. However, whether she is indeed a vengeful spirit can only be confirmed upon seeing her. I am currently occupied in the mortal realm and cannot return at the moment. Oh, that is fine, Yiyi. Please attend to your matters. Xiao Duzi, have you become entangled with a vengeful spirit? My second brother Zhong Kui, my third brother Nyotu, and my fourth brother Ma Mian are all experts in capturing vengeful spirits. Would you like me to inform them? That one T be necessary. Let us assume she is a vengeful spirit for now. If I wish to safeguard her soul, what should I do next? Safeguard? That is quite simple, Xie replied. In the mortal realm, vengeful spirits are considered outcasts, but in the underworld, that is not the case. There is a shop on Sansheng Stone Walking Street that specializes in items for vengeful spirits to inhabit. If you cannot locate it, you can ask anyone there for guidance. After thanking Xie, Du hung up and turned to Yingning. I've been to Sansheng Stone Walking Street. It's not far from here. Would you like to accompany me? Yingning pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, sure. Outside the ghost gate, a girl clad in black stood beside a van, flanked by a man and a woman. The girl glared at the man, her face flushed with anger as she paced back and forth. After a moment, she finally gathered her thoughts and pointed her finger at him, saying, I will say this one last time. I, Fan Xiao, am a Inchai. I am not your dedicated chauffeur. Every time you meet a new girl, you summon me to drive you around. What do you take me for? Ah, Sister Inchai. Du replied with a sheepish grin. I simply could not think of anyone else, and this girl is quite pitiful. If you do not help, her spirit will soon dissipate. Fan Xiao glanced at the girl in green and remarked, so she is a vengeful spirit, is she? Why do you always attract such peculiar individuals? Last time it was that fearsome sister Zhong Li, and now this girl is laughing uncontrollably in the car. Du scratched his head. In hindsight, it did seem rather odd. Regardless, thank you, Sister Inchai. Du smiled at Fan Xiao. No need to thank me. I want to come next time, no matter what you say. Fan Xiao slammed the car door and ascended into the air. That sister is quite nice. Yingning remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, Du replied. I owe her quite a bit. As they conversed, they entered the ghost gate. Ha 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 ha. Upon crossing the threshold, Yingning burst into laughter. What is the matter? Du turned back, puzzled. Yingning laughed uncontrollably, pointing at the multitude of souls queuing alongside the black and white impermanence of the Xie and Fan clans. Look at all these people. It's so amusing. Where's the humor in that? Du frowned, utterly perplexed by Yingning's sense of amusement. Wow, is that the river of forgetfulness? How hilarious! Yingning continued to laugh heartily, pointing at various mundane sights, causing many of the wandering souls on Sansheng Stone Walking Street to stare at her in confusion. Du regretted not coming alone. He anticipated experiencing social death in the afterlife as well. Yingning, could you refrain from laughing? Du could no longer contain himself. They had been wandering for over an hour without locating the haunted spirit shop, and Yingning continued to laugh incessantly, which was beginning to irk him. Why can't you laugh? Yingning inquired with a puzzled expression. We've been searching for ages and still have no idea where that spirit shop is. I should have asked Lord Qi what the shop was named. At this rate, you'll be utterly distressed. Can one not laugh when distressed? Yingning retorted. If we continue to be unable to find that shop, even without laughter, I would surely be distressed. Du shook his head. Having finally grasped a faint lead regarding the Earth Mother, he could not let it slip away so easily. They inquired of many passers-by until they finally stumbled upon a rather inconspicuous alleyway where a shop named Isher Zhai awaited them. Upon entering, they found an elderly man, his visage gaunt, sitting within and brewing tea. Behind him hung an array of assorted household items, a veritable cornucopia. Upon closer inspection, aside from the tea-making apparatus, there rested a table adorned with the 4 treasures of the scholar, though not a single character graced the paper atop it. Beside the table stood a tattered sign bearing the words Mr. Isher. The old man lifted his bleary eyes to glance at Du and said in a subdued tone, "A story for a bowl of tea." A story for a bowl of tea? Du's expression faltered. What an odd transaction this was. "Old sir, I do not partake in tea. We wish to purchase some spirit-related items," Du respectfully stated with a bow. The old man raised his eyelids slightly and replied, "A story for a vessel." Ha 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 ha. Ning suddenly burst into laughter, finding the notion of storytelling as a currency for purchasing goods utterly amusing. Hearing her laughter, the frail old man turned his gaze toward Ning. "Old sir, I have no stories to tell. May I simply buy with money?" Du queried earnestly. Uft. Upon hearing Yu's serious reply, Ning erupted into laughter once more. How peculiar! How peculiar! The old man stared at Ning and slowly rose to his feet, his eyes gradually widening, revealing the visage of a giggling maiden clad in green. Yu was perplexed, as the old man's gaze appeared akin to that of a father who had spotted a long-lost daughter. The old man turned and rummaged through a wooden chest behind him, producing an impressive stack of manuscripts densely filled with writing. "Not this, nor this," the old man muttered, rifling through the manuscripts until the table became a chaotic mess. Yu was bewildered, as it seemed they were encountering only oddities today. "Ah!" the old man exclaimed suddenly. "I found it." Yu looked at the old man. "What have you found?" The elderly man trembled as he held up a manuscript, saying, "Once the daughter of a fox spirit, later married to Wang Sheng. She was known for her laughter and charm, yet her smile attracted the envy of a wicked neighbor. Though she devised a plan to rid herself of this scoundrel, her mother-in-law scolded her for her shamelessness. From that day forth, she lost her smile, and no matter how others tried to amuse her, she would never laugh again. This tale is called Ning." The old man raised his head, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "Have you heard this story?" Chapter 54. The True Spirit of Ning. Yu was utterly perplexed. Was this tale of Ning merely a story? He regretted the absence of Dong Qinxiu, the encyclopedic sage of the underworld, for such trivial queries could be effortlessly resolved in his company. "Old man, your narrative is captivating, yet it strays from reality," he remarked. Ning chuckled softly and replied. The lady did not lose her smile. She lost something far more profound. The elder, visibly confused, retorted, "How can that be? I have faithfully recorded this tale." He flipped to the end of his manuscript and continued. "Although she ultimately lost her smile, she lived happily ever after with Wang Sheng." "Ha ha ha! So?" Ning, with her eyes sparkling with mirth, inquired, "From whom did you hear this story?" The elder paused, taken aback, before reflecting, "If my memory serves me right, it was Wang Sheng, the male protagonist, who recounted this tale to me." "Meaning you never met Ning in person?" Ning's laughter bent her frame in amusement. Yu began to grasp the situation. If he surmised correctly, the elder had chronicled Ning's story, yet it seemed to diverge from the truth. "Who are you, really?" Yu pressed. "I am but an enthusiast of alternate histories, a matter of little consequence." The elder waved dismissively, returning to his manuscript. "Could my recorded tale truly be erroneous?" Yu shook his head in resignation and asked, "Elder, we are pressed for time. May we see the vessel housing the vengeful spirit?" The elder did not lift his gaze, murmuring, "Without a story, I shall not part with a single item." Yu clenched his teeth, frustrated by the eccentricity of the old man. "Very well, I shall tell you a story," he declared, sitting before the elder. "What tale would you like to hear?" The elder, intrigued, prepared his ink and brush with care, slowly articulating, "I wish to hear of the callous heart, the infatuated spirit, the chilling nightmare, and the endless tales of the undead." After hearing this, Yu was momentarily stunned. He had initially intended to regale the elder with the thrilling adventures of the Three Little Pigs and Little Red Riding Hood, but his mouth was rendered speechless. "Your taste in stories is rather unique. The better the tale, the more exquisite the vessel it can procure," the elder continued. Yu found himself in a quandary. The callous heart, the infatuated spirit. Were they not simply ghost stories? His own repertoire of ghostly tales was scant, and he resolved to gamble on the classic Hong Kong film The Village of Ghosts. At that moment, Ning stepped forward, seizing the manuscript titled Ning from the table. She swiftly read through it, and, with a bright smile, asked, "If I tell such a story, can I trade it for the vessel?" "Indeed," replied the elder. "Then allow me to recount Ning for you. What say you?" Yu smacked his forehead in realization. "Of course. I have a living ghost story right beside me. To recount Ning again?" The elder looked on curiously at the young girl. "I am fond of Ning, but if your rendition is lacking, it shall not suffice." Yingning nodded, beginning her tale. Elder, your first half is accurate. On the Lantern Festival, Wang Sheng encountered the cheerful girl, Yingning, for the first time. From that moment, he was consumed by thoughts of her smile. After much inquiry, he finally discovered that she was his distant cousin, and he returned home to inform his mother of his intent to marry her. However, his mother revealed that her sister had long passed away, making it impossible for him to have such a cousin. She warned that this cousin might not be an ordinary girl. Yet Wang Sheng, enamored, paid no heed to such warnings. He brought Yingning home and married her. Unbeknownst to him, Yingning was not his cousin, but the daughter of a fox spirit. Though beings of different realms, she was ultimately swayed by Wang Sheng's sincerity and gifted him a jade pendant from her mother as a token of their bond. Yingning, amiable and charming, wore a smile that endeared her to everyone, from the household servants to the neighbors. Her laughter resonated throughout the courtyard. Yet, only Yingning knew the truth. Her mother had told her that the weeping of a fox spirit would bring misfortune to humans. Moreover, Wang Sheng adored her smile, the very reason for his infatuation. Thus, no matter how sorrowful her circumstances, she maintained her smile, if only to bring joy to Wang Sheng. However, her persistent cheerfulness led her mother-in-law to accuse her of being immodest and attracted the unwanted attention of a neighboring son, who misconstrued her smiles as affection. Day after day, he lurked by the wall, his gaze filled with lewd intentions. At this juncture, the elder interjected, "Young lady, the story you share aligns perfectly with my records. This cannot be accepted. Do not fret, for from this point forward, my narrative will diverge entirely from yours." Yingning recounted the incident involving the neighbor's son to her mother-in-law, but the latter insisted it was due to Yingning's supposed lasciviousness. If she did not smile so foolishly, how could he harbor such thoughts? With no support from her mother-in-law, Yingning approached Wang Sheng, only to find him colluding with his mother, firmly blaming her for inviting trouble upon herself. Though heartbroken, Yingning dared not weep, fearing that her tears could bring misfortune to the family. Instead, she continued to smile, for she cherished Wang Sheng above all. One night, while planting flowers in the courtyard, a man scaled the wall and attempted to assault her. Being no ordinary girl, Yingning vanished in a blink. The man, feeling excruciating pain, looked down to find he was clutching a piece of dead wood, within which a scorpion the size of a crab had bitten him. His cries of agony attracted the entire Wang family. Before Yingning could explain, the man accused her, claiming she seduced him into this disgraceful act and unleashed a venomous creature upon him. How could such a debauched, unchaste woman exist? Having been raised by a fox spirit, Yingning was oblivious to human intricacies. Although wronged, she could not articulate her innocence, instead offering a foolish smile to convey her goodwill to Wang Sheng. Not long after, the neighbor's son met his demise. The county magistrate, aware of his notorious character and the nature of his death, did not blame Yingning. Yet, her life grew increasingly unbearable. Her mother-in-law approached Wang Sheng, claiming that Yingning's incessant laughter attracted calamity and suggesting that such a girl, capable of summoning venomous creatures, could not possibly be the daughter of her deceased sister. It was her belief that Yingning was a demon or malevolent spirit, and it would be wise to rid themselves of her before she brought ruin upon the family. Wang Sheng, gripped by fear, believed his wife was not only enticing a lover, but also plotting murder. He hastily complied with his mother's wishes and issued a divorce decree. With no support, Yingning, a frail woman, found herself abandoned, compounded by the fact that she now bore Wang Sheng's child. She could not fathom the abrupt change in Wang Sheng's affections. Once so warm, now turned cold. Regardless of her entreaties, Wang Sheng harbored an unrelenting loathing for her. The smile that once captivated him had now become the very reason for his disdain. Wang Sheng discovered that even after he dismissed Yingning, she clung to him obstinately. In desperation, he resorted to various means, beating, cursing, and humiliating her, but Yingning persisted in wearing that irritating smile, even as she bore the marks of his cruelty and endured days of hunger. Unbeknownst to her, she had committed no transgression. Ultimately, one fateful day, Wang Sheng poisoned Yingning's food with arsenic. This poison not only claimed her life, but also that of the child she carried. Even in her final moments, Ning could not fathom that her beloved husband had turned against her. Aware that a murderer must pay for his crimes, Wang Sheng buried Ning in his backyard, where her laughter would no longer echo. He merely informed the outside world that Ning would no longer smile. Yet, Ning's restless spirit could not abandon Wang Sheng and refused to be reincarnated. Each time a spirit messenger came to seek her, she would slip into the jade pendant she had gifted Wang Sheng, her sole memento from the mortal realm. After all, he carried it with him always. She longed to guard him in this manner, but soon Wang Sheng took a new wife, as if Ning had never existed. The jade pendant she had bestowed upon him was cast into a cold, dark lake. Unable to stray far from the pendant, she could no longer see Wang Sheng. In that moment, Ning finally comprehended that she had never held a place in his heart. From then on, she lingered in the depths of the murky lake, forced to smile at fish and stones. Ning did not lose her smile. She lost her life. The tale of Ning abruptly concluded, and she turned to the elder, inquiring, "Old man, is this story sufficient to exchange for a new vessel?" The elder looked at Ning in disbelief. His eyes filled with confusion. "Your story, it cannot possibly have reached its conclusion. Can it?" "No," Ning replied. "For me, this is the end. But for Wang Sheng, the tale does not conclude here." "Oh!" The elder's excitement grew. What transpired with Wang Sheng afterward? Wang Sheng's new wife, with ulterior motives, conspired with the steward and absconded with the family fortune, leading to Wang Sheng's sudden downfall, leaving him with not even a penny for a bowl of tea. No wonder, do you realize? A wealthy young master recounts this tale to the elder merely to exchange for a bowl of tea? The elder slowly rose, stroking his beard, and smiled. "I never imagined I would encounter a character from my own story who would correct the inaccuracies in my narrative. Do you know who I am now?" Ning questioned. "Of course," the elder replied with a wry smile. "I had my suspicions midway through your tale. Your understanding of Ning surpasses that of Wang Sheng, who narrated the story to me. I never anticipated that my favorite tale, Ning, would conclude incorrectly. I am filled with regret." "Do you?" interjected. "Elder, this is not your fault. You are merely a chronicler." "Enough," the elder sighed. "The world now reads an erroneous version of Ning. I am ashamed to face it. You may choose any vessel for the spirits in this establishment as my recompense to Ning." "People are reading it?" "Do you ask?" puzzled. "Is Ning truly that renowned?" Chapter 55. The unusual historian ignoring the two individuals. Ning smiled as she meandered around the room. "Had one not known this was a shop of resentful spirits, you might have mistaken it for a mere grocery store. From jade artifacts and gemstones to pots and pans, an eclectic assortment was displayed together. Oh, Ning's gaze was drawn to an object. What could it be? Following her line of sight, you observed an old incense pouch quietly resting on the shelf. The pouch's original owner had been brutally murdered by her husband, and her vengeful spirit had once lingered within it. However, her husband summoned a Taoist priest to exorcise her spirit, scattering her soul to the winds. The old gentleman explained that the resentment contained within this pouch was profound, perhaps suitable for Ning. Indeed, Ning nodded enthusiastically, saying, "I find this incense pouch quite appealing. Shall I take it?" You nodded in agreement, and in an instant, Ning transformed into a swirl of green light and entered the pouch. Seeing the matter concluded, you picked up the pouch and addressed the old gentleman. "Since the situation has resolved, I shall take my leave." Before he could finish, the pouch cracked with a loud pop, and in a moment, it exploded. A surge of dark energy swept through the room, nearly sending Du flying. Steadying himself, he looked closely and saw Ning reappear. "Hey, what happened?" he asked, bewildered. "If you dislike the new home, there's no need to destroy it." Ning, equally perplexed, replied, "I didn't break it. I don't know what happened. It exploded as soon as I entered." The old gentleman regarded Ning with a look of confusion and remarked, "Could it be that your resentment surpasses that of the pouch's original owner? That shouldn't be the case." After pacing the room for a while, he continued, "According to the story you told, your resentments should be comparable." You, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at the elder and said, "Sir, we inadvertently damaged your merchandise. Perhaps we should compensate you. Or I could share another story. I know one about a zombie in a mountain village, if you wouldn't mind." The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter. This was my oversight. I did not anticipate such deep resentment from Ying Ning. Please wait." He retreated to the back room and rummaged for a while. Soon, he emerged, cradling a wooden box. The box was square, painted red. It appeared to have been soaked in water. As the old man opened the box, a radiant light emanated, revealing it to be filled with gold and silver jewelry. "Wow," Yu exclaimed. "This box looks incredibly valuable. Are you planning to letting Ning try each piece?" "Not quite," the old man shook his head. "This entire wooden box, along with its contents, is one complete vessel, originating from another vengeful spirit slumbering at the bottom of a lake. This woman was a courtesan, yearning to reform. She met the scholar she adored and offered her savings for him to redeem her. However, once he redeemed her, fearing a life of poverty, he sold her to another. In a fit of rage, she denounced him while clutching this treasure chest and sank to the lake's depths. Over the years, she became a vengeful spirit of the water. Ah, so is the tale of Du Shenyang sinking her treasure chest. Yu mused. You truly possess remarkable abilities, old man. Can such a thing truly be retrieved? Certainly, I did not recover it myself, but this item is exceptionally suited for Ying Ning. The old gentleman pushed the treasure chest forward. Ying Ning smiled foolishly upon seeing it, transformed into a green light, and dove into the box. Du Yu and the old man quietly observed the treasure chest on the table, noting that this time, it appeared to be more effective. As Ying Ning did not reappear for quite some time. It seems this might work. Du Yu sighed with relief. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the treasure chest began to tremble violently. Old man, be careful, Du Yu exclaimed, pulling the elder aside just as the chest exploded, sending pearls and gemstones flying like fireworks. Sure enough, Ying Ning reappeared once more. Hee hee, it seems this still won't suffice. The old man was momentarily stunned by the scene. After a pause, he queried, what is the conclusion of Ying Ning's story? As a fellow spirit beneath the water, why does your resentment far exceed that of Du Shenyang? I cannot disclose that. Ying Ning replied with an innocent smile. Old man, do you have anything even more powerful? You, just wait. The old gentleman refused to give up and returned to the back room to search again. Meanwhile, Du silently regarded Ying Ning. He had once heard the tale of Du Shenyang and considered her a representation of tragic womanhood, born in the brothels, yearning for a simple life, only to be betrayed by the one she loved. But now, did Ying Ning harbor an even greater resentment? Had her suffering surpassed that of Du Shenyang? Eureka! I found it. The old man approached, trembling as he carried several items. He began to place them on the table, introducing each the golden crow blade, used by Xiang Yu when he took his own life. This blade carries his immense resentment and has taken countless lives, emanating powerful dark energy. The white silk of Do Yi, stained with her blood in June snow, embodies deep resentment. The dried human skin, inscribed with the words loyalty to the nation, was taken from the back of the renowned General Yu Fei, containing boundless regret, still echoing with the cries of the damned. The Mo Yi sword, forged by the master blacksmith Gan Jiang, is historically significant as the first sword created from the blood of a living person. Infused with the hatred of Gan Jiang's wife, Mo Yi, Du Yu watched in astonishment as the old man unveiled each treasure, his jaw nearly dropping. Wait, elder, Du Yu interjected, stopping the old man just as he was about to reveal another item. What is it? The old gentleman paused. Sir, if these items do not meet Ying Ning's level of resentment, they will all explode. Each of these is nearly a priceless artifact. Are you certain you wish to take such a risk? The old man showed no sign of hesitation, stating, if we do not swiftly find a vessel for Ying Ning, she may soon dissipate. If I wish to learn the true conclusion of Ying Ning's story, I cannot concern myself with these objects now. Du Yu found himself in a dilemma. Although the items on the table were renowned for their dark legacies, no one could guarantee success. In the midst of his indecision, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He picked it up and his face lit up with joy. Seventh Master, little Du, how goes on your end? I just finished my business. Do you need my help? Yes, absolutely. Before Du Yu could finish his sentence, the atmosphere in the spirit shop began to warp, and Bai Wuchang, Xiebian, descended from the ceiling as the call was still ongoing. "Ah, little do," Xiabian remarked, hanging up the phone and tucking it away. "From your tone, I thought something grave had occurred. Hasn't old Pooh already taken out all the treasures?" He lamented sacrificing his face mask for this. The old gentleman, referred to as Old Pooh, immediately knelt upon seeing Xiabian, saying, "I pay my respects to the seventh master." Xiabian quickly assisted the elder to his feet. "Old Pooh, there is no need for such formality. What is the current situation?" Du Yu stepped forward and recounted the recent events to Xiabian. "Oh," Xiabian raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze towards Ning, a petite girl with considerable grievances. Hith. Ning also gazed at Xiabian with keen interest, as if she had received a compliment. "Let me see," Xiabian said, extending a hand above Ning's head, a white light emanating from his palm, casting an even colder chill throughout the room. After a moment, he summoned the same white light to hover over the table full of items steeped in resentment. "No, this won't do. None of these will suffice," Xiabian remarked. "Fortunately, I was called here. Otherwise, all these items on the table would have been rendered useless." "Ah." Old Pooh was taken aback. Could it be that even these renowned objects could not contain Ning's resentment? Xiabian nodded. "It appears so. Perhaps collectively, these items might accommodate Ning's grievances, but individually they indeed cannot." Du Yu hesitated, pondering whether there was truly no way to save Ning. Although he had known her for only half a day, she was his sole link to the Empress of the Earth. "Seventh Master, is there truly no way?" Xiabian smiled slightly, saying, "There is indeed one possibility. There should be another object in this room that harbors a particularly potent resentment." "Another one?" Du Yu glanced around, utterly unaware of what Xiabian was referring to. The question remained whether its owner would be willing to part with it. "That object has an owner?" Du Yu mused, realizing that all the containers in this room belonged to Old Pooh for some unknown reason. If there were to be an owner, it must be Old Pooh. "Old Pooh," Xiabian addressed the elder, "to contain such a powerful, vengeful spirit, only the brush you possess may hold the potential." "The brush?" Du Yu turned to Old Pooh, astonished that the old man's brush could be the strongest vessel of resentment, even surpassing the blade with which Xiangyu ended his own life. "My humble brush?" Old Pooh was momentarily stunned, glancing at the brush in his hand. "Seventh Master, have you made a mistake? My brush has never harbored a vengeful spirit, nor has anyone lost their life because of it." Xiabian extended his hand once more, a chilling white light slowly descending upon the brush. "Old Pooh, perhaps you're not aware, but after documenting so many ghostly tales, the resentments of these spirits have all been inherited by this very brush." Chapter 56. Append Chapter 57. "Don't you remember?" "Understood. I will head there immediately." Xiabian nodded at the ghost and turned to Du Yu, saying, "Little Du, it appears the old lady is in some trouble. I shall not accompany you today." "Wait." Just as Xiabian was about to leave, someone grasped his wrist. "What is the matter? Is there something else?" "Seventh Master." Du Yu tugged at Xiabian, speaking slowly. "This time, you really shouldn't go." "Not go." Xiabian pondered for a moment, recognizing the kind of person Du Yu was. He wouldn't utter such an ill-timed remark lightly. "Do you know what the matter is?" "This is quite serious," Du Yu replied. "I sought out Lady Hutu precisely to address this issue." "Kid, it's south not your place to speak." The ghost interrupted coldly. Xiabian paused and told Du Yu, "Even if Lady Hutu orders me to my death, I would comply. After all, the old lady has been immensely kind to me. I cannot forget that." "Seventh Master Yu." Du Yu was taken aback by Xiabian's unwavering trust in Lady Hutu and was at a loss for words. Watching as Xiabian and the ghost gradually faded from his sight, Du Yu felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed Lady Hutu had altered her plans. Before he had even entered the myth of the black and white impermanence, had she already acted? Or was it? Du Yu glanced at the green brush in his hand. Had she changed her plans because I shattered the jade pendant? "Ning," Du Yu said, "I have safeguarded your soul. Now it is your turn to assist me." "Assist you?" "Yes, we agreed that I would first protect your spirit, and then you would inform me about Lady Hutu." "You must be mistaken," Ning chuckled. "I distinctly asked you if you would still help me even if I said nothing." Du Yu was taken aback. "Are you playing word games with me?" "Not at all," she replied with a chuckle. "Lady Hutu is my master. I cannot act against her." "Act against her?" Ing Ning, I believe you are the one who was mistaken. Du Yu countered. I never intended any harm against Lady Hutu. It is just that her current actions, if left unchecked, could lead to grave consequences. You do make a serious point. Although I am unaware of Lady Hutu's intentions, she must have her reasons. Du Yu felt a wave of urgency wash over him. Time was of the essence. Xie Bian had already returned to retrieve a magical artifact, and Black Impermanence, Oxhead, and Horseface could very well be en route. Ing Ning, if Lady Hutu is indeed correct, that would be ideal. However, should she be mistaken, she would undoubtedly be violating celestial laws. And there is a significant possibility she would vanish. Vanish. The brush in Du Yu's hand trembled slightly. He could tell Ing Ning was moved. Even if she does not disappear, she could very well be cast into hell. You spent a long time in the lake. You should understand that feeling of helplessness, right? Ing Ning fell silent for a long moment before managing a bitter smile. Is what you say true? Absolutely. Lady Hutu is planning something that could potentially destroy the underworld. After contemplating for a moment, Ing Ning replied, If you deceive me, you won't need Lady Hutu to intervene. I will kill you myself. You should go to the corner talisman shop and buy a teleportation talisman. I will guide you. Upon hearing this, Du Yu sprinted off, using the ghost money Xie Bian had given him years ago to purchase a stack of teleportation talismans. He then affixed one to himself. All right, where are we headed? Ing Ning spoke slowly. 40 miles west of the Ghost Gate, there lies a mountain called the Unreturning Mountain. Du Yu was taken aback. Ing Ning, are you still toying with me? The Unreturning Mountain is the location of the Legend Management Bureau. I am searching for Lady Hutu. Ing Ning sighed. The Legend Management Bureau is at the foot of the Unreturning Mountain, while Lady Hutu's lair is deep within a mountain. Du Yu stood deep within the Unreturning Mountain. He could vaguely see the Legend Management Bureau in the distance, still unable to fathom that Lady Hutu, whom he had searched for so long, was right before him. Is this truly the place? It looks deserted. The desolate mountain offered no signs of life. And Du Yu remained skeptical. If it were so easily discovered, Lady Hutu would have been found long ago, Ing Ning remarked with a smile. What should we do now? Step back a bit. I have a chant. Upon hearing this, Du Yu took a step back, and the green brush in his hand began to move as he chanted incantations. Moments later, the barren rocks before him split apart, revealing a staircase leading deep into the mountain. Goodness, Du Yu finally believed. It turned out that Lady Hutu truly resided within the Unreturning Mountain. Let us hurry. Ing Ning hesitated momentarily before saying to Du Yu, I hope what you say is true. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Just as Du Yu was about to enter the passage, a figure suddenly emerged from within, a beguiling woman, the charm ghost. Ah, little brother Du? The charm ghost exclaimed in surprise. I thought it was the ghost returning. Why are you here? The charm ghost, resembling a woman at home alone, casually leaned against the stone wall, glancing around with a smile. Did you come over after work? Just you? Du Yu was unsure of her attitude and could only respond seriously. Sister Charm Ghost, this is of grave importance. I need to see Lady Hutu. How annoying. The Charm Ghost stepped forward and lightly tapped Du Yu's chest. You're here to see that old lady? I thought you were looking for me. I was just thinking how there are no men around. Du Yu felt as if his soul was being drawn in by her gaze. Unsure of what kind of mastery she possessed. Sister Charm Ghost, please, this is serious. All right, since you've come, how could I not let you in for a visit? The Charm Ghost turned around, swaying her alluring form, and said, if you were to walk this passage alone, you might end up in a dire situation. Take good care of little Ing Ning and follow closely behind me. Thank you. Du Yu was suddenly taken aback. You know Ing Ning is with me? Little brother Du, don't underestimate me. Following the Charm Ghost, Du Yu ventured deeper into the mountain's core. Along the way, she dispelled numerous defensive formations, causing chills to run down his spine. Each formation possessed enough power to annihilate a high-ranking true immortal. These were things Ing Ning had never mentioned. If he had inadvertently triggered any, he would have met his demise. As for whether Ing Ning had her own means to handle these defenses or if simply chose not to mention them, it seemed trusting her completely was not yet the right time. Little brother Du, the Charm Ghost's sultry voice suddenly broke the silence. Do you know? It is because of you that I am voluntarily guiding you. Do you dare not respond? This woman was formidable and inscrutable. He could only nod repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, Sister Charm Ghost." "No need to thank me," she replied with a playful smile. "You are the first visitor the old lady has had in a long time. Be cautious with your words, for I would hate to never see you again." Duyu nodded dazedly, reassuring himself that it should be fine. When Lady Huda saw him, she would surely remember their previous encounter, especially since he had been instrumental in her recruitment of Ju. Not long after, the two found themselves in a vast expanse, a magnificent space that appeared to be artificially created. The walls were remarkably smooth, adorned with numerous torches flickering with ghostly flames. At the center of this space stood a colossal stone table, laden with an array of delicacies from mountains and seas. Surrounding this splendid feast sat 3 individuals: the gluttonous Lady Hutu, the bewildered Dong Chinchio, and a young boy clutching an apple. "Ah, Sister Chinchio." Upon seeing Dong Chinchio, Duyu was suddenly overcome with emotion. It had been many days since their last encounter. This was the first time he had been separated from her for such an extended period since arriving in this underworld. "Duyu." Dong Chinchio paused momentarily, turning her head, her expression shifting from shock to a flicker of joy. Before either could utter a further word, the young boy abruptly stood up, his right hand transforming into a black blade, which he pressed firmly against Dong Chinchio's neck. The bone-like knife was exceptionally sharp, and a line of blood immediately appeared on her skin. "Ah!" Duyu shouted in alarm. "What are you doing?" Lady Hutu lifted her gaze to observe Duyu, then glanced at the chicken leg in her hand before addressing the boy. "Little Wraith, what is the meaning of this?" "Old woman, this person is a new operator." Wraith replied slowly. "Whatever his intentions may be, it is prudent to subdue this woman first." "An operator?" Lady Hutu set down the chicken leg and looked at Duyu. "What does an operator want in my domain?" Duyu watched in horror as blood trickled down Dong Chinchio's neck, his hands and feet growing cold with anxiety. He glanced at Lady Hutu and hurriedly stepped forward. "Leader, it's me. Don't you remember?" He extended his hand, feigning the act of jotting down notes. "A little notebook, 8 official titles, remember?" Lady Hutu regarded him with a puzzled expression. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have I ever seen you before?" Duyu was taken aback. "No, that can't be right." "Leader, have you forgotten? In the legend of Ju, we almost kicked him, do you recall?" After a long pause, Lady Hutu furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Did that happen?" Duyu was left dumbfounded. He had encountered 3 types of individuals within legends. The first type included those whose histories were altered by his presence, causing them to suddenly remember him, like Chang'e. The second type were those who vividly remembered him even before he entered the legend, such as Zhong Lichuan. Now he faced the third type, individuals who, regardless of past experiences, would not recall him at all. But what could possibly account for this? Chapter 58. A monumental motivation. I said to the little demon, "You should let go of Dong Chinchio. This is rather unbecoming." The demon shook his head and replied, "What if the operator intends to take her away? What then the plan? She is but a mortal." The Lady of the Earth continued to gnaw on her chicken leg. "To attempt to steal someone from me is a notion that lacks the necessary audacity." Duyu quickly contemplated the situation. It was not a grave issue. Even if the Lady of the Earth did not recall him, she was still herself, and their past rapport would surely facilitate this encounter. Upon hearing her command, the demon's right hand transformed from a black blade back to a palm. He picked up the apple he had dropped and began to munch on it. Dong Chinchio hurriedly covered her neck, which felt icy and was already stained with blood. Duyu slowly approached and sat before the Lady of the Earth, while the demon continued to gaze intently at him. "Leader, I wish to speak with you privately," Duyu said, for the matter at hand was of utmost gravity, and it was best that fewer individuals were involved. The Lady of the Earth lifted her head, pondered for a moment, and nodded to the demon. "Little demon." The specter beckoned to the child. "The adults need to converse. Why don't you come play with me?" "I shall not depart," the demon replied, biting fiercely into the apple. "If I leave, this person may cause trouble." The Lady of the Earth toyed with a chicken bone, assuring him, "Fear not, little demon. I am fully aware of the situation." Once the Lady of the Earth spoke, the demon relented, gathering 2 more apples to take with him. She then turned her attention back to Dong Chinchio and inquired of Duyu, "What say you? Does she wish to leave as well?" "Please, no." Duyu expressed his concerns. "Sister Chinchio is here. I can keep an eye on her." After the specter and the little demon exited the stone chamber, the Lady of the Earth finally spoke. Now speak, young man. What is it you wish to discuss? Do you recognize that this moment was akin to a legendary superclass mission? A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. On a smaller scale, it could disrupt the hierarchy of the underworld. On a grander scale, it could jeopardize the entire world. Leader, may I inquire about the purpose behind dispatching Lord Seven? You should be able to surmise, the Lady of the Earth replied. Have you begun your assassination plan? Indeed, she said, spitting out a chicken bone. Your destruction of the jade pendant that linked us signifies your stance. I no longer need to wait for you. Stance? Do you pondered? Are you suggesting that you and I do not share the same position? Precisely, she affirmed. At such a critical juncture, one is either a friend or a foe. My allowing you to sit here in my presence is already the utmost courtesy. Do you, perplexed, queried, what exactly is this critical juncture? Do you? Dong Qianxiu turned to him. A significant event is about to unfold in the underworld. In succinct terms, Dong Qianxiu conveyed the situation previously discussed between her and the Lady of the Earth. Du was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized the numerous inconsistencies in the narrative. Leader, you claim that the Wheel King attempted to assassinate the Emperor of the Northern Yin, but do you have any evidence? This is a confession from the Wheel King himself, the Lady of the Earth stated. That seems implausible, Du countered. Such a failure would be a grave error. Why would he then implicate his own mastermind? Facing annihilation, would he choose to bear the weight of infamy? Dong Qianxiu joined in contemplation, stating, Your skepticism has merit, but the interrogation was conducted by the horse face, who possesses unique interrogation artifacts. What is revealed cannot be falsehood. Du still sensed an aura of strangeness surrounding this matter. Even if the Emperor of the Eastern Peak truly intended to kill the Emperor of the Northern Yin, what could his motive be? After governing the underworld for millennia together, why would he suddenly turn against him? Leader, given your character, I find it hard to believe that you would devise such a strategy. Since the abduction of Dong Qianxiu, you have been plotting how to punish the Emperor of the Eastern Peak. From what I understand, you're not one to act so recklessly. The Lady of the Earth paused, observing, You seem to know me rather well. Indeed, I lack such ingenuity. It was the idea of the little demon. The little demon? Du pointed to the direction the child had departed. You mean that dark-hearted child? That certainly sounds like something he would conceive. If there is an assassination, he would eliminate the assailant. Quite reasonable. Young man, even if the little demon's methods are rather extreme, he would never act against my interests, the Lady of the Earth asserted. Not just he, but the Qi Hui and the Meiguei would all lay down their lives for me. That is not contradictory, Du remarked. Leader, often individuals believe they act in your best interest, yet may inadvertently cause you harm. Indeed, I find many aspects of this situation troubling. Until the matter is clarified, we should refrain from rash actions. The Emperor of the Eastern Peak's attempt on the Northern Yin is his dilemma, and there are numerous ways to address him. However, your decision to send someone to retaliate is where the fault lies. The rules of the underworld are established by me. If I wish to discipline a junior, must I seek permission from anyone else? Leader, we must at least comprehend the motive behind the actions of the Emperor of the Eastern Peak. Du insisted, recognizing this as a pivotal point. Why would he engage in such behavior? His standing is among the highest in the underworld. Eliminating the Emperor of the Northern Yin would yield him no benefit. Even if, in your view, this is merely a scuffle among juniors, as the head of the family, should you not inquire into the reasons behind the initial aggressor's actions? The Lady of the Earth paused her movements noticeably and replied, The Emperor of the Eastern Peak, indeed, possesses a monumental motivation for this act. Only a select few in the celestial realm are privy to this matter, which is why I acted against him so promptly. Can you disclose it to me? Du ventured cautiously. This matter is of great significance. Should I reveal it to you, a reasonable justification is required, the Lady of the Earth stated. A justification? Because I wish to ensure that Cui Ju, Xiebian, and Fan Wujiu do not perish unnecessarily. Du expressed his frustration, regardless of your actions, successful or not. Those three are likely doomed. Cui Ju has shown me kindness, and both Fan Wujiu and Xiebian have aided me in the past. I cannot allow them to come to harm. The Lady of the Earth cast a glance at Dong Qianxiu, inwardly reflecting, just as that little girl mentioned. This new operator is indeed intent on safeguarding these few messengers of death. After pondering for a while, Dong Qinxiu spoke, Lady of the Earth. The hidden truth known only to a select few in the celestial realm. Does it pertain to the former Emperor Hao Yin? Emperor Hao Yin? Di was taken aback. Who might that be? He is the Jade Emperor, as referred to by mortals, Dong Qinxiu clarified. The Jade Emperor. Du Yu felt bewildered. Were they not discussing the Emperor of the Eastern Peak and the Emperor of the Northern Yin? How had the Jade Emperor entered the conversation? Dong Qinxiu did not respond. Instead, she glanced at the Lady of the Earth, whose expression was equally perplexed. Indeed, does your Bureau of Legends also know of this matter? Dong Qinxiu has now validated her thoughts, responding, Lady Hutu, every legend automatically generates images within our Bureau, whether it be the supreme deity of heaven or the Emperor of Mount Tai. Both are living legends. How could we possibly be unaware? Remarkable, Lady Hutu remarked. You have witnessed such a monumental event, yet remained completely unfazed. Truly, you are deserving of your reputation as the neutral Legend Management Bureau. Wait, you two sisters? You became increasingly perplexed. Your conversation is likely to alienate friends. What on earth is this about? I cannot comprehend it all. Very well. Though I initially wished to withhold this information, it appears the Legend Management Bureau is already aware, so let Dong Qinxiu elucidate this matter for you. Without raising her head, Lady Hutu resumed her meal. Do you turn to Dong Qinxiu and asked, Sister Qinxiu, what is this matter? Is there some hidden aspect I am unaware of? Dong Qinxiu collected her thoughts and finally spoke. Indeed, do you? There is a crucial piece of information concealed within this. And to grasp the entirety of the situation, you must take this hidden detail into account. What could this hidden detail be? Du Yu was nearly beside herself with urgency. The current emperor of Mount Tai is, in fact, the former supreme deity of heaven. Dong Qinxiu maintained her characteristic calm demeanor as she uttered this astonishing revelation. Hold on. Du Yu carefully contemplated the implications of this statement. Are you suggesting that the emperor of Mount Tai was once the Jade Emperor? Precisely, Dong Qinxiu confirmed with a nod. Numerous versions of this legend document this tale. The supreme deity of heaven once descended to the mortal realm, only to have his steed stolen by a cultivator surnamed Zhang. Due to the striking resemblance between the Zhang cultivator and the supreme deity, he usurped the deity's position, becoming the new Jade Emperor. Naturally, the supreme deity was incensed. And to appease his wrath, the newly appointed Jade Emperor assigned him to oversee the underworld, bestowing upon him the title of Emperor of Mount Tai, thereby concluding the matter. My goodness, Du Yu is utterly astounded. Sister Qinxiu, you cannot possibly be speaking in jest? This narrative seems devoid of logic and improbable. Regrettably, I assure you, it is true. Dong Qinxiu nodded solemnly. This incident appears to be the Emperor of Mount Tai's primary motivation. I initially thought, do you murmure? This was merely a dispute between two underworld emperors, with each sending assassins to rectify the other. I never anticipated it to be this way. If what you say is accurate, then the Emperor of Mount Tai's ambitions are indeed terrifying. He seeks to unify the underworld and confront the heavenly court. Chapter 59, Assassination Defined Indeed. You finally grasped it, the Earth Goddess remarked. The notion occurred to me as well, hence my intention to strike preemptively. But he was once the Jade Emperor, stammered Du Yu. You intend to assassinate the Jade Emperor? Even if he once held that title. He no longer does, the Earth Goddess declared. This matter is inherently clandestine, known to very few. Those privy to it are constrained from divulging the truth for various reasons, such as myself and the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs. I now seek to discipline a man who was once the august personage of Jade, who now harbors malevolent intentions and seeks to disrupt the order of the world. What worldly order? That's preposterous. Du Yu exclaimed, eyes wide. In that case, wouldn't the great Emperor of Mount Tai be the most aggrieved? Such is the state of affairs. We cannot dwell on right and wrong, the Earth Goddess stated. We must adhere to the established rules and rectify the underworld. This, Du Yu's carefully prepared arguments crumbled. The great Emperor of Mount Tai now possessed ample motivation to initiate war, and the Earth Goddess possessed ample motivation to dispatch individuals to thwart him. Regardless of persuasion, Casualties seemed inevitable. Your Excellency, I believe this matter is of paramount importance. I wish to meet with the involved parties. Yiyi implored, unwilling to concede. He feared the potential loss of his few friends in the underworld. Whom do you wish to meet? The Earth Goddess pondered. Given your station, audience with the great emperors may prove challenging. As you know, in your mortal realm's ancient times, a mere constable would not easily gain access to the emperor. Yet, I did meet the highest-ranking Empress Dowager. Yiyi retorted with a sly grin, gazing at the Earth Goddess. Surely, you possess the means to arrange such meetings. Do you not? The Earth Goddess paused, then chuckled. You are quite intriguing, young man. Yiyi's eyes darted around, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. He turned to Dong Chinchio and said, Sister Chinchio, perhaps you could excuse us for a moment? I wish to speak with the Earth Goddess in private. Dong Chinchio hesitated, then asked, Is that appropriate? Of course, it is. Yiyi waved dismissively. Just wait for me by the entrance. I'll be along shortly. Reluctantly, Dong Chinchio departed. Once Dong Chinchio had exited the grotto, leaving Yiyi alone with the Earth Goddess, he leaned forward and said, Your Excellency, now that it's just us, let's speak candidly. The Earth Goddess, relieved by Dong Chinchio's departure, inquired, Speak quickly. What are you up to, being so secretive? I'll be blunt, Your Excellency, Yiyi said with a mischievous grin, lowering his voice. This matter is quite troublesome for you, is it not? The Earth Goddess paused and asked, How did you know? Do I not understand you? I told you I've met you before, and it's true. Yiyi exclaimed, But I have no recollection of such an encounter. That is inconsequential. Your Excellency, Yiyi continued, entrust this matter to me. I'll save you the trouble. You need only assist me at crucial junctures. What do you say? That does sound appealing, the Earth Goddess said, eyeing Yiyi with suspicion. But can you handle it? I've never encountered anything like this before. Good heavens! Yiyi groaned, his face etched with exasperation. Even now, you still doubt me? There's no one else here. It's just us. As he spoke, Yiyi grabbed a banana from the table and began to eat. Since his demise, he had not consumed anything. He wondered why the Earth Goddess, a celestial being, would set out a table of food. It wouldn't hurt to let you try, the Earth Goddess conceded. But be warned, if you bungle this. Then it was my own initiative, with no relation to the Earth Goddess, Yiyi interjected. The Earth Goddess paused, then continued, and if you succeed, then it was due to the Earth Goddess's wise guidance and my diligent execution of her orders, Yiyi concluded. You are quite astute, young man, the Earth Goddess exclaimed, slapping Yiyi on the back with such force that he spat out the banana he had just swallowed. The Earth Goddess laughed heartily and said, Do well, and your future will be boundless. Yiyi mused that the Earth Goddess had not changed. In the presence of subordinates like Dong Chinchio, she could not reveal her true self, maintaining a facade of solemnity. It seemed that dismissing Sister Chinchio was the right decision. Your Excellency, you mentioned that Wang Liang conceived this plan. Is it truly reliable? Yiyi inquired. To be honest, I don't know, the Earth Goddess admitted, shaking her head. Little Wang Liang has always been clever, and his plan is so extensive and spans such a long period that it should be sound. Yiyi paused, then said, Your Excellency, do you judge the validity of a plan based on its duration and complexity? How else would I? The Earth Goddess pouted. I was half asleep halfway through the plan, and most of the underworld's inhabitants don't recognize the demons. Even if the mission fails, I won't suffer any losses. That's not right, Yiyi retorted. If that were true, shouldn't the demons be the ones assassinating the great emperor of Mount Tai? Why would you send 8 great underworld envoys? The Earth Goddess sighed, her face etched with helplessness. That is the only risky aspect of this plan. The great emperor of Mount Tai commands the 5 ghost emperors, whose skills, like Zhong Kuei's, are designed to subdue malevolent spirits. While the demons possess profound cultivation, they are, by nature, evil spirits and are helpless against the 5 ghost emperors. Therefore, I had no choice but to deploy the 8 great underworld envoys. So you're selling them out? Yiyi exclaimed. Regardless of success or failure, they're finished. Hee. The Earth Goddess chuckled and said, So I had put some thought into it. The mission I assigned to the underworld envoys was not to assassinate the great emperor of Mount Tai, but to gauge his disposition. Gauge his disposition? Yiyi asked, confused. Just wait here, the Earth Goddess instructed. News will arrive shortly. Perplexed, Yiyi could only obey the Earth Goddess and wait. Maintaining the facade of a supreme ruler is exhausting, the Earth Goddess said, stretching languidly. For some reason, I feel at ease around you, young man. I don't need to pretend to be so profound. Yiyi chuckled. He sensed something amiss. Why did he feel as though there was a third person in the room? Uffed. The green writing brush tucked into Yiyi's waist could no longer contain itself and burst into laughter. The Earth Goddess exclaimed, leaping from her chair. Who's there? Yiyi was startled, but quickly realized what was happening. Who said there was no one else in the room? He had Yingning with him. The green writing brush emitted a soft green glow, and moments later, Yingning materialized before them. Phew! Seeing Yingning, the Earth Goddess sighed in relief. Oh, it's just you. You little rascal. You scared me. Yingning leaned affectionately against the Earth Goddess and said, It's me. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Yiyi was stunned. Did this mean that the Earth Goddess did not need to maintain her profound facade in front of this girl, named Yingning? How are you? The Lady of the Earth gazed at Yingning with a concerned expression and inquired. The moment I sensed the jade pendant had shattered, I immediately communicated with the Northern Emperor, urging him to swiftly locate the vessel imbued with the most profound resentment. However, I have yet to receive a response. This individual has already resolved my issue, Yingning replied with a smile, gesturing toward the brush at Yiyi's waist. He has indeed found me a vessel steeped in deep resentment. Oh, the Lady of the Earth glanced at Yiyi and then at the brush, acknowledging, that is truly no easy feat, as far as I know. Vessels capable of containing Yingning are exceedingly rare in this world. As their conversation unfolded, a ghostly figure entered unceremoniously. The Lady of the Earth was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the tall man and remarked, Why did you not knock before entering? We are in the midst of a discussion. Do not be unreasonable, woman. There is no door here. The ghost retorted with a snort, plopping himself down. Upon noticing Yiyi seated nearby, he momentarily wore a perplexed expression before returning to his usual demeanor. Indeed, I did not install a door during the renovations. Now, what is the outcome? It's settled. The ghost nodded, visibly agitated. And then, that it. The Lady of the Earth exclaimed, her frustration palpable. You are angry, and then it's over. Yes, is this not your strategy? To provoke the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor and gauge his reaction? The ghost, somewhat bewildered, insisted he had fulfilled his task. I'm about to lose my mind. The Lady of the Earth slammed her hand on the table. I specified 2 directives. First, incite his anger. Second, assess his response. Merely angering him is of no consequence. What of his response? I require his response. How was I to know? The ghost replied irritably. I excel at provoking anger, yet I have no ability to discern his response. The Lady of the Earth covered her forehead in exasperation, recognizing the folly of entrusting such a straightforward task to the obstinate ghost. Yiyi, having observed the exchange, finally spoke up, Brother Ghost. How did you manage to anger the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor? Isn't that simple? From a distance. We cast a spell that struck the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor and then fled. Even Zhao Wenhe, the Western Ghost Emperor, was knocked unconscious by us. Yiyi looked at the Lady of the Earth with a hint of melancholy. Leader, how is this any different from an assassination attempt? Chapter 60. They are coming indeed. There seems to be no distinction. After contemplating, Lady Hutu remarked, What about the 8 great Yin officials? Yiyi understood that while the Yiyi was rather straightforward, the 8 great Yin officials were not as simple-minded. How could they possibly execute such a thoughtless task? Out of the 8, only 7 had arrived, and Zhong Kuei had yet to respond. After the fight, I instructed those 7 to disperse and flee. The Yiyi smirked, feeling quite clever. Did they not find anything unreasonable about this plan? Even Master Xie Bian agreed. The most cunning Ma Mian also consented. What would they disagree on? The Yiyi pondered. I clearly told them that Lady Hutu's command was to fight and then run. However, their escape speed was astonishing. They likely left without a trace. Yiyi covered his forehead, inexplicably weary. It turned out that the Yin officials were instructed to flee after the fight. In other words, they were completely unaware of the need to assess the stance of the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. If they finished fighting and fled, what was the point of assessing the situation? Indeed, assessing the stance was necessary. If the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor was truly the mastermind behind this, he would undoubtedly suffer a silent loss, having to feign indifference to the attack, as it was clearly retaliation. Yet conversely, if he was innocent, having been unjustly attacked, he should. Old lady, old lady. A small wraith rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "It's bad. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor is coming with the 5 ghost emperors." Eh? Lady Hutu was taken aback. This fellow certainly had a temper. He initiated the attack first, yet now he sought revenge? I'll go deal with him. Indeed, Yiyi thought to himself that it was not a good sign. Their direct approach indicated that this matter was either unrelated to the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, or he was a meticulous thinker who deemed pursuit to be the best strategy. Seeing Lady Hutu about to leave, Yiyi hurriedly restrained her, saying, "Leader, please do not. They currently believe they are being attacked by wandering spirits. The situation is still under control. If you intervene, the nature of the matter will change entirely. What should we do then?" Lady Hutu glanced at Yiyi. "Should we just let it go? Am I supposed to flee now? Leave this matter to me." Yiyi turned to the Chiyu, asking, "Brother Chiyu, can you handle the 5 ghost emperors alone?" The Chiyu shot Yiyi a cold glance, replying, "What nonsense are you speaking? Why don't you give it a try? Their techniques are specifically designed to dispel evil spirits. Perhaps calling upon the 8 great Yin officials or the 10 Yama kings might work, but I certainly cannot. Then we have no leverage for negotiation. However," Yiyi said as he walked outside, "let me assess the situation first. After all, with the 5 ghost emperors and the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, there are only 6 of them. We have nearly the same number. If a conflict arises, it benefits no one. 6 people." The Chiyu watched Yiyi leave, then turned to Lady Hutu with bewilderment, asking, "Is this person foolish? Why does he claim there are only 6 individuals comprising the 5 ghost emperors and the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor?" Lady Hutu chuckled awkwardly. "He is merely a mortal. Let's be more understanding." Yiyi burst out of the cave and immediately spotted Dong Chinchio, who had been standing there. "Yiyi, what on earth is happening?" Dong Chinchio pointed at the several figures flying in the sky with confusion. "Fear not, Sister Chinchio. I am here to address this matter." Yiyi slowly raised his head, only to be startled. Wasn't it supposed to be the 5 ghost emperors along with 1 Eastern Mount Tai Emperor? Why were there now over 10 figures densely packed in the sky? Each one exuded an aura akin to that of Oxhead and Horseface, dressed in various flamboyant attires. The person standing in the center radiated a formidable presence, clad in a deep green robe, gazing down with an expression that was both calm and authoritative. This was undoubtedly the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. "This is bad. This is utterly unnegotiable." Yiyi turned to Dong Chinchio and whispered, "Sister Chinchio, were we not informed that only the 5 ghost emperors and the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor were coming? Why are there over 10? Dong Chinchio was also taken aback, responding, "Yiyi, did I not mention? The 5 ghost emperors consist of an Yin and Yang emperor for each direction, aside from the southern ghost emperor. Therefore, that makes a total of 9. Adding the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor makes 10. Good heavens!" Yiyi gritted his teeth. It appeared that not paying attention had dire consequences. The group hovering in the sky seemed equally perplexed. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor turned to a nearby individual, saying, "Zhao Wenhe." Did the attackers confirm their escape direction was towards here? Indeed, Eastern Emperor Zhao Wenhe nodded. However, the others fled too swiftly, scattering without a trace. Currently, we can only track the aura of this malevolent spirit. A malevolent spirit? The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor glanced at Dong Chinchio, and Yiyi remarking clearly, "One is an immortal and the other immortal. Where is the malevolent spirit? We must not wrong them." Zhao Wenhe insisted the attackers were indeed not these 2, but that malevolent spirit did flee here. Then we should apprehend these 2. Perhaps we might extract some information. Zhao Wenhe pressed. "That is unacceptable." The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor surveyed the surroundings, stating, "This is the unreturning mountain, under the jurisdiction of the legendary administration. It is quite sensitive. Acting rashly would lead to complications." With that, the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor began to descend slowly, landing right before the 2. The 10 individuals behind him followed suit. Yiyi awkwardly smiled, saying, "Leader, you must be the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, correct?" The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am the Eastern Emperor, here specifically to inquire about a matter from the young friend." Yiyi swallowed hard, feigning calmness. Had he known this task was both urgent and perilous, he would have refused it outright. What matter does the leader wish to inquire about? Eastern Emperor. Why waste time with him? Suddenly, a burly man behind the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Do you turn to find that the speaker resembled a door god from a traditional painting? Shintu, do not be disrespectful, the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor said lightly. But before he could finish, Shinta lunged forward, grabbing Yiyi by the collar. In that instant, Yiyi's expression turned icy, an aura of killing intent emanating from him. Unmistakably the result of Zhong Lichuan's concern for Yiyi's safety, voluntarily releasing her power. Oh, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor's face. Have I misjudged? I thought you were merely immortal, yet the aura of malevolent spirits around you is so strong. Noticing the situation was amiss, Dong Qinxiu swiftly retrieved an object from her waist, stepping forward. Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, I am Dong Qinxiu from the Legendary Administration. This is my official order. Please instruct your subordinates not to act. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor was taken aback, then waved his hand, causing the official order in Dong Qinxiu's grasp to fly over. After examining it closely, he confirmed its authenticity. I am somewhat perplexed. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor mused, glancing between Dong Qinxiu and Du Yu. Was the assassin that attacked me dispatched by the Legendary Administration? What is the reason? No, leader, you are overthinking. Du hurriedly broke free from Shintu's grasp and stepped in front of the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. This matter, how should I put it, is simply a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The great Emperor of Mount Tai, Dong Yue, expressed his bewilderment, feeling distinctly struck by several waves of malevolent energy. The Ghost Emperors, positioned in the cardinal directions, sensed his peril and hastened to his aid, creating such a commotion. Was it merely a misunderstanding? Du Yu acknowledged that this explanation seemed somewhat far-fetched, yet he pondered how best to elucidate the situation at hand. In that critical moment, he recalled the words of Cui Ju from the legends. Cui Ju had once stated that if the Earth Mother commanded him to assassinate the great Emperor of Mount Tai, what would he do? At that time, Cui Ju remarked, though the motivations of the Earth Mother remained unclear, matters must adhere to principles of right and wrong. Grievances should be voiced openly, rather than resorting to clandestine assassination. Indeed, why not address this issue straightforwardly? Taking a deep breath, Du Yu stepped forward and began to inquire. Great Emperor of Mount Tai, I wish to ask you something. Why do you seek to assassinate the North? Before Du Yu could finish, a fierce gust of ominous wind swept through, and numerous figures suddenly illuminated the sky. Among them, a burly man bellowed, Great Emperor of Mount Tai, prepare to meet your fate. Be careful, Dong Qinxiu shouted, seizing Du Yu and pulling him into the stone cave. Almost simultaneously, the ground before the great Emperor of Mount Tai erupted violently. Had Dong Qinxiu not intervened, Du Yu would have been utterly terrified. As the dust settled, it became evident that two individuals stood protectively before the great Emperor, shielding him from harm. What is happening? Du Yu was momentarily stunned, peering stealthily from the cave's entrance. Who are they? Why won't anyone let him speak? In an instant, over a dozen figures descended from the heavens, wielding various magical artifacts. Du Yu focused intently, realizing that none of them were familiar to him. Sister Qinxiu, who are all these people? He whispered, seeking the wisdom of the underworld expert, Dong Qinxiu. All 10 Yama kings have arrived, including King of the Wheel, and there is also heir Yiyi, Zhong Kui. What? Du Yu was taken aback. How did they suddenly come here to engage in battle? Wasn't this the worst possible outcome? Nearby, a man clad in black, with a beard covering his face, shouted vehemently, Great Emperor of Mount Tai, your actions are unjust. Do not blame us now. The great Emperor of Mount Tai stared in shock at the figure before him. Zhong Kui, have you lost your mind? Chapter 61, The Traitor Alas. Du Yu turned to Dong Qinxiu and whispered, Sister Qinxiu, we must prevent them from clashing. Otherwise, the situation will spiral beyond control. But what can we do? Dong Qinxiu replied anxiously. Even the weakest among them possesses equal prowess to mine. How can we possibly intervene in this predicament? While they were in hushed conversation, Zhong Kui made his move. He conjured a long sword out of thin air and swung it towards the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai. accompanied by the wails of countless malevolent spirits. For those lacking sufficient strength, merely hearing such cries might instill overwhelming fear. Preposterous! The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai bellowed. Do you truly intend to assassinate me? The Eastern Ghost Emperor, Yiyi, along with Shen Tu, rushed forward to shield the Eastern Emperor, each wielding their own sacred artifacts, one brandishing an iron mace, the other brandishing a gourd, both aimed at Zhong Kuei. Sister Qinxiu, don't you find these two rather amusing? They resemble gate deities. They're indeed gate deities. As the second in command of the 8 great Inkai, Zhong Kuei, an adept at hunting malevolent spirits in combat, engaged both adversaries without faltering, with his swords swirling with vigor amidst the cacophony of ghostly wails. Yiyi and Shen Tu soon found themselves in a dire struggle. The remaining ghost emperors sensed the escalating conflict and sought to intervene. But the 10 Yama kings summoned their own artifacts in response. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. What is happening? These Yama kings have arrived with artifacts, clearly prepared. Could this be the doing of the Northern Yin Emperor of Fengdu? Zhang Heng, assemble the ghostly soldiers at once. These individuals are defying authority. I shall apprehend them. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai declared coldly to a companion behind him. As his words fell, Zhong Kuei turned back and said, King Chu Jiang, gather the Inkai and judges without delay. Sister Qinxiu, do you whisper aside? Something feels amiss. Earlier, the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai mentioned that the unreturning mountain belongs to the Bureau of Legends. It's rather inappropriate to engage in combat here, yet they seem utterly unrestrained. This matter must be viewed in context. Dong Qinxiu replied, her expression troubled. Due to the Bureau of Legends' unique status, no one dares to trespass on the unreturning mountain's territory. Yet conversely, because it is so secluded, is indeed the most suitable place for conflict. Du pondered for a moment before hastily retreating into the cave. Inside, the Earth Mother was seated, her face betraying her anxiety, while the spirits behind her appeared disturbingly calm. What is happening outside? The Earth Mother inquired upon seeing Du. They've begun to fight. Du responded. There are over 20 individuals outside, and now 2 or 3 have stepped forward for a duel, but both sides are calling for reinforcements. The situation will likely escalate further. What shall we do? The Earth Mother fretted, shaking her leg anxiously. I tried to intervene, but failed. Du thought to himself, where did you even attempt to intervene? If not for your presence, I doubt these individuals would have even begun to fight. Leader, could you intervene? Du implored. With your standing, you might persuade those outside. I am utterly incapable. You young man, have you forgotten your promise to me? The Earth Mother replied, her expression pained. I can mediate, but revealing my hidden sanctuary after millennia would bring dire consequences. Leader, do you not recognize the gravity of the moment? Du shook his head. If any of those 20 individuals fall, the underworld will be irrevocably compromised. This is a long tale. The Earth Mother wiped her oily hands, saying, if I reveal myself, the repercussions will be endless. Seeing the Earth Mother's reluctance to step forward, Du had to seek alternative solutions. Then let us do this. Summon the remaining 7 of the 8 great Inkai to intervene in this conflict. Intervene? The Earth Mother pondered, contemplating the feasibility. However, this would allow the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai to escape unscathed. Upon his return, he may retaliate or send assassins. Though Du wished to argue that the matter seemed unrelated to the Eastern Emperor, he could not draw a definitive conclusion. His only hope was to mediate the current confrontation. Very well, I shall venture out shortly to explore the possibility of dialogue. In the meantime, gather the remaining 7 Inkai. Once again, Du approached the cave entrance, hiding behind Dong Qinxiu to observe the situation outside. What is the current status? Du inquired. The fighting has temporarily ceased, yet the atmosphere remains tense, Dong Qinxiu replied. I knew it. In typical brawls, when the numbers are even, they stand their ground and quickly realize they are all acquaintances, leading to a swift resolution. Dong Qinxiu shot Du a disapproving glance and retorted, the individuals before you are all celestial beings, true immortals and great golden immortals. Do you think they are mere ruffians? Du merely scoffed, silently observing the unfolding scene. He noticed a man with a dark complexion stepping in front of Zhong Kuei and striding directly towards the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai. That is one of the 10 Yama kings, King Yin Luo, Bao Zheng, Dong Xinqiu whispered. Bao Zheng, do you raise an eyebrow? I am familiar with him. But why is there no crescent moon atop his head? Crescent moon, indeed. Not all folktales are entirely accurate, Dong Xinqiu remarked. This individual holds a high position among the Yama kings and deserves our utmost respect. Bao Zheng bowed slightly to the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai and spoke with a resonant authority. Eastern Emperor, it is a disservice for me to address you as a senior. Yet I must inquire how you managed to persuade the Wheel King to strike against the Fengdu Emperor. What? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai's expression darkened, his aura rising ominously. What blasphemous words are you uttering? The Wheel King is undeniably a subordinate of the Fengdu Emperor. Why would you presume that I orchestrated such treachery? As anticipated, Eastern Emperor, you shall not admit to it. It is regrettable that under the scrutiny of Mom Mion's artifact, all truths will eventually emerge, Bao Zheng coldly asserted. What do you mean? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai was further perplexed. Are you suggesting that Mom Mion extracted a confession from the Wheel King, implicating me as the mastermind behind this? Indeed, Bao Zheng nodded slightly. You must realize that if one utters falsehoods under the lashes of the 9, turns soul-purging whip, they shall suffer the torment of divine fire until their very soul is obliterated. From a distance, do you observe the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai's expression? It did not appear to be one of evasion. If he were genuinely unaware of the matter, he possessed profound depths of cunning. However, if this incident held no connection to the Eastern Emperor, yet the Wheel King's confession rang true, would that not create a contradiction? Recalling the tale that Dong Xinqiu had shared with him, do you understood that this individual, having descended from the heavenly emperor to become a regional ghostly sovereign, was no ordinary figure? Thus, he opted not to intervene just yet and chose to observe the situation further. If the younger generation trusts me, I implore you to halt. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai contemplated for a moment before speaking. Though I cannot fathom why the Wheel King would claim I instructed him, I assure you I have committed no such act. I shall certainly investigate this matter upon my return. Investigate? Bao Zheng's countenance turned cold. When we apprehended the Wheel King, he still held a soul transformation pill in his mouth. Had it not been for my brother Fan Wu Jiao's swift action, the Wheel King would have already ingested it. Soul transformation pill? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai paused, bewildered. What exactly are you implying, King Yin Luo? Eastern Emperor, not only do you seek to eliminate your foes, but you also intend to silence them. Bao Zheng remarked that the soul-dispersing pill, upon ingestion of just a single one, would cause even the highest-ranking immortals to immediately lose their souls. Had we not apprehended the Wheel King, we would have remained oblivious to your involvement. Now that we have captured him, do you still wish to investigate further? If you continue your inquiry, the first to perish may very well be the Wheel King. Yama, do not spout such nonsense. The Emperor of Mount Tai felt a deep humiliation, having not experienced such indignity in many years, and his anger surged. This matter has only just come to my attention, yet you speak as if I have been scheming for ages. I am merely speaking based on the evidence at hand. Bao Zheng continued. The soul-dispersing pill has been strictly regulated for the past millennium. Aside from the 2 emperors and a few elder figures from the underworld, it should no longer exist. What more do you have to say? The Emperor of Mount Tai fell silent. The 5 ghost emperors exchanged glances. If this were true, it would indeed be an unprecedented event. However, they knew the Emperor of Mount Tai too well. After working together for thousands of years, they recognized him as humble and courteous. How could he possibly commit such acts? I am truly incensed. The Emperor of Mount Tai muttered, You accuse me without proof, refuse to let me leave, and deny my right to investigate. Have you not considered that what you have heard is merely one side of the story? What now? Do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me here? The suppressed fury of the Emperor of Mount Tai burst forth, and in an instant, the chaotic stones atop the mountain were swept away by his wrath. Though Diyu and Dong Xinqiu were at a distance, they nearly fell to the ground. Both the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings had to summon their protective golden light just to maintain their footing. The 10 Yama kings and Heir Yi Zhong Kuei silently braced themselves. Although the individual before them had erred, he was undoubtedly a true great Luo, golden immortal. Should a conflict arise, the price could very well be the scattering of their souls. As Yama King Baozheng was about to speak, a sudden sound of wind rushing behind him caught his attention. An object was hurtling toward his back, and he had not anticipated an enemy lurking behind him, leaving him momentarily unguarded. Fortunately, King Qin Guang, Jiangzuan, who stood nearby, wielded a magical artifact and immediately threw the birth chart to shield Baozheng. With a thunderous crash, the two artifacts collided, each radiating their own brilliance. Had it not been for King Qin Guang's birth chart, Baozheng would likely have been obliterated by that impact. What? Baozheng turned in disbelief to find suspended before him the artifact of King Biansheng by Yuanbin, the Wazhao Divine Stone. King Biansheng, what are you doing? Baozheng was taken aback, swallowing hard as he realized that, apart from the Wheel King, there were indeed other enemies among the 10 Yama Kings. Chapter 62. A scheme of mine. The king of Bianqing forced a smile and said, Brother Bao, I truly apologize. I have my reasons. Reasons? Baozheng's eyes widened in anger, as the situation had exceeded his imagination. Under the gaze of everyone, the king of Bianqing slowly floated upwards and then landed behind the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai. The Eastern Emperor appeared momentarily stunned. King of Bianqing, what are you doing? Do not worry. Everything will proceed as per your plan, replied the king. Baozheng gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. So, it is. You have even bribed the king of Bianqing. Eastern Emperor, do you still have anything to say? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai, with a grave expression, pondered for a moment and then inquired of the king of Bianqing, what is my true plan? As a subordinate of the great emperor of the Northern Yin, why would you do my bidding? Do you, hiding in the stone cave, was equally startled by the unfolding scene. Goodness. If it weren't for that Qin Guang Wang blocking this attack, one of the 10 Yama Kings would have already fallen. Hearing the Eastern Emperor's words, the king of Bianqing forced a smile, his expression quite peculiar. I sincerely advise you all to set this matter aside for now. Yet the Eastern Emperor remained unconvinced and articulated his stance. It appears someone wishes to eliminate me or all of you. If we engage in conflict here, it would only play into their hands. Are you implying that the strike just now by the king of Bianqing against Yama was feigned? A refined scholar emerged from behind the 10 Yama Kings, his complexion pale and features delicate. Pingding Wang, Luyu. The Eastern Emperor addressed the scholar. I too was quite taken aback by that strike. But consider this. If I truly wish to eliminate you young ones, would it be worth such trouble? Baozheng paused, realizing the Eastern Emperor's reasoning held merit. His power far exceeded that of the 10 Yama Kings. If he truly desired their demise, why would he resort to bribing one of them? Wouldn't that be counterproductive? However, it was undeniable that there were indeed those among the 10 Yama Kings who sought his life, a thought that sent chills down his spine. At this moment, the only ones Baozheng could trust were Qin Guang Wang Jiangzuan, who had just saved him from fatal blow, and the ever-engaged second master Zhong Kuei. As the group hesitated, the air shimmered, revealing several figures. Du squinted from a distance, finally recognizing the newcomers, the black and white impermanents, Niu Tu and Ma Mian, and the civil judge Cui Ju, accompanied by 2 young men clad in gold and silver armor, presumed to be the previously unseen 5th master, General Jin, and the 6th master, General Yin. Just in time, Zhong Kuei bellowed, 4th brother, come down quickly. Ma Mian had just appeared, still trying to assess the situation when he was called out, having intended to show off a bit of cleverness. He had no choice but to comply with his elder brother's command and descended slowly. The remaining Yin officials also landed gradually, uncertain of the circumstances, positioning themselves between the 2 factions. Second brother, what are your orders? Ma Mian inquired with a smile. You go up and strike the king of Bianqing with a whip. I have questions for him. Strike the king of Bianqing. Why is that? Ma Mian was taken aback. I command you to do so. Zhong Kuei kicked Ma Mian in the rear, his tone exceedingly stern. Baozheng nodded slightly and addressed the Eastern Emperor. Eastern Emperor, since you persist in claiming no involvement in this matter, why not hand over the king of Bianqing for Ma Mian to interrogate? The Eastern Emperor hesitated for a moment before, without further ado, pushing the king of Bianqing forward, stating, this king of Bianqing is not my subordinate. You are welcome to take him away." Upon seeing himself thrust forward by the Eastern Emperor, the king of Bianqing revealed a hint of disappointment, yet nodded slightly. Standing before Ma Mian, Ma Mian, not daring to disobey, retrieved the 9-turn god-washing whip from his possession, saying, "King of Bianqing, I truly apologize." With that, the whip in Ma Mian's hand radiated a dark glow, moving of its own accord like a black serpent, coiling around the king of Bianqing. Black flames flickered from the whip, causing the king of Bianqing's expression to twist in pain. "Ah, enough." Ma Mian wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and turned to say, "If you have any questions, you may ask now." Seeing this, the Eastern Emperor stepped forward. But Bao Zheng interposed himself. "Bao Zheng, what is the meaning of this? With so many witnesses present, do you think I will harm him?" Eastern Emperor, "For safety's sake, let our side handle the interrogation. This way, you can avoid any suspicion," Bao Zheng replied coolly. "Humph." The Eastern Emperor snorted coldly, turning away. "Do as you wish." Bao Zheng glanced at Qin Guang Wang Jiangzuan, the only person he could currently trust. Jiangzuan nodded slightly and approached the king of Bianqing, asking by Yuan Bin, "Who instructed you to harm Bao Zheng?" Biting his teeth, the flames on the whip flared ominously, forcing Jiangzuan to take a step back. Ah! Ma Mian retreated as well, saying, "King of Bianqing, do not even think about fabricating lies. This 9-turn god-washing whip will not treat you kindly." As the flames intensified, beads of sweat appeared on the king of Bianqing's forehead. "Umph." The Eastern Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking slowly. "I wish to see how you will handle this, if the instigator is someone else." Bao Zheng and Qin Guang Wang paid no heed to the Eastern Emperor, fixating their gaze on the king of Bianqing. The flames were peculiar, though devoid of any heat. They caused even a true immortal to exhibit pain. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the king of Bianqing began to wail uncontrollably. The other Yama kings, having worked with him for so long, could hardly bear to watch, hoping he would reveal the truth to spare himself further agony. Sure enough, not long after, the king of Bianqing gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. "Stop burning me, I will say. It is the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai." Strangely, as the king of Bianqing spoke those words, the flames around him extinguished immediately. He gasped for breath, eager to escape the torment. "What?" The Eastern Emperor's brows furrowed in fury. He stepped forward to seize the king of Bianqing, but was blocked by several Yama kings. "Eastern Emperor, at this point, do you have any explanation?" Qin Guang Wang spoke coldly. "The 5 ghost emperors, the 10 Yama kings, and the 8 great Yin officials are all here as witnesses to this interrogation. Could there be any falsehood?" The Eastern Emperor gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Impossible. It must be that whip that is faulty. Show me the whip." All eyes turned to Ma Mian. "Is the whip faulty?" Ma Mian hurriedly withdrew the whip from the king of Bianqing and jogged over to the Eastern Emperor, respectfully presenting it. "Eastern Emperor, please examine it, and do not let me damage it. I rely on this for my livelihood." The Eastern Emperor took the whip in hand and scrutinized it carefully. Soon discovering a fact, there was nothing wrong with the whip. It was indeed the genuine 9-turn god-washing whip. Trembling slightly, he pushed the whip back into Ma Mian's embrace. Now at a loss for what to do, the authenticity of the whip confirmed the king of Bianqing's words, revealing that he had indeed instructed the king to eliminate Bao Zheng. Upon reflection, the words of the Wheel King ring true. "I have indeed commanded him to assassinate the emperor of the northern underworld, Fengdu. But what could have prompted such an action? How could I have committed such a deed and yet have no recollection of it?" The great emperor of Mount Tai seeks to unravel the reasons behind this. Yet it appears that the opportunity may have slipped away. "Esteemed colleagues," he pondered, "despite your disbelief in my words, I cannot afford to be apprehended here. Such an outcome would surely plunge the underworld into chaos. Since you are all witnesses to this matter, I assure you that I will not flee. I implore you to grant me some time to investigate thoroughly." However, Bao Zheng and the others can no longer place their trust in the great emperor of Mount Tai. Allowing him to escape now could lead to unforeseen consequences. The immediate priority must be to detain him and seek the judgment of the Jade Emperor. Observing the silence enveloping those around him, the great emperor took a step forward and declared, Even if you intend to apprehend me here, I shall fight to the death. Yet, I desire no harm to come to any of you. I hope you will not force my hand." The atmosphere grew tense. Should the 10 Yama kings and the 8 great Yin officials act in unison, it is conceivable that they could indeed contend with the Eastern Emperor. The pressing concern lies in the intentions of the 5 ghost emperors and whether there are spies among the 10 Yama kings. "Gentlemen, esteemed leaders," just as the few hesitated, a figure calmly emerged from the side. What are you doing? Come back at once." Dong Qianxiu urgently whispered from within the stone cavern. "Who dares approach?" King Qin Guang, feeling a surge of paranoia, instinctively summoned his life chart and unleashed a strike. Startled, closed his eyes. A verdant brush at his waist flew forth, effortlessly intercepting the attack. The green brush remained undisturbed, yet the life chart recoiled several feet back. King Qin Guang, perplexed, thought, "Is there truly a celestial being capable of withstanding my assault, aside from those present?" Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. "You are a mortal?" All 20 present turned their gaze toward Du, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a mortal amidst this celestial conflict. Xie Bian furrowed his brow and transmitted to Du, "Young Du, you cannot resolve this situation. Retreat at once." "Xiangqin, what brings you here? It is perilous. You must withdraw." Ju quickly echoed the sentiment. Ju, Xie Bian, the great emperor of Mount Tai, discerning the unusual exchange, remarked, "Must we resort to furtive communications? Surely, it would suffice to speak openly." Du smiled reassuringly at Xie Bian and Ju, then stepped forward among the crowd. Addressing them, "I am but a humble newcomer, an operator from the Bureau of Management." Upon hearing these words, those who had not previously encountered Du visibly shifted in demeanor, recognizing the unique standing of an operator in the realm of the underworld. Even as an operator, can you truly resolve this predicament? Bao Zheng questioned, his gaze fixed on Du with uncertainty. "I may be inexperienced, yet I possess a plan that could potentially resolve the current crisis." Chapter 63. The Duel of Zhong Kuei. "You say, you have a plan?" The Emperor of Mount Tai, Dongyue, cast a glance at Du before inquiring, "Is it a plan to apprehend me, or one to exonerate me?" "Ah, that's hard to say," Du replied with a smile. "Leader, my plan could potentially prove your innocence or inadvertently lead to your capture." "What nonsense is this?" Though the Emperor felt a flicker of anger, he was compelled to regard Du with a measure of respect. Recalling the legends of how this man had achieved the extraordinary feat of shooting down 9 suns with mere mortal strength. "Patience, my leader," Du said, patting the Emperor on the shoulder. "Just listen to my method before making a decision." The crowd fell silent, hesitantly watching Du. He grinned and approached the horse-faced judge. Addressing him directly, "Fourth Master, with such a fine lie detector at our disposal, we cannot let it go to waste. If you, Emperor Dongyue, are truly innocent, would you dare allow us to bind you and pose a few questions?" At that moment, Bao Zheng and Ju, among others who were known for their intellect, quickly grasped the merits of this scheme. It indeed offered a way to validate the emperor's innocence while also presenting an opportunity to apprehend him. After a brief silence, the emperor nodded and replied, "That is a sound method, but I must clarify that I will only answer questions related to this incident. As for the highest secrets of the underworld, you are not permitted to inquire." Ju promptly stepped forward and bowed, assuring, "Rest assured, East Emperor, I will supervise this. Should anyone pose an unreasonable question, I shall promptly call for Fourth Brother to retract the 9 transformation washing deity whip." With Ju, the foremost judge of the underworld, overseeing the proceedings, there were no objections from the crowd. "Let us begin," the Emperor of Mount Tai signaled to the horse-faced judge. The latter wasted no time apologizing and proceeded to wrap the 9 transformation washing deity whip around the Emperor. The flames on the whip began to flicker to life, compelling the Emperor to grit his teeth and declare, "Ask whatever you wish." As Bao Zheng stepped forward, Du abruptly pulled him back. "What is the meaning of this?" Bao Zheng questioned, looking at Du. "Bao Turen, allow me to pose the questions this time," Du smiled. After a moment's contemplation, Bao Zheng nodded slightly. "Very well. Since this plan originated from you, Du Xiaodi, it is only fitting that you inquire. Du Yu acknowledged Bao Zhang's concession with a nod of gratitude before standing before the emperor. Now, my leader, I shall not hold back. Du Yu began. The emperor, a being of great power, remained composed as the flames grew fiercer. Leader, do you wish to return to heaven? Du Yu inquired nonchalantly. Gasps arose among the crowd in response to Du Yu's unexpected question. Du Xiaodi, what do you mean? Several individuals pressed, bewildered by the relevance of the emperor's relationship with heaven. Cui Ju, too, was taken aback, unsure of the current situation and watching the emperor's expressions, uncertain whether to halt the interrogation. No, the emperor of Mount Tai replied coolly. Oh, do you observe the flames on the whip, which unexpectedly dimmed instead of intensifying? He discerned that he no longer needed to ask further questions, for the pivotal figure, the emperor, had lost any motive for wrongdoing. Duke Xiaodi, the horse-faced judge, urged, sweat beading on his forehead. Please continue your questioning, as the East Emperor's power is formidable, and I cannot maintain this for long. Du Yu sighed, aware that while he knew the emperor was innocent, it was essential that the significant figures in the underworld were made aware of this. He asked, Leader, did you send an assassin to kill the emperor of the Northern Yin? Fengdu? No, I have never dispatched an assassin nor wished for the Northern Emperor's demise. The emperor asserted. With these words, the flames on the whip dwindled to a point where they were nearly invisible, confirming the truth in the emperor's statement. A profound silence enveloped the assembly as they processed this revelation. Was it true that the emperor of Mount Tai's words were genuine? Confusion ensued among the crowd. If the Wheel King and the City King were truthful, then this incident was undoubtedly an assassination attempt. Yet why did the emperor's declaration also ring true? Du Yu nodded subtly at the emperor before addressing the horse-faced judge. Fourth Master, release the East Emperor. Although the matter remains unresolved, it is evident he is not implicated. Unthinkable. The crowd gasped as Zhong Kuei stepped forward, his voice booming. We cannot let him go. His words require further investigation. Such a rare opportunity to bind the East Emperor must not be squandered. Zhong Kuei pushed past the horse-faced judge, brandishing the 9-transformation washing deity whip, and declared to the East Emperor, the Northern Yin Fengdu Emperor is my mentor, and I cannot permit any harm to befall him. You shall accompany me to the underworld for the time being. Zhong Kuei, think carefully, the Emperor of Mount Tai warned coldly. I have revealed the truth under the scrutiny of the 9-transformation washing deity whip. There's no need for deliberation. As a potential suspect, I have every right to detain you. Zhong Kuei retorted. The assembly was at a loss, but upon reflection, it was evident that Zhong Kuei's reasoning held water. If they missed this chance, they might never have the opportunity to bind the East Emperor again. As the crowd exchanged glances, a heavy silence prevailed. The emperor, visibly irked, had not anticipated that no one would stand up for him in such dire circumstances. Hold on. Just as despair began to settle in the emperor's heart, Du Yu interjected sharply, addressing Zhong Kuei, your actions are rather unjust, are they not? Oh, Zhong Kuei turned, casting a disdainful look at Du Yu. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me? The East Emperor willingly submitted to questioning, and the results confirm his non-involvement. Yet you seized this moment to take him away? Du Yu challenged, his gaze icy. This idea is mine, and your actions leave me with no alternative but to protest. Protest? Zhong Kuei scoffed. What do you have to protest about? A mere mortal like you, puffing up with power now that you're an operator, thinks you can meddle in underworld affairs? Indeed, I am a mortal, but morality belongs to all, Du Yu countered coolly. The East Emperor has granted me this favor, and I cannot simply abandon him. I will not allow you to take him today. Fuming, Zhong Kuei exhaled sharply, tossing aside the 9-transformation washing deity whip and conjuring a sword from thin air. He warned Du Yu, I care not whether you are an operator or a divine soldier. Should you obstruct me again, this sword shall send you into oblivion. Unfazed, Du Yu stepped forward resolutely, declaring, let me reiterate, this course of action is untenable. You cannot simply take him away. Cui Ju and Xie Baiyan exchanged glances, both realizing that the current situation was rather dire. Zhong Kuei, known for his tempestuous temperament, was the most skilled in combat among the 8 great Inkai. Why did you choose to provoke him of all people? Stepping forward, Cui-ju spoke. I believe this course of action is ill-advised. Regardless of the East Emperor's matters, your actions may tarnish your reputation, casting you as one who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. As one of the leading figures among the 8 great Inkai, you must exercise prudence. Brother, you are well aware that with our cultivation alone, it is impossible to capture the East Emperor, Zhong Kuei retorted, still treating Cui-ju with a degree of courtesy. Now that the North Emperor is gravely injured, how can I possibly swallow this indignation? Cui-ju cast a troubled glance at Duyu, fully aware of Zhong Kuei's fiery disposition. Once he had made up his mind, no one could dissuade him. Xiangqin, perhaps we should defer this matter for now. I will find a way to ensure the East Emperor's safety, Cui-ju communicated telepathically to Duyu. However, Duyu disregarded Cui-ju's counsel, enveloped by a chilling aura. His eyes turned steely. If you wish to take the East Emperor, you must first pass through me. Overestimating yourself, Zhong Kuei shouted coldly, summoning his sword to strike. Duyu did not retreat. Instead, he thrust his fists forward and miraculously absorbed the blow from Zhong Kuei's enchanted blade, staggering back 3 steps. Oh! Zhong Kuei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, channeling his magical artifact once more. With a series of incantations, a single sword transformed into 9 smaller blades, swirling in the air before launching toward Duyu. The sharp gusts of the blades were accompanied by ghostly wails, overwhelming Duyu with a suffocating malevolence. Startled, Duyu realized that Zhong Kuei was indeed formidable, possibly the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He wondered if Xiao Zhongli's powers could withstand such a threat. Utilizing his ethereal agility, Duyu dodged through the barrage of whirling swords, each aimed at his vital points. Should he fail to evade even one, his soul would surely be shattered. Seeing the perilous situation, Xia Baiyan moved to intervene but was restrained by Fan Wujiao. Xia Baiyan glanced back at him, puzzled by his intent. Fan Wujiao replied calmly, "In this scenario, aiding anyone would be unwise. Let us observe a while longer." After narrowly evading all the flying swords, Duyu gathered all his strength and launched a punch at Zhong Kuei. This strike encompassed the full might of Zhongli Chun, his visage contorting into a fierce grimace, a trace of ghostly energy radiating from him. With a thunderous crash, Zhong Kuei fused the 9 blades into a single weapon, intercepting Duyu's powerful blow. Fascinating. You have resorted to the possession of malevolent spirits? Zhong Kuei sneered, recognizing Duyu's transformation. Do you know what my greatest skill is? Duyu met Zhong Kuei's gaze, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. He was acutely aware of Zhong Kuei's prowess, for tales of his extraordinary ability to capture spirits were well known throughout folklore. Chapter 64. The Coldness of Society. Chapter 65. The True Insider. Are you still risking it? Dong Qinxiu remarked with irritation as he examined Duyu's injuries. You always throw yourself into danger, causing others to worry. Suddenly, Duyu recalled something and promptly closed his eyes to check on Zhongli Chun. Little Zhongli, how are you? Zhongli Chun appeared somewhat fatigued, but she reassured him with a faint smile. It's all right, Duyu. I'm just a bit tired. Duyu inspected her closely and, upon confirming that her spirit showed no signs of dissipating, he felt relieved. He then opened his eyes and called out, Yingning, how are you? Yingning managed a weak smile and replied, I'm fine, really. Duyu meticulously checked his brush to ensure it was undamaged before finally exhaling in relief. Dong Qinxiu, standing by, was bewildered. Duyu, what are you doing? Duyu offered a rueful smile. There are many children involved, please understand. Everyone. A sudden voice interrupted from a distance. It was Cui-ju. Please lend me your ears. All eyes turned to Cui-ju, who realized that without someone mediating, the current situation would remain unresolved. Today's events, while chaotic, have yielded significant insights. At the very least, we have confirmed the words of the East Emperor of Mount Tai. It is time to bring this matter to a close. He surveyed the crowd and continued. What we must do now is unite with Yen Luo and the Ghost Emperor, leveraging the full power of the underworld to uncover who is truly orchestrating these events. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yet, Duyu remained pensive, sensing that the situation was far more sinister than it appeared. He slowly approached Wang Biancheng and inquired, Wang Biancheng, may I ask you a few more questions? In this incident, Diyu had indeed made quite an impression, holding his own against Zhong Kuei, causing the celestial beings to regard him with newfound respect. Wang Biancheng, his face impassive, nodded. What do you wish to ask? The crowd turned their attention to Wang Biancheng, who was now the most dubious figure among them. You claim you acted under the orders of the East Emperor of Mount Tai to attack Yin Luo. Is that correct? Indeed, Wang Biancheng affirmed with a nod. This matter has already been interrogated by Mom Mian. There is no longer any need for concealment. Then where exactly is the East Emperor? And how did he convey his orders to you? Before I ascended to the celestial rank, the East Emperor commanded me, which was thousands of years ago. What? Duyu's question struck with precision, causing the gathered spirits to exchange bewildered glances. A task assigned a millennium ago. The East Emperor of Mount Tai was momentarily taken aback, contemplating, this does not align. Your position was conferred by the North Infengdu Emperor, and I did not recognize you prior to your ascension. Wang Biancheng smiled wryly and replied, East Emperor, you have shown me kindness. Yet I did not expect you to forsake me at such a critical juncture. The East Emperor was even more perplexed. Wang Biancheng, if there is something you wish to clarify, please do so. Our relationship has never been deep enough for you to hold my words in your heart for millennia. Huh? Wang Biancheng laughed heartily. Yes, indeed, that is exactly how you spoke thousands of years ago. Before the East Emperor could respond further, Diyu intervened. Leader, allow me to inquire. I sense this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. Diyu stepped forward and asked, what precisely did the East Emperor say and do at that time? Since the East Emperor has always turned a blind eye to my peril, I see no reason to uphold past grievances. Wang Biancheng addressed the crowd. In life, I held the title of General Pingyuan. Just as I was about to embark on a campaign, I heard a voice calling me. The voice identified itself as the East Emperor of Mount Tai, promising me a tremendous opportunity. He detailed that if I paused my journey on a small hill, I would meet a benefactor, acquire magical powers, and attain immortality, thus becoming one of the rulers of the underworld. If I wished to seize this opportunity, I would need to assist him with a task. Years later, a great battle would ensue between Yin Luo and the Ghost Emperor, and I was to help eliminate the leader of Yin Luo. This battle was to remain strictly confidential, and regardless of the outcome, he would not acknowledge my involvement. However, in return, he assured me of my safety. At that time, my age weighed heavily upon me, and the prospect of entering the celestial realm was irresistible. Wang Biancheng cast a wistful glance at the crowd and continued, upon reaching the small hill. I encountered the North Infengdu Emperor, who, impressed by my leadership and eloquence, asked if I wished to ascend to the celestial rank. Everything unfolded as the East Emperor had foretold. My life philosophy is to repay kindness, and since the East Emperor guided me to become a celestial being, I naturally wished to reciprocate. However, I never anticipated that he would betray me and refuse to ensure my safety. He regarded the East Emperor with a hint of melancholy. This, Dong Qianxue was taken aback. Wang Biancheng, something seems amiss. Amiss? Wang Biancheng turned, puzzled. What is wrong? I have read your legend. Dong Qianxue stammered. You ventured to the small hill to eliminate bandits along the way. What? Wang Biancheng's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting? Indeed, Dong Qianxue affirmed. Regardless of whether the East Emperor communicated with you, you would have become one of the 10 Yama Kings. The gathered celestial beings began to murmur among themselves, perplexed by the unfolding revelations. Diyu pondered and turned to the East Emperor of Mount Tai. East Emperor, did you ever inquire about this matter? The East Emperor shook his head in resignation. It would be absurd to assume I could foresee today's events a millennium ago. At that time, I did not even know whom the Northern Emperor intended to recruit, let alone send them a message. Diyu nodded. The East Emperor's account was entirely plausible. Indeed, only those present today would possess the clarity to understand the events unfolding. My young friend, what do you imply? Diyu then looked towards Bao Zhang and asked, Lord Bao, why did you and the others appear shortly after the East Emperor arrived? Bao Zhang furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. My dear Diyu, I must confess, Someone delivered a letter to me, informing me that the East Emperor of Mount Tai had departed from Time Mountain and was now at the unreturning mountain. I immediately relayed this information to the other Yama kings, and at that time, Second Master Zhongkue was visiting my residence, so he accompanied me. Upon hearing this, Yiyi turned to the celestial beings, declaring, "As celestial beings, you all understand without me stating it. This matter is undoubtedly the result of someone's interference, and we must cease hostilities at once." Afterward, he turned back to Bao Zheng and asked, "Lord Bao, do you still have that letter?" Bao Zheng nodded and produced a sheet of paper from his garment. Yiyi had expected to find investigative clues akin to those in the dramas starring Bao Zheng. He was surprised to see a printed A4 sheet instead. The content echoed Bao Zheng's earlier words. I initially believed this news to be half true, half false, but upon arrival, I found the East Emperor truly here, Bao Zheng added. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai finally comprehended everything. He remarked, "It appears that the assassination of the Northern Emperor was merely a ruse. This individual's true intent is to eliminate me." Yiyi nodded in agreement. It seems so. First, a group of 7 or 8 malevolent spirits launched a surprise attack to lure you here, followed by a coordinated assault from the 10 Yama Kings. This person is indeed quite cunning. Yiyi scratched his head and pondered, "Eastern Emperor, do you think it is possible that the attack by those 7 or 8 malevolent spirits was merely a misunderstanding?" "My young friend, you need not elaborate further." The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai patted Yiyi on the shoulder. "Today, you have rendered invaluable assistance. I shall initiate a thorough investigation to uncover this individual." Having said that, he regained his composure and bowed to the other Yama Kings, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, today's events are not your fault. If you truly wish to assist the Northern Emperor, then join me in launching an investigation post-haste." The Eastern Emperor displayed great courtesy as he saluted everyone, then departed with the 5 Ghost Emperors. The 10 Yama Kings exchanged glances and then turned their attention to King Biancheng. "I have shared